When night falls, do not venture outside. This phrase has circulated in Qin village for many years. The exact time of its origin is impossible to determine. Yet, this statement stands as an unassailable truth. As Granny C watched the sun gradually sink behind the mountains, a sense of unease gnawed at her. With the last glimmer of sunlight extinguished, an eerie silence enveloped the world, devoid of sound. Darkness slowly crept in from the west, swallowing mountains, rivers, roads, and trees along its path, until it finally cloaked Qin village. At the four corners of the village stood four ancient stone statues, weathered and faded with time. Even Granny C did not know who chiseled them or when they were erected here. With the arrival of night, the four statues emitted a faint luminescence, casting an ethereal glow that reassured both Granny C and the village elders. Although the surrounding darkness deepened, the presence of the statues rendered Qin village a haven of safety. Suddenly, Granny C's ears perked up, and she paused in astonishment, exclaiming, "Do you hear that? There's the sound of a child crying outside." Elder Ma shook his head, saying, "That's impossible. You must be mistaken away. There truly is the sound of a baby crying." The wailing echoed from beyond the village, audible to all the elders except for those whose hearing had failed them. The villagers exchanged startled glances, bewildered by the notion of an infant appearing in such a remote and desolate place. "You go take a look," Granny C declared, excitement bubbling within her as she tiptoed towards one of the stone statues. Elder Ma rushed over, warning, "Granny, have you lost your mind? It's dark out. Leaving the village is tantamount to death. I can carry this statue beyond the village. Whatever lurks in the dark fears it. I won't perish immediately." Granny C bent down, attempting to lift the statue, but her hunchback prevented her from doing so. Elder Ma sighed, "Let me handle it. You'll carry the statue with you." An elderly man with a noticeable limp approached, saying, "Elder Ma, you only have one arm. You can't carry a statue for long. Ho, let me take it." Elder Ma shot him a fierce glare. "You, with a broken leg, can barely walk. Although I have only one arm, it's still strong." He hoisted the statue onto his shoulder, steadying himself, feeling its unimaginable weight. "Those old women, let's go." "Don't call me an old woman. You lame fool and mute, be careful. If we lose one statue, we must ensure the darkness doesn't creep in." With that, Elder Ma and Granny C stepped out of Qin village. Strange entities rustled in the shadows around them, but the light from the statue made them retreat with eerie squeals. Following the sound of the crying, they traveled 100 steps and arrived at the bank of a great river. The source of the infant's wail was indeed from the river's edge. The statue's glow was dim, barely illuminating their surroundings. They strained to discern the direction of the sound and, after proceeding a few dozen steps upstream, they discerned the cries were near. Elder Ma was struggling with the effort of supporting the heavy statue. Granny C's eyes lit up when she noticed a faint glimmer. A basket rested on the riverbank, the light emanating from within. The cries were indeed coming from the basket. "There is a child." Granny C approached the basket and attempted to lift it, only to pause in surprise. Beneath the basket lay a hand, soaked and whitened by the water, a hand that had been holding the basket and the child aloft, bringing them to the shore. "Fear not, the child is safe," Granny C whispered reassuringly to the waterlogged woman below. It seemed the corpse of the woman heard her words, as her hand slackened and was swept away by the current, disappearing into the darkness. Granny C lifted the basket, revealing a swaddled infant within. On top lay a jade pendant that emitted a dim glow. The light from the pendant resembled that of the statue, albeit much weaker. It was the pendant that protected the child in the basket from the perils of the dark. Sadly, the pendant's light was but a flicker, able to shield the child but not the woman. "It's a boy." Upon returning to Qin village, the villagers, mostly elderly and infirm, gathered around. Granny C lifted the swaddle for a brief glance, grinning with her few remaining teeth. "At long last, Qin village has a healthy child among us." "Amazing. But, Granny C, Do you truly intend to raise him? We can hardly support ourselves, stated the one-legged old man in astonishment. I think it would be best to give him away. Granny C grew furious. I don't care. I found this child with my own effort. Why should I give him away? The villagers fell silent, daunted into submission. The village chief, carried on a makeshift litter, approached. His condition was worse than the others, for while they had limbs, he possessed neither hands nor feet. However, the villagers held great respect for him. Even the fierce Granny C refrained from her typical fierceness in his presence. If we are to raise him, we ought to give him a name, the chief suggested. Granny, can you see anything else in the basket? He inquired. Granny C rummaged through and shook her head. Only this jade pendant, nothing else. There are characters inscribed on it, and the character Qin appears to denote nobility. This jade shows no impurities, and it radiates an unusual power. It must belong to a well-off family. Should we name him Qin or give him the surname Qin? The chief contemplated. Let him bear the surname Qin, then we shall call him Mu, Qin Mu. When he grows, he can tend to livestock and at least survive. Qin Mu. Granny C gazed fondly at the infant, who, undeterred by her, cooed in delight. By the riverside, the sound of a flute drifted through the air, as a young herdsman sat upon the back of a cow, playing sweetly. The boy, around 11 or 12, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, rosy lips, and gleaming white teeth, with his clothing slightly unkempt and a jade pendant hanging from his neck. This boy was none other than the infant Granny C had rescued from the river 11 years prior. Over the years, the village elders, having devotedly nurtured him, witnessed his growth. Granny C, somehow acquiring a cow, ensured that Qin Mu was nourished with milk daily, allowing him to survive through the vulnerable early years. Although the villagers of Canlau were fierce in appearance, they treated him well. Granny C, a skilled seamstress, took him under her wing to learn tailoring. He apprenticed with the herbalist to acquire medicinal knowledge, learned agility from the limping elder, honed his listening skills with the blind elder, and practiced breathing techniques with the armless village chief. Life passed swiftly for him. The cow became his childhood caretaker, though Granny C initially planned to sell it. Qin Mu's attachment led her to assign him the task of watching over it. He often roamed the riverside with the cow, enchanted by the verdant mountains and azure waters. Life was blissful. Qin Mu, help me. Suddenly, the cow beneath him began to speak, startling him as he leapt off her back. The cow's eyes brimmed with tears as she addressed him. Qin Mu, you were raised on my milk. I consider myself your half-mother. You must save me. Qin Mu blinked, unsure. How can I save you? The cow replied, you have a sigh that your ways skin me, and you shall free me from this plight. Hesitating, Qin Mu pondered, have you forgotten the debt of motherhood? He raised the sigh, cautiously slicing through the cow's hide. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound within. It appeared hollow, devoid of flesh or bone. As he peeled back the hide, a woman, aged in her 20s or 30s, tumbled out. Her legs remained entangled within the layers, but her upper body had freed itself. The woman, disheveled, seized the scythe from the stunned Qin Mu and hastily cut through the hide binding her legs. She turned to Qin Mu, malice etched upon her face. The scythe pressed against his throat as she sneered, you little scoundrel, it is your fault that I was turned into this cow. For 11 years, I have endured this, only to serve you. I had just given birth to a child before that sorceress thwarted me, transforming me into a cow to feed you. Now that I am free, I shall kill you first and then exact revenge on the malevolent folk of this village. Qin Mu's head buzzed as he struggled to grasp the wild words of the woman emerging from the cow's hide. Just as she raised the blade to strike him down, she faltered and looked down to find a knife protruding from her chest. Musie, your grandfather the herbalist wants you to return and take your medicine. As the woman's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the one-legged elder from the village stood behind, his benevolence apparent, the knife in his hand stained with blood, yet he smiled at Qin Mu. Elder. Qin Mu felt his knees weaken as he glanced from the cowhide to the woman's corpse, still in shock. Come back, the elder comforted, patting his shoulder with a genial chuckle. Qin Mu stumbled back to the village, his thoughts muddled, unsure when he returned. Qin Mu, you reckless boy. Did you forget the warning? Don't go out after dark. As night descended, the stone statues at the corners of Qin village automatically illuminated once more. Granny C halted Qin Mu, who had intended to sneak out to investigate the source of the cow skin, and put him back. Granny, why shouldn't we go out when darkness falls? Qin Mu inquired, tilting his head. In the dark, dreadful things roam, and going outside means certain death, she asserted with brevity. The statues of our village protect us. The creatures of darkness dare not enter. Do other villages have such statues? Qin Mu asked curiously. Granny C nodded, but her face clouded with concern as she gazed towards the village's outskirts, murmuring, the elder should have returned by now. I shouldn't have let him go out with just one leg. Granny, something strange happened today. Qin Mu hesitated before recounting the incident of the woman emerging from the cow's hide. Granny C, seemingly disinterested, remarked, you mean that woman? The elder mentioned he dealt with it competently. When you were 4 and weaning, I suggested selling the cow, but you were attached, and thus you continue to care for her. Look, trouble has been invited, hasn't it? I warned that nursing until 4 would forge attachments. Qin Mu's face flushed. 4 years did indeed seem excessive for weaning, yet he sensed the core issue was not the duration. Granny, the elder killed that woman. Well done. Granny C chuckled, that was leniency towards her. She ought to have perished 11 years ago. If she hadn't nourished you, could she have lived this long? Qin Mu was left speechless. Granny C cast him a knowing glance. That woman was the wife of a lord from Xianglong City, 1,000 miles away. The lord was lecherous, and she was jealous. He often wooed other women, abducting virtuous maidens. For each woman he defiled, the lord's wife sent bounty hunters to slay them. I infiltrated Xianglong City, intending to kill her, but upon seeing she had just given birth, and knowing you were in need of milk, I transformed her into a cow to nourish you. I had not anticipated she would break her seal and could speak, almost endangering you. Qin Mu gaped in bewilderment. Granny, how can a human become a cow? Granny C grinned, revealing her few remaining teeth. Would you like to learn? I could teach you. Oh, the elder is back. Qin Mu turned to see the elder limping, using one arm for support and clutching a catch upon his back, laboriously making his way into the village. The encroaching darkness surged behind him like a flood. Granny C shouted urgently, hurry, hurry, you old fool. What's the rush? The elder replied, moving at a nonchalant pace. As he stepped into the village, the enveloping darkness engulfed it entirely. The burden on his back was a vibrant tiger, still alive. Suddenly, the tiger let out a mournful roar, catching Qin Mu's attention. He glanced over to find the tail of the tiger reduced to mere bones. Its skin and flesh had vanished, as if devoured by some lurking malevolence. He curiously peered into the darkness beyond the village, which loomed impenetrably black. What lies hidden in that darkness? He pondered.
Chapter 2. Blood of the Four Spirits. Old Mistress C eagerly pulled him towards the village, exclaiming, stop looking around. Hurry over. Today is your grand day. The village chief and Master Ma are all here. A bonfire was blazing in the village, and the village chief was carried out on a stretcher. He spoke solemnly. Have all the 4 spirits been found? Yes, they have. Master Ma, with one arm, dragged in a serpentine creature measuring several yards in length, its emerald scales glistening. Still very much alive and exuding a fishy scent, though held tightly by Master Ma's hand, immobilized at its vital point. The mute blacksmith brought forth a large bird, towering even over him, its wings and feet bound. As the creature struggled, sparks flew from its feathers, crackling ominously. The blind man wheeled in a giant tortoise, larger than a table, its golden-hued shell suggesting it had lived for countless years. The tortoise's limbs retreated into its shell, occasionally peeking out a claw from which steam arose, as if it could lift itself away on a cloud of vapor. Yet, it remained tethered by a fishhook through its nostrils, unable to escape. Though the blood of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise was unattainable, the azure serpent, iron-boned tiger, thunderbird, and golden tortoise could serve as substitutes, yielding sufficient spirit blood for their needs. The village chief nodded at the butcher, who grinned and approached, supporting himself on his hands. He was a man missing his lower half, the wound cleanly severed. For basins were placed before the azure serpent, tiger, thunderbird, and golden tortoise. The butcher swiftly dispatched each creature, draining their blood until all four were depleted. Herbalist, the village chief called. The village's herbalist stepped forward, his face a grotesque sight, as if the skin had been flayed, along with his nose and half of his lips. Yet, Qin Mu found the herbalist to be the kindest figure in the village. The herbalist produced 4 peculiar red leaves, each bearing a snow-white egg. He dropped one leaf into each basin, and the eggs hatched, revealing silkworms that slithered onto the leaves to drink the blood. These silkworms grew rapidly, their size increasing with the blood they consumed, soon leaving only plump, large worms in each basin. The herbalist sprinkled a handful of white crystalline powder resembling salt into the basins, and Qin Mu observed in astonishment as the 4 fat worms shrank swiftly. After a moment, the herbalist collected the 4 worms, now merely palm-sized. He took 4 white porcelain cups, squeezed one worm, and a glistening amber fluid flowed forth, filling the cup. The herbalist repeated this for the other 3 worms, presenting the 4 cups before Qin Mu, shaking his head. After all, they are not true spirit beasts, and the spirit blood we can extract is limited. More. Within the human body lies 7 great treasures: the spirit embryo, 5 luminaries, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, celestial beings, life and death, and the divine bridge. These 7 treasures are inherently sealed, like hidden treasures, hence they are called the 7 divine reserves. The village chief spoke with a tone of authority, his face illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames. The 7 divine reserves are sealed and require warriors to unlock them. The barriers preventing warriors from accessing these reserves are the walls: Spirit Embryo Wall, 5 Luminaries Wall, 6 Harmonies Wall, 7 Stars Wall, Celestial Beings Wall, Life and Death Wall, and Divine Bridge Wall. The process of breaking through these walls is known as wall breaking. Master Ma gently patted Qin Mu's head, smiling. If the walls cannot be broken, cultivation is impossible. Some are blessed by fate. Upon birth, their spirit embryo wall is already broken, naturally unlocking the spirit embryo reserve. This constitution is termed spirit body, a divine blessing for cultivation. Those with a spirit body possess talents far surpassing ordinary individuals, making cultivation significantly more effective. The spirit embryo has 4 attributes, hence there are 4 spirit bodies: azure dragon spirit body, white tiger spirit body, vermilion bird spirit body, and black tortoise spirit body. To determine if one possesses a spirit body, one requires the blood of these 4 spirits. The herbalist added, if you are of the azure dragon spirit body, consuming azure dragon spirit blood will awaken the azure dragon's essence within you. Master Ma is of the azure dragon spirit body. Master Ma removed his garment, standing bare before Qin Mu, turning his back and letting out a low roar. Qin Mu instantly saw a wave of azure energy manifesting from the base of Master Ma's spine to the back of his head, gradually transforming into a dragon, its scales and whiskers vividly apparent, with one dragon claw extending to Master Ma's lone arm, while 2 others wrapped around his legs. This was the azure dragon spirit body. Master Ma donned his clothing again. Old Mistress C is of the white tiger spirit body. Old Mistress C shot him a glance. I won't strip for you old ghosts. I'll manifest my essence for Qin Mu to see. Her body trembled slightly, and a distant tiger's roar echoed, as a shadowy white tiger appeared behind her. All villagers were spirit bodies. We once basked in glory, but now we are merely a gathering of aged and feeble souls. Old Mistress C chuckled. We have little to offer you, but these 4 cups of spirit blood are materials to awaken your spirit body. Should you be of the white tiger spirit body, drinking the white tiger spirit blood will awaken the white tiger essence within your spirit embryo. The same applies for the vermilion bird and black tortoise spirit bodies. Drink up. The village chief, Old Mistress C, and the others looked at Qin Mu with eager anticipation. Qin Mu's heart raced. Although he had ingested countless strange substances while learning from the herbalist, none felt as peculiar as this moment. He picked up a porcelain cup, filled with the hot vermilion bird spirit blood. As he gulped it down, he felt a fiery line surge down his throat, igniting a blaze within him, as if his blood were boiling. After a moment, the burning sensation subsided. Is he the vermilion bird spirit body? The village chief inquired. The mute blacksmith shook his head. Qin Mu, continue, the village chief urged. Qin Mu drank from the second cup, containing the white tiger spirit blood. It felt akin to sipping a mixture of copper and iron shavings, gritty and painful, sending sharp pangs throughout his body. Soon, the pain faded. He is not of the white tiger's spirit body, old Mistress C remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Qin Mu, the third cup, the village chief commanded. Qin Mu consumed the third cup, filled with azure dragon spirit blood. The sensation was one of swelling muscles and pulsating blood, as if his organs were being compressed uncomfortably. Yet this feeling too quickly vanished. Master Ma displayed his disappointment, shaking his head. He is not of the azure dragon spirit body. Then he must be of the black tortoise spirit body, the herbalist said, a rare smile creeping onto his fearsome visage. Qin Mu drank the final cup of black tortoise spirit blood, and a lightness enveloped him, as if he were submerged in river waters. But this sensation also faded swiftly. He is not of the black tortoise spirit body. The herbalist shook his head. The villagers around the bonfire fell silent, and the butcher remarked, so, he is just an ordinary person. Old Mistress C suddenly burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. We have all grown old and feeble. If we perish, he cannot survive. It is far too perilous here. He could not endure even a day. Qin Mu grasped her hand, softly reassuring, Grandmother, do not cry. You and Grandfather are good people, and you will not die. Good people? Heh. Master Ma let out a self-deprecating chuckle. We, the decrepit, have been forced into the Great Wasteland, struggling to survive until now. The Great Wasteland is too dangerous. Without us, Muir would indeed find it hard to survive. We should send him out of the wasteland. It is far safer beyond. The butcher replied coldly, if we send him out, our enemies will discover us, and we will all perish. He too will be implicated and meet the same fate. The hamlet of the disabled elders was once again enshrouded in silence. Suddenly, the village elder declared, excellent. Granny C, perplexed, inquired, what is excellent? A smile graced the elder's face as he replied, I am referring to his physique. He is a promising prospect. The butcher, the apothecary, and the others were taken aback, their faces etched with confusion. The elder elucidated, I believe Muir possesses a unique constitution. A hegemonic body that amalgamates the strengths of the four major constitutions. A hegemonic body? Granny C and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their vast knowledge seemingly failing them in this instance. They had never encountered such a term. Indeed, a hegemonic body, the elder affirmed with a smile. Ordinary spiritual blood is insufficient to awaken it. One must gather the true blood of the four divine beasts to manifest its power. While the great ruins may lack these mythical creatures, their descendants are not difficult to find. Continue to capture ferocious tigers and colossal serpents, extract their spiritual blood, and with sufficient consumption, his hegemonic body will undoubtedly emerge. The village elder commanded great respect, and his words brought joy to the hearts of the disabled elders. Granny C chuckled, tomorrow, I shall accompany that crippled old man to hunt tigers. Muir, retire early and rest, for tomorrow you shall partake of spiritual blood. As the crowd dispersed, the apothecary and the mute blacksmith escorted the elder back to his abode. The mute departed, but the apothecary lingered, whispering, there has never been a hegemonic body. The elder nodded, I fabricated it. Without such a claim, the villagers would struggle to persevere. The apothecary paused, absorbing the elder's words. The villagers of the disabled elders' hamlet hailed from diverse backgrounds, yet they were all forced into the great ruins, seeking refuge in this secluded village. They harbored resentment towards the heavens, the earth, and all living beings, their animosity palpable. It was undeniable that Qin Mu's presence had played a vital role in their survival. The arrival of this young boy, complete in limb and spirit, dissipated the resentment that had festered in their hearts. They raised Qin Mu as their own, cherishing him as their dearest kin. Qin Mu served as the linchpin of the villagers' fragile emotional state. If the villagers were to discover that Qin Mu possessed only a mundane constitution, incapable of surviving in the great ruins on his own, they might succumb to despair. Their actions unpredictable. The apothecary maintained his impassive facade, stating, but you cannot conceal the truth forever. We will inevitably succumb to old age, leaving only Qin Mu. Therefore, You must never reveal to him that the hegemonic body is a fabrication. Never utter those words, the elder declared sternly. Let him believe that he is the one and only hegemonic body. The apothecary hesitated, scrutinizing the elder's face. The elder's countenance, illuminated by the dim lamplight, exuded an extraordinary charm. He chuckled. I wish to witness whether an ordinary individual, fueled by unwavering conviction, can transcend the ordinary and achieve feats beyond the capabilities of us with spiritual constitutions. Perhaps, in the future, he may forge a path where the mundane body becomes the hegemonic body. The apothecary was taken aback, repeating, the mundane body becomes the hegemonic body? The elder nodded emphatically. With unwavering conviction, the mundane body shall become the hegemonic body. Chapter 3. Spiritual powers. The herbalist had formulated his own thoughts and declared, let him drink the spiritual blood. Let him drink abundantly, fervently. Each sip of spiritual blood will incrementally enhance his constitution. Although it may not awaken his spiritual body, his physical prowess will undoubtedly surpass any spiritual entity. One punch could slay a dragon. The village chief chuckled. It will surely terrify those ruffians outside the great ruins. The two exchanged knowing smiles before the herbalist exited the room, closing the door behind him. The following day, the villagers procured several iron-bone tigers, azure serpents, thunderbirds, and golden tortoises. The elderly, invigorated by purpose, displayed commendable enthusiasm. However, this incited the herbalist's ire. If you let him drink too much spiritual blood at once, you might endanger his life. A mute blacksmith, dragging in 2 thunderbirds, grinned broadly, despite lacking a tongue. He can handle it. Grandmaster expressed unwavering confidence in Qin Mu. The herbalist shot them a stern glance, choosing silence as he resumed refining the blood from the insect eggs. Yet, an incident occurred. This time, the 4 types of spiritual blood were excessive. After consuming them, Qin Mu's body swelled as if inflated, causing the elderly to grow anxious. Fearing he might explode at any moment, the herbalist retrieved several hollow silver needles, inserting them into Qin Mu's back and crown. The needles emitted streams of red, blue, and purple energy. Moments later, the flow ceased. Removing the needles, the herbalist glared at the elders. We must proceed gradually, step by step. You cannot expect to fatten him up all at once. He'll burst. He is still somewhat bloated. You all have your tasks. The butcher will practice blades with him. Master Ma will engage him in boxing, and cripple, you shall help him with leg exercises to aid his digestion. Qin Mu, it's time to practice the blades. The butcher, bracing himself with his hands, surprisingly leaped onto a lone wooden stump. Though he lacked a lower body, his torso stood as tall as Qin Mu. Grasping 2 uniquely crafted butcher knives, he prepared for the lesson. Unlike ordinary knives, which are shorter than a foot with rounded handles and blades, the butcher's knives were significantly larger, over 3 feet long, with thick backs and finely honed edges, gleaming like silver. When placed together, they resembled 2 grand arched gates. Qin Mu held a single knife of equal size, weighing around 20 pounds. In his usual state, he could scarcely lift it. But after consuming the 4 types of spiritual blood, his strength had notably increased, allowing him to wield the knife effortlessly with one hand. Be cautious, Grandpa Butcher, Qin Mu shouted, charging towards the butcher atop the stump. The butcher laughed heartily, his half-formed body exuding confidence. Night battles amidst the storm. Qin Mu's blade danced, his feet shifting, striking at the butcher with increasing speed, the sound of wind whistling around him. Too slow. You're far too slow. The butcher bellowed, his knives whirling like rain, the clashing sounds echoing like a tempest against pear blossoms. Faster. Your butcher knife can be swifter. The essence of the night battle and the storm technique lay in speed. The knife must move as quickly as the storm in the night, sweeping across the city. Give it more speed. The blade whirled faster, akin to 3 silver dragons weaving around the wooden stump. The wind intensified, mingling with the sharpness of the blade, leaving deep marks upon the ground. Excellent. Maintain that speed. The quicker your blade, the stronger the energy. Yet, you still lack speed. Make your intention burn like a raging fire. Ignite, and burn further. The butcher, in a frenzy, wielded his knives, dazzling Qin Mu. Burn. Let your knife ignite. Let your spirit blaze. After the fire comes the spiritual power. With a swift motion, the butcher's knives ignited, resembling twin fire dragons darting through the air, their might awe-inspiring. As the fire dragons lunged towards Qin Mu, he found himself unable to counter. Suddenly, the fire dragons soared skyward, tearing through the oppressive darkness above the village. A sight of sheer astonishment. Qin Mu stood transfixed. The butcher's prowess was terrifying. The encroaching darkness seemed alive, angered by the butcher's defiance, pressing down upon the village as if intent on engulfing it. Yet, the light from the stone statues at the corners of the village abruptly brightened, pushing back the encroaching shadows. By the heavens! The butcher shouted, brandishing his knives atop the stump, eyes wild with fervor. I shall cleave this sky, and I will return. They may have severed my waist and taken my legs, but they will never conquer my mind. I will slay. The butcher had once again succumbed to his frenzy. Yet, his blade moved with such velocity, transforming his technique into spiritual power. When would Qin Mu attain such swiftness? He gazed in admiration at the frenzied butcher, setting down the butcher knife to seek out Master Ma. The butcher's knife must ignite flames to be deemed spiritual power, while my fists must unleash thunderous sounds to achieve the same. Master Ma, with a grave expression, clenched his single fist, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he calmly stated, Mu, when can you grasp lightning in your hand? Then your fists will have made a small achievement. The butcher's knife is fast, but my fists transcend the limits of sound, breaking free from the constraints of air, unleashing unparalleled power. One hand can practice boxing. One hand can embody 1,000 hands, and a single hand can summon thunderous sounds. With a rumble, a deep thunder echoed, the sound originating from Master Ma's punch, reverberating like the crack of lightning. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds followed, and Qin Mu struggled to comprehend the speed at which Master Ma struck. The residual images of his fists made it seem as if Master Ma had sprouted countless arms. Master Ma's punches accelerated, each of those countless arms wielding lightning, crackling with electric energy, every strike reverberating like thunder, scattering sparks. This was the 1,000-armed Buddha from the 8 thunder styles. As long as your fist outpaces sound, you can wield thunder, and each strike can obliterate the soul and body of your opponent, leading them to eternal damnation. Master Ma withdrew his fist, solemnly instructing, utilize the 8 thunder styles I've taught you to attack me, summon thunderous sounds, grasp the lightning, and command the thunder. Qin Mu steadied himself, realizing that the skills imparted by Master Ma and the butcher today were markedly different from before. Previously, they had merely taught him blade techniques and boxing. This time, they had introduced a new term, spiritual power. This term was unfamiliar to him, a concept he had never encountered before. As Qin Mu executed the 8 thunder styles and attacked Master Ma, despite his single arm, Master Ma effortlessly deflected each of Qin Mu's strikes, exhibiting no strain. Unlike the butcher, who, despite his apparent madness, had always maintained a degree of restraint in their sparring, Master Ma showed no mercy. Any flaw in Qin Mu's technique was met with a swift punch. Though the blows lacked force, Qin Mu soon found himself battered and bruised. Only when Qin Mu could no longer continue did Master Ma allow him to rest. The legs symbolize wind, the earth, the roots of strength. The cripple, leaning on his cane, possessed only a single leg, yet he was the one teaching Qin Mu leg techniques. Previously, Qin Mu had perceived the cripple as the most normal figure in the village, always sporting a hearty smile, exuding reliability. Yet, after the cripple had coldly dispatched a woman emerging from a cowhide by the river, Qin Mu's certainty had wavered. The cripple's smile concealed a blade. No one could discern its authenticity. Mu, the butcher, praises his knives, Master Ma extols his fists, but true spiritual power lies in the legs. If you cannot cut down your opponent or overpower them, what then? Naturally, you must flee. Life is paramount. Life encompasses not only poetry and distant horizons, but also the mundane realities we face. Thus, to live is to triumph. If you run swiftly enough, you can dash along walls, skim across water, and even soar through the skies. When you run with such speed that the sound lags behind you, then you have begun to master the art of movement. Shepherd, come, ascend the iron beam. Chapter 4. The Art of Heavenly Demons. How remarkable is the leg technique of the limping elder, enabling him to soar into the skies. Yet, who was it that severed his legs? And the formidable punches of the one-armed elder, who could have possibly cut off his right arm? Additionally, who could withstand the butcher and Appos, S-blade, capable of cleaving him in two? As Qin Mu witnessed the true prowess of the butcher, the one-armed elder, and the limping elder, he felt both admiration and confusion. After diligently studying the leg techniques with the limping elder, he finally managed to assimilate the power of the force spirit blood, enhancing his physique. However, The ordeal left him utterly exhausted, yearning to collapse into a deep slumber. Yet, this was merely the inception of his tribulations. Almost daily, the village's elderly would capture fierce beasts to refine the force spirit blood, administering it to him. Following the consumption of the blood, he would endure relentless training until he was utterly fatigued, only to cease when completely drained. In addition to mastering the limping elder's leg techniques, the one-armed elder's punches, and the butcher's blade, he was also required to learn blacksmithing from the mute, calligraphy, and painting from the deaf, and to discern the direction of the wind with the blind, competing in stick techniques while blindfolded. When exhaustion became unbearable, he was summoned by the village chief to practice breathing techniques together. The chief claimed that the method he imparted was specifically designed to cultivate the body's dominance, known as the 3 Dan techniques of dominance, which possessed remarkable prowess. Although Qin Mu could not ascertain the true efficacy of this so-called 3 Dan technique, he found that following the chief's breathing exercises rapidly alleviated his fatigue, restoring his vitality in no time, leading him to regard this technique as quite extraordinary. ISN and Oppos. What you taught him merely the most basic guiding technique? The herbalist whispered once Qin Mu had distanced himself. Indeed, it is a guiding technique, the village chief confirmed, stating, each of the 4 great spirit bodies has its own cultivation methods. The Azure Dragon spirit body cultivates the energy of the Azure Dragon. The White Tiger spirit body cultivates the energy of the White Tiger. The Vermilion Bird spirit body cultivates the energy of the Vermilion Bird. And the Black Tortoise spirit body cultivates the energy of the Black Tortoise. However, Mu'er does not possess the elemental energies of these 4 attributes within him, rendering him incapable of cultivating the methods of the 4 great spirit bodies. Therefore, I can only impart to him the simplest technique, one that any ordinary person can practice, the guiding technique, which lacks any elemental attributes. The herbalist expressed his confusion, saying, but the guiding technique is too simplistic and ordinary. Mastering it would only lead to becoming a martial artist with little achievement. The chief's expression grew peculiar. I initially thought the same. Yet I have come to realize that we may have underestimated the most rudimentary guiding technique. Mu'er has practiced it with me since childhood, and now his elemental energy has become remarkably robust, albeit without any attributes, preventing it from demonstrating its full power. The herbalist's expression shifted. How robust is it? If his energy possessed your Azure Dragon attribute, herbalist, he would already wield 5/10 of your power within the spirit embryo's divine repository. The herbalist was taken aback, exclaiming, I have already broken through the barrier between mortals and immortals, unlocking the divine repository. Over the years, I have maximized the potential of the spirit embryo and its 5 celestial orbs. To think that he could reach the peak of martial prowess without even unlocking the spirit embryo. If he were to do so, wouldn't his cultivation surpass the 4 great spirit bodies by several folds? Is this still merely a guiding technique? The chief, equally perplexed, replied, this ubiquitous guiding technique indeed possesses some mysteries. Though simple, its foundation is extraordinarily solid to an unimaginable degree. Mu'er has been practicing it for 8 years now, and while his initial progress was slow, I have recently observed a rapid acceleration in his cultivation, particularly during these days of consuming the 4 spirit blood. His advancement is astonishing. Were it not for the common nature of the guiding technique, I might have thought it to be an extraordinary skill. The two exchanged bewildered glances. The herbalist exhaled deeply and shook his head. No matter how profound his cultivation, it lacks elemental attributes and cannot unleash any formidable power. What do you think he could achieve with the guiding technique? The chief and Oppos' expression grew even more peculiar. I am uncertain. The herbalist nodded, comprehending his implication. The guiding technique is the most elementary form of cultivation, often utilized to establish a foundation for children. By the age of 10, a child and Oppos' innate potential is typically determined. And once they can withstand the impact of spiritual blood and ascertain their spirit body type, there is no longer any necessity for further practice of the guiding technique. After breaking through, superior techniques become available, making it unnecessary to toil over the guiding technique. Ordinary individuals, even with persistent practice of the guiding technique, could not possibly consume spiritual blood daily, as Qin Mu does. Such opportunities are reserved for noble families, who would never squander extensive resources on disciples of ordinary aptitude. There has never been a case known to the chief where someone has cultivated the guiding technique to its fullest, nor has he encountered anyone who has reached Qin Mu and Oppos' current level of proficiency. Therefore, he harbored no notions of how far Qin Mu could eventually cultivate. To the astonishment of both the chief and the herbalist, in the future, Qin Mu's cultivation deepened further, revealing extraordinary qualities in the guiding technique, solidifying his foundation beyond measure. After a month, he could endure multiple times the amount of force spirit blood compared to before, and his elemental energy became so profound that it resembled the unlocking of the spirit embryo, even exceeding its depth. However, despite the depth of his energy, it lacked any elemental attributes and could not exert any formidable power, thus obscuring his true cultivation. Nonetheless, this had its advantages. His resilience against blows was remarkable, and his recovery speed was rapid. He would engage in combat with the butcher, practice punches with the one-armed elder, compete in stick techniques with the blindfolded, then learn leg techniques from the limping elder, and finally take a heavy hammer to forge iron at the blacksmith's. Such intense training left him merely needing to practice the so-called 3-dan techniques of dominance. After a brief period, he would feel rejuvenated and brimming with energy. The effects of the 3-dan techniques of dominance astonished the village chief, prompting the herbalist to secretly assess his health, lest his exuberance pose any risks. After the examination, the herbalist remarked, "It's not exuberance, nor is there any risk. Rather, his elemental energy is simply this strong, beginning to enhance his physical constitution." The chief was equally bewildered. Despite his extensive experience, he had never witnessed a case like Qin Mu's, where the most commonplace guiding technique was cultivated to such an extraordinary degree, surpassing conventional perceptions of the technique. "Today, Qin Mu, you will accompany Grandmaster to learn how to make garments. We shall not practice punches," the hunchbacked Grandmaster called out to Qin Mu. This elderly woman, carrying a small basket filled with needles and threads, tiptoed out, and Qin Mu hastily followed, taking the basket from her hands. Perplexed, "Grandma, shouldn't we make garments in the village? Why are we venturing outside the village? Today we shall go beyond the village to learn how to make real garments." Grandmaster chuckled. "In recent days, the old man, the limping elder, and others have taught you many true skills, and I cannot be stingy. Today, I shall teach you something a true tailor excels at." "Something a true tailor excels at? Isn't it still making clothes?" Qin Mu wondered, following Grandmaster as they exited the village, walking downstream along the riverbank. Though hunched, Grandmaster moved swiftly, compelling Qin Mu to exert all his strength, utilizing the leg techniques taught by the limping elder to keep pace. After traveling several miles, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a herd of elk grazed and frolicked in the woods, approximately 200 paces away. Grandmaster plucked a needle from the thread ball in her basket, and, with a flick of her finger, the silver needle vanished in an instant. Moments later, Qin Mu witnessed one of the elk collapse to the ground, while the others, startled, scattered in terror. Grandmaster tiptoed forward, and Qin Mu followed closely, observing that although the elk lay on the ground, it remained alive, pinned by Grandmaster's silver needle through its brow, unable to move. "Mu, watch closely. This needle has immobilized its celestial soul." The old woman instructed Qin Mu to take note of the position of the silver needle in the center of the forehead. She then retrieved an embroidery needle from the tangled thread and pierced the tailbone of the deer. This needle anchored its earth soul. Next, she took another embroidery needle and inserted it into the deer's forehead, securing its life soul. With the 3 souls anchored, there remained the 7 spirits. The first spirit, known as the corpse dog, resided at the apex of the head. She then procured a silver needle and inserted it into the deer's navel, stating, "The second spirit is called the hidden arrow, found at the center of the forehead wheel. Caution, the hidden arrow spirit is easily confused with the heavenly soul. Although both needles occupy the same position, one is inserted deeper than the other, so do not mistake them. The third spirit, the sparrow-ine spirit, is located at the Adam's apple. One can feel a triangular notch there, which is where the sparrow-ine spirit dwells. This needle secures the sparrow-ine spirit. The fourth spirit, the thief-eating spirit, resides in the heart cavity, at the gathering place of the heart's aperture. The fifth spirit, the non-toxic spirit, is located at the navel. Take care not to confuse the life soul with the non-toxic spirit. The sixth spirit, the purification spirit, is found at the perineum, the site of waste expulsion. The seventh spirit, the stinking lung spirit, resides in the lungs, the place of inhaling the new and exhaling the old. The old woman secured the deer's 3 souls and 7 spirits, declaring, "This is the most crucial step before crafting garments. Locking the souls, and anchoring the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Mu and Amp, Oppos, do you understand? Qin Mu did not grasp the connection between this and garment making, yet he diligently noted the positions, affirming, I have recorded them. The old woman retrieved a pair of scissors from her basket, and, after a brief moment, she skillfully skinned the deer, astonishingly without a single drop of blood spilling forth. I have just locked its soul, retaining all its blood, essence, spirit, and soul within this hide. The deer is dead, yet the skin remains alive. However, to truly refine it into garments, additional techniques are required. Pay close attention, Mu and Amp, Oppos, and remember the positions indicated by my fingers. The old woman tossed the deer hide into the air, and as it descended, her small, hunchbacked figure moved swiftly, using her fingers as needles to touch the hide repeatedly. Qin Mu watched intently as the old woman, before the hide touched the ground, executed 316 precise touches, each distinct in position, each infusing the hide with vital energy. When the hide finally landed, it appeared as if a living deer stood before him, shaking its head and swaying its tail, indistinguishable from a real creature. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned when the old woman suddenly chuckled, unfurled the hide, and wrapped Qin Mu within it, exclaiming, "This is the garment we, as tailors, ought to create." Qin Mu felt the hide tighten around him, as if it were melding with his very being, constraining him to the point of dropping to all fours. He astonishingly felt himself transforming into a deer, even sensing the emergence of a small deer tail. The old woman then presented a mirror before him. As Qin Mu gazed into it, he was astounded to see himself transformed into an actual deer. Attempting to speak, he could only emit the soft bleating of a deer. Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique. An extraordinary spell. Who would have thought that in such a desolate and wild place as the Great Market, remnants of the Heavenly Demon and its sinister progeny would teach such harmful arts? Chapter 5. The 5 Elders of the Li River. A sudden voice echoed, robust and resonant, seemingly emanating from the distant cliffs, yet striking as if whispered in their ears, causing Qin Mu, now transformed into a deer, to feel a dull thrum in his ears. Following the sound, he discerned several figures atop the precipice. The distance from the mountainside to the cliffs was about 6 or 7 miles, making it difficult for Qin Mu to see their faces clearly. However, the clarity and reach of their voices suggested they were no ordinary individuals. Old Granny C, with a basket slung over her arm, chuckled, "Heavenly Demon? What heavenly demon? I am but an ordinary person by the river, and this little deer is merely a common creature that I have raised." Mu and Oppos, run. Upon hearing Granny C and Oppos' voice, Qin Mu and Oppos' heart jolted. He wished to speak, but found himself unable to utter a sound. He was reluctant to flee, fearing for Granny C and Oppos' safety. An ordinary person by the river? With such a strong voice, capable of reaching our ears so clearly. An ordinary old woman could not achieve that. From atop the cliff, an elderly yet thunderous voice sneered. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique is unmistakably identified by us. The 5 Elders of the Li River. Skinning and crafting garments. Such vile methods are within our sight. Do you still wish to argue? Another elder spoke gravely. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique turns people into cattle and sheep, leading them to the market for slaughter and sale. You have certainly engaged in such acts, have you not? Many of our esteemed predecessors have been transformed into livestock by you demons, forced to toil and graze for a lifetime. Your deceit cannot fool us. A third elder's voice carried a tone of compassion. A deer is also a life. You have refined its skin and soul into a wicked artifact. If we do not eliminate you, how many lives will fall victim to your hands? If not you, then whom should we slay? Granny C pinched the brow of the transformed Qin Mu and withdrew a silver needle, whispering, "These old rascals cannot harm me, but with you nearby, I must divide my attention. Quickly, run back to the village." No longer hesitating, Qin Mu turned and sprinted. To his surprise, transforming into a deer did not hinder his movement. Rather, he felt as if he were born to run swiftly, as if he had always been a deer. Does the little demon still wish to escape? Allowing you to flee would spell disaster for the world. The 5 Elders of the Li River have brought you out to train. That deer is your target for this exercise. Slay it, and bring back its head. Yes. The voices of 5 men and women chimed in unison. The figures atop the cliff moved swiftly, leaping down and racing down the cliff face, their speed surpassing that of galloping horses. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, They crossed a deep pool formed by the cascading mountain waterfall, running atop the water's surface towards the transformed deer, Qin Mu. Granny C's heart sank. Spiritual entities. Their mastery of spirit and form is formidable. Mu'er cannot match their speed and will surely be caught. As she prepared to intervene, 4 figures descended from the cliff in an instant, landing around her, while 1 elder remained atop the precipice, standing proudly without approaching. The 5 elders of the Li River were renowned figures in the southern regions. What brought them to this great market? Granny C's mind raced. She observed as the 4 elders surrounded her, cackling. This great market is fraught with peril. Are you not afraid of losing your life here? One elder with a dark beard coldly replied. It is said that this market harbors filth and decay, where many desperate demons and monsters take refuge. Thus, we, the 5 elders, have come with our disciples to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. Who is the demon? And who is the monster? The distinction remains uncertain, Granny C retorted, one hand resting casually on her hip, while the other reached into her basket for a pair of scissors, her vision feeble, yet her spirit undeterred. I have not exercised my muscles in some time, yet my skills are not entirely forsaken. Do you 5 old ghosts wish to be fashioned into garments by me? Impudent demon, do you dare to be arrogant before us? The 4 elders of the Li River bellowed, their figures shifting rapidly as they charged towards Granny C. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, sprinting desperately toward the village of the elderly, heard thunderous roars behind him, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning illuminating the mountains and fields, far brighter than the sun. Turning back, he saw the turbulent waves of energy erupting from Granny C's position, uprooting grass, stones, and even massive boulders. Propelled by the fierce winds and hurtling outward at incredible speed. Will Granny C be all right? Qin Mu's heart sank as he suddenly heard splashing sounds from the river. He beheld 2 young figures, a man and a woman, racing across the water's surface. The pair, their feet skimming the river, did not sink into the water. Their speed was astonishing, even faster than his own. Before the river could engulf their heels, they had vanished into the distance. These 2 had indeed mastered the art of walking on waves as described by Old Man Xiao. Their prowess surpassed his own. The man and woman, traversing the river's heart, quickly overtook Qin Mu, heading toward the riverbank, seemingly intent on intercepting him ahead. Qin Mu glanced back to see another figure pursuing him from behind, while 2 others darted swiftly between the hills to his left, occasionally leaping from the dense forest, racing along the treetops. Yet they could not sustain their pace for long, and soon had to land to catch their breath. Even so, they would soon close the distance and surge ahead of him. He could not allow them to intercept him. He needed to return to the village before them, to alert Old Man Xiao and the others to rescue Granny C. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu veered away from the riverbank and dashed diagonally into the woods. Continuing along the river would surely lead to a dead end. The speed of the 2 in the river was too great, while the pair in the woods moved slightly slower, making the forest his only escape route. Little demon, you cannot escape after slaughtering deer and refining evil artifacts. As Qin Mu plunged into the woods, one of the 2 pursuing him suddenly surged ahead, overtaking the other, yet still arriving a moment too late. Qin Mu, transformed into a deer, darted past him. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Ahead, the man and woman maintained their calm demeanor. The woman chuckled lightly, her clothes billowing as she accelerated, leaping gracefully among the treetops in pursuit of the deer. The other man, unhurried, orchestrated the movements of the other 3, rushing toward Qin Mu's direction. Qin Mu ran frantically, but could not shake off the 5 pursuers. Not only could he not escape them, but they also forced him further away from the village, deeper into the vast market. Having lived in the village for 11 years, he had never strayed more than 10 miles. Yet now he had ventured too far. The paths around him grew increasingly unfamiliar and desolate, even the roads disappearing. Suddenly, Qin Mu spotted a valley ahead filled with blossoming peach trees, where a herd of deer grazed peacefully. He rushed forward, blending into the herd. A fragrant breeze swept by, and the woman, her garments fluttering, landed gracefully, surveying the deer herd with a furrowed brow. Senior sister, where is that little demon? A boy, about Qin Mu's age, inquired as he descended. The woman gestured with her chin, saying, he has mingled with the deer. Slay all these deer. Several young men and women charged into the herd, drawing their blades and mercilessly attacking the group of deer. Despite their speed, the deer could not outpace these seasoned spiritual entities. One after another, the deer fell beneath their relentless assault. Did you not say that deer are also lives? Suddenly, a voice from the chaotic herd cried out, "Granny C only killed one deer, yet you slaughter a whole herd. How can you still claim we are the demons?" Over there. The woman's eyes sparkled with intensity as she gathered her energy, channeling the essence of the white tiger into her sword. A radiant golden aura emanated from the blade as it slipped from her grasp, hurtling towards Qin Mu amidst the fleeing herd of deer. In a desperate bid, Qin Mu veered sharply, only for the sword to inexplicably alter its trajectory, relentlessly pursuing him. What manner of martial skill is this? A wave of confusion washed over Qin Mu. Could it be some form of divine ability? It seemed improbable. Grandpa Tu had once remarked that such powers were the pinnacle of martial cultivation, yet this woman's prowess appeared to fall short of that of Grandpa Tu and his peers. As the sword closed in from behind, Qin Mu, transformed into a deer, barely managed to evade by skimming close to the ground. In that fleeting moment of escape, he caught a glimpse of the sword's hilt, where a delicate thread connected it to the woman's hand. This slender line, akin to silk, was nearly imperceptible. Chapter 6. Little One. Death, could she be controlling this sword with such a fine thread? How could such a slender line direct the sword's movements? Qin Mu had no time to delve into the intricacies of the matter and immediately fled. He heard a sharp whoosh as the sword brushed past him, embedding itself deep into a large tree. The sword, as if animated, quivered twice within the trunk but could not extricate itself. The woman floated gracefully over, her delicate hand grasping the hilt, and she withdrew the sword, lamenting, "My white tiger true essence is still insufficient. I cannot command it as if it were an extension of my own body." Junior Sister Qing. Being able to transform your true essence into fine threads to wield the sword against foes is already quite impressive, a young man who had accompanied her remarked gently, smiling. "What you lack is not cultivation but experience. The Master brought us to the great market for training to address this weakness. In the past, we have practiced in isolation, devoid of actual combat. Now, this little demon serves as our practical opportunity, and soon you will master the art of sword control with your energy." The other three youths arrived, one of whom chuckled. This little demon transformed into a deer. Deer are naturally agile, allowing it to evade Senior Sister's sword. Senior Sister Qing's spirit surged, and she directed her sword towards Qin Mu again, giggling, "Brother Chu, please hold back for a moment. Let Junior Sister practice her sword skills on this little demon." Brother Chu, the young man who had been at her side, nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us all admire Junior Sister Qing's swordsmanship." Qin Mu desperately dodged the sword light that flew towards him from behind, bewildered by the concept of energy-controlled swordplay. Was the thread in the woman and Apos' hand not a true thread, but rather her essence? Could essence achieve such mastery, manipulating a sword? Might he be capable of such a feat? He had learned the butchering technique from a butcher who had only taught him to wield a knife with both hands, but had never instructed him on using energy to control it. He was utterly ignorant of this aspect. Witnessing Senior Sister Qing wielding the sword with her energy ignited a spark of curiosity in Qin Mu. If one could control a sword with energy, could one not also manipulate other objects in a similar manner? However, as Senior Sister Qing pursued him with her sword again, he found himself without time to ponder further. Moreover, he was currently transformed into a deer by Granny C, making movement cumbersome, and his inner essence lay dormant and less vibrant than usual. With a swish, the sword light flickered and sliced through the air, grazing Qin Mu's back. He felt a chill followed by a sharp pain, realizing that Senior Sister Qing and Apos' sword had struck him. This is trouble, though deer are swift. They cannot match the agility of a true body. Having been transformed into a deer by Granny, if I sustain an injury, I fear I shall not escape my fate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt his mouth split open. This was not a genuine splitting, but rather the deer's skin around his mouth had detached. Qin Mu recalled how Granny C had urged him to flee, stealthily removing a needle from his brow. This needle was the one that had anchored his celestial soul. Before long, his head detached from the deer's skin. A sword aura sliced through the air from behind, hissing ominously as it aimed for him. Qin Mu propelled himself forward, bursting out from the deer's skin, tumbling and rolling over 10 yards away. He then sprang back up and dashed away. Behind him, the deer's skin was shattered by Senior Sister Qing's energy-controlled sword, which moved with the grace of falling blossoms, swift as lightning. It was evident that her swordsmanship had greatly improved during her pursuit of Qin Mu. Though he had managed to escape the constraints of the deer's skin, he had lost a moment. A youth descended from the treetops, gracefully landing in front of him. blocking his path. The two were merely 2 or 3 yards apart, a distance that would vanish in an instant, bringing them face to face. Qin Mu could not alter his course in time. His mind devoid of any other thoughts, his body instinctively executed the leg techniques taught to him by the cripple. With his head down and feet up, his legs swept out like a whirlwind. Azure Dragon Arm. The young man, a few years older than Qin Mu, wore a mocking grin, raising his arms to block. Striking blue light radiated from his arms, and dragon-scaled claws emerged from his skin. When Qin Mu's legs collided with his arms, a sound akin to clashing steel resonated. The young man's smile faltered as he let out a grunt, losing his balance and being forced to retreat. His sleeves burst open, flapping as if they were paper butterflies, fragments scattering in the air. The patterns on his arms seemed to be engraved with dragon claw tattoos, intertwining with his limbs. However, after taking Qin Mu's blows directly, his arms became red and swollen. "Do you have iron ingots hidden in your legs?" The youth's hands trembled with pain, a mix of surprise and anger flashing across his face as he glared at Qin Mu's feet. "Are your shoes made of iron too?" Qin Mu pushed himself off the ground, feet landing firmly, and began to sprint. Yet the youth's words reminded him that indeed, heavy iron ingots were strapped to his legs. The cripple had insisted he bind his legs with iron weights and never remove them while walking or running. As days passed, the weights grew heavier, and the cripple had even enlisted a mute blacksmith to forge him a pair of iron shoes for added weight. These thick-soled iron shoes weighed 10 pounds, while the iron ingots on each leg weighed 20 pounds, totaling a burden of 50 pounds across both legs. The cripple had instructed him to practice until he no longer felt the weight of the shoes or ingots before he could remove them. Over time, Qin Mu had grown accustomed to their presence, and in his recent sprint, he had not even realized he was running under such a load. Stopping to remove the shoes and ingots would surely lead to being caught, and he could not afford to pause. Shattering the Sumera Mountain. As Qin Mu ran, he suddenly exerted force with his right foot, unleashing a technique that shattered the Sumera Mountain. The thick soles of his iron shoes crumbled like mud, splintering into pieces. Simultaneously, the muscles in his calves tightened, bulging and expanding, breaking the iron ingots apart like arrows shooting into the surrounding trees. Stepping forward with his other foot, he similarly shattered the iron shoes and freed the ingots. Suddenly, his body felt lighter, and he leaped onto the treetops, startling himself. Barefoot, he balanced on the treetops, beginning to sink downward. Below, sword lights glimmered, shooting up towards him, revealing dozens of sharp sword tips. Senior Sister Qing's mastery of energy-controlled swordplay had grown increasingly formidable. She was not merely commanding multiple swords, but rather unleashing a single sword to create a flurry of sword blossoms. Qin Mu recalled the cripple's advice. Do not concern yourself with whether the ground beneath you can bear your weight, as long as you run fast enough. Water becomes solid ground, grass becomes solid ground, air becomes solid ground. Everywhere is a smooth path. He pushed off, sprinting with ferocity, as the sword light soared behind him, obliterating the very tree he had just stood upon. Two youths leaped into the air, landing atop the trees, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched Qin Mu race across the treetops, the wind howling around him, his speed utterly astonishing. This kid is younger than us. Yet how can he be so fast? His cultivation seems even slightly stronger than ours. Just as they contemplated this, Brother Chu soared into action, pursuing Qin Mu with a speed that surpassed his own. As a martial artist at the pinnacle of the spiritual embryo realm, Brother Chu's prowess far outstripped theirs. They marveled. With Brother Chu taking action personally, this little demon is surely doomed. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed in the forest. A furry paw the size of a mat swung towards Brother Chu, striking him midair. Brother Chu was sent spinning like a top, hurtling backwards and crashing to the ground, tumbling and rolling uncontrollably until he finally came to a stop. Just as he managed to sit up, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Don't go near. This is the domain of the demon ape, where a formidable creature resides." The other four halted abruptly, their gaze drawn to the ominous shadow within the forest, which revealed a gigantic and fearsome black gorilla. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and its fangs protruded menacingly as it pounded its chest, emitting a roar akin to the thunder of war drums. "Little one, die." The reckless Qin Mu, who had been sprinting ahead, was swatted down by the beast's massive paw, landing motionless at the feet of the demon ape, his fate uncertain. Sister Qing whispered, "Brother Chu has been gravely injured by this beast's strike, and that little demon spawn has likely perished as well." However, Before her words fully settled, they witnessed Qin Mu, sprawled beside the demon ape, subtly turn his head and open his eyes, cautiously observing the creature. Sister Qin gasped in astonishment. Is he still alive? The pitch-black demon ape roared several times, and upon noticing the other's hesitation to approach, it leaned down to scrutinize Qin Mu, extending 2 fingers to flip him over. Little one dead? What lay before it was Qin Mu, his eyes wide open, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his tongue lolling out, unmistakably lifeless. The demon ape grunted twice, dismissing Qin Mu's body aside before settling down comfortably, plucking a tree and leisurely munching on its leaves. Such a ferocious beast, yet it feasted on foliage. Qin Mu, still bleeding profusely and with his eyes wide open, discreetly began to shift his shoulders outward. The demon ape suddenly turned its head. Qin Mu's body remained motionless. The creature fixated its gaze on him, but Qin Mu's form did not stir. The ape prodded the corpse with a finger, discovering it cold and rigid. Expressing satisfaction, little one dead. Consequently, it lost interest and returned to its leisurely meal of leaves. In the distance, Sister Qin could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Giant! Is it not peculiar that the little one's body has hardened so swiftly?" The demon ape seemed to comprehend her words, tapping its forehead before turning around, only to witness the little one and Appo's body standing upright, sprinting away at full speed. Chapter 7. The Spiritual Womb Barrier. The enraged demon ape, in a fit of fury, leapt towards Qin Mu, sprinting a few paces. However, its heavy frame hindered its speed, rendering it significantly slower than Qin Mu. Infuriated, the beast uprooted several towering trees, stripping them bare with a swift motion, transforming them into an enormous spear that it hurled at Qin Mu with tremendous force. Little brat, perish. This strike was infused with overwhelming power and astounding velocity, yet its aim faltered, whistling past Qin Mu from a distance of over 10 zhang. The demon ape's rage intensified as it seized another tree, intent on launching another attack, but by then, Qin Mu had already distanced himself, leaving the beast pounding its chest in frustration. Brother Chu murmured, "That little demon's cultivation is far inferior to ours. His injuries must be more severe than mine, and he cannot flee much farther." He attempted to rise but stifled a groan, his chest aching painfully, suspecting that several of his ribs had been fractured by the demon ape's assault. Nevertheless, if a small demon like Qin Mu could withstand the brute's onslaught, he too could endure. What he did not realize was that Qin Mu was not weak in cultivation. His prowess was indeed formidable, but his energy lacked attributes, preventing its full potential from manifesting. If one were to assess his cultivation level, despite his youth, Qin Mu was not inferior to any of them, including Brother Chu. The 5 of them circled around the demon ape's territory and soon found Qin Mu's trail again. Indeed, as Brother Chu had predicted, Qin Mu had been injured by the demon ape and was gravely wounded. After escaping the beast's domain, he was compelled to slow his pace, granting them the opportunity to catch up. However, as they pursued, they noticed Qin Mu's speed gradually increasing, suggesting that his injuries were healing. This little demon must possess a miraculous healing remedy. The 5 felt a heaviness in their hearts. Brother Chu had already consumed his sect's healing medicine, but its effects paled in comparison to Qin Mu's remedy. Observing the noticeable enhancement in Qin Mu's speed, they concluded that his injuries were healing at a visibly rapid rate. This remarkable healing elixir ignited their envy and desire. The quality of their own healing medicine was mediocre. If they could procure the formula for Qin Mu's superior remedy, their master would surely be delighted and reward them handsomely. Meanwhile, Qin Mu did not resort to the healing medicine as they had anticipated. Instead, while fleeing, he practiced breathing techniques and activated the so-called dominant body 3-dance skill, which was, in truth, merely a common form of guidance that he was unaware of. In this flight for survival, he made a new discovery. His energy became notably more vibrant and circulated faster while running. However, this contradicted the village chief's teachings, which emphasized stillness, controlled breathing, and gradual nurturing of energy. After over a decade of training according to the village chief's instructions, Qin Mu realized for the first time that practicing the dominant body 3-dance skill while running might yield superior results. As he dashed, the speed of his energy's circulation accelerated, accelerating the nurturing of his vitality and enhancing the restoration of his body. Moreover, waves of energy surged through his internal organs, cleansing his limbs and bones repeatedly. Though the demon ape's strike had injured his abdomen and bones, the relentless flow of energy was mending the fractures within him. Brother Chu and the others presumed he relied on a superior healing medicine, oblivious to the fact that he was bolstered by the unreliable dominant body 3-dan skill. Gradually, Qin Mu discerned a particular area between his bones and skin where energy could not penetrate, the space at his brow. The narrow gap between his eyebrows felt impenetrable. While energy could wash over his scalp and strengthen his skull, it met significant resistance at the brow, as if an invisible wall barred its passage. As he propelled his energy against this unseen barrier, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. He heard a mysterious voice. This voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and distant, rising and falling in a melodious, divine cadence, akin to a celestial being proclaiming a decree. Each time the voice resonated, his energy retreated uncontrollably, circumventing the brow. Could this be the spiritual womb barrier? Qin Mu pondered. The village chief and Granny C had mentioned barriers and breaking barriers, referring to seals within the human body that protected treasures. However, they had never specified the location of the spiritual womb barrier or how to breach it. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, the reason the village chief and Granny C had refrained from sharing this knowledge was that no methods or techniques existed for breaking the spiritual womb barrier. Ordinary humans and spiritual beings belonged to entirely different strata of existence. Spiritual beings were inherently superior, their barriers naturally open, while ordinary humans were confined, their barriers sealed. And the lofty spiritual beings seldom concerned themselves with the needs of the mundane. Among ordinary individuals, true warriors were rare. And even the village chief and Granny C had never encountered an ordinary person who had opened their spiritual womb barrier. Hence they had no knowledge of how to breach it. As Qin Mu sprinted, he relentlessly urged his energy against the invisible wall at his brow, the mysterious voice continuing to echo, causing his energy to ebb. Although he had yet to breach the barrier, he remained patient, firmly believing he would eventually succeed. He chose not to disclose his discovery about the dominant body 3-dan skill to the village chief and others, intending to surprise them only after he had successfully breached the barrier. Yet, for the village chief and others, whether this would be more of a surprise or a shock remained uncertain. As Brother Chu and the others pursued, their anxiety grew. The little demon ahead was not merely recovering from injuries. His speed had seemingly improved beyond its previous limits. This was alarming, indicating that Qin Mu's cultivation was advancing as he fled. Although the enhancement was gradual, it was still terrifying. Typically, cultivation follows a methodical path, even upon breaking barriers. Advancements must occur step by step. It is impossible to achieve rapid progress. Who among them had not persevered for countless days, months, or even years to see their cultivation flourish? Yet, this little demon appeared to be noticeably enhancing his cultivation while fleeing, which was indeed alarming. Fortunately, Qin Mu's initial cultivation was still below theirs, despite his improvement. He remained somewhat outpaced. Nonetheless, catching up to him proved challenging. After suffering a setback, he became significantly more cautious, avoiding the territories of various beasts while running. The herbalist had warned him about the sentience of the beasts in the Great Ruins, each possessing its own domain and leaving traces behind, such as stripped bark, bones embedded in the earth, and beast heads hung on stakes, among others. He learned to recognize unusual signs and evade them accordingly. Previously, Qin Mu had inadvertently ventured into the demon ape's territory due to a lack of awareness regarding the presence of claw marks indicating the beast's domain. Now, however, he exercised much greater caution, determined not to trespass into another beast's territory. Yet, even with vigilance, many beasts still roamed beyond their domains in search of food, making the Great Ruins fraught with peril. As Qin Mu dashed past a swamp, he encountered a fierce battle between two dominant-level beasts, the rooster-crowned serpent snow eagle and the swamp venom dragon python. One immense creature swooped down from the sky, creating a tempest with its wings, while the other coiled within the marsh, stirring chaos and causing the ground to tremble. Before Qin Mu could plunge into the mire, he was swept away by the hurricane generated by the two titanic beings, landing amidst a herd of startled wild bulls, nearly trampled to death. The distance from the village grew ever greater. A sense of melancholy enveloped Qin Mu as the 5 pursuers relentlessly followed him, rendering his return to the village impossible. What was even more alarming was the impending sunset. He had departed with Granny C in the afternoon, and now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness would soon descend. Should he fail to return to the village before nightfall, he would likely encounter grave peril. Brother Chu. The sky is darkening. Behind Qin Mu, Brother Chu and the other four also noticed the setting sun. The youth injured by Qin Mu displayed a look of unease and remarked, "Master once said that the great market is a cursed land. After dark, it transforms into a forbidden zone. We must reach the villages protected by stone statues, or we shall face certain death." Brother Chu shook his head and replied, "At this point, it is too late to return. We have ventured too far, and it is impossible to reach the village before darkness falls. Night poses a danger for us, and equally so for the little demon. Our only option now is to observe where the little demon seeks refuge." Chapter 8. The disguise of the old woman. The old woman once remarked that if one were to lose their way in the great market and could not return to the village before nightfall, there was no need to panic. Qin Mu steadied himself, contemplating the numerous ruins scattered throughout the market. These remnants often held mysterious qualities. It was possible that taking refuge within them might afford him a chance at survival. The efficacy of the ruins in preserving life depended on two factors. First, whether there were statues akin to those in the village, and second, whether the ruins housed a multitude of otherworldly beasts. These creatures possessed a certain intuition, aware of where to evade the encroaching darkness. The great market was replete with ruins, and during his frantic escape, Qin Mu had glimpsed various remnants of cities and villages, crumbling walls and ancient structures, yet he had no time to pause and investigate for statues. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sudden stillness enveloped the world, a silence maddening in its intensity. Then, a cacophony erupted as great birds swooped through the sky, darkening the heavens with their mass. The ground trembled, trees toppled, and otherworldly beasts emerged from hidden places, fleeing in a frenzy. Qin Mu even observed a lake where the sound of splashing water arose, as several enormous crimson fish leaped from the depths, using their fins to scamper across the land. Bewildered, he thought, "Are these still fish?" All these creatures were racing towards the same destination. Surely there was safety to be found there. His spirits lifted. He dashed forward alongside these beasts. As twilight deepened, an overwhelming darkness surged forth from the distance, advancing like a tidal wave rather than the gentle embrace of night. It swept over mountains, valleys, and wastelands, engulfing everything in its path. Though this was not his first experience witnessing such an onslaught of darkness, the sight remained profoundly shocking. The darkness raged relentlessly, while the herd continued to charge toward it. Qin Mu hesitated. Was the direction in which the beasts fled truly a sanctuary from the encroaching void? What if it was not? Would he find himself without a resting place for his remains? But there was no time for contemplation. The darkness approached too swiftly. Even if he turned back, he would not outrun it. The only course of action was to follow the herd. Gritting his teeth, he surged ahead. Meanwhile, 10 miles from the old village, the battle between Granny C and the 5 elders of the Li River reached a critical juncture. Initially, the 4 elders had besieged Granny C, but after a prolonged standoff, the leader of the 5 elders, Qi Yanbing, who had been observing from a cliff, joined the fray, and they formed a pentagram to ensnare her. Unexpectedly, while Granny C had barely managed to hold her ground against the 4 elders, Qi Yanbing's entry caused her strength to surge dramatically. The 5-element formation could not confine this old woman. The 5 elders, astonished and enraged, realized she had feigned weakness to lure Qi Yanbing into the trap, preventing her escape. Granny C, on tiptoe, flickered like a specter, her silver needles and threads from the basket seeming to come alive, swiftly piercing the Li River elders, binding them with threads that rendered their souls and bodies immobile. With a beaming smile, she approached with scissors in hand, saying, "It has been a long time since I last crafted a human skin. I wonder if my skills have dulled." As she neared Qi Yanbing, he suddenly unleashed a silver pellet, which soared toward Granny C. The pellet expanded in the wind, erupting into countless sword energies that swiftly coalesced into a massive sphere of pure sword light. Caught unawares, Granny C retreated hastily, her body suddenly softening, writhing like a worm to evade the onslaught of sword light. Simultaneously, she released the scissors, which snipped through the sword energies like 2 silver serpents. Despite her efforts, she was struck by a blade of light that came from behind her, targeting her hunchbacked form where her vision faltered. As the blinding sword light faded, broken blades fell like rain, embedding themselves into the ground for acres around. The silver pellet thudded to the earth, rendered inert. Granny C2 fell, extracting the blade from her back with a slight frown. "You still managed to evade my attack." Qi Yanbing's voice was filled with despair. I attempted to ambush you with a pellet containing 6,842 blades at such close range, yet you eluded it. You cannot be an insignificant figure in the demonic realm. There is no one resembling you among them. Who are you truly? He noticed a wound where the sword had pierced her back. Strangely, no blood flowed from it, but rather, light streamed inward, revealing an empty cavity. A chill ran down Qi Yanbing's spine. This is not your true form. You wear another's skin. You have wounded my disguise. Granny C frowned. Yet her voice, no longer frail, resonated melodiously. One would presume her to be a beautiful woman in her prime, rather than 1 foot in the grave. She pressed her throat, sighed, and muttered, a leak. She retrieved a thread from her basket and stitched the wound on her back, testing her voice until it returned to its usual tone. Suddenly, Qi Yanbing's expression shifted as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming, I recognize that voice. I know who you are. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Granny C's countenance altered slightly, her fingers poised over the threads binding the 5 elders. In an instant, the threads sliced through them, reducing them to mere remnants scattered upon the ground. Strangely, no blood stained the threads. They seemed to possess a life of their own, coiling and returning to the basket. With a dismissive huff, Granny C chuckled, You lame fool. How long have you been here? Not far behind her, a cripple approached with a cane, his face adorned with a grin. Just arrived. Sister. I saw nothing and heard nothing. Granny C cast a sidelong glance at him, smiling. Seeing is inconsequential, as long as you haven't heard anything. Let us return to the village. The cripple hesitated, then spoke. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Li Tianqing, was once renowned for his wisdom and valor. Yet he committed a foolish act in his twilight years. He became infatuated with the most beautiful sorceress of the time, discarding the former leader's wife to take her as his own. This caused an uproar within the sect. On the very night of their marriage, the new wife secretly betrayed him, sabotaging his centuries of cultivation and seizing the sect's sacred tome. The elders and founding masters pursued her, but she managed to escape. Her whereabouts still unknown. Such a tale? Granny C chuckled softly. In my youth, I heard of a man whose legs were refined to divine levels, earning him the title of the godly thief. His speed was unparalleled, yet he strayed from the righteous path, indulging in thievery, thus being dubbed the world's greatest thief. Though he had not ascended to divinity, his title invoked jealousy among the gods. When he attempted to steal the Imperial tablet from the Yankang kingdom, the renowned thief, was discovered by the national master, who severed one of his divine legs. However, he escaped the master's pursuit, taking the tablet with him into obscurity. The national master, revered as the strongest beneath the gods, failed to capture him. Perhaps he still possesses the stolen leg, awaiting its rightful owner? The cripple's grin widened, and he chuckled. Granny, we are both outcasts from the same village. We once agreed to keep our secrets to ourselves and not inquire about each other's pasts. From now on, I shall be mute and deaf, a vault of silence. Granny C scoffed, hoisting her basket as she made her way toward the village. Was it Mu who sent you to assist me? The cripple shook his head. The commotion from your battle with those 5 old men was too great. We felt the tremors in the village. Thus, the village chief sent me to see if you required aid. The expression on Granny C's face shifted slightly as she hastily inquired, Has Mu returned to the village? I did not see him on my way here. A sense of dread washed over her. The two of them hurried back to Canlao village, and before they could even reach the settlement, they witnessed the sun descending. Darkness rising from the horizon, engulfing everything in its path, surging forth like a tide, increasingly overwhelming. Upon returning to the village, Granny C searched frantically, her pallor deepening as she realized Mu had not returned. The darkness had completely consumed Canlao village. Do not be alarmed, Granny, the village chief, supported by a limping man and the herbalist, urged her as she was about to venture outside with the stone statue in search of Qin Mu. We have imparted all that he needs to learn. If he has truly grasped it, he should be able to survive the night in Daxu. There is no point in you going out now. It is already dark. Granny C, disheartened, acknowledged the truth in the chief's words. The darkness had enveloped Daxu. If Qin Mu were alive, he would endure the night unaided. If he were already gone, her quest with the stone statue would be futile. He still possessed the jade pendant for protection. Yet, despite this thought, Granny C understood that the pendant, meant to safeguard infants, had its limitations. Now that Qin Mu had grown up, its protective glow would only shield his chest. Mu, you must be wise, she murmured softly. Chapter 9. The Crimson Skull indeed. There lay an ancient ruin ahead. Qin Mu, in pursuit of the stampeding beasts, suddenly noticed the terrain ahead dip into a gorge, revealing a valley where numerous ancient edifices stood preserved. Palaces were scattered throughout, alongside expansive plazas and towering structures. Yet, before this site of antiquity loomed a towering gateway, bridging the two ends of the gorge, with massive ornamental pillars entwined with dragon motifs. The horde of beasts surged toward this gateway, plunging into the ruins. Darkness approached. Qin Mu lifted his gaze, a chill coursing through him as he beheld the inky blackness flowing down the cliffside from above, cascading into the gorge. This darkness would soon engulf the entrance to the ruins. The beasts became increasingly ferocious, recklessly charging toward the portal, their wildness rendering them perilous. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Yet, there was no time to contemplate such dangers. They had to enter the ruins before the darkness arrived, or face a far worse fate. Desperately, Qin Mu lunged forward, seizing the tail of a colossal beast that resembled a swiftly moving mountain, trampling all in its wake. Remarkably, the beasts trailing behind leaped and grasped onto the giant's tail, urging it to carry them into the ancient site. As he glanced down, he noticed the typically ferocious beasts trembling in fear, clinging to the giant's tail, too terrified to move. Turning to look back, he saw his pursuers, his senior brother Chu and senior sister Qing, along with 3 others, also racing toward the ruins, not far behind him. At last, just before the darkness could engulf the entrance, the giant beast bolted through the massive gateway, only for the inky blackness to swallow it whole. Chu, Qing, and another young man barely made it through the portal, while 2 others fared less fortunate. One was left with only an arm inside, while the other was caught halfway. His face, chest, legs, half of his abdomen, and an arm consumed by the encroaching darkness. As Chu fell into the portal, he immediately reached out for his 2 junior brothers. Grasping one by the hand, he yanked him free from the shadows, revealing only a stark, white skeleton. Before he could grasp the other boy, he collapsed to the ground. Chu and Qing were horrified to see that this boy's front was intact, but his back was entirely devoid of flesh, as if some malevolent force from the darkness had devoured him completely. What manner of creature lurks in this darkness? Qing shrieked. Chu steadied himself, exhaling a heavy sigh, and solemnly replied, "A life extinguished is akin to a candle snuffed out. Our 2 junior brothers perished valiantly in their quest to vanquish evil. That little demon deliberately led us here just before the darkness descended, intending to ensnare us." Another young man, filled with righteous indignation, seethed, "He too is among us in this ruin, surrounded by darkness with no escape. We must find him and avenge our brothers." "There he is," Qing exclaimed as she spotted Qin Mu descending from the giant's tail, her voice sharp and accusatory. "You little demon. You caused the death of my 2 junior brothers, and now seek to flee?" Qin Mu retorted, his frustration palpable. "You pursued me relentlessly for no reason, and now, in your own folly, you've brought this darkness upon yourselves. I've never sought conflict with you. Your pursuit was unwarranted, and I stand here as the innocent party. You little demon dare to argue." Qing ground her teeth. "You wretched creature." Qin Mu shot back, "I merely hunted a deer for clothing, and you label us as demons, yet you slaughtered a herd of them. Who are the true demons here?" Chu's expression darkened as he stepped forward. "This little demon is adept at sowing discord. There is no need for further dialogue. We should eliminate him at once." As the 3 prepared to act, a series of low, rumbling roars echoed around them, causing them to startle. They surveyed the ruins, only to find that a multitude of beasts, perhaps thousands, had gathered, including several formidable leaders, all eyeing them with predatory intent. Chu's heart sank. He discreetly took a step back. However, the beasts remained passive, seemingly aware that no confrontation would ensue. Qin Mu marveled at the scene. Typically, these beasts would fight fiercely over territory and prey, yet now they stood in uneasy truce. Had they established a rule against violence within the ruins? He blinked in astonishment, realizing that many among them were sworn enemies, yet here they coexisted peacefully, supporting his theory. The villagers often claimed that beasts possessed intelligence. He recalled the talking demon ape, and it seemed these creatures had indeed formed some unwritten accord. Chu appeared to have reached the same conclusion, relaxing slightly as he murmured, "Let us refrain from violence tonight. At dawn, we shall deal with him." Qing and the other young man nodded in agreement. Qin Mu scanned the expansive ruins, which resembled a city, filled with beasts, yet the plaza was conspicuously empty. There, however, lay a multitude of skeletons, approximately 200 to 300, all adorned in splendid garments, mysteriously perished in this place. Curiously, these female skeletons sat cross-legged in neat rows, 15 in each row, as if they had been caught in a calamity while meditating, dying instantly and transforming into bones. Approaching the plaza, Qin Mu scrutinized the skeletons, noticing a leader among them, seated at the front, all facing the massive gateway. "Brother, look," Qin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gestured toward the skeletons. "Each one of them clutches a treasure." Chu's heart raced as he observed the various treasures in the skeleton's grasp. Some held swords. Others wielded dusters or bore jade pendants and precious vessels, all glimmering as though freshly crafted, undeniably remarkable artifacts. Most striking was the pearl cradled in the hands of the skeletal leader, floating serenely as if imbued with swirling mists. "This is truly an immense treasure trove," Qin breathed, her excitement palpable. Even the treasures of the 5 elders of the Li River pale in comparison to this. With these riches, they could establish their own faction. Chu and Apos' eyes gleamed with ambition. "Fate has smiled upon us. 5th junior brother, go retrieve these treasures." As the 5th junior brother stepped into the plaza, a duster held by a female skeleton flickered, its dust strands swirling like living tendrils, one inching toward him. "Brother Chu." The 5th junior brother's voice quivered, unwilling to turn around. Chu assured him, "These treasures are lifeless, unclaimed. Do not fear." Before he could finish, the dust strands sprang forth like lightning, piercing the 5th junior brother's eye, with others rushing forth to invade his vision. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. Nearby, Qin Mu watched in horror as the boy visibly withered, almost instantly becoming a desiccated corpse. The duster continued to entwine him, and soon, his skin disintegrated, leaving only a few garments and a pair of shoes upon the ground. Chapter 10. The Dark Invasion. Brother Chu was drenched in cold sweat, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "No wonder these treasures have remained untouched. Sister Qin, they have become sentient. If one is not their rightful master, they will suffer dire consequences." Sister Qin shivered in fear, nodding repeatedly. Qin Mu coldly interjected, "These treasures have been left undisturbed, not even daring to be approached by strange beasts, which indicates a perilous situation. You are well aware of the dangers, yet still send your disciple to face them. Your heart is truly wicked. You are the true demon here." Brother Chu's face was filled with despair, shaking his head. "How could you possibly understand the bond between our brothers? A young demon is merely a young demon. Your demonic heart misjudges my own. I shall not hold this against you, but come dawn, I will send you on your way." Qin Mu frowned. Brother Chu was nefarious and ruthless, willing to exploit even his own disciple, and he would certainly not allow Qin to leave alive. However, this man was undeniably powerful, and Qin was no match for him, especially with Sister Qin, who was equally formidable, by his side. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, causing the ruins to shake violently. The muffled roars of strange beasts echoed, and they quaked in fear, retreating while casting anxious glances at the entrance of the ruins. Their expressions filled with terror. What could these beasts be afraid of? Just as Qin Mu pondered this, an overwhelming wave of darkness surged forth from the towering portal. Akin to a tidal wave, Qin Mu's heart raced as he observed an invisible barrier seemingly protecting the portal from the encroaching darkness, which relentlessly battered against it. Striving to break through, the barrier contorted and deformed under the relentless assault of the darkness, yet it remained intact. The darkness twisted along with the barrier, at times resembling sharp claws, at others a straight column of smoke, and at yet other times, countless sharp spikes, ever-changing. Suddenly, the darkness ceased its onslaught, and the invisible barrier calmed. After a brief pause, the barrier began to bulge outward, pressed by the darkness. It formed the shape of a colossal face, with its forehead brushing against the canyon above and its chin resting upon the ground. All the strange beasts in the ruins prostrated themselves, too terrified to move or even gaze upon that face. The face bore 3 pitch-black eyes, and upon seeing them, Qin Mu felt a chilling sensation, as though his very soul were being drawn into the darkness. The face suddenly spoke, its voice deep and resonant, uttering an incomprehensible language. "Kikido, Samiyet, Prajna Samiyet. Kikido Prajna Samiyet." The booming voice seemed to be a cacophony of many voices intertwined, brimming with an eerie power that caused the ground of the ruins to tremble. The walls of the palace became mottled, stone pillars collapsed, and fissures widened. Even the portal trembled, shedding fragments of stone, clearly on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in the square. The gem in the skeletal leader and Apos' hand radiated with increasing brilliance. Qin Mu hurriedly turned to look, astonished to see the gem soar into the air. Its luminous glow resembling a radiant dawn, its vibrant colors appearing almost viscous. The viscous light enveloped the more than 200 skeletal remains in the square, transforming each skeleton into vibrant young maidens. With rosy cheeks and fiery attire, the girls sat in the square, with the leader being a maiden who held aloft the ascending gem. The girls chanted in an extraordinary tongue, equally obscure and enigmatic. Ipashio pa sa Nenjun he 11, Guanming Duan Jing Wu Si Jiangyu. The voice from the darkness grew increasingly loud and grand, reverberating through the canyon, as shadows encroached from all sides into the ruins. Meanwhile, the maidens' voices became ever more melodious and clear, with the gem's radiance bursting forth in waves, illuminating the darkness, causing it to dissipate like smoke. These two voices, the divine and the demonic, clashed in an unfathomable battle, alternating in dominance, as light and darkness collided relentlessly. This surreal confrontation left Qin Mu in awe. Despite dwelling in the Grand Market, he had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. That voice, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The girls' voices bore a resemblance to the divine voice he had heard when impacting the spirit wall, sharing a similar essence. He sensed that, although the words differed, the underlying meaning was akin. When he had attempted to break through the spirit wall with his vital energy, he had faintly heard a voice from beyond the heavens, sacred and solemn. Whenever that voice resonated, his energy would involuntarily retreat, unable to breach the spirit wall. The two voices continued their fierce exchange, each gaining and losing ground, but neither could completely overpower the other. The dark voice, imbued with demonic essence, was formidable and fearsome, while the maidens' voices, infused with divinity, were clear and enchanting, resilient and holy, consistently rising to counter the demonic sounds when they appeared to gain the upper hand. Conversely, the demonic voice would often erupt dramatically, like a celestial river overflowing, grand and exuberant, whenever it found itself in dire straits. Each voice possessed its own nuances and extraordinary qualities. Qin Mu became entranced, suddenly struck by a thought that filled him with excitement. Perhaps the demonic sound could counter the divine sound that prevented him from breaking through the wall. His heart raced with exhilaration. This could be a brilliant strategy. If he could master this demonic sound, he could recite it at the moment the divine sound emerged, countering the voice from beyond the heavens and allowing his vital energy to rupture the spirit wall. Once he succeeded in breaking through, with his formidable physique and mastery of the Ba Body's 3 elixirs, he would no longer fear Brother Chu or Sister Qing. But as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly froze, as if doused in icy water. The voice from beyond the heavens was divine. Using a demonic sound to counter it would imply that he was a demon sealed by the divine. Could it be that Brother Chu and Sister Qing were correct, and he truly was a young demon? No. Qin Mu shook his head. If he were a demon, then were the other Ba Bodies also demons? Why then were they still called Ba Bodies? Would it not be better to call them demon bodies? Regardless of the name, he resolved to break through first. He began to memorize the cadence, tone, and essence of the dark demonic sound, committing its highs and lows to memory until he was certain he had made no errors. Only then did Qin Mu activate the Ba Body's 3 elixirs, channeling his vital energy as he recited the demonic sound, propelling it toward the spirit wall at his brow. Chapter 11. Breaking the wall. If Granny C or the village chief were present, they would undoubtedly scold him for his reckless behavior, endangering his own life. After all, the divine sounds that emerged during the wall breaking were distinctly different from those produced by the maidens in the ruins. Employing the demonic sounds meant to counter the maidens against the divine sounds of the wall breaking was not merely a matter of incorrect remedy. The crucial point was that any bizarre transformations in the divine and demonic sounds could lead to consequences far more severe than merely losing one's life, perhaps even resulting in the disintegration of the soul. However, Qin Mu, lacking guidance, remained oblivious to the lurking dangers. Upon mastering the demonic sounds, he immediately commenced his experiments. As his vital energy reached his brow, the ethereal divine sound echoed once more, reminiscent of something from the heavens. When his vital energy encountered the divine sound, it instinctively recoiled. Qin Mu silently recited the demonic sounds, and the divine sound clashed with the demonic sound, engaging in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu propelled his vital energy toward the spiritual womb wall, yet the divine sound intermittently breached his demonic sound, forcing his vital energy to retreat. He faced failure time and again, yet remained undeterred, continuously invigorating his vital energy to strike forward. After hundreds of attempts, his vital energy finally collided with the spiritual womb wall. Yet, the wall remained intact, unbroken. Distracted by the divine sound, he had been unable to gather all his vital energy for a full assault, thus failing to breach the wall. Qin Mu reflected briefly on his missteps before launching into another attempt. After enduring repeated failures, he finally managed to send his vital energy crashing against the spiritual womb wall for the second time. Again, it did not yield. Soon after, he struck a third, then a fourth and a fifth time. While studying alchemy under the pharmacist's tutelage, he had cultivated remarkable patience. Alchemy demands patience, wisdom, perception, and skill, with patience being paramount. Without it, one could never concoct a fine potion. After countless failures, Qin Mu suddenly heard a soft crack emanating from his brow. This sound was as melodious as celestial music, and despite his strong resolve, he could not suppress the surge of excitement within him. A crack, shaped like lightning, appeared on the spiritual womb wall. The wall was formless and invisible, felt rather than seen, yet when the crack emerged, Qin Mu sensed a radiant light emanating from his brow, resembling a lightning symbol. This sensation was truly wondrous. With eyes closed, he beheld darkness, devoid of any light. He could not perceive his brow, the spiritual womb, or the wall. Yet, as the crack was formed by his vital energy, he could see a flash of lightning piercing through the darkness. In that moment, he beheld the spiritual womb wall. Not only did Qin Mu see the spiritual womb wall, but through the lightning-shaped crack, he also glimpsed the spiritual womb's treasure. Within the treasure, a haze of light shimmered, golden and resplendent, with abundant, rich vital energy spilling forth from the crack, merging continuously with his own. The vital energy within the treasure was even purer and more potent, yet it bore no attributes. Just like his own cultivated vital energy, Qin Mu firmly believed that the vital energy he had cultivated was unique to the overlord body, and thus, he remained unfazed by its nature. The spiritual womb's treasure contained not only vital energy, but also other remarkable elements hidden within. However, having only created a lightning-shaped crack, he could not ascertain what else lay inside. The crack began to heal slowly, and Qin Mu felt a heaviness in his heart. Clearly, the spiritual womb wall was not as simple as he had imagined. The wall was tangible yet intangible, akin to a viscous liquid. Even a breach could mend itself. Unless he could muster the strength to completely shatter the wall in one go, he would not be able to access the spiritual womb's treasure. My cultivation of vital energy is still insufficient, but creating this crack will undoubtedly accelerate my growth. Before long, I shall breach the spiritual womb wall. Energized, Qin Mu suddenly heard the crowing of roosters nearby, stirring his heart, prompting him to open his eyes. Among the beasts hiding in the ruins were several majestic, bare-necked roosters, towering over a person in height, adorned with splendid plumage, their crowing echoing through the air. Dawn was approaching. Qin Mu felt a stir within. The eastern sky had begun to glow faintly, signaling that the sun would soon rise, leaving him little time to fully break through the spiritual womb wall. Fortunately, he had grasped the method to breach it. Once he escaped from the grasp of senior brother Chu and senior sister Qing, he would have ample time to make his breakthrough. Though he had not completely shattered the wall, the mere creation of a crack had significantly enhanced his cultivation, instilling him with enough confidence to evade the two. Dawn was nearing. Senior brother Chu remarked meaningfully. Senior sister Qing coldly replied. 3 junior brothers perished in the fight against evil. If this little demon escapes, will it not be a betrayal to their spirits in the afterlife? Qin Mu remained oblivious. Rising to stretch his limbs, the maidens in the square continued their fierce struggle against the encroaching darkness, a fierce contest of light and shadow. Before long, another rooster crowed, and the darkness grew agitated, its sounds resonating powerfully, while the divine sounds from the maidens surged with fervor, clashing violently against the shadows. Suddenly, a third rooster crowed, and a beam of sunlight pierced the eastern gloom, illuminating the highest peak nearby. As this ray of sunlight fell, the inky darkness receded like a tide, swiftly retreating into the distance, disappearing beyond the horizon. As the morning sun bathed the valley, the light had yet to reach the ruins within. However, the suspended pearl began to descend slowly, filling the square with vibrant hues of dawn. As the radiance faded, the maidens in the square reverted to lifeless skeletons, seated motionless, as if their valiant struggle against darkness had merely been a splendid dream. Qin Mu had long heard the villagers speak of the strange occurrences in the great market. The events unfolding here were bizarre and unfathomable. Yet, experiencing these phenomena firsthand was even more astonishing. Each nightfall brought with it the encroaching shadows, mysterious demonic sounds, the eerie transformation of the maidens into pink skeletons, and the fierce conflict between light and darkness, each an incomprehensible mystery waiting to be unraveled. Qin Mu concealed himself among the moving herd of beasts, silently making his way out. The herd evidently adhered to an unwritten rule: no violence within the ruins. However, once outside, the beasts would likely become perilously fierce. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Chu exchanged glances with Senior Sister Qing, and the two melded into the herd. Inching closer to Qin Mu, the herd continued its orderly advance outward when suddenly, a blade of light approached silently from behind Qin Mu. He sidestepped just in time, as the sword nearly struck a beast nearby, which roared in irritation. "Junior sister, do not swing your sword carelessly. If you injure the beast herd, we will all perish here." Senior Brother Chu's voice rang out. Senior Sister Qing quickly withdrew her sword, leaping onto the back of a beast, then onto another, rapidly closing the distance to Qin Mu. Qin Mu watched in awe as she condensed her energy into threads, manipulating the sword to strike foes from dozens of feet away. Though not as astonishing as the butcher's prowess, it was nonetheless impressive. Senior Sister Qing moved with grace, her skirt swirling like a pink lotus flower, her feet striking towards Qin Mu with the precision of daggers. Her leg techniques were sharp. Each kick carried the force of a giant hammer, resonating through the air with a heavy thrum. Such leg techniques could easily shatter large stones and pierce through iron walls. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled as he met her whirlwind-like leg techniques. The cripple had once told him that the leg techniques he imparted were never to fear any other style. Chapter 12. Unmatched combat skills. The two figures collided, one adorned in a pink skirt and the other in rugged beast-hide shorts. While Senior Sister Qing possessed long, slender legs, her strength was astonishingly formidable. Her kicks were executed with the precision of a blade, yet Qin Mu's legs, though sturdier, exuded an ethereal lightness, seemingly devoid of brute force. A series of resounding impacts echoed as Senior Sister Qing's legs endured an uncountable number of strikes in an instant. Qin Mu's leg techniques were extraordinarily swift, leaving her no time to react. Despite her incredible power, it was rendered futile as she was bombarded by his dazzling barrage of kicks, her strength seemingly devoured by his relentless assault. In distress, Senior Sister Qing felt her legs weaken. The continuous flurry of strikes rained down upon her waist, chest, and throat, culminating in a series of powerful blows to her face. As Qin Mu twisted in midair to deliver a kick, this strike was markedly different from his earlier techniques. It bore a strength that was truly fearsome. The force of his kick flattened her features. Her once elegant nose almost melded against her face, her chin shattered, and her mouth filled with an uncomfortable sensation as if foreign objects had intruded. She was propelled backwards like a loose arrow shot from a bow, crashing into the ruins behind her. Qin Mu realized an undeniable truth. The famed lame man's stealthy leg truly was unparalleled. While he could not claim to be the best in the world, he was undoubtedly the strongest in his village. Though Senior Sister Qing's leg techniques appeared fierce and domineering, they had not grazed him even slightly, and she was left severely wounded. Employing none of his vital energy, he relied solely on his physical prowess. While Senior Sister Qing infused her vital energy into her legs to amplify her strength and enhance her speed. Yet, even with such advantages, she was utterly defeated in their first encounter. Just after sending Senior Sister Qing flying, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Qin Mu, compelling him to leap forward without a moment's hesitation. Behind him, Brother Chu had stealthily approached, intent on delivering a lethal strike. But he had not anticipated Qin Mu's acute awareness. The two dashed across the backs of monstrous beasts, leaping from one to another. Brother Chu moved with incredible speed, relentlessly targeting Qin Mu's vulnerable spot, while Qin Mu sprinted ahead, deftly using his hands to deflect Brother Chu's assaults. With the thunder sound 8 forms and the 1,000-handed Buddha, Brother Chu was taken aback. Despite Qin Mu's back being turned to him, he could still counter every one of his attacks, as if he possessed countless arms. This technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Although Qin Mu's thousand-handed Buddha did not generate the thunderous roars associated with Master Ma's movements, it was swift as the wind and lightning. Even with his back to Brother Chu and while racing atop a beast, he exhibited formidable strength, preventing Brother Chu from gaining any advantage. Suddenly, the sound of a sword ringing filled the air, sending a jolt through Qin Mu as blood erupted from his arm. Injured by a sharp blade, he tumbled off the beast's back, scrambling beneath the belly of a colossal creature, with Brother Chu following closely behind, his hands empty but a silver sword swirling menacingly around him. Qin Mu's pupils constricted. Brother Chu's sword control was significantly superior to that of senior sister Qing. While she could launch her sword over several dozen paces, Brother Chu's blade remained within a mere 3 feet of his body. This proximity was frighteningly dangerous. In close combat, wielding a sword posed a risk of self-injury, necessitating a high level of skill and confidence in one's swordsmanship. Without meticulous control over vital energy, no one would dare to manipulate a sword in such a manner. The elders had never instructed Qin Mu on how to channel vital energy, nor had the village chief explained how to harness the energy of a formidable body. Under such circumstances, he feared he would suffer greatly. Suddenly, his foot struck a broken branch, likely trampled by the beasts. Without hesitation, he pressed his toes against it, seizing a long willow branch, about 6 to 7 feet long and as thick as his thumb. Gripping the branch tightly, he moved swiftly, his gaze fixed on the tip of Brother Chu's sword, ignoring his hands entirely. Attempting to channel his vital energy into the willow branch, he quickly lost the sensation beyond a foot and 3 inches. A foot and 3 inches was woefully inadequate to contend with Brother Chu's flying sword. The danger was immense. Brother Chu advanced, his sword dancing around him, thrusting, slicing, sweeping, and cleaving, like an invisible swordsman attacking from every conceivable angle. With a series of soft sounds, Qin Mu's willow branch was reduced to a mere foot and 3 inches as Brother Chu's sword struck down, colliding with the branch and producing a resonant clang, akin to metal meeting metal. Seeing that his vital energy infused in the branch could withstand Brother Chu's sword, Qin Mu felt a surge of relief. His focus narrowed to the sword's tip, wielding the short branch as if it were a butcher's knife, employing the butchery techniques imparted to him. With unyielding concentration, Qin Mu unleashed the butcher's technique he had learned, executing swift, decisive strikes. The clashing sounds of their engagement echoed as they darted beneath the stampeding beasts, avoiding the crushing force of their enormous limbs. Though their movements appeared chaotic, they followed a remarkable rhythm, consistently evading the beasts' and Appo's lethal strikes. Brother Chu was both astonished and enraged. He was being thoroughly bested by this young imp wielding a mere stick. The willow branch, though short, was nothing more than a simple stick, while Brother Chu's sword was an impressive 5 feet and 7 inches long, wielded with the precision of a master. His sword control was a legacy of formidable masters who had transcended boundaries and unlocked divine treasures. Yet, before the young imp's stick, his formidable techniques seemed rife with flaws. Repeatedly breached, as the stick struck him relentlessly on the face, neck, collarbone, elbows, wrists, fingers, ribs, back, waist, hips, knees, and ankles. In that brief moment, Brother Chu found himself battered and bruised, his head swollen and his body marred with contusions, igniting his fury. Yet, beneath the anger lay a deeper fear. If that stick were a knife instead, the thought was too terrifying to contemplate. This boy, no more than 11 or 12 years old, barely reaching Brother Chu's chest, could not possibly have cultivated such terrifying techniques since birth. Brother Chu soon discerned Qin Mu's weakness and began to relax. His vital energy cultivation was feeble. Although his techniques were exquisite, his overall strength was pitiful. Or perhaps he was simply an ordinary person, not a spirit body, who had not yet unlocked the divine treasures within, relying instead on foundational practices like guiding techniques to acquire a modicum of vital energy. However, the vital energy cultivated by an ordinary person possesses no attributes and exerts no formidable power. Thus, despite Qin Mu's attacks being vastly superior, their lack of potency rendered them relatively harmless to him. The blade technique employed by the little demon was likely a form of divine ability, though he was still far from harnessing its full potential. If I could acquire this divine ability, Brother Chu felt his heart stir with excitement. While Qin Mu could not unleash the full might of his blade technique, he could still manifest a fraction of it. If it were to be executed in his hands, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. He discerned that Qin Mu's blade technique was a martial skill, unlike the divine abilities of sword control, which liberate the hands to allow the sword to fly and engage the enemy, while simultaneously enabling the wielder to attack. Martial skills adhere to a more primal approach. They necessitate the wielding of weapons by one's own hands, allowing vital energy to surge into the weapon to amplify the power of the strikes and enhance the potency of the divine abilities. In truth, the superiority of martial skills over sword control had been established long ago. Centuries prior, when both martial skills and sword control coexisted, practitioners of each often clashed, neither conceding to the other. It was during this time that a prodigy emerged from the lineage of sword control, decimating the practitioners of martial skills, leaving some dead, others maimed, and many fleeing in terror. This prodigy is none other than the current national master, revered as the foremost figure beneath the heavens in the Kingdom of Yankang. To this day, few remain who cultivate martial skills, and many advanced techniques have been lost to time, leaving only inferior forms of martial skills to endure. Nonetheless, truly superior martial skills remain exceptionally powerful, and Brother Chu firmly believed that the little demon before him was indeed executing a genuine superior martial skill. I must obtain this martial skill. I will capture him and compel him to divulge the secrets of its cultivation. Qin Mu's small wooden stick continued to rain blows upon Brother Chu, who fought desperately to defend himself but could not fully block the relentless strikes. In a mere short span, he had endured hundreds of blows. Brother Chu's face and head swelled increasingly, pain coursing through his body, and a sense of panic began to rise within him. The more frantic he became, the less coherent his defenses were, resulting in even more strikes landing upon him. Though merely a small wooden stick with little inherent power, combined with Qin Mu's strength, the cumulative effect of the relentless blows was far from trivial. He intends to beat me to death. Brother Chu shuddered in terror. Chapter 13. The fatal blow. Chu Shixiang finally succumbed to terror. He intended to bludgeon me to death with that small wooden stick, striking until I ceased to breathe. He would have preferred a knife in his adversary's hand, even a dull one. The wooden stick, though lacking in formidable strength, had already left his face and head swollen and bruised, with his eyes reduced to mere slits, his vision becoming increasingly hazy. His skin bore the marks of the relentless beating, some muscles reduced to a pulp, while his joints received Qin Mu's concentrated attention. Qin Mu did not target the bones of the joints, but rather the ligaments and fascia. The ligaments of Chu Shixiang's joints had been brutally severed by that slender stick, every slight movement eliciting excruciating pain. Being methodically bludgeoned to death was the most harrowing of fates, prolonging agony and dread manifold, yet death remained elusive. At that moment, the herd of beasts above them had vanished. They had fought their way out of the ruins, and the beasts had scattered. Qin Mu's strength waned gradually. After countless strikes, he could no longer endure. He and Chu Shixiang had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle beneath the belly of a colossal beast, evading not only each other's blades, but also the creature's hooves and claws. The relentless shifts in movement had left his legs aching and fatigued. During his training with the butcher, despite the latter and Apos' often frenzied demeanor, he had been cautious not to overexert him. Now, however, he found himself devoid of energy, relying solely on sheer will to persevere. He understood that should he falter, even if Chu Shixiang retained a semblance of vitality, it would spell his own demise. He had no choice but to continue striking, until Chu Shixiang was utterly defeated. Thud! Chu Shixiang finally could not hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground, his treasured sword clattering beside him. Qin Mu discarded the wooden stick and grasped the sword, but found he lacked the strength to lift it. His arms had surrendered their last vestiges of power. He nudged the sword's hilt with his foot, positioning its tip toward Chu Shixiang. The latter, though barely conscious, strained to move, attempting to evade the blade's point, yet his skeletal and muscular integrity had nearly disintegrated, rendering him incapable of even the slightest motion. Helpless, he watched as Qin Mu laboriously adjusted the sword's angle, gradually kicking it until the blade found its way into his throat. Ultimately, the sword pierced his windpipe, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat, bubbles forming in the sanguine fluid until he drew his last breath. Qin Mu exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, he had never felt such exertion before. The presence of a lifeless body beside him was disconcerting. He attempted to shift his form, but found it impossible, ultimately resigning to stillness. This was not his first encounter with death. the woman who emerged from the cowhide by the river, along with Chu Shixiang's 2 disciples, had all met their end. Once, Granny C had taken him to a neighboring village to assist in a childbirth. She was a midwife, helping women in nearby towns. When they arrived, the villagers lay dead, men, women, and children, including the expectant mother. At that moment, Qin Mu felt an emptiness enveloping him, as if he floated weightlessly above the village, observing the gruesome scene below. It was Granny C who roused him, explaining that he had been so frightened his soul had fled his body, and she had to retrieve it and restore it within him. She never disclosed who had perpetrated the massacre, merely advising him that such occurrences were common in the great market. Thus one must never leave their enemies a chance. Chu Shixiang's corpse unsettled him, but the great market was a place of survival of the fittest. Having grown up amidst the carnage of strange beasts, the sight of Chu Shixiang's body was no different from that of any other creature slain in battle. As he sought to regain his composure, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. With great effort, he turned his head and was startled to see Sister Qing limping toward him, sword in hand. Her face swollen like a pig's, utterly unrecognizable. Qin Mu struggled to rise, every limb and muscle aflame with pain and swelling, forcing him to pause and catch his breath while silently channeling his energy. Gradually, his vitality began to stir, flowing into his aching muscles and torn ligaments, alleviating some of the swelling yet sharpening his senses, bringing forth a searing pain. Sister Qin continued to approach, her legs damaged from their prior duel, her face marred by countless blows, the final kick delivered by Qin Mu having crushed her once beautiful visage, now swollen and grotesque. She likely had lost all her teeth, with blood-tinged saliva dripping from her mouth. Yet her grip on the sword remained steady, its blade gleaming ominously, fueled by an insatiable desire for vengeance against Qin Mu. He intensified his energy flow, striving to regain some strength, but the intensity of their previous battle had rendered him utterly fatigued. Only by activating his spiritual core could he truly be considered a martial artist, though he was not yet one. The fact he had managed to defeat a martial practitioner like Chu Shixiang was a remarkable feat in itself. Yet, that was the extent of his capabilities. He was bereft of the strength to confront Sister Qing any longer. At last, she reached him, attempting to speak, but her throat was too swollen to utter a sound. Instead, she raised her sword and lunged fiercely at Qin Mu. What a delightful young lady. Granny would surely adore her. Suddenly, Sister Qing's body stiffened as her sword met an invisible barrier, halting her strike. Fear flickered in her eyes as she beheld a small, elderly woman approaching on tiptoes, carrying a basket. Sister Qing trembled, slowly retreating, when a booming voice called from behind. "Mu'er, my pig-killing technique has been reduced to a mere wooden stick. It took 5,476 strikes to fell this brat, and yet, it was a sword that ultimately ended him." Sister Qing, with great effort, turned to see an array of grotesque figures approaching, some using canes, others limping, one a limbless creature, and another a portly man with only his upper body intact, carried in a bamboo basket. The sight was utterly pitiful, save for the middle-aged man carrying the basket, whose face was entirely disfigured, skin flayed to a horrifying degree. The one who had spoken was the upper body man, his face contorted in rage as he glared at Qin Mu, admonishing him from afar. "It seems you have not trained sufficiently. Do not speak of lacking a blade or wielding a mere stick with masterful technique. Even an empty-handed strike can fell him." Qin Mu sighed in relief, his voice hoarse as he responded, "Granny C, Grandpa Butcher, Grandpa Apothecary, you have all come?" Granny C chuckled. "We have toiled to raise you. Your first venture away from home with a strange woman is cause for concern, so we had to come and check on you." Qin Mu blinked, probing. "How long have you been here?" The butcher grunted. "We arrived the moment you began your fierce battle beneath the beast. Otherwise, how would I know you delivered 5,476 strikes?" Qin Mu's face darkened. These elderly figures had clearly been present all along, yet they allowed him to fight for his life, nearly costing him everything. Only then did he realize why the swarm of monsters had refrained from attacking him and Brother Chu. It was because they had been frightened away by the butcher and his companions. The villagers spoke of the old woman and the village elder as if they were villains. Could it truly be the case? Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the old woman and her ilk were, in fact, benevolent. They must have believed in my potential to triumph over Brother Chu, and thus chose to observe from the sidelines, he reassured himself. As a formidable being transcending the spirit realm, it It is a source of disappointment to witness you reduced to such a pitiful state. The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, chuckled amiably into the void. Qin Mu cleared his throat. Grandpa Blind, I am right here. I am aware of your presence. The blind man replied, turning towards him with a warm smile. You managed to defeat that young lad using a staff, which speaks to my teachings bearing fruit. However, do not let pride swell within you. After all, you are a formidable being, and it is only natural that you surpass him. Henceforth, your training will be intensified. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. The butcher interjected coldly. Blind man, he clearly employed my sword technique. What is there to be proud of? And why do you ramble onto a corpse? Chapter 14. Vitality Refinement. How should we handle Sister Qin? Qin Mu struggled to rise and glanced at the girl beside him, still shaken. Perhaps. Granny C's eyes suddenly sparkled as she nudged Qin Mu with her shoulder, nearly toppling the young man who was making an effort to stand. With a mischievous grin, she suggested, why not keep her as a little bride for you? You were the cutest as a child, but now that you've grown up, you've lost some of that charm. However, if you were to have a chubby baby with this little girl, it would surely be adorable. I have always had a fondness for children. Qin Mu glanced at Sister Qin, resembling a pig's head, and hesitated. Granny, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Suddenly, the lame man appeared behind Sister Qin, raising his hand to pierce the girl with his blade. His face still adorned with an innocent smile. Then let us just kill her. Qin Mu was taken aback, stammering, Grandpa Lame, why would you kill her? You said you didn't want her, so of course, she must be killed. The lame man withdrew his knife, his smile growing even more naive, as if perplexed. Qin Mu felt disgruntled. He had no desire to have children with Sister Qin. After all, he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, usually surrounded by oddities like Master Ma and Granny C, with neighbors who were nothing but fierce ruffians, leaving him little company of his own age. Yet, despite the absence of playmates, his heart remained that of a youth. Let's head back, the village chief declared, glancing at the ruins in the gorge. The healer smiled at Qin Mu, saying, we're all missing limbs. No one will carry you back, so you must walk on your own. By the way, there's still the Four Spirits' blood. Since you didn't return home last night, it has been prepared for you. Nodding, Qin Mu took the 4 white porcelain cups and drank the Four Spirits' blood. Struggling to move forward while simultaneously channeling his vitality refinement to dissolve the power of the Four Spirits' blood, he began recounting the strange occurrences he encountered in the gorge ruins. Granny C's expression shifted slightly. Gods and demons? A dark-faced giant? A skeletal maiden? Fascinating. The other villagers found it intriguing as well, but held no further opinions. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Mu exclaimed, Granny, aren't you curious about the stories within those gorge ruins? The healer sighed. Once, the divine nation thrived, now turned to ashes. The divine bones clatter, dancing in the night. Could it be they harbor resentment? The deaf man stared at his lips and replied, even if they're resentful, they're dead. What use is that? So, being curious about the stories here is mostly futile. Deaf man, are you truly deaf? The healer observed his ears, which were made of white iron. Even the ear holes were sealed. Curiously, he asked. The deaf man removed the iron ears from his head, revealing 3-inch-long iron plugs that held the ears in place, coldly stating, if these 2 ears were inserted into your ear holes, you'd find out whether I'm deaf. The healer smiled faintly and ceased further inquiries. The deaf man then swiftly reinserted the iron ears and asked the mute blacksmith, these ears have been a bit uncomfortable lately. Can you modify them for me? The mute blacksmith nodded. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words with his peculiar relatives. The healer and others were more interested in the deaf man's ear holes than the ruins, which puzzled him greatly. Granny C chuckled, Muir. There are countless secrets in this grand market. Besides the gorge's divine city, there are many more enigmas that are beyond counting. If you direct all your curiosity toward these mysteries, you will have no time for anything else. As the group made their way toward the village of Songlao, the village chief remarked solemnly, I noticed your swordplay is quite impressive. The blade measures 1 foot 3 inches, capable of contending with that young man and Appo's treasured sword. You've made significant progress during this trial. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he voiced his confusion. Why is it that my vitality cannot manipulate objects like theirs? My vitality can only penetrate 1 foot 3 inches into the willow branch, and I cannot extend it further. He envied those who could wield their vitality to control swords, but he found himself unable to do so. The healer shook his head discreetly. The vitality cultivated by ordinary people lacked attributes, rendering them incapable of manipulating objects, as there were no techniques available for ordinary vitality to exert such control. For Qin Mu, an ordinary person, to sustain vitality across a 1-foot 3-inch willow branch and withstand the strikes of a warrior like Brother Chu without being severed was already remarkable. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Your vitality has not fully awakened yet, and your spiritual womb remains undiscovered. There is no need for haste. Even without the awakening of your vitality, you can defeat a peak warrior of the spiritual womb realm. Once you awaken your vitality, your strength will far surpass your peers." Granny C and the others expressed satisfaction with Qin Mu's performance. That Brother Chu was a peak warrior of the spiritual womb realm and could manipulate a sword with his vitality. Evident that he was not far from the Five Dusk realm. Yet, Qin Mu, who had not awakened his vitality, had managed to defeat him with a mere stick. Confirming that Qin Mu indeed possessed an unheard of vitality, the village chief was not deceiving them. The healer's eyelid twitched. He mused. The truth of Mu or being of ordinary constitution will eventually be uncovered. When that time comes, these individuals might become disheartened and cause an uproar. However, Mu's ability to defeat a peak warrior with a simple stick is indeed peculiar. Could it truly be the effect of the vitality? Or perhaps the influence of the spiritual blood? Having seen much, he too felt perplexed, his mind swirling with confusion. As the four spirits' blood flowed through him, Qin Mu's vitality became increasingly vigorous, accelerating in speed, gradually restoring his swollen muscles and tendons. The circulation of his vitality quickened, dissipating his fatigue, and he unconsciously began to quicken his pace, which progressively intensified. Master Ma, the lame man, and others exchanged astonished glances but remained silent, keeping pace with him. While running, Qin Mu practiced the vitality refinement technique, leading to a rapid increase in his cultivation. This was a newfound discovery. With the supplement of the four spirits' blood, his cultivation speed soared, causing Qin Mu to unconsciously quicken his running pace, becoming somewhat lost in the moment. He soon forgot the soreness of his muscles, his speed continuously increasing, and the flow of vitality within him quickened, reaching his limbs and bones, even penetrating his hair, nails, and skin. Gradually, his speed surpassed that of his previous full sprint, yet Qin Mu remained oblivious, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom with each stride. Sweat began to seep from his skin's pores, but this sweat was not transparent. Rather, it was murky, mixed with black impurities and white fat particles. Yet Qin Mu was unaware of the changes in his body. The healer and the village chief exchanged astonished looks, silently communicating. "Master Ma, when did you begin refining your body with vitality?" The healer suddenly inquired. Master Ma replied solemnly, "At the peak of the spiritual womb realm, while practicing my fist techniques, I suddenly struck forth my first divine ability. My first divine ability was to refine my body with fist techniques, with vitality entwined like a green dragon." The healer turned to the lame man, who stated, "I too was at the peak of the spiritual womb realm. One day, I ran in the wind, attempting to catch up with the gale. I wished to tread upon the wind and wander in the sky. Then, I discovered the intricacies of vitality refining the body, with vitality blowing through all my orifices. In my excitement, I fell from the wind and nearly met my demise." The healer sighed. "I experienced something similar. I aimed to use the spiritual womb as a cauldron for refining medicine, with my own vitality as the ingredient, intending to transform myself into a medicinal remedy. Thus, I uncovered the secret of refining the body with vitality, as vitality scorches the flesh. Yet, Muir has begun refining his body without breaking through the barrier." The lame man chuckled. "The vitality is indeed formidable, something we spiritual beings can only envy." The healer's expression grew peculiar, and he said no more. Vitality? If it truly was the vitality, he wouldn't be as astonished. The lame man and Master Ma attributed everything to the vitality, while he knew the truth. Qin Mu, with an ordinary physique, had managed to refine his body with vitality before even stepping into the spiritual realm, leaving even this knowledgeable expert in awe. Muir has yet to awaken his domineering body. Should he achieve this awakening, with the power of his domineering essence to manipulate and control objects, it is likely that even the esteemed national master of Yankang would pale in comparison to his might, exclaimed Granny C with enthusiasm. However, the heart of the healer sank as he glanced at the village chief, who remained equally silent. In this world, The concept of a domineering body was non-existent, and naturally, so was its essence. Ordinary energy cannot manipulate or control the physical. When the time comes for Qin Mu to realize his inability to manipulate objects, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Yet, prior to that, Qin Mu must first accomplish the so-called awakening of the domineering body, a feat that necessitates breaking the barrier, the spiritual womb's wall. How can an ordinary person breach such a barrier? The village chief furrowed his brow, pondering whether continuing to consume the blood of the four spirits would still prove beneficial. How long could he maintain this charade? Chapter 15. Walking on water. Qin Mu sprinted swiftly, his vitality growing ever stronger. As he traversed countless miles, the villagers of Qinlao village kept pace with him, even the blind among them moving with assuredness. Just as Qin Mu plunged into a thicket of mountains, a dark silhouette erupted from the forest, roaring, "Little brat, die." The furious roar belonged to the demon ape, incensed at the intrusion into its territory. Old Ma, the one-armed elder, cast a glance at the enraged beast, and the demon ape, suddenly seized by a sense of fear, abandoned its domain and fled. The absence of any emotion in Old Ma and Appo's gaze struck terror into the heart of the massive creature, as if it sensed imminent death, prompting its hasty retreat. Unfazed, the villagers continued their journey as Qin Mu raced ahead, his energy surging. Upon returning to Qinlao village, he emerged from his trance, only to realize he was covered in grime, a thick layer of filth clinging to him. Whether it be black blood or greasy flesh, he could not tell. "Moor, go wash by the river," instructed Granny C. "Blind one, accompany him, and be cautious not to let the river monsters snatch you away." The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, followed Qin Mu to the riverbank. Without hesitation, Qin Mu stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water to cleanse himself. The blind man gently tapped the water with his staff, startling a large fish that had been lurking nearby. The fish leaped out of the water, landing more than 10 yards away, revealing itself to be a giant catfish over 2 yards long, its whiskers resembling 8 long tentacles. After refreshing himself, Qin Mu suddenly beheld the rippling river surface, and an overwhelming sense of grandeur surged within his youthful chest, igniting like a blazing fire. His vitality roared to life, rushing upwards to his throat, as if a divine melody had been unlocked, and a profound howl erupted from his throat. His long howl echoed through the mountains and stirred the waters of the river. With this resounding cry, Qin Mu leapt from the water, taking off in a wild sprint, his feet dancing upon the water and Appo's surface. As his foot struck the river, the latent power within him merged with the descending vitality, explosively combining into a singular force, causing the water to explode outward in all directions. Before the water could settle, Qin Mu had already propelled himself forward by over 10 feet, and with his other foot, he struck the surface once more. The sound of splashing echoed across the river as he continued to stride forward, swiftly covering over 2 miles. His howls grew more exuberant and unrestrained, akin to celestial music, harmonizing with the rhythms of dragons and phoenixes. His steps were carefree and liberated, as if he reveled in a joyful dance upon the water. The river's surface shimmered under a gentle breeze, and the youth moved with astonishing speed, soon reaching the opposite shore before dashing back again. The blind man stood by the riverbank, his white hair tousled by the wind, listening to Qin Mu's howls echoing across the waters. He nodded gently, a smile gracing his features, and suddenly broke into song. On both banks, the monkeys cry incessantly. The wind rustles, causing chills in my trousers. "Mooer, you're frolicking naked on the river, don't you feel cold?" A startled shout echoed from the river, and Qin Mu fell into the water with a splash. Moments later, he swam to the bank, his face flushed with embarrassment as he dried himself and donned his clothes. He had been lost in the moment, oblivious to his own nakedness as he leaped and danced upon the river's surface, delighting in the refreshing coolness of the water. Fortunately, Grandpa Blind could not see. Once he had composed himself, Qin Mu looked up abruptly to find Old Ma, the mute, and others standing among the trees by the riverbank. Even Granny C had come over, and the village chief was being carried on a stretcher. Qin Mu and Appo's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Granny, when did you arrive?" Granny C chuckled, "Mu and Appo's. We and Appo's. Ve seen your backside more times than we can count. There's no need to be shy. We heard your exuberant howls and came to see." The village chief cleared his throat and said, "Moor, you were pursued by 5 martial artists of the spirit embryo realm. We must ensure there are no lingering dangers. Let the herbalist examine you. As Qin Mu approached, the herbalist conducted a thorough examination before shaking his head, declaring, no major issues, just some superficial wounds. The village chief also inspected him, signaling he could leave, and Qin Mu was promptly summoned by the butcher for knife training. The butcher was dissatisfied with the over 5,000 strikes it took Qin Mu to defeat Brother Chu, and was particularly displeased that he had resorted to using his sword at the end, thus intending to give him a rigorous lesson. What has the village chief discovered? The herbalist inquired, observing the vigorous Qin Mu engaged in a duel with the butcher. His vitality cultivation has progressed astonishingly, the village chief replied without reservation. From yesterday until now, his advancement has surpassed all expectations. Just moments ago, I heard his howls, which resonated between his vitality and throat, infused with a hint of divine and demonic sound. Not to mention, he has yet to break through the spirit embryo barrier. Even those who have would struggle to achieve such resonance. If I were an ordinary person like him, it would take me 20 years to reach his current level of vitality. As Qin Mu howled across the water, the vitality within him resonated with his throat, inadvertently merging with the demonic sounds he had heard in the canyon ruins. Moreover, last night, while he meticulously contemplated the dark demonic sounds, he also absorbed the divine melodies of the goddesses from the ruins, every subtle fluctuation of the divine sound etched in his memory. Thus, his howls naturally intertwined with the divine voices, which to others might seem unremarkable, but to the village chief, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Divine and demonic resonance? The herbalist was taken aback. How could he achieve this? And in just one night, he possesses the power of an ordinary person after 20 years of cultivation. It and Appos. Simply terrifying. Could it truly be the effect of the Force-Spirit blood? The village chief shook his head. While the Force-Spirit blood can enhance his body and vitality, it cannot account for such rapid progress. The herbalist pondered, could it be that Mu'er is a natural prodigy, born to be a cultivator? The village chief frowned. If he were a natural prodigy, why does he still possess an ordinary constitution? True prodigies should have a spiritual body. Moreover, which prodigy could achieve divine and demonic resonance? The herbalist asked, is the divine and demonic resonance in his howls a good or bad thing? I do not know, the village chief replied. From his howls, I can discern the fierce clash between divine and demonic sounds. It is quite intense, but whether it is good or ill remains uncertain. The herbalist's eyes flickered. Where do the divine and demonic sounds in his howls originate? I do not know. Both the herbalist and the village chief found themselves perplexed, having not faced such confounding matters in a long while, since taking in Qin Mu, the boy who had drifted down from the upstream. Their list of uncertainties had only grown. As night fell, Qianlao village soon succumbed to darkness. Qin Mu slept in the outer room, while Granny C rested in the inner chamber. In the dead of night, Qin Mu unwittingly heard the ominous demonic sounds in his mind, followed by the divine melodies. The sounds of divine and demonic forces clashed, growing louder and more intense with each passing moment. The resonance of divine and demonic forces morphed within his mind into a fierce battle between darkness and light, and Qin Mu felt as if he had lost his corporeal form, transforming into a spirit floating above the struggle of divine and demonic forces. Observing the brutal combat below between darkness and light, the scene of the battle between darkness and light mirrored what he had witnessed the previous night in the canyon ruins. Only now it was even more grand and magnificent. The night seemed like a myriad of tendrils piercing through the light, which erupted in a fierce explosion, sweeping away the darkness. After a while, Qin Mu discerned what constituted the light and darkness. The darkness was an endless tide of demonic entities surging towards the light, and the demonic sounds were not mere echoes, but the collective cries of countless demons. The radiance of the divine was akin to a vast ocean, as a deity clad in golden armor engaged in a fierce battle against the encroaching demons. He stood so elevated that these divine beings appeared as mere droplets of water, indistinct from a distance. Initially, it seemed to be a conflict between light and darkness, yet upon closer inspection, a sense of awe and terror engulfed him. Suddenly, Qin Mu awoke, drenched in perspiration. As he opened his eyes, his mind was besieged by a cacophony of divine and demonic sounds that threatened to shatter his consciousness. At that moment, the jade pendant resting upon his chest began to levitate gently, gliding to his forehead and softly descending. Qin Mu felt a refreshing current surge within him, instantly silencing the tumultuous sounds in his mind. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, his heart racing with uncertainty as he pondered the events that had transpired. After a brief pause, he exited his dwelling and stepped outside, where the ethereal glow emanating from the village's stone statues illuminated the jade pendant. Beyond the village lay darkness, yet the pendant radiated a gentle luminescence. Qin Mu stared at the pendant, entranced, his gaze drawn to its subtle glow, unable to divert his attention from the small artifact. Unbeknownst to him, Granny C had approached quietly at some point, witnessing this poignant moment. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, although they had raised him. Muir was never truly a part of their village of the aged. He was merely a child nurtured by them, destined to depart. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her, and her eyes gleamed with determination. The outside world was fraught with dangers far greater than those of the Grand Market. He was still lacking the strength required to confront it. Chapter 16. The young girl in the temple behind the jade pendant were a pair of bright, clear eyes. Although Qin Mu was merely 11 years old, he had grasped many truths about life. Once, while accompanying Granny C to a neighboring village, he witnessed a woman giving birth. The scene of the loving family left a profound impression on him. Curious, Qin Mu inquired about his own origins, asking Granny C where his parents were. Unable to provide an answer, she told him that he had been found abandoned, with the jade pendant adorning him when he was discovered. As a result, Qin Mu cherished this pendant dearly, yearning for the day he could use it to locate his parents and ask them why they had forsaken him. After a lengthy silence, the boy tucked the pendant away but kept it hanging around his neck, his expression calm, concealing the pendant's strangeness in his heart. Behind him, Granny C returned to her room. The following day, Master Ma, the blind man, the cripple, and the mute set out again to hunt, capturing more spirit beasts to provide Qin Mu with nourishment. The nearby spirit beasts had been largely depleted by these four formidable hunters, compelling them to venture further afield in search of prey. The village chief was physically limited. The herbalist was frequently out gathering herbs. The butcher was cynical and prone to madness, and the deaf man showed interest only in painting and calligraphy. Thus, the only one who could accompany Qin Mu in his training was Granny C. However, she was often away from the village, as she was a seamstress and midwife, frequently summoned by nearby villages for her services. Today, Granny C left early, and the herbalist also set out to forage. The butcher and the deaf man carried the village chief outside and left him at the village gate, one sharpening a knife while the other painted. Feeling bored, Qin Mu wandered alone to the riverbank. Since the cow had transformed into a woman and was killed by the cripple, he had much less work to do. At the river, the boy took a deep breath, his chest inflating as if filled with air, swelling further and further until he began to circulate his vital energy, gradually deflating his chest. He did not exhale but instead nourished his lungs with vital energy, making them exceptionally resilient, compressing the air within from tenfold to a mere fraction. Continuing to inhale, his chest remained unexpanded until he reached his limit. With a sudden step, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The river parted in two waves as Qin Mu strode across the water, racing forward with fervor. Suddenly, a flash of blade light erupted from the river. In the midst of his run, he drew a butcher's knife, its gleam flashing as it danced like a dragon, showcasing the butcher's unique knife techniques. The knife techniques were as wild and unrestrained as the butcher himself, embodying a fierce defiance against heaven and earth, sweeping across the river's surface with great force. Abruptly, the blade light retracted. Qin Mu sheathed the butcher's knife behind him and shifted to Master Ma's boxing techniques. Vital energy coursed through his arms, flowing to his fingertips as he formed his fists, embodying the mighty rush of the Yangtze River crashing into the sea, unstoppable and relentless. He unleashed the first form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, striking out alone towards the East Sea, summoning the spring thunder. With each punch he threw, images of the roaring river and crashing waves surged in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the same essence began to manifest in his boxing technique. His fists suddenly opened wide, fingers trembling as the air in front of his palm compressed violently before erupting, sending splashes of water cascading across the river's surface. Yet, it was still insufficient. He had failed to achieve the Thunder Palm. Disappointment washed over Qin Mu. Master Ma's Thunder Sound 8 styles required one to master the Thunder Palm at the very least. Each punch and palm strike should unleash a thunderous sound, captivating and overwhelming. Mastering it to a profound level would allow one to command thunder, a feat far beyond his current capabilities. While running, He retrieved a bamboo staff from his back, its tip poised as he practiced not the ordinary staff technique, but a spear technique. He had learned the staff technique from the blind man, who had infused it with the essence of spear fighting. Each strike was like a furious dragon swirling through the river, accompanied by the surging waters in harmony with his movements. Qin Mu then replaced the staff with a hefty iron hammer, employing the hammer techniques taught by the mute blacksmith. The hammer techniques were primitive and unrefined, yet immensely powerful, contrasting starkly with Qin Mu's swift movements. After some time, he sensed his vital energy waning, his body fatigued and strength nearly depleted. Only then did he look around, realizing he had strayed far from the village, traveling over 100 miles downstream. Have I truly run this far? In the center of the river, he spotted a small oasis, with the waters rushing fiercely on either side. Intrigued, he dashed towards the oasis. Moments later, he found solid ground beneath his feet, standing atop the small hillock. The oasis was modest, resembling a small mound rising about 40 feet high, surrounded by lush vegetation. In the dense forest, the sounds of birds were absent, replaced only by the rushing water. Not far ahead, he noticed a temple concealed within the trees, its crumbling walls partially revealed. Approaching, he observed the temple in a state of disrepair, cobwebbed and neglected, yet it provided a decent resting place. He paused before the temple. One of the doors had fallen ajar, revealing a dim interior where a grand Buddha statue stood, its surface adorned with gold leaf that shimmered. However, it was evident that the temple had long been deserted, as much of the gold had peeled away, exposing a copper body inscribed with peculiar, winding characters reminiscent of tadpoles. Thick chains bound the statue, and Qin Mu noticed that these chains extended from the small temple all the way to the bank of the oasis, plunging deep into the rushing river. How curious it is that these chains bind the great Buddha. Grandpa Blind mentioned that it's customary to burn incense in the temple, but I have no incense to offer, so I can only rest here. Clearing his throat, Qin Mu bowed to the temple, saying, I am but a villager from Kanlao, residing by the river. Passing through this sacred place, I seek refuge and hope to disturb the local spirits not. After a moment of hesitation, he continued reciting the words taught by the blind man. I have suffered from weakness and premature depletion since childhood. If any divine beings reside within this temple, I beseech you not to harm me. The blind man was a seasoned figure. Qin Mu trusted his words implicitly. After this prayer, he sat on the stone steps, removing his iron shoes and untying the iron weights bound to his calves, focusing on his breath to restore his energy. Throughout his journey, he had traversed the river wearing iron shoes and weights, crafted anew by the mute blacksmith, heavier than before. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed from the temple behind him. A girl's voice, bright and playful. You speak quite amusingly. Very well, I shall spare you. Startled, Qin Mu turned around to find a young girl sitting upon the Buddha's palm, seemingly of a similar age to him, with 3 small braids. 2 slender braids hung in front of her chest, while the thicker one cascaded down her back, her feet swinging playfully as she gazed at him with a cheerful smile. Her feet swayed, and the golden rings around her ankles chimed softly, making her laughter seem as radiant as the early spring sun. Qin Mu quickly rose, asking, Who is this divine maiden? From whence do you come? The girl leapt down from the Buddha's hand, grinning widely, revealing her small tiger teeth. I am Xianxing, residing nearby. I have never encountered a divine maiden before. What is your name? Seeing her bright demeanor, Qin Mu felt reassured. I am Qin Mu, which means the cowherd of the Qin family. I once had a cow, and the elders in my village always had me tend to it. Xianxing moved to the temple's doorway, peering at him with curiosity, then glanced behind him before bursting into laughter. Where is your cow? Qin Mu hesitated before replying. The cow transformed into a woman, so now I have no cow. Xianxing gasped in delight, exclaiming, Such an amusing tale. How did that happen? Can you do it too? Qin Mu shook his head. Not yet, but my grandmother can. Xianxing expressed her disappointment, saying, I thought you would. Do you have any interesting tales to share? Come inside and tell me. As Qin Mu lifted his foot, ready to step into the ancient temple, his gaze unexpectedly drifted past Xianxing. There, behind the dilapidated statue, he noticed a few exposed white bones, causing his heart to skip a beat. His foot hovered in midair, hesitating as he remarked, Old blind grandfather said that before entering a temple to pay respects, one must first bow to the Buddha inside. I haven't brought any incense, so perhaps I shouldn't enter. Come in. Xianxing replied with a sweet smile. Qin Mu blinked, retracting his suspended foot, his grin more naive than a fool's. I still won't go in, just come out, and I'll share some fun stories with you. Qin Fengqing's eye sparkled, her pearly teeth biting her red lip as she chuckled softly. I know some delightful secrets only boys and girls can enjoy. Come inside, and I'll teach you. Her voice, once vibrant with youthful exuberance, now carried a hint of alluring charm. Qin Mu's face flushed crimson, stammering, I have been weak since childhood. Come inside. A thunderous roar erupted from the little girl's lips. Chapter 17. The breaking of the spiritual womb. Qin Fengqing's complexion changed dramatically, her visage contorting into a grotesque semblance. The little girl's body began to swell, emitting a hissing sound from her lower half as bony legs burst forth from her dress, piercing the ground with a resounding thud. Her form elongated and thickened, resembling a colossal centipede made entirely of bones. A ridge of bony armor protruded from her back, causing her to hunch over, while her arms, formed of skeletal structures, stretched out with razor-sharp claws. Curved bony spikes sprouted from the back of her head, and her face was a terrifying tapestry of contorted features. She emitted a piercing shriek, a cacophony of countless women's voices, demanding, "Come in." Qin Mu looked up at this skeletal monstrosity, astonished, and shook his head defiantly. I shall not enter. The creature within the temple roared in fury, its legs scuttling rapidly as it circled the sanctuary, lunging toward the ancient temple's entrance. Suddenly, a clattering noise echoed, causing the oasis to tremble as heavy chains rattled violently. Qin Mu quickly turned to see that one end of the chains was submerged in the river, entwined around the massive golden Buddha within the temple, while the other end was shackled to the creature itself. The monster was adorned with gold rings, and as it attempted to escape through the temple's doorway, the chains yanked it back forcefully. Despite its wild thrashing, the creature could not make even a step beyond the temple door. Qin Mu settled himself calmly, resuming his breathing exercises to cultivate the 3 Dan techniques of the dominant body, restoring his energy. After a brief moment, silence fell behind him as the creature, unable to break free from its chains, suddenly turned and charged toward the golden Buddha, screaming, "You damned bald thief, keeping me trapped here. Do you intend to starve me? The child has not offered you incense. Why not let me devour him?" The Buddha statue remained unmoved as the creature crashed into it, seething with rage as it circled the idol, sending countless bones flying from behind it. Qin Mu turned to observe, his heart sinking in shock. The bones scattered about were unmistakably human, a testament to the many lives lost within this decrepit temple. Eventually, the creature settled down, gathering the bones one by one and hiding them behind the golden Buddha, its bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Mu outside the temple. "Bald thief, here comes the meat. Here comes the meat." It crept back to the temple entrance, fixating on the back of Qin Mu's head, saliva dripping like a continuous stream. Before long, it transformed back into the guise of the little girl, Qin Fengqing, her garments in disarray, giggling mischievously. "Young man, come and share in this shame." Qin Mu, maintaining his composure, ignored her entirely, finally feeling his strength returning, his vitality restored to its peak. He sensed significant progress after a day of rigorous cultivation. Motivated, he surged his energy and silently recited the incantation of the demonic sound, once again assaulting the barrier of the spiritual womb. Kikita, Samaya, Prajna Prajna Samaya, Kikita Prajna Samaya. As his energy surged toward the barrier, a thunderous roar erupted from within the ancient temple. The unique patterns beneath the gold leaf of the Buddha glowed with a crimson light, the blood radiance enveloped by the gold, which itself began to shimmer with a brilliant luster. With a resounding crash, the once still Buddha statue opened its eyes, unleashing an overwhelming presence. Qin Mu heard a commanding voice reverberate in his ears. "Heretical fiend, dare you act so brazenly in my presence, chanting the incantations of demonic gods, unrestrained? I shall subdue you with the true words of the Buddha." The creature's expression shifted dramatically as it witnessed the golden Buddha raise its hand, seizing the chains and drawing the monster toward it against its will. Thud! The creature was compelled to kneel before the Buddha, immobilized by its overwhelming authority. Lem, Mani, Padme. Hum. Lem, Mani, Padme, hum. Lem, Mani, Padme, hum. The golden Buddha began to chant, the sound resonating like that of a true Buddha reciting sacred texts. The creature howling in agony as it felt its soul crushed by an unseen force. Outside the temple, Qin Mu was overwhelmed by the impact of the Buddha's incantations. his mind in disarray. At that moment, his energy coincidentally surged toward the barrier of the spiritual womb, and from beyond the heavens came a resounding divine sound, akin to a celestial being reciting scriptures from the sky. The divine sound clashed with the Buddha's resonation, amplifying in strength and relieving Qin Mu of the pressure. A golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Qin Mu raised his voice, chanting the demonic sound. Kikita Samaya, Prajna Prajna Samaya, Kikita Prajna Samaya, Kikita Samaya, Prajna Prajna Samaya, Kikita Prajna Samaya. The temple resonated with the Buddha's chant. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Simultaneously, the divine sound from his brow surged with intensity. Observe, clarity, equanimity, no thought. River flow. Heaven, time, confront, awe, spirit, fury. With three voices intertwining, the obstruction at his brow vanished. Qin Mu seized the moment, channeling the three Dan techniques of the dominant body, unleashing all his energy toward the barrier of the spiritual womb. With a thunderous crash, like the tumultuous waves of a river crashing against the shore, the barrier of the spiritual womb shattered, allowing his energy to surge forth into the divine sanctuary. From there, a more ferocious energy erupted from within the divine sanctuary, coursing through his entire being, even igniting his hair in exhilaration. The barrier of the spiritual womb lay in ruins. He had successfully breached the barrier. Dazed, Qin Mu ceased reciting the demonic sound, and the divine sound abruptly vanished. In the temple, the golden Buddha's voice, now without opposition, also fell silent, returning to its stillness, while the creature beneath the statue remained, utterly subdued and motionless. In his brow, the invisible barrier preventing him from accessing the divine sanctuary finally dissipated, revealing the spiritual womb without hindrance. Have I truly broken the barrier? Qin Mu could hardly contain his elation, exulting at the temple's entrance. He had consumed countless quantities of spiritual blood, yet had struggled to awaken the dominant body. Now, through the struggle of divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds, he had shattered the barrier, filling his heart with immense pride. Moments later, he calmed himself, pondering, the spiritual womb and its divine sanctuary. If it is indeed divine, there must be treasures bestowed upon me within. He closed his eyes, perceiving the resplendent golden light at his brow. Cautiously, his consciousness entered this mysterious sanctuary, revealing an extraordinary space filled with radiant golden illumination, reminiscent of an ancient paradise. As his consciousness dove into this sea of golden light, it felt as if he were soaring through a celestial realm, overwhelmed by comfort. He traversed this luminous expanse for an indeterminate time, yet found nothing. Is this not the divine sanctuary? Why is there nothing here? Has the deity taken my treasures? Puzzled, Qin Mu wondered why the sanctuary remained vacant. Suddenly, he spotted a solitary statue standing amidst the sea of light, starkly out of place. How can there be a statue in the divine sanctuary? Is this what the sanctuary holds? Curiously, he circled the statue, examining it closely, only to realize its peculiarity. The statue was merely an illusion, not carved from stone. This statue, neither resembling jade nor stone, was translucent, yet emanated a softness. Strangely, its form bore a resemblance to him, yet it appeared more like a depiction of Qin Mu as an infant, around 2 or 3 years of age. A statue of me within the divine sanctuary? Could it be that the divine has perceived my appearance and sculpted a likeness of me, concealed within the sanctuary of my spirit? Qin Mu pondered, as his consciousness gently grazed the stone statue, suddenly flowing uncontrollably into its form. Chapter 18. The Bad Child Suddenly. Darkness engulfed Qin Mu, and when his consciousness awakened, he was horrified to discover that his awareness resided within the body of a statue. What had transpired? He opened his eyes, attempting to move his gaze, and to his astonishment, he found that he could indeed turn his eyes. Tilting his head, he realized that his consciousness had somehow acquired a head. Lowering his gaze, he saw that his essence had merged with the statue, its limbs becoming his own. Consciousness is typically formless, yet now it had assumed form. This was utterly bizarre. He sensed that the statue was a form of spirit, neither energy nor soul, peculiar and difficult to articulate. The concept of the spirit womb and divine reservoir. Could it be that the statue represented his spirit womb? Had his awareness entered the statue, awakening the spirit womb within? Was the divine reservoir indeed referring to this? Qin Mu's spirit womb blinked, and in an instant, he comprehended numerous truths. The human body harbors 7 divine reservoirs, with the spirit womb being the foremost. However, this reservoir is sealed, and ordinary individuals cannot unlock it, thus preventing the awakening of the spirit womb. The divine reservoir of the spirit body is naturally open, allowing the corresponding spirit blood to guide consciousness into the spirit womb, facilitating its awakening. The spirit womb refers to this vessel that accommodates consciousness. Was it not the case that the divine granted the spirit womb to humanity, only to seal it away intentionally? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of vital energy rushed in from the outside, entering the sea of light. Those strands of energy were absorbed by the small spirit womb, each breath it took purifying his vital energy significantly. Furthermore, Qin Mu discovered that the spirit womb was also absorbing the golden light from the sea, as the golden light intertwined with the vital energy within him, shimmering mysteriously. He attempted to make the spirit womb stand, but found that this little infant could not rise or move. How could the spirit womb traverse? Perhaps he should inquire with the village chief and the elder upon his return. As Qin Mu mused, his consciousness suddenly returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. The temple echoed with violent coughing sounds. The monster had not perished and was sprawled before the statue, spewing blood. After pondering briefly, Qin Mu stepped through the temple doors. Upon seeing him enter the ancient temple, the monster was caught between shock and joy, hastily struggling to rise. As Qin Mu approached, he chanted, "Chi Kaduo Sa Moyi, Ben Ruwa Sa Moyi. Chi Kaduo Ben Ruwa Sa Moyi. How dare you be so audacious?" The monster trembled in fear, as the golden Buddha behind it began to sway, radiating brilliant light, while chains clattered, forcing it back to its knees. "Oem, ma and I ba, mi hung." The resounding Buddhist chant caused the monster to cough up blood, rendered weak and dispirited. Qin Mu ceased his incantation, and the golden Buddha's voice fell silent after a single utterance. The monster beneath the statue gasped for breath and prepared to rise, but Qin Mu's voice erupted once more, invoking a chilling chant. The monster screamed, hastily retreating behind the statue, but Qin Mu's incantation faltered after only a few syllables. "You are a demon." The monster cautiously peeked out, terror etched on its face as it beheld Qin Mu entering the great hall, its voice hoarse. "You are the true demon. You are the wicked, malevolent fiend." Qin Mu remained silent, striding toward the statue. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to heed the advice of the blind elder. Respectfully stating, "I have been weak and frail since childhood, suffering from kidney deficiency and premature ejaculation." The monster's eyes widened in disbelief, and amidst its coughing and laughter, it retorted, "Young man, are you speaking of your ailments to the statue? The statue will not grant you any blessings." Qin Mu shot at a glare. "Chi Kaduo Sa Moyi." The statue trembled. "How dare you?" The monster's spirit fled in terror, pleading, "Do not chant anymore. Spare my life." Qin Mu refrained from continuing his recitation, yet the golden Buddha uttered a single mantra, causing the monster to cough up blood once more. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing of value, though a pile of white bones behind the statue startled him, revealing the countless souls lost in this dilapidated temple, victims of the monster's malevolence. The youth shook his head. The bones hidden behind the statue render it an accomplice, aiding in concealing your sins and ensnaring more victims. If I were to use the statue to eliminate you, it would merely become a merit of the statue, which I shall not do. Tell me, monster, what treasures lie within your temple?" The monster trembled. "I possess no treasures. I have been suppressed here by a ruthless thief. All treasures have been plundered away. Chi Kaduo. Do not chant." The monster laughed nervously. "In my years here, aside from satisfying my hunger, I have indeed gathered a few good items to offer you." With that, it clumsily crawled to the top of the great hall, gently prodding a hidden compartment, which swung open. From the compartment, various weapons and armor clattered to the ground, among them several garments, mostly women's bodices, crafted from fine materials befitting the affluent. "Is this all?" Qin Mu frowned in disappointment. "What of elixirs or miraculous medicines?" "I consumed all the elixirs," the monster replied, stretching its centipede-like body with a cracking sound. "I have been imprisoned here for too long. I longed for a taste of everything, and the flavor of elixirs surpasses that of these mortals. How could I let them go? Do not underestimate these weapons. They are exceptional. These weapons are treasures born from the 6 harmonies divine reservoir, nurtured by their own vital energy, possessing remarkable power. They are known as spirit weapons." Qin Mu, skeptical yet intrigued, picked up a goosewing knife. its weight astonishingly heavy in his hand, far more so than the pig-killing knife on his back. Strangely, the latter, though larger, felt lighter than the seemingly ordinary knife. The goosewing knife was long and slender, while the pig-killing knife was broad and thick. Qin Mu set down the pig-killing knife and gently struck the goosewing knife against it. With a sharp clang, the goosewing knife shattered in two, the blade clattering to the ground. The monster stared, wide-eyed, speechless as it gazed at the pig-killing knife in Qin Mu's hand. Disheartened, Qin Mu tossed the goosewing knife aside. "Who forged this kitchen utensil?" the monster exclaimed, stuttering. "A spirit weapon nurtured by a master of the Six Harmonies realm, breaking upon contact. This kitchen utensil of yours could never have been forged by an ordinary person." Qin Mu caressed the pig-killing knife, feeling its chills seeping into his bones. Crafted by the village blacksmith, a mute renowned for his skill, the knives and tools he forged were highly sought after, even by villagers from neighboring towns. "It is not made of ordinary iron." The monster's mouth foamed as it cautiously approached, wishing to scrutinize it more closely, yet hesitant, fearing Qin Mu would utter that peculiar incantation again. "Feel it. Do you sense the chill? If it is cold, then it is made of cold iron and golden crystal." Qin Mu, astonished, nodded. "Indeed, there is a chilling aura." The monster gasped. "To forge such a kitchen utensil from cold iron and golden crystal? And with such remarkable craftsmanship, it is a waste to create a mere kitchen utensil." Qin Mu shot at a glare, stowing the pig-killing knife behind him before collecting the remaining weapons and treasures, carefully placing each one before the temple entrance. The monster fumed. "You possess such fine weapons. Why must you take mine?" The elder said that anything obtained through skill must be taken entirely. Qin Mu turned around, a simple smile gracing his face. "All these treasures have been acquired through my own efforts, thus I must take them all with me." The creature, infuriated yet unwilling to confront him, could only watch helplessly as Qin Mu cleared away the precious items it had painstakingly collected. "Do you have any bundles or packages?" Suddenly, Qin Mu leaned in and inquired. "None," the creature replied. "Oh," Qin Mu retreated. The creature cautiously exited the grand hall, only to find Qin Mu chopping bamboo on the island. Before long, he fashioned a bamboo raft to place the treasures upon, then propelled himself upstream with a long bamboo pole. "Who raised such a miscreant, daring to rob even me?" the creature exclaimed in a fit of rage, finally voicing its anger. "Is there truly no law? How dare you even ask me for a bundle to carry your ill-gotten gains? It infuriates me." Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Dominant Body upon returning to the dilapidated village as twilight descended. Qin Mu unloaded the treasures from the bamboo raft and brought them back to the villagers, who were understandably astonished and gathered around to inquire. Qin Mu recounted his experiences, and the blind man's expression shifted, exclaiming, "In the oasis temple lies a lord-level beast, a formidable spirit adept at transformation, known as Wu Nu. You ventured into that temple? You managed to seize her treasures?" Granny C echoed in shock. "Is it truly that Wu Nu? I once passed by that decrepit temple and saw her devouring too many souls. I even struck her once. She hid behind that bizarre statue, and sensing its strangeness, I refrained from delivering a fatal blow. That statue is indeed peculiar. I have encountered her as well. She is quite powerful. Comparable to a 7-star realm expert," the crippled man remarked. "Mu'er, how did you manage to pilfer Wu Nu and Appos as possessions and escape?" Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Qin Mu disclosed how he had learned the language of magic from the canyon relics, detailing how he had invoked the voices of gods, demons, and Buddhas to refine Wu Nu. The villagers listened in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, Old Ma exhaled deeply, declaring, "Impressive, truly impressive." The cripple, the deaf man, and others nodded in agreement, praising him. The fact that Qin Mu had extorted treasures from a great demon like Wu Nu, who possessed the strength of a 7-star realm expert, was indeed a testament to his remarkable potential, making them proud of their teachings. The mute picked up several weapons, gesturing with disappointment, indicating that the quality of these spiritual arms was lacking and of little use. "Tomorrow, I'll take these to Dragon Inlay City, sell them, and buy some oil, salt, sauces, and fine fabrics." Granny C chuckled. "My livestock should have sold by now too." Qin Mu felt invigorated. Dragon Inlay City? Having grown up in the dilapidated village, he had only recently been allowed to venture out. He had heard tales of Dragon Inlay City, but had never set foot there. "You cannot accompany me. You are still too young." Granny C shook her head. Disheartened, Qin Mu hesitated but mustered his courage, saying, "Granny, Old Ma, there is something else. My dominant body has awakened. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, cheers erupted from Old Ma, the cripple, the blind man, and Granny C. While the mute babbled incessantly, the deaf man, unaware of Qin Mu's declaration, remained puzzled until he heard it reiterated, prompting him to burst into laughter. The blind man shouted excitedly, "Village chief, apothecary, come quickly. The dominant body has awakened." The butcher, filled with exhilaration, howled to the heavens, "Village chief, apothecary. The dominant body has finally awakened." When Qin Mu returned to the village chief was seated outside while the apothecary brewed tea, pouring it for the chief, who lacked hands. Thus, the apothecary lifted the cup to his lips. This was a frequent ritual for them, a moment of leisure and tranquility. Just as the village chief took a sip, the ruckus from the blind man and Old Ma reached his ears, causing the tea to spew from his mouth, nose, and eyes, with streams of liquid bursting from the small holes of his lower eyelids. With a crash, the apothecary's cup shattered, splattering tea across the village chief's face. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. The apothecary finally regained his composure, stammering, "The dominant body awakened?" The village chief wore a bewildered expression, clearly still processing the shock. The cripple approached, nodding emphatically, and remarked, "Indeed, the dominant body has awakened. I just checked. His vital energy is 3 times more potent than this morning, pure, and his spiritual womb has awakened, emitting a strange fluctuation that signifies its fusion with consciousness." As Qin Mu approached, he noticed the apothecary's mouth agape, as if stuffed with 2 large eggs, while the village chief's lower eyelids continued to leak water. He pondered, "It seems the village chief and the apothecary are genuinely astonished, perhaps a bit too much?" The apothecary closed his mouth and quickly inquired, "Mu-er, has your dominant body truly awakened?" Qin Mu nodded, stating, "I awakened it inadvertently." The apothecary nearly choked, muttering, "Awakened it inadvertently." The village chief finally regained his senses, chuckling, "Mu-er is indeed a dominant body. This is unequivocal. My extensive knowledge assures me of this. The awakening is only natural." Cough, cough. The apothecary's expression grew peculiar, and he coughed lightly to conceal his surprise, affirming, "The awakening of the dominant body is excellent news. However, Mu-er, do not let pride consume you. Your path of cultivation has only just begun, understood?" Qin Mu nodded in agreement. The village chief smiled. "The apothecary speaks wisely. The path of the dominant body is fraught with challenges, and one must not grow complacent. Apothecary, I'm feeling a bit weary. Please escort me back inside." The apothecary understood and led him back inside. Within the room, the 2 old men exchanged glances, and after a long pause, the apothecary lowered his voice. "Village chief, is Mu-er truly a dominant body?" "Certainly not." The village chief retorted decisively. "Then how did he awaken?" "How would I know?" The 2 old men looked at each other, puzzled about how to explain Qin Mu's phenomenon. After a lengthy silence, the apothecary ventured, "Can a mortal body break through the womb wall?" "A mortal breaking through the wall? I have never heard of such a thing. Mu-er would be the first." Suddenly, the village chief chuckled. "Apothecary, perhaps Mu-er truly will become a dominant body and carve out an extraordinary path. Wasn't that our original intention?" The apothecary also smiled. "A mortal body is indeed a dominant body. Mu-er has awakened the mortal body. His journey as a dominant body is about to commence. I can almost envision him striking down a dragon with a single punch." The village chief nodded in agreement. "Precisely. Perhaps with this spirit and resolve, he will surpass us." The 2 cunning old men shared a knowing smile and exited the room. The village chief cleared his throat and called for Qin Mu, inquiring how he had awakened the spiritual womb. Qin Mu recounted how he had utilized the divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds to breach the womb wall, successfully breaking through. The village chief gazed vacantly, murmuring, "Such a method exists?" He marveled at Qin Mu's fortune, realizing that no one else could replicate such circumstances. The convergence of divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds, coupled with Qin Mu's audacity to actively learn the language of magic to counter them, was indeed audacious. Such an act was incredibly reckless and could lead to dire consequences. Even if someone were to encounter similar circumstances, they would likely perish from the powers contained within those sounds, while others might be oblivious to the inherent dangers. He was acutely aware the powers of gods and demons were not to be trifled with. Mortals who covet such powers only find themselves on a path to demise. Yet, Against all odds, Qin Mu succeeded, leaving the village chief perplexed. What he did not know was that Qin Mu had nearly lost his life amid the clash of divine and demonic sounds, only surviving thanks to the protective jade pendant around his neck. The village chief scrutinized Qin Mu's cultivation progress, revealing a look of astonishment, which he quickly concealed. Encouraging, Mu, diligently cultivate, do not disappoint our expectations. Now that you have awakened the dominant body, you are a warrior, no longer a child. Qin Mu nodded earnestly. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the village, and a bonfire was lit as Old Ma and others roasted the captured beast in celebration of Qin Mu. Granny C tiptoed over, pulling Qin Mu back, saying, "Village chief, apothecary, come over and join us for food and drink. You go ahead. The apothecary and I will be there shortly." The village chief watched as Granny C and Qin Mu disappeared into the distance, murmuring softly, "Pharmacist. Mu possesses an exceptionally profound vitality, nearly the most accomplished warrior I have ever encountered at the spirit embryo realm." The pharmacist, observing the group merrily gathered around the bonfire, replied quietly, "How profound is it? My cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm was comparable to his, perhaps even slightly inferior." The village chief replied nonchalantly, "I refer to my peak cultivation during the spirit embryo realm, while he has only just entered this realm and will continue to grow." The pharmacist was taken aback, his body trembling in disbelief as he gazed at the chief, exclaiming, "Is he truly at the same level as you were in the spirit embryo realm? What manner of existence are you? How could he possibly? Yet, he has indeed achieved it." Chapter 20. The human-shaped spirit embryo. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor and smiled, saying, before his spirit embryo awakened, his vitality cultivation was already stronger than that of an ordinary spirit embryo realm martial artist, nearly matching my prowess in my youth. Now that it has awakened, he will only become even stronger. After all, Mu has worked tirelessly for many years, and with your countless infusions of the four spirit blood, it is not surprising that he has achieved this level. The pharmacist remained utterly astonished, murmuring, "But to be even more profound than you were back then, you are." "I am merely an old cripple," the village chief interrupted, chuckling. "One cannot measure the current youth by my standards. My concern now is that Mu's vitality possesses no attributes. How can it unleash its power? Let us proceed. We must not keep them waiting." The pharmacist felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that vitality must possess attributes to exert power. Although Qin Mu had awakened his spirit embryo, and his cultivation was exceptionally profound, without the ability to unleash power, it remained of little use. The two approached the bonfire. The deaf man pulled out his iron ear and rinsed it in wine before inserting it back into his ear hole, pouring the remaining wine into the fire, which blazed fiercely. He laughed, "Village chief, we just tested it. Although Mu has awakened the body of tyranny, he cannot harness the power of the body of tyranny's vitality. You are well-versed. Surely you know how to unleash its power?" At that moment, the pharmacist felt as if the old man's head had swelled 3 sizes. The village chief looked up, eagerly regarding the pharmacist, who turned away to clink glasses with Old Ma. "Is Mu and Apos, S body of tyranny vitality strong?" the village chief inquired. The deaf man understood the implication and praised, "Strong. His vitality is remarkably resilient, difficult to shatter." Others nodded in agreement. When Qin Mu faced off against Brother Chu among the 5 sons of Li River, they had already discerned the extraordinary nature of Qin Mu's vitality. It had penetrated a wooden stick, and Brother Chu's sword could not sever it, demonstrating its formidable strength. The village chief continued, "Is his vitality abundant?" The deaf man replied, "Terrifyingly abundant. At his level, my vitality cultivation pales in comparison." His words resonated with the others. Qin Mu and Apos' vitality was overwhelmingly rich, as if he had trained for decades despite just awakening his spirit embryo. The village chief, with gentle persuasion, queried, "If his vitality is so resilient and abundant, why can he not unleash its power?" This time, the deaf man did not respond but slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed. Village chief, why is that?" The village chief nearly gasped, feeling as if he had been stabbed twice in the chest by this deaf man. Fortunately, the mute became animated, gesturing excitedly and babbling incessantly. The mute is right, the deaf man realized, saying, "Mu's vitality is so resilient and abundant, yet cannot unleash its power," indicating that the issue lies not with Mu's body of tyranny vitality, but rather with our techniques, which do not suit him. The problem resides with us. The village chief felt a sense of relief and was about to exhale when the deaf man added, so. The question arises, how can we unleash the power of the body of tyranny vitality? We are all at a loss. Village chief, you are knowledgeable. What insights do you have? The village chief wished for 2 extra arms to strangle this fellow, yet he understood the reason behind Qin Mu's inability to unleash his vitality. The 4 great spirit bodies each possessed distinct characteristics. For instance, the white tiger vitality had metallic properties, transforming into weapons with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, as claws. It could rend opponents, and as a shield, it could block attacks. The azure dragon vitality wielded the power of thunder, possessing healing aspects. The vermilion bird vitality was characterized by flames, fierce and domineering. Both the pharmacist and the mute embodied this spirit body, with the pharmacist crafting medicines and the mute operating his forge, relying on their vitality traits. The black tortoise vitality focused on defense and water control, exhibiting water characteristics when manifested. Qin Mu's vitality, lacking these attributes, could not exert power. Although he was powerful, it seemed to contribute little to his overall strength. However, knowing the reason did not equate to knowing the solution. Mu'er, what does your spirit embryo resemble? The village chief asked Qin Mu. Qin Mu described the peculiar spirit embryo within his divine abode, leaving those by the bonfire stunned and exchanging glances. A human-shaped spirit embryo? They had never before heard of such a thing. Qin Mu was also puzzled, asking, Grandma, Grandpa Ma, isn't your spirit embryo a reflection of your childhood self? Grandmaster shook her head, sighing no. No wonder it is a body of tyranny. Even the form of the spirit embryo is different from ours, making it enviable. Mine is a white tiger spirit embryo, a little white tiger, Grandma stated. My spirit embryo is an azure dragon, old Ma added. The blind man interjected. My spirit embryo is a black tortoise. The mute gestured excitedly, claiming his spirit embryo was a vermilion bird. The village chief squinted, lost in thought. The 4 great spirit bodies were endowed with unique advantages. Their spirit embryos were naturally awakened, requiring only the summoning of the spirit embryo to become martial artists. Even if there were differences among the 4 great spirit bodies, they often shared significant similarities, rarely straying from these for categories. Some spirit bodies were not strictly white tiger, azure dragon, vermilion bird, or black tortoise, but still fell within these 4 classifications. Thus, the vitality of the 4 great spirit bodies possessed 4 distinct attributes. Qin Mu and Appo's human-shaped spirit embryo lacked attributes, making awakening difficult and power release nearly impossible. The village chief fell into deep contemplation, striving to devise a method to activate the power of the body of tyranny vitality. Despite his remarkable intelligence, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Seeing his expression, Grandmaster suddenly realized, smiling, the village chief knows Mu'er possesses the body of tyranny, but is unaware of its cultivation methods. The village chief's face reddened as he nodded. Disappointment washed over the villagers, and the blind man murmured, You are the most knowledgeable among us. If you do not know the cultivation techniques for the body of tyranny, then Mu'er's potential will surely go to waste. Silence enveloped the bonfire gathering. Suddenly, the butcher spoke. The body of tyranny techniques were created by humans, right? The crowd looked at him in confusion. The butcher chuckled, since the techniques for the body of tyranny were created by humans, if others can create them, why can't we? Even if we cannot, Mu'er could create them himself. I refuse to be daunted by difficulties. My pig slaughtering technique is my own creation. If you are frightened by the current challenges, I will look down upon you. Mu'er, do not let me down. Qin Mu nodded earnestly, feeling a surge of passion, declaring, Grandpa Butcher, rest assured, I will not disappoint your great expectations. The butcher laughed heartily, giving him a robust pat on the shoulder, and the others chuckled, the earlier tension dissipating. Seeing this scene, the village chief's heart felt unburdened, and he laughed heartily. I deceived them into believing Mu'er was the body of tyranny to inspire them to keep living. I did not realize I had become ensnared in my own ruse, fixated on how to maintain the deception. Yet, they have already found their motivation while I languished in my worries. With the knot in his heart loosened, he felt invigorated. Qin Mu's arrival had instilled the villagers of the Remnant Elder village with a renewed will to live and reignited his own drive for progress. The pharmacist glanced at him, smiling. It had been a long time since the village chief had appeared so joyous, wearing such a genuine smile. I believe we must push the limits of the body of tyranny to reveal the power of its vitality. Illuminated by the bonfire, The butcher's face appeared particularly fierce as he growled. One does not thrive without madness. The body of tyranny surpasses spirit bodies, and its vitality must also be superior. However, the conditions for its manifestation are undoubtedly more stringent. Thus, we must reach the limit to unleash its power. The cripple nodded, saying, "The iron shoes of the shepherd must be thickened, and more iron ingots should be bound. We must compel him to run faster." The blind man paused with his bamboo staff and remarked, "In the past, his training was far too lenient. Henceforth, it must be doubled to truly extract his potential." Master Ma agreed. "Indeed, to elicit his potential, we too must exert ourselves doubly." The mute gestured animatedly, uttering sounds of agreement. Qin Mu felt a surge of emotion, yet sensed an ominous undertone. He was genuinely touched by the villagers' fervent concern for him. But why did every utterance seem to involve the phrase "to extract"? The apothecary squinted and joined the discourse, stating, "Supplement. Continue to supplement him. We must fortify his vitality until it can unleash its full power. Our village abounds with rare treasures and extraordinary beasts, peculiar flowers, and exotic herbs. I can concoct miraculous elixirs. In the herb garden just beyond our village, a plethora of spiritual medicines awaits, enough to ensure that even a mere pinch of his skin could yield some spiritual essence." "Apothecary, you are truly investing greatly." The crowd laughed in response. Chapter 21. The potency of medicine. Outside the village lies an expansive medicinal garden, cultivated over the years by the apothecary, who has foraged numerous spiritual herbs from the vast market. This treasure trove has long piqued the villagers' envy, yet the apothecary has nurtured many perilous insects within the garden, deterring anyone from pilfering his precious herbs. The market, seldom frequented by people, is replete with spiritual herbs and rare treasures. The apothecary has collected countless exotic plants, carefully transplanting them into his garden. He seldom employs these herbs, but today he has resolved to use them on Qin Mu. It is imperative to understand that his discerning eye has led him to procure only the finest spiritual herbs, each capable of inciting a stir if offered to the public, thus indicating the apothecary's significant investment. As the campfire dwindled, the villagers retreated to their homes for rest. Qin Mu returned to his room, lying down in the outer chamber, quickly succumbing to a deep sleep. Granny C adjusted his blanket, gazing fondly at the sleeping youth, a caring smile gracing her face. "My dear Muir, regardless of whether you possess the body of a tyrant, you are the child I have raised, and I shall not permit anyone or anything to harm you." She was astute, having discerned much from the expressions of the village chief and the apothecary during the celebration, yet she chose to remain silent. With a light step, she retired to her inner chamber. The following day, the blind man burst into the room, brandishing his bamboo staff, exclaiming, "Muir, rise quickly. Daylight has arrived," and the apothecary, "Old hag, I have not yet risen. How dare you pry?" Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Qin Mu opened his sleepy eyes to witness the blind man being propelled from Granny C's room, soaring through the air in an arc before vanishing from sight. Truly remarkable, that old man. Qin Mu marveled, observing how the blind man, even mid-flight, maintained his balance on the bamboo staff, adopting an innocent expression as he was unceremoniously expelled. After dressing and washing, Qin Mu prepared breakfast and shared it with Granny C. Following their meal and the cleaning of dishes, the blind man returned from outside the village, brimming with excitement. "You old hag, that kick of yours was brutal. I nearly didn't make it back. Muir, hurry over. The apothecary has prepared a special medicine for you." Granny C shot the blind man a fierce glare, her expression ominous. She rose unsteadily and declared, "I'm off to Long Dragon City for trade. Blind man, I entrust Muir to you for the next few days. If he returns missing even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable." She called out to the others, "Master Ma, is the ox cart ready? Lame man, have you assembled the bamboo raft?" Qin Mu swiftly followed the blind man to the apothecary's shop. Even before entering, he was greeted by an overwhelming fragrance of herbs. Inside, he beheld a large vat suspended in the air, surrounded by several crimson birds, their feathers ablaze, heating the outer surface of the vat to a fiery red, while a bubbling sound emanated from within. "Muir, this is your medicine." The apothecary, noticing Qin Mu's arrival, retrieved the final ingredient, a green leaf, and tossed it into the vat. As the leaf met the boiling liquid, the potion instantly thickened. The apothecary then gave the vat a swift spin, producing a melodic clinking as the contents transformed into a half vat of white pills, rolling about and clinking together with a metallic sound. With a wave of his hand, the crimson birds flew out the window, disappearing from sight. The vat descended, and Qin Mu gasped, "Apothecary, must I consume so many pills today? If I eat them all, I fear I might perish." "Take it easy," the apothecary replied with an unhurried demeanor. "This batch of medicine is concocted from the finest spiritual herbs. Although it is the most basic of solidifying pills, a single one surpasses the efficacy of 100 from other apothecaries. You may consume only 1 or 2 at a time. Do not overindulge." Qin Mu remained skeptical. In the past, the apothecary had given him peculiar medicines, often a full bowl at once. Could it be that just one pill could wield such power? The blind man too expressed doubt. Is it true that one pill can equal 100? Yet, it does smell delightful. The apothecary smirked ominously. "Would you care to try consuming the entire vat?" "Moor, why not take a handful and see?" the blind man coaxed. Qin Mu was not easily swayed. He merely pinched a single pill and placed it in his mouth. Upon swallowing the pill, he immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as if hundreds of fire dragons, water dragons, golden dragons, and wood dragons were tumultuously swirling within him, causing his body to swell and shrink, fluctuate in weight, and alternate between freezing cold and emitting smoke. At times, his clothing sprouted shoots or became stained with metallic hues, and even his skin hardened, rendering him as if he were forged from metal. What was more alarming was the simultaneous eruption of various symptoms, leaving Qin Mu in a state of torment. He groaned, promptly activating the tyrant body's 3-pillar technique to counteract the medicine's potency. The blind man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Apothecary, this solidifying pill seems far from ordinary." "Indeed," the apothecary replied with a sinister smile. "Standard solidifying pills come in 4 varieties: fire, water, metal, and wood. This solidifying pill is crafted to nourish the 4 elemental energies of the spiritual body. However, since your tyrant body energy lacks a specific attribute, I have adopted a compromise, blending the 4 attributes into this single solidifying pill. It contains all 4 attributes, potentially enhancing the power of your tyrant body energy. Only you can absorb and resolve the effects of this pill. Had you consumed the entire vat, heh." The blind man shivered, realizing that the conflicting elemental energies might have drastically weakened him if he had ingested the entire vat. Of course, a single pill posed little danger to him. "Apothecary, have you concocted a restorative or a poison?" the blind man murmured. Suddenly, Qin Mu yelled and sprinted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The blind man, now worried, muttered, "With those conflicting energies, will Muir be all right? He is merely digesting the medicine. There is no need for concern," the apothecary reassured him, though he too harbored a hint of anxiety. This was his first attempt at reformulating the solidifying pill, and he was uncertain of the potency and potential side effects. He dared not voice his doubts, fearing Granny C's wrath. In the distance, the forest trembled as Qin Mu's roar echoed, followed by the crashing of trees. The apothecary's eyelid twitched. "He will be fine. Do not worry. Listen, he is very vigorous right now." The blind man sighed. Youth is filled with vitality. Within the forest, Qin Mu dashed through the trees, his fists and feet moving like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the massive trunks. Trees that could be embraced by 2 people crumbled under his assault after merely 3 punches or kicks. It was unbearable. The potency of the apothecary's solidifying pill was overwhelmingly strong, and despite his efforts to harness the tyrant body's technique, he felt as though his body might burst. He could only unleash the martial skills taught by the lame man and Master Ma to release the excess energy. Within his spiritual core, the tiny figure of his spiritual embryo was fervently absorbing the influx of energy, purifying it, leaving Qin Mu breathless and exhausted. "Little brat, perish." Suddenly, the forest quaked as an enraged demon ape rose from the depths, roaring ferociously. Qin Mu, intoxicated by the medicine's effects, had unwittingly trespassed into the demon ape's territory. Upon recognizing the small intruder, the demon ape, fueled by a vendetta, charged at Qin Mu without hesitation. Qin Mu's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he abruptly raised his head, the potent energy surging within him threatening to erupt. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards the fist of the demon ape. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending Qin Mu hurtling backward, crashing through several large trees. The demon ape, exhilarated, sprang forward, raising its leg to strike at the freshly landed Qin Mu, its massive limb resembling a dark column barreling down. With a roar of fury, Qin Mu unleashed a flurry of kicks, targeting the sinewy connections of the ape's formidable legs. The demon ape immediately sensed its strength waning, yet retaliated with a powerful downward punch. Qin Mu raised his arm to block, only to be staggered and forced to retreat once more. The demon ape closed in, its fists and feet slicing through the air with a whistling sound, conjuring gusts of wind as it advanced on Qin Mu. Unfazed, Qin Mu seemed to spiral into a frenzy, matching the beast blow for blow, undeterred by his disadvantage. The demon ape, now consumed by rage, unleashed a barrage of strikes, each more forceful than the last. The clash between man and beast wreaked havoc upon the surrounding forest, toppling trees and sending stones flying. Suddenly, Qin Mu soared into the air, sprinting along the demon ape's arm before landing directly before it. Thousand-handed Buddha. His arms appeared to multiply, creating a flurry of afterimages as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the ape's soft, vulnerable nose. The demon ape, overwhelmed with pain, cried out in anguish and fell backward, its enormous hand swinging in retaliation and sending Qin Mu flying. As the demon ape scrambled to its feet, blood streaming from its nose, its gaze fell upon Qin Mu, who was now embedded against the cliffside, resembling a figure set into the rock. Satisfied, the demon ape declared, "Little one, perish." Yet, the figure embedded in the cliff suddenly stirred, then pushed off with a frantic urgency, breaking free from the imprint and charging toward it. Startled, the demon ape thumped its chest, leaping into the fray with a furious roar, "Little one, die." Chapter 22. The Secret of the Statue in the Valley Beneath the Cliff. Thuds echoed continuously, shaking the leaves and startling the birds into flight. In the midst of this chaos, the demonic ape leaped into the air, clutching a massive stone, and hurled it down upon Qin Mu. Qin Mu deftly evaded the blow. The ape, missing its target, lifted the stone once more to strike, only for Qin Mu to leap onto the boulder, springing off it to land on the ape's nose, delivering a resounding slap to its face. With the third move of the Thunderous Eight Styles, 9 dragons command the wind and thunder, he channeled 9 distinct forces through his palm. The first wave surged forth like an enraged dragon, causing the ape to topple backward. With a synchronized motion of his shoulders and hips, he summoned the second wave of power, slamming the ape's head into the ground, cracking the stones beneath it. As he harnessed the third wave, his muscles coiled like a dragon, instigating a further shattering of the fractured rocks. The fourth wave erupted, embedding half of the ape's head into the earth. The fifth wave sent a deep tremor through the ground, submerging the ape's entire head below the surface. The sixth wave, akin to the impact of 6 dragons, was about to unleash when the ape, having regained its senses, retaliated with a colossal fist that struck Qin Mu, sending him flying like a mere insect. Tumbling to the ground, Qin Mu watched as the ape struggled to extract its head from the earth, shaking off debris from its thick fur. Yet, in a swift motion, Qin Mu sprang back to his feet and charged once more. The ape, recognizing the challenge, leaped onto the cliffside, gesturing dismissively, "Little one, no." Undeterred, Qin Mu raced up the steep cliff, his feet barely touching the surface as he ascended towards the ape. Enraged, the ape met him at the summit, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, rocks scattering in all directions. After what felt like an eternity, both combatants lay exhausted on the cliff, panting heavily. As a stick of incense burned down, Qin Mu gradually recovered, sitting up to regulate his breath. To his delight, he felt a significant enhancement in his vitality during this brief respite, his essence becoming more resilient and vibrant, coursing through every part of him. His body was now adorned with more dirt, a testament to the potency of the medicinal energy that had invigorated him during the battle, purging impurities from within. With a flick of his finger, he sent a sharp sound slicing through the air, startling the ape into a defensive posture. Qin Mu stretched his limbs, feeling the ache in his muscles, and declared, "No more fighting." The ape, understanding his words, relaxed and uprooted a tree trunk, chewing on its leaves before offering it to Qin Mu, grunting, "Little one, eat." Qin Mu plucked a bright red fruit from the tree, relishing its sweet flavor. The ape, unimpressed by the small quantity Qin Mu consumed, pounded its chest, demanding, "Eat. Grow strong." Qin Mu, bruised and sore, suppressed the pain and rose to demonstrate the Thunderous Eight Styles, thumping his chest in affirmation. "Practice, grow strong." The ape rolled its eyes in response, continuing to munch on leaves dismissively, muttering, "Believe, nonsense." After recovering, Qin Mu leapt from the cliffside, charging away. Tomorrow, we fight. The ape blinked. And once Qin Mu was out of sight, it sprang up, imitating Qin Mu's earlier movements, albeit clumsily. Despite the roughness, its immense strength allowed it to display a semblance of the thunderous 8 styles, producing resonant thunderous sounds with each punch. Upon returning to the village, the apothecary hurried over, anxious to examine him, applying healing ointment to his wounds. Are there any abnormalities? He asked. Qin Mu nodded, prompting further worry from the apothecary. The spirit fruit truly works. My vitality has strengthened, Qin Mu revealed. The apothecary finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. This spirit fruit is indeed effective for enhancing your essence. As long as you haven't harmed yourself, it validates my methods. Keep this batch of elixirs. I shall ponder other formulas. With that, he left, brimming with excitement. The blind man approached, leaning on his bamboo staff. Mu and Oppos. Are you tired? If so, I can teach you a superior eye technique. Qin Mu cleared his throat, Grandpa blind. I and Amp, Oppos, am over here. The latrine is that way. The blind man turned to the butcher basking in the sunlight on the grinding stone. I have thought long and hard. Your essence lacks attributes, so my techniques are unfeasible for you. However, this eye technique requires no attributes. Your essence should suffice. Come with me. This technique is called the ninefold heaven eye method. Qin Mu felt a sense of foreboding, but followed the blind man nonetheless. He was puzzled by the blind man's insistence on teaching him the ninefold heaven eye method without any explanation on refining the eyes, as they instead observed the 4 statues at the corners of the village. Seated before the eastern statue, the blind man's empty eye sockets seemed to scrutinize it intensely, as if discerning something profound. Qin Mu knew that the villagers were peculiar, and even the statues at the village's corners were enigmatic. Nothing in the village was ordinary. Though these 4 statues were not tall, they were incredibly heavy, so much so that Qin Mu, despite his increasing strength, could not budge them. In his youth, he often climbed atop the statues to play, only to be scolded by Granny C for being disrespectful. During festivals, Granny C and others would offer tributes to the statues, lighting incense and praying for peace and protection for the villagers. The statues were not human figures, but possessed humanoid shapes. The southern statue depicted a bird-headed figure perched on a pedestal, hands resting on its knees with wings carved on its back, seemingly poised for flight. The northern statue represented an elderly man with a turtle shell, holding a whisk that was sculpted as a great white snake, coiling around him with its head raised in the distance. The western statue was a female figure adorned with a feathered crown, a tiger lying at her feet. This female statue was also strange, with a single eye carved in her forehead, which contained a nest with 3 small birds. The statue before Qin Mu, located at the eastern corner, was a dragon-headed creature bearing a medicinal basket filled with various plants. The blind man urged him to observe this statue closely. But Qin Mu had seen these statues countless times before, even climbing on them to play, leaving him unsure of what was so captivating about them. Mu, can you lift this statue? The blind man inquired, noticing Qin Mu's lack of focus. No, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. The statues were far too heavy, inconceivable to be mere stone. A statue of such height should weigh around 1,000 pounds, a weight Qin Mu could easily bear, yet these 4 statues remained immovable. The blind man gently coaxed him. Do you know why the statues are so heavy? Qin Mu shook his head again. I don't know. The statues are not heavy at all, the blind man stated calmly. What weighs them down is not the stone itself, but what the stone represents. Qin Mu was perplexed. After all, the products of stone carving were still merely stone, were they not? The blind man replied. Consider this. If you were to learn to paint and write under the tutelage of a deaf person, your creations would be utterly nonsensical, devoid of value. Yet, the works of the deaf individual would be priceless, worth their weight in gold. Both paintings consist of the same paper and ink. So why do the deaf person's creations hold greater worth? Qin Mu grasped the essence, albeit dimly, recognizing that the deaf person's artistry possessed a remarkable aura that far surpassed his own. The blind man raised his bamboo staff and pointed at the stone statue, declaring, these statues, if crafted by an ordinary hand, would bear no significance. However, the stature of the sculptor is immense, and the themes they carved are truly daunting, rendering the weight of these statues beyond mere rationality. To carry one of these statues is akin to bearing a deity upon your back. Chapter 23. The reckless disrespect of the divine. A profound shock coursed through Qin Mu's heart. Carrying a stone statue, Was it tantamount to bearing a deity? The blind man spoke with a casual indifference. To bear a god while walking is an endeavor of immense weight. Many years ago, in their quest to save you, Master Ma shouldered a stone statue and brought your grandmother to the riverbank. Even over such a short distance, Master Ma, despite his formidable strength, was nearly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Qin Mu's scalp prickled. Were the stone statues in their village truly this burdensome? Who, then, was the sculptor of these statues? What deity did they depict? Why did their likeness invoke such heaviness? As a child, he had climbed upon the statue to relieve himself. Would the god harbor resentment? Rest assured, the deity who inspired the carving of this statue has long since perished. Mu, I show you the statue not merely for its form, but to cultivate your vision. What you gaze upon is not an ordinary statue, but a goddess image crafted by divine hands. The blind man's voice reverberated, causing Qin Mu's eardrums to thrum. Mu, the nine heavens eye-opening technique unveils the divine eye. Naturally, it is meant to witness the divine. Use your sight to perceive the essence, rhythm, aura, and demeanor of the god. Qin Mu's spirit trembled. To perceive the divine? To see the deity within the statue? Channel your vitality into your eyes. Awaken the first layer of your mortal vision. The blind man's bamboo staff gently tapped Qin Mu's heart, this time with uncanny precision. Qin Mu instantaneously felt his vitality surging forth, racing toward his eyes. The cultivation of sight is perilous. Qin Mu's vitality began to refine his body, expelling impurities and excess fat. Yet the eyes were the most challenging to forge, a veritable forbidden zone. Any misstep could result in blindness. He had previously inquired with the village elder about the cultivation of sight, but the elder had merely cautioned him against attempting it lightly. Yet here was the blind man urging Qin Mu's vitality to surge into his eyes with a fierce and unyielding momentum, defying all logic. An agonizing pain pierced through his eyes, as his vitality surged into them like a mighty river. Although his vitality was robust, it was dwarfed by the blind man's terrifying strength. How small were the eyes? Yet in that moment, Qin Mu felt as though his eyes had expanded to an unimaginable size, vast as the heavens. His vitality, like a dragon, surged into his vast eyes and then erupted forth, spewing forth vitality into the sky like a towering pillar, weaving intricate patterns across the celestial canvas, forming a web akin to the principles of the heavenly path, adorning the firmament. The previous pain vanished, replaced by an unparalleled comfort, an unprecedented ease. Mu, remember the patterns in the sky. They are the first layer of the nine heavens eye-opening technique, the divine celestial array. The blind man's voice resonated from beyond, sounding ethereal. Qin Mu hurriedly committed it to memory, his vitality orchestrating the divine celestial array within his eyes. Though he had only grasped 6 or 7 parts of the array, its complexity demanded time for retention. Time passed as the blind man repeatedly urged Qin Mu's vitality. At last, when Qin Mu's energy was nearly depleted, the blind man withdrew his staff from Qin Mu's heart. How much have you retained? The blind man inquired. About 60 to 70%, Qin Mu replied. The blind man's expression brightened. To achieve such retention in such a short time is commendable. Recover your vitality. Qin Mu began to run, employing the Supreme Body 3 Dan skill to swiftly restore his energy. Once he regained his peak state, the blind man instructed. Now, channel the celestial array I have imparted to you and observe the statue once more. See if it appears any different than before. Qin Mu immediately directed his vitality into his eyes, constructing the divine celestial array. Although incomplete, the array enveloped his eyes, and the refreshing clarity that permitted him to see through all returned. He lifted his gaze to the statue of the elder with a dragon's head, and his heart was shaken. What once seemed an ordinary statue now radiated with vibrant colors. It appeared as though the statue had come to life, transformed into a towering deity. He even perceived the delicate rays of light emanating from around the statue, illuminating its sacred and solemn nature. His spirit was instantly overwhelmed by the statue's presence. In his eyes, the statue transcended mere stone. It became a living god. The essence, demeanor, aura, rhythm, and presence of the deity bore down upon him, threatening to crush his very being, compelling his knees to bend in submission. Continue to look. Do not shut your eyes. Nor kneel, the blind man commanded coldly. As a child, you climbed upon the statue to relieve yourself. Why, now that you have grown, do you wish to kneel? Mu, The 9 Heavens Eye-Opening technique is not solely about vision. It is also about awakening your spirit, allowing you to confront the world's might and malice head-on. The strength of a warrior lies not only in the power of their strikes, but in the fortitude of their spirit. Should your heart succumb to mere stone, even the mightiest power will amount to naught. The blind man's staff struck the ground, and he thundered, "If you withstand the statue's oppression, your spirit shall grow." To strengthen your prowess, first strengthen your spirit. Be your own god, unafraid. Qin Mu's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he battled the urge to kneel. The statue's oppressive force was overwhelming, utterly insurmountable. The blind man spoke of fearlessness, yet Qin Mu found it impossible to embody. The difference between having opened one's eyes and remaining closed was stark. Without the opening of the eyes, the statue was merely a statue. Climbing upon it to relieve oneself was of no concern. But with vision awakened, the statue transformed into a deity. Even the act of gazing upon it felt like sacrilege. The gods within the dilapidated temples are easy to confront, yet the gods within your heart are far more challenging. Do you know who spoke these words? Qin Mu, ensnared by the statue's awe, was rendered mute. The one who uttered this seemingly blasphemous statement was none other than the esteemed current national master of the Yankang kingdom, revered as the foremost figure beneath the divine. The blind man, exuding an imposing presence, proclaimed, "Mu, the gods residing in your heart are but false deities. Shatter them to erect your own. Do not kneel before a mere statue. Even if a true god stands before you, you must never bow." He thrust his staff aside, unfastening his belt, and laughed heartily. "Not only must you not kneel, but you should also urinate upon it." Urinate upon it? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Urinate on a deity? The blind man laughed uproariously as he directed his stream toward the statue. "Indeed, urinate upon it. As a child, you did so countless times. Do you now hesitate?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu unfastened his belt, and a warm stream surged forth, splattering against the statue. This act was monumental. The statue, though still imbued with divinity and grandeur, no longer bore the oppressive weight that compelled him to kneel. The two shared a glance, bursting into laughter, reveling in the moment. The village elder, basking in the sunlight at the door, turned at the sound of their laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. The blind man is indeed a peculiar genius, utilizing such an unorthodox method to liberate Mu from the confines of his heart. Others would never conceive of such an eccentric solution, yet Mu boldly follows suit. By urging him to relieve himself upon the statue, he not only dismantles Mu's inner god, but also confronts his own. The god that had taken his eyes, the god of the gun, has returned. He understood the blind man's intentions. The staff in his hand was not simply a staff, it was a weapon. When the blind man first entered the village, both of his eyes had been destroyed, and he bore grievous injuries, appearing as a beggar steeped in filth. Yet, his steps were steady, and his staff remained firm. Upon entering the village, he radiated an aura akin to an enraged dragon sweeping through the small settlement. To the elder, the blind man's presence resembled a pillar that could hold up the heavens. In this world, there exists only one who possesses such remarkable marksmanship and spirit, the god of guns. Yet, the true strength of this divine marksman lies not in the weapon itself, but in his eyes, which are akin to celestial orbs, capable of discerning the flaws in any technique. Now, the blind sage has imparted this divine vision to Qin Mu. To master the gun, one must first refine the eyes. To refine the eyes, one must first cultivate the heart. The blind sage's eyes are indeed divine. The stronger the vision, the clearer the truth one perceives, and the more vividly one confronts the profound terrors that lie ahead. Chapter 24. The heart's divine unveiled the world, and all its wonders are far more intricate than the mere eye can perceive. What ordinary individuals observe is but a shadow of the reality that unfolds before the enlightened martial artist. The stone statues in the village appear unremarkable, yet those with awakened sight can discern the presence of deities within them. The remnants of gods and demons are scattered throughout, and the awakened martial artist can behold the terrifying figures of these divine beings. While common folk see mere representations, the enlightened can witness the unparalleled Buddha, a colossal entity that overwhelms the spirit. Without a resilient heart, a martial artist risks succumbing to the dread of what they behold. Thus, the blind sage instructs Qin Mu in the art of refining his vision, beginning with the cultivation of his heart. Only by dismantling the divine illusion within can he avoid being daunted, paving the way for future accomplishments. The Buddhist doctrine posits that a heart filled with divinity hinders the attainment of Buddhahood. The Master of Yankang asserts that it is far easier to dismantle the gods within the temple than to confront the gods residing within one's own heart. Both perspectives, akin to the blind sage urinating on a statue, share a common truth. The former necessitates the honing of the spirit, a gradual unraveling of the divine within, while the latter's approach is direct, even radical, yet undeniably effective. When the village chief first encountered the blind sage, he radiated an aura as formidable as a raging dragon. However, at that time, the sage was blind, having lost his eyes. Now, the gun god has returned. This transformation can be attributed to Qin Mu, for since his arrival, the villagers' grievances have begun to dissipate. In teaching Qin Mu the Nine Heavens eye-opening technique, the blind sage seeks to awaken his divine sight, despite having lost his own, relying solely on his heart's vision. As the sage imparts his knowledge, the village chief senses the awakening of the sage's divine sight, a vision of the heart. Though he lacks physical eyes, he sees with his spirit. The chief gently closes his eyes, basking in the sun, contemplating that the heart's eye shall surpass the divine eye, and the gun god will eclipse his former self. When the sage steps out of the grand market, his adversaries shall tremble. After Qin Mu finishes urinating, he shuddered slightly, feeling invigorated. The stone statue no longer stifled his spirit. As he gazed upon it again, he perceived myriad details previously hidden from view. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing the world in its true, vibrant hues. He greedily absorbed the colors surrounding him, this newfound beauty moving him to tears. Approaching the other statues in the village, he felt his spirit once again jolted. The remaining 3 statues, akin to the elder dragon head, radiated a profound divine light, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yet, he could now observe them with equanimity. These statues no longer held sway over his spirit. Having only mastered the first layer of the Nine Heavens eye-opening technique, he was elated. Contemplating the heights his vision would reach with further mastery and the breathtaking vistas he would behold. Taking out a bronze mirror, he gazed into it, noticing a peculiar change in his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a circular ring appeared, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of intertwining lightning. This ring gradually dimmed and vanished. Closing his eyes, he cautiously urged his vital energy to construct the divine celestial patterns within his pupils. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw the circular ring reappear in the mirror, an echo of the celestial heavens. If he were to master the Nine Heavens eye-opening technique, his eyes would likely possess rings of concentric circles, akin to 10 superimposed pupils, he mused. The blind sage continued to guide him in perfecting the divine celestial patterns. And after considerable time, Qin Mu finally grasped the complete pattern. "Mu, are you well rested?" the butcher exclaimed, leaping down from the stone mill, brandishing 2 cleavers. "Once you've rested, it's time for practice." Qin Mu responded affirmatively and charged at the butcher with the cleavers. Shortly thereafter, Master Ma and the lame man returned from hunting, taking over for the butcher to continue Qin Mu's training until he was utterly exhausted. In the afternoon, Qin Mu ventured to the blacksmith, the mute man, who communicated through gestures and sounds for a while, prompting Qin Mu to ponder thoughtfully. The mute conveyed the techniques of cultivation, likening it to blacksmithing, emphasizing the balance between gentle and fierce flames and the necessity of quenching with water. This represented a harmony of softness and hardness, of dragon and tiger. As Qin Mu contemplated, he found profound wisdom in the mute's words, which helped him avoid many pitfalls. While forging, the mute also taught him to observe the fire, demonstrating how to watch the flames in the furnace. Qin Mu's eyes lit up as he followed the mute's instructions, simultaneously channeling his vital energy, activating the dominating body technique. Feeling it flow like a small furnace hidden within his chest, and then spreading throughout his body, he sensed his vital energy igniting, a wondrous sensation. Concurrently, within his spiritual womb, his essence absorbed energy from the sea of light, breathing in and exhaling vital energy. Astonishingly, his spiritual womb began to transform, the expelled energy igniting into flames, wrapping around the womb as if it were basking in a furnace. Qin Mu was taken aback. His spiritual womb was undergoing a refining process too. As he observed the flames, this remarkable transformation unfolded, surprising him greatly. The mute was equally astonished, curiously studying Qin Mu. After a while, Qin Mu felt his spiritual womb reach its limit in terms of heat tolerance. and he quickly ceased his observation of the flames. The mute gestured, placing a glowing iron bar into water, producing a hissing sound and a cloud of steam, before gesturing again. Qin Mu's eyes brightened as he focused on the water tank, a realization dawning upon him. Gradually, a sound of flowing water resonated within his chest. And as the gentle stream of vital energy flowed into his spiritual womb, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. His vital energy began to refine his spiritual womb. His spiritual womb reveled in this baptism of fire and water. The following morning, Qin Mu awoke feeling exuberant, brimming with vitality. The methods taught by the mute had indeed yielded remarkable results. Eager to seek out the demon ape for a match, he eagerly consumed a vitality pill, propelled by the potent effects of the medicine to burst forth from the village in exhilaration. Below the cliff, the demon ape had been waiting for quite some time. "Little brat, come here." The demon ape, having practiced the thunderous 8 techniques imparted by Qin Mu, felt a surge in strength. Upon seeing Qin Mu charge forward, it excitedly discarded the twig in its mouth, assuming a stance and chuckling. "Come on, little one." As Qin Mu advanced, the demon ape, like a moving mountain, barreled towards him, suddenly unleashing a technique reminiscent of the East Sea thunder, accompanied by a howling wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway perilously. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled as he let out a long howl, executing the same technique, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as both Qin Mu and the ape were propelled backward by their own forces. Upon landing, the demon ape charged again, its massive fists cleaving through the air, creating tremors in the atmosphere, each punch resonating with a deep, sonorous hum. Qin Mu marveled. The thousand-handed Buddha technique had been learned by the demon ape. Although its execution was still somewhat clumsy, lacking finesse, the essence of the technique was grasped. Coupled with the beast's immense strength, its rendition of the thousand-handed Buddha surpassed Qin Mu's in sheer power. The demon ape's physique was extraordinarily robust, and after mastering the thunderous 8 techniques, its strength had only intensified, making each punch frighteningly formidable. Yesterday, Qin Mu experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Nurtured by the essence of vitality, his strength has considerably increased. Today, after consuming a solidifying essence pill, he anticipated that he would be able to severely wound the demon ape. To his astonishment, he found himself at a disadvantage, with the tide of battle seemingly turning against him. Chapter 25. The Second Awakening. In the valley beneath the cliff, a fierce battle erupted between a man and a beast. The clash was intense. Qin Mu's arms grew sore and numb as the demon ape pressed the advantage, gradually overwhelming him. Before long, he found himself battered and bruised. Yet the demon ape refrained from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to continue the contest with a measure of restraint. "Eat, grow strong," the demon ape roared, unleashing a punch imbued with the might of 9 distinct forces, embodying the third move of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. As it struck, the beast also urged Qin Mu to consume more, to grow as robust as it was. Divine Celestial Eye, open. Qin Mu's vitality surged, flooding into his eyes, where the first layer of the 9-fold Celestial Eye technique formed intricate patterns within his pupils. Instantly, the world around him transformed into a realm of unparalleled clarity and depth. Even the demon ape's incoming fist appeared wondrous. He could perceive the slightest quiver of each hair on the beast's fist as it sliced through the air, discerning the movement of every sinew and muscle beneath its skin, and even the trajectory of its power. The blind sage's teaching of the 9-fold Celestial Eye technique unveiled the truths hidden within the surface, granting Qin Mu an unprecedented mastery over the dynamics of power in their confrontation. As he met the demon ape's fist with his own, in that fleeting moment before impact, Qin Mu's fingers unfurled in succession, releasing a powerful force akin to the sharp twang of a bowstring. The second move of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the finger flick of thunder, utilized precise finger techniques. Qin Mu's first finger struck the demon ape's colossal fist, causing the beast to immediately lose all sense of power within it. With his second finger, the demon ape felt its arm tremble violently. The third finger produced a similar effect, sending waves of panic coursing through the creature as it sensed the tremors within its muscles. With the fourth finger, the demon ape's arm involuntarily swung high, exposing a vulnerability in its chest. The fifth finger struck the beast's chest with the force of hundreds of charging bulls, sending it tumbling backward in shock. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned. Was the ninefold celestial eye technique truly this formidable? It was not merely his technique, but rather the clarity of vision it bestowed, allowing him to effortlessly discern the demon ape's shifting power and uncover the weakness in its punch, neutralizing the might of its blow. Just as he was lost in thought, the demon ape erupted in fury, launching Qin Mu into the air, then leaping skyward with a mighty swing of its fists, causing the ground to tremble as Qin Mu landed with a resounding thud in a deep crater. The demon ape landed heavily, hammering its fist into the pit, only for Qin Mu's finger to strike its fist just before impact. In the next instant, the demon ape was hurled upward, as Qin Mu vaulted from the pit to chase after the airborne beast. 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as the demon ape plummeted through the sky, crashing into more than 10 towering trees. After a prolonged struggle, both Qin Mu and the demon ape found themselves atop the cliff, panting heavily, utterly devoid of the strength to continue their battle. Although the divine celestial eye was potent, it drained an immense amount of energy, and even Qin Mu, with his profound cultivation, found it taxing. After a brief respite, the demon ape sat up, giving a thumbs up and gesturing to itself. "Aye, brother." Qin Mu shook his head and replied, "Aye, brother. You little brother." Enraged, the demon ape raised its fist, muscles rippling. "Aye, strong." Qin Mu seized one of its fingers, swinging the beast down with a mighty crash. "Aye, stronger." The demon ape sprang back to its feet, and once again they clashed until both were exhausted, collapsing side by side to catch their breath. Regaining some energy, Qin Mu rose and demonstrated the thunder sound 8 styles atop the cliff, with the demon ape watching intently. Yesterday, he had only imparted a general overview, but now he elaborated on the intricate details of each technique, explaining the nuances of power application. The demon ape learned rapidly, mastering the complete thunder sound 8 styles within mere hours. Qin Mu was astonished, questioning whether he could still best this formidable creature. Was this beast truly a martial genius? Could a non-human be so astute? Could it cultivate? Pondering this, Qin Mu sat down to teach the demon ape the art of breathing and energy circulation, imparting his foundational technique, the dominant body 3 dantian skill. The demon ape mimicked his breathing patterns, showing remarkable aptitude. The technique was fundamentally simple, merely guiding and channeling energy. In no time, the demon ape had grasped the basics of energy circulation, its breathing becoming steady and composed. This was likely due to its nature. The creature was a herbivore, inherently calm and pure of heart, allowing it to master the technique swiftly. Impressed by the demon ape's rapid progress, Qin Mu praised, "Big fellow, practice diligently. I shall return tomorrow for another spar." With that, he leapt from the cliff and made his way back to the village. The demon ape watched him depart, then sat down, murmuring, "Little one." For the next several days, Qin Mu returned daily to spar with the demon ape. After each bout, the creature would offer him fruits, while Qin Mu guided its training and even taught it the thief's celestial leg technique. While the demon ape was proficient in boxing, its kicking skills were rudimentary. However, after learning the thief's celestial leg, its legs became unexpectedly agile, catching Qin Mu off guard on more than one occasion. Qin Mu's prowess advanced rapidly, and the demon ape's growth was equally remarkable. Soon, it achieved a modest level of mastery during their duels. If Qin Mu did not employ the divine celestial eye, he found himself at a disadvantage, often on the back foot. That afternoon, after another spirited bout, Qin Mu resumed his duties at the mute blacksmith's forge, adhering to the lessons imparted by the blacksmith as he tended the flames. Within his spiritual embryo, his energy surged, refining his essence, everything appearing as it always had. Suddenly, the embryo began to voraciously absorb the golden light from the sea of gold within his spiritual repository, streams of brilliance flooding into his essence. Qin Mu was at a loss, entirely unaware of the extraordinary transformation taking place within him. The mute blacksmith, oblivious to the wonders occurring within Qin Mu's spiritual embryo, remained unaware of the remarkable change unfolding. The absorption of the golden light reached a crescendo, and abruptly, the tiny figure within ceased its intake and breathing, falling into a profound stillness. Qin Mu, feeling a twinge of unease, attempted to rouse his essence, but it remained unresponsive. Had his embryo perished? After what felt like an eternity, the embryo gradually stirred, awakening once more. Qin Mu exhaled in relief, returning to his task of tending the fire. At that moment, He sensed his energy igniting with unparalleled intensity. As the embryo breathed in and out, the energy ignited, flowing out yet remaining aflame. Startled, Qin Mu halted his work, but it was too late. His garment spontaneously ignited. The mute blacksmith quickly grabbed a large water barrel and doused Qin Mu's flames. As the blacksmith lifted the barrel, Qin Mu emerged dripping wet, resembling a drenched rat. The blacksmith, bewildered, inspected the scorch marks on Qin Mu's attire, then hastily discarded his hammer and iron bar and rushed to the village chief, gesturing frantically. The chief, astonished, quickly instructed the deaf mute and the blacksmith to bring him over, saying, "Muer, try tending the fire again." Qin Mu was perplexed by the village chief's solemn demeanor. He observed the flames once more. As the vital energy within his spirit embryo transformed into a furnace of fire, encircling the essence of his being. Subsequently, a wave of heat surged from within him, causing the temperature of his body to escalate rapidly. The village chief's eyes sparkled with encouragement as he gently advised, "Muer, keep your mind steady, focus your spirit, and envision your palm as a blade. Strike forth and let me witness your prowess." With a tranquil mind, Qin Mu concentrated solely on the flames before him, allowing his vital energy to erupt naturally. He wielded his hand as a sword and struck forward. To his astonishment, his palm emanated a fiery glow, resembling a blazing sword descending with formidable force. Chapter 26. The arms with the onlookers in the blacksmith shop were momentarily stunned. Qin Mu's dominant body essence had manifested an attribute, and it was evidently of the fire element. Clearly, it was the essence of the vermilion bird. Just as the deaf man was about to cheer, the village chief interjected, "Hold your horses, deaf. Muer, focus on observing the water. Do not overthink. Maintain your mental clarity." Heeding the chief's advice, Qin Mu redirected his attention to the water. The essence surging within his spiritual womb transformed into a gentle stream, refining his spirit core. The small blacksmith shop was now filled to the brim with villagers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Master Ma, the lame man, the butcher, the apothecary, and the blind man all squeezed in, their breaths held in anticipation as they watched Qin Mu in deep concentration. The village chief's voice rang out. "Do you remember the spear techniques the blind man taught you? Envision a spear in your hand and thrust it forward." Qin Mu raised his hand and executed a thrust, the tip of his spear dancing as he unleashed a series of expansive circles. At that moment, his essence erupted as a pure white mist, forming a spear-like shape in his grasp, accompanied by the sound of flowing water as the mist swirled into larger circles. "It's done! It's done!" Master Ma wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "At last, it has come to fruition. Our years of hard work have not been in vain. Muer, you have grown." Unable to contain his emotions, he turned his head aside to wipe his tears with his only arm. The lame man wore a simple smile, murmuring, "Our Muer can survive in the great market now." "Damn it, old Ma, stop crying. You're making me tear up." The old woman had gone to buy supplies in Dragon City. Had she been here, she would have been the one to cry the hardest. What is there to cry about? The apothecary's eyes were reddened, but he chuckled. "We should be celebrating. Even if we grow old and pass away, Muer will be able to fend for himself. This is a monumental blessing. We should rejoice." "Indeed, indeed." The deaf man laughed heartily. "Apothecary, I may not always agree with you, but your words resonate with me today." The little blacksmith shop erupted with thunderous laughter, echoing into the sky. Qin Mu looked at the excited elderly men around him, warmth swelling within his heart. Each of them bore some form of disability, yet they were his family, his closest kin. Suddenly, a voice from outside broke into the moment. It was old Granny C, laughing. "What are you old fools gathered here laughing about?" Qin Mu was both startled and elated. Old Granny C had finally returned from Dragon City. Before long, the lame man revealed the joyful news, and old Granny C was filled with astonishment and joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Good news indeed. Muer has finally matured. This is wonderful." She recalled the hardships of the past 11 years, tears streaming down her face. Sitting down, she wiped her eyes, saying, "If we should pass one day, Muer will still be able to survive. Don't mind me, it's just the dust in my eyes." The village chief let out a quiet sigh of relief, the dark clouds that had loomed over him dissipating with Qin Mu's newly attributed dominant body essence. The realization that Qin Mu could wield his essence with power solidified his identity as the dominant body, alleviating a crisis in the village. Yet, he could not help but wonder how Qin Mu's essence had suddenly acquired attributes, particularly the bizarre combination of water and fire. It was known that spiritual bodies typically possessed a singular attribute. It was impossible to have two. Qin Mu, despite being of ordinary talent, had inexplicably awakened both water and fire attributes, an anomaly indeed. Did all ordinary individuals awaken dual attributes upon manifesting their spiritual womb? He pondered. Perplexed, what exactly had the mute taught him that enabled his essence to embody both water and fire? Could others also achieve this? He was aware that the villagers had exhausted every means to help Qin Mu's dominant body essence reach its potential. The apothecary had relied on medicinal remedies, while the lame man, butcher, and master Ma had engaged in fervent training. The blind man had selflessly imparted his divine sight. The deaf man had encouraged Qin Mu to explore the realms of art and calligraphy, but the methods employed by the mute remained a mystery. To his surprise, it was the mute who had ultimately awakened the power of the dominant body essence. All he knew was that the mute had guided Qin Mu to observe fire and water. Yet the intricacies of how this enabled his essence to embody both attributes eluded him. The mute was the village's blacksmith, an unassuming figure. The most flamboyant in the village was the blind man. The most ostentatious was the butcher. The most enthusiastic was the often icy Master Ma. The most cunning was the overly enthusiastic lame man. The most grounded was the apothecary. The most selfless was the deaf man. The most capricious was the hunchbacked old Granny C, and the most taciturn was the mute. The village chief knew little of the mute, other than that he had lost his tongue and was skilled in forging, often crafting kitchen knives and plows for nearby villagers to make a living. Given his guidance to Qin Mu, it was likely that the mute's mastery and understanding surpassed all others in the village, save for the chief himself. Mu, can you now condense your essence into threads? Old Granny C asked expectantly. Qin Mu attempted to refine his essence into fine strands, and in the next moment, his essence surged forth, the thickness of his arm ablaze with flames. This thick and powerful thread of essence wielded the butcher's knife, cleaving through a wooden post the size of a water barrel with astonishing force. The villagers watched in silence as Qin Mu wielded this thick essence thread. While undeniably powerful, the ability to condense essence into threads was essential for greater agility and versatility, allowing for the control of a sword and the execution of techniques that could not be performed otherwise. However, Qin Mu's essence thread was far too robust to be called a thread. It was more akin to an essence arm. Such a thick essence thread required immense energy to maintain. The lame man scratched his head, remarking, I think an essence arm isn't so bad. It's like having an extra limb, very formidable in a fight. The others chuckled, while old Granny C shook her head, saying, essence threads are far more nimble. An essence arm is simply too cumbersome. Its flexibility and responsiveness cannot compare to that of essence threads. Mu, you must strive to master the art of condensing your essence into threads. Qin Mu nodded. He could only manifest the fire attribute when observing flames, akin to the vermilion bird's essence. However, when not in the presence of fire, his essence reverted to its ordinary form. Simultaneously observing fire and condensing essence into threads posed a considerable challenge for him. The village chief and others noticed the problem and frowned. Qin Mu could only exhibit fire attributes when observing flames and water attributes when observing water. This was a significant disadvantage in a battle. Would an enemy grant him the opportunity to observe fire or water? Initially, they had believed Qin Mu's dual elemental dominant body essence to be extraordinarily powerful. Now, their confidence was wavering. Ah! The mute gestured cheerfully, his smile warm and sincere. The deaf man understood, laughing. The mute is right. Mu has merely grasped the fundamentals. With practice, he will surely master it. The dual elemental essence was akin to simultaneously awakening the Xuanwu and vermilion bird's spiritual bodies. When Qin Mu observed fire, he wielded the essence of the vermilion bird. When he observed water, it was the essence of the Xuanwu. In the village, Qin Mu maneuvered the thick essence thread to execute the butcher's knife technique. The knife danced perilously, nearly cleaving him in half on several occasions. Whenever danger loomed, the blind man would deftly use his bamboo staff to redirect the knife, preventing any genuine harm to Qin Mu. The art of condensing essence into threads and wielding a sword required meticulous training and control. Although the butcher's knife technique was a martial discipline, the butcher had incorporated some aspects of divine techniques, allowing him to wield the knife with finesse. However, The inherent differences between martial and divine techniques rendered training with the Butcher's knife technique to master sword control exceedingly perilous. The Butcher's techniques are undeniably reckless and perilous. When he descends into madness, even he is not exempt from self-inflicted wounds, a statement that is far from mere hyperbole. In contrast, the Thunder Sound 8 forms imparted by Master Ma to Qin Mu are purely martial arts, devoid of any swordplay utilizing Qi manipulation. The celestial magic bestowed upon him by Granny C belongs to the realm of sorcery. The limping man's leg techniques, the blind man's staff artistry, the deaf man's brushwork, the apothecary's alchemical skills, and the mute's blacksmithing craft clearly cannot facilitate the training required for Qi-driven swordplay. Consequently, in order to cultivate the art of swordplay through Qi, Qin Mu is compelled to practice the perilous techniques of the butcher's knife. At the village entrance, the village chief languidly basked in the sun, while the apothecary stood nearby. Glancing back at Qin Mu, who was fervently honing his Qi swordplay, he suddenly remarked, "The blind man has passed on his divine sight to Mu'er. The butcher has imparted his blade techniques, and the limping man has shared his leg methods, as well as the deaf man's artistic skills. But what about you, Chief?" The chief turned to face him. The apothecary's tone was somewhat confrontational. "We each possess our own strengths, yet our mastery of Qi swordplay remains shallow. Your insights surpass those of any one of us, and your abilities exceed ours. Why do you not impart your knowledge? In this world, I ask, whose swordsmanship could rival yours?" The village chief's expression turned somber as he gazed down at his non-existent limbs, murmuring, "I wish to teach. But Mu'er cannot bear the weight of it. Even when I was whole, I could not shoulder it. Otherwise, I would not have needed to hide in the great market. Do you know how my limbs were severed?" The apothecary shook his head. "It was by the sword." The chief looked up, his face devoid of emotion, and stated, "My limbs were cleaved by a blade. To pass on my skills is to transfer my burdens, which I cannot bear. He is even less equipped to do so." Chapter 27. The Ling Tai technique. In the woods outside the village of Qin Lao, Qin Mu struck with his palm, and a surge of vital energy erupted from his arm, resembling a fire dragon entwined about him. The air before him instantly became intensely hot, as if it had been ignited. He moved his feet and struck again, the atmosphere growing increasingly arid, akin to a vast desert under a blazing sun. He employed Master Ma's boxing technique, the fourth form of the thunderous 8 styles, Quafu chasing the sun suddenly. Qin Mu altered his footwork, and his movements transformed accordingly. Each gesture flowed like a river rushing to the sea, his vital energy shifting seamlessly from fire to water. A dragon of water vapor coiled around his arm, and with each successive strike, the sound of surging waves enveloped him, as if a deluge flowed around him. With another shift in technique, he held his hands in a loose grip, the mist coiling like a spear, resembling a great dragon, tumultuous and powerful. For several days, he had been honing his swordsmanship with vital energy in the village, focusing intently on refining his essence. Yet, he understood that he first needed to observe the fire in order to imbue his essence with its fiery attributes before he could wield it as a sword. As he practiced repeatedly, the time required to observe the fire diminished, and now he found he no longer needed to gaze at the furnace. Merely envisioning the flames in his mind ignited his essence into a searing blaze. However, the butcher's knife technique was more suited to combat. Thus, employing it to refine his swordsmanship yielded limited results. In contrast, training in Master Ma's thunderous 8 styles and the blind man's spear techniques proved far more fruitful, leading to rapid progress. Now, as he executed the fourth form of the thunderous 8 styles, Quafu chasing the sun, it was as if a giant were racing forward. With a powerful thrust of his palm, the air exploded, demonstrating the might of his vital energy. Of course, the fire-based Juke essence could not fully harness the power of Master Ma's thunderous 8 styles. The most compatible essence was the Qinglong essence. Conversely, the water-based Xuanwu essence excelled in maximizing the blind man's spear techniques. After a considerable time, Qin Mu paused to consume 2 solidifying essence pills to replenish his rapidly depleting vital energy. Reflecting on his shortcomings in utilizing his essence, he noted that previously he could only take 1 solidifying essence pill without feeling overwhelmed, but ever since his Ling Tai had awakened, consuming 2 had become manageable, albeit slightly uncomfortable. Could the magic ape consume solidifying essence pills? Probably not, for the herbalist grandfather had mentioned that these pills contained 4 kinds of attributes, which would be toxic to those without a robust physique. Perhaps one day, he would concoct a barrel of solidifying essence pills for the magic ape. Thinking of this giant companion who had fought alongside him, he felt a stir in his heart. He had not sought out the magic ape in recent days and wondered how this extraordinary beast had fared with the Bati Sendan technique. He leaped into action, moving swiftly toward the magic ape's territory. Being a youth, with no friends in the village, he felt a genuine fondness for the magic ape after their encounters. Before long, Qin Mu arrived at the entrance of the magic ape's valley, where a figure like a small mountain rose from the forest. It was the magic ape. After several days apart, the magic ape appeared even more robust, and, upon spotting Qin Mu, was filled with joy, thumping its chest and beckoning Qin Mu to climb onto its shoulder. Qin Mu leaped onto its shoulder, and the magic ape bounded into the valley, carrying him deeper within. This was Qin Mu's first foray into the magic ape's lair. Within the valley, he observed wild deer and horses aplenty, along with some roes and silly chamois. In the heart of the valley lay ancient ruins, crumbling and dilapidated. The magic ape's dwelling was a half-collapsed palace, with a decayed half-human, half-beast statue before it. Qin Mu activated his divine eye, a subtle tremor coursing through him. This statue bore a striking resemblance to the one in Qin Lao village, and through his divine eye, its divine essence appeared as a formidable beast god, fierce and imposing. It dawned on him that the magic ape likely relied on this statue each night to fend off the encroaching darkness and preserve its life. Such extraordinary divine essence, could it also have been sculpted by a deity? As Qin Mu jumped down from the magic ape's shoulder, a foolish chamois approached, sniffing at his clothing as if it were food. The magic ape gently grasped the chamois and set it aside, then waved, indicating for Qin Mu to follow. It was the ruler and protector of this valley, safeguarding these creatures while displaying ferocity only toward intruders. Following the magic ape into the crumbling palace, Qin Mu furrowed his brow, for the place was saturated with the scent of wild beasts, suggesting that the valley's creatures sought refuge within the palace at night. "Look, little one." The magic ape pointed to a wall. Qin Mu looked up to see some fragmented murals on the palace walls, faded and chipped, with only a few still relatively intact. These murals depicted figures in the midst of cultivation, with arrows indicating the flow of vital energy within. As he examined them, his heart raced. He recognized the guiding path of the Bati Sendan technique. The magic ape must have sensed a resemblance to the murals after practicing the technique, leading him here. However, Qin Mu soon discerned a discrepancy. The first mural indeed illustrated the guiding path of the Bati Sendan technique, yet the second mural differed. While it still followed the same path, it was more intricate. The second mural's guiding path led into the Ling Tai's divine abode. Once the vital energy entered the Ling Tai's sanctuary, it revealed a third mural, depicting the guiding path of the vital energy within the Ling Tai's realm. Instead of being directly inhaled and exhaled, the energy formed intricate arrays beneath the Ling Tai's feet. These arrays were exceedingly complex, surpassing the divine arrays imparted by the blind man. Qin Mu examined them closely, committing them to memory while simulating with his own vital energy, forming arrays beneath the Ling Tai. As he completed the Ling Tai array, a subtle tremor coursed through him, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable connection binding him to the Ling Tai. As he breathed, the Ling Tai breathed in unison. As he moved, the Ling Tai mirrored his actions. When he activated the Bati Sendan technique, the Ling Tai did the same. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, then elated. Did this not mean he could cultivate alongside his other self? Yet, he quickly realized that the Ling Tai activating the Bati Sendan technique did not enhance his cultivation. Instead, it refined his vital energy. His energy flowed through the array beneath the Ling Tai, absorbing the golden light from the sea of gold, entering the Ling Tai's body, and being expelled. Once integrated with the golden light, his vital energy became more resilient and pure. Previously, the Ling Tai had absorbed the golden light, albeit subtly, but not as swiftly as the intricate arrays depicted in the third mural. Could this be the technique for the Ling Tai realm within the Bati Sendan? Qin Mu's heart raced. The village chief had claimed ignorance of the subsequent techniques of the Bati, yet here he discovered the Ling Tai realm's Bati techniques. He glanced at the fourth mural, frowning slightly. The fourth image was damaged, only partially intact, and appeared to depict the techniques for the Five Elements realm. Scuff marks from animals living here marred the mural, suggesting it had been defaced by the local fauna. The fifth mural was also incomplete, and the sixth was nearly obliterated, with the subsequent murals in even worse condition, making them nearly unrecognizable. The palace had deteriorated to such an extent. One could only wonder how long the remaining murals would endure. Qin Mu sighed. The survival of even a few murals was a remarkable feat. He committed the second and third murals to memory, recalling them silently before easing his mind. Even if the palace's murals were entirely destroyed, their teachings would live on through him, imparting knowledge to the next Ba-Ti practitioner. With so few murals remaining intact on the palace walls, aside from the Ba-Ti Sandan technique, there was one more relatively complete mural. It was a map that Qin Mu carefully scrutinized, and upon locating the position of Yongjiang, his heart stirred. Could this be a map of Daxu? He traced along the river, diligently searching for clues. And after observing the flow and bends of the waterway, he finally identified the location of the village of Zanlao. Curiously, why was there a dragon depicted here? Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the area upstream of Zanlao, about 100 miles away, where the map illustrated a dragon shape in Yongjiang, leaving him perplexed. The Yongjiang Dragon King. Qin Mu felt a jolt in his heart. Beside the dragon were inscribed the words Yongjiang Dragon King, the meaning of which eluded him. This map contained not only this peculiar detail, but also other intriguing locations. 30 miles east of Zanlao, there was a well, beside which were inscribed the words Heavenly Well Dragon King. Another well appeared elsewhere, labeled I Dragon King. He also noticed a more distant area on the Daxu map, featuring a ship adorned with a sun, accompanied by the inscription Sun Ship. Not far from the Sun Ship, there was a place called Sun Well, and an even more distant location bore the name Moon Ship, depicted with a crescent moon. Adjacent to the Moon Ship, there was yet another peculiar site, named Moonwell. As Qin Mu continued his search, he found no trace of the ancient temple in Jiangxin that suppressed the Wu female. Nor did he locate the distant city of Xianglong downstream. Was this map perhaps from before the calamity of Daxu? After a moment of searching, his heart raced as he discovered the canyon ruins he had found while evading darkness. However, the map designated it not as ruins, but as Goddess Pass. Indeed, this was a map from before the calamity of Daxu. Chapter 28. Shadows on the Wall. Qin Mu steadied his mind. Realizing the map from before the Great Ruin disaster was invaluable. It marked numerous relics of the Great Ruin. Should he venture out hunting and find himself unable to return to the village of the elderly, he could use the map to seek refuge in these relics from the encroaching darkness. With this map, many dangers could be circumvented. He committed the map to memory, and after a moment, located the valley it indicated, named the Xinyang Palace on the map. Xinyang? Yang signifies calamity, a harbinger of disaster. Having studied writing and painting under the deaf man, although not extensively learned, Qin Mu had absorbed a wealth of knowledge and murmured, Xinyang Palace is the palace that suppresses calamities. But what calamities does this palace aim to suppress? Looking around, he noticed that the demon ape had somehow left, presumably concerned that its presence might disturb him, so it had ventured out. The giant was indeed considerate. Qin Mu exited the palace and called for the demon ape, inquiring, Big fellow, is there anything peculiar about this place? The ape scratched its head, pondered for a moment, and hurried towards the side hall of the Xinyang Palace, with Qin Mu quickly following, while the foolish roe deer trailed behind them. Upon entering the side hall, the demon ape pointed with excitement. Following its gesture, Qin Mu's gaze fell upon a white wall where a small human figure, no larger than a thumbprint, was depicted. Examining the wall closely, he found nothing else aside from this minuscule silhouette. The silly roe deer, sniffing about, approached the wall and began to lick at the figure, only for a hand to reach out suddenly, whisking the deer away. Startled, Qin Mu gasped, while the demon ape pounded its chest in rage and bellowed at the wall, though it dared not advance. On the wall, next to the tiny figure, a vivid depiction of a roe deer emerged, and to Qin Mu's astonishment, he saw the figure on the wall begin to animate, opening its mouth wider and wider, revealing a mouth full of teeth resembling nails, before it devoured the roe deer in one bite. Horrified, Qin Mu watched as the silhouette, after consuming the deer, took strides towards them. Although it did not step out from the wall, its form loomed larger, gradually reaching the size of an ordinary person, and yet it continued to grow. Before long, the figure filled the entire wall, casting a shadow that extended to the ceiling of the side hall, a head with a gaping mouth, followed by hands stretching from one wall to the adjacent ones. Little one, let us go, the demon ape urged, pulling Qin Mu as they leaped out, narrowly escaping the grasp of the shadow. An enraged roar echoed from the wall as it trembled violently, dust swirling in the air, and the shadow spread throughout the side hall in the blink of an eye. Is this the essence of a demon? Qin Mu paused, blinking, and turned back, testing. Kikido Samoya, born Samoya, Kikido born Samoya. The shadow enveloping the side hall suddenly fell silent, and the windows of the grand hall swung open like two ominous eyes. Qin Mu felt as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying gaze, a bone-chilling sensation washing over him. Then, the grand door crashed shut, only to swing open again, revealing a raspy voice, the great freedom mantra. Are you a descendant of my clan? How pitiful. Your mantra lacks true transmission. Has my clan fallen to such depths? Qin Mu ventured. Does the elder comprehend the true great freedom mantra? Indeed. The voice boomed with pride as the doors opened and closed. The great freedom mantra of my clan harbors unparalleled power, a might capable of forging worlds and bestowing great freedom. Alas, in your hands, it has become a mere shadow of its former self, devoid of any potency. Send that monkey away. I shall impart to you the genuine mantra. Qin Mu glanced at the demon ape, who shook its head and grumbled, I don't trust it. This elder shares my lineage and will not harm me. Please wait outside for a moment, Qin Mu reassured. Reluctantly, the demon ape complied as Qin Mu pushed it out. As the doors opened and closed, the voice, now imbued with a sinister charm, declared, the mantra is a subtlety of practice, containing the essence of divine and demonic powers. You possess only the syllables of the mantra, lacking its spirit and the means to unleash its true potential. This method, called the Great Freedom Seal, is the core of my clan's ultimate knowledge. My power is sealed within this grand hall and cannot last long. Pay close attention, for I shall teach you once. How much you can learn depends on your ability. As the shadow on the wall shrank, a smaller silhouette emerged, roughly the height of Qin Mu, with lines of energy flowing within it, illustrating the path of Qi. The voice continued, the Great Freedom Seal comprises 4 methods: the Demon God's Mighty Seal, the Celestial Demon's Freedom Seal, the Great Wisdom Seal, and the final method. The 3 seals in one, the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Seal. This is the first seal, the Demon God's Mighty Seal. Your voice must resonate with the demonic tone to unleash its power, Kikido. Qin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the shadow on the wall, diligently memorizing the energy flow. Within him, his chi began to move along the prescribed path. Kikido. Suddenly, the demonic incantation erupted from his lips, and Qin Mu felt a terrifying power surge within, compelling his fingers to form a unique seal that propelled forward uncontrollably. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as Qin Mu struck forth, unleashing the long-desired thunder palm. Stunned, Qin Mu marveled at the potency of the power imparted by the shadow on the wall. The Demon God's Mighty Seal was astonishingly powerful, surpassing the Thunder 8 styles in strength, though it consumed much more chi, several times that of the Thunder 8 styles. The shadow on the wall writhed as if pulled by some unseen force, involuntarily retreating back into the side hall, panting heavily. The power of this side hall is overwhelming, perpetually suppressing me. I have little time left. Observe closely, for this is the second seal, the Celestial Demon's Freedom Seal. Samoya. Within the inner wall, the chi flow of the shadow shifted once more, but the dimness of the side hall obscured its clarity. Energized, Qin Mu stepped forward, finally discerning the chi dynamics and transformations of the shadow on the wall. Samoya. He silently chanted the demonic tone. His chi surged forth, igniting another marvelous power from within, compelling his body to perform a different action. A smile involuntarily graced his face as his fingers formed a flower-picking gesture, striking forth a seal. This seal, however, bore little might. In fact, it appeared almost powerless. Yet Qin Mu sensed a resemblance to a technique within the Thunder 8 styles. The 5th style, the Sunlight Soul Refinement in the Sky, taught to him by Master Ma, seemed to share a principle with the Celestial Demon's Freedom Seal. While the former relied on the blazing sun to obliterate the opponent's soul with sheer force, the latter ensnared the opponent's soul within the palm, erasing it within the grasp of the palm, more insidious and treacherous, evoking an unguarded feeling of vulnerability. The formidable and relentless can indeed be defended against. Yet the Heavenly Demon's Great Freedom Seal renders one utterly defenseless. Qin Mu pondered in confusion, noting the similarities between the wall's shadowy figures' sealing techniques and Master Ma's boxing style. Despite both exhibiting the same principles of martial arts, their interpretations diverged dramatically. One adhered to the righteous path, while the other veered into the realm of the sinister. As for which was superior, Qin Mu could not ascertain. only acknowledging that each possessed its own merits. Master Ma's thunderous 8 forms were more suited for direct confrontation, employing sheer force to overpower the opponent, whereas the Great Freedom Seal was better for sudden execution, catching adversaries unawares. The shadow on the wall shrank further, seemingly struggling against the suppression of the central palace, panting as it spoke. Observe closely. This is the 3rd seal, the Great Wisdom Seal. The figure on the wall appeared indistinct, prompting Qin Mu to unconsciously step forward, nearly crossing the threshold of the side chamber. Suddenly, he halted, refraining from entering, and instead invoked the 9 heavens opening eyes technique imparted by the blind master, an additional layer of vision manifesting in his eyes. Though the shadow on the wall remained dim, it now appeared vividly clear to him. Can you truly see clearly if you do not enter? Inquired the shadow on the wall. Chapter 29. The little trickster and the great deceiver Qin Mu spoke reverently. Senior, rest assured. Since childhood, I have been cultivating diligently. With ample kidney essence and abundant primordial yang, my eyesight is remarkably keen, allowing me to see clearly even in the dark. The shadow on the wall flickered momentarily but did not take any further action, instead continuing to demonstrate the intricacies of the vital energy manipulation. The 3rd seal of the Great Freedom Seal is the Great Wisdom Seal, and its practice is considerably more complex. The route of vital energy manipulation within the shadow accelerated, and even with his celestial eye activated, Qin Mu found it impossible to fully capture the trajectory of the vital energy, compelling him to contemplate entering the side hall. He hesitated, with one foot stepping into the hall while the other remained outside, managing to barely grasp the route of the vital energy manipulation. He struggled to memorize it, but soon the shadow on the wall had completed a full cycle of the Great Wisdom Seal. He attempted to activate the Great Wisdom Seal, despite successfully manifesting it. He felt it lacked something essential. He had not fully committed the route to memory. This was the 4th seal of the Great Freedom Seal, the most powerful of all, incorporating the might of the previous 3 seals. The shadow on the wall appeared increasingly feeble, its form shrinking, voice softening. However, this seal is more intricate, and I fear you may not perceive it clearly. Senior, do not worry, Qin Mu replied with an honest smile. I have abundant kidney essence and primordial yang since childhood, and my vision is quite adequate, allowing me to see it reasonably well. The shadow fell silent, its voice becoming increasingly faint, sighing, but I can no longer persist. You must enter. There are 4 bronze nails embedded in the ground at each corner of the hall. You must pull them out. These nails are lodged in my back. If you remove them, I will be able to catch my breath, and once I do, I can impart the complete sealing technique to you. His voice was gentle. You have not yet fully grasped the Great Wisdom Seal, have you? It is complex, but its power is formidable. Without mastering it completely, you cannot unleash its full potential. The most potent technique is the 4th seal, the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Seal. You must pull out the nails. Senior, I think I will refrain from learning it. Qin Mu shook his head, withdrawing his left foot from the hall. It seems too troublesome, and I am rather slow-witted. I doubt I can learn it. The shadow on the wall quivered slightly, coaxing. I can teach you a second time, as long as you pull out the nails. Qin Mu was even more conflicted, shaking his head. Senior, you just mentioned teaching only once. If you were to teach a second time, it would be a breach of your word, and I would feel even more guilty. I am too foolish to meet your expectations. No, you are quite intelligent. The shadow's voice grew increasingly gentle, akin to a kindly elder imparting wisdom to a junior. You learned the demon god's might seal and the celestial demon's freedom seal after merely one glance. And you grasped the Great Wisdom Seal to a considerable extent after just one viewing. Your aptitude is exceptional, should you observe it once more. You will undoubtedly master the Great Wisdom Seal. I admire your cleverness and can allow myself to break my promise once to teach you again. At this juncture, the voice abruptly halted, and then a chilling tone emerged, coldly declaring, You deceive me regarding the technique? Qin Mu was taken aback. Senior, why do you say that? You deceive me regarding the technique. The shadow on the wall erupted in fury, its form expanding rapidly, soon enveloping the entire side hall. The shadow grew menacing and fierce, asserting, You dare deceive me. You little rascal, I offered to teach you, and yet you deceive me. Still standing outside the hall, Qin Mu allowed the fearsome visage before him to loom, shaking his head. Senior, you jest. Are you not also attempting to deceive me into entering and releasing you? The entrance to the side hall swung wide, the window panes resembling eyes, exuding a sinister chill. Do you know? We are inherently of different clans. You first deceived me by claiming we were of the same lineage, then lured me with the Great Freedom Seal, enticing me closer and closer. With two main objectives in mind, Qin Mu displayed a naively honest smile. The first is to draw me into the hall, enticing me to approach the wall, allowing you to capture me and compel me to remove the bronze nails at the corners of the hall. The second is to exploit my desire for the complete Great Freedom Seal, prompting me to pull out the nails myself. If I do so, it will not merely be a matter of you catching your breath, but rather you will escape, devouring me like a foolish deer. However, he laughed even more innocently. I am not a deer. I merely turned your tricks against you, deceiving you with 2.5 techniques. The entire side hall trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance. You little wretch, I will make you pay. Once I am free, I will end your life. The cowherd from the village of Remnant Elders scoffed, turning away, shaking his head. Such petty tricks. Grandpa Lame has played them countless times, deceiving me from childhood, even taking the candy my grandmother bought for me more times than I can count. You think you can fool me? I will kill you, Grandpa Lame. The shadow on the wall howled. Qin Mu turned, speaking earnestly. Do not provoke him. He will trick you into a state of utter disarray. The shadow on the wall suddenly fell silent, an eerie calm settling in. It spoke softly. You mentioned we are not of the same clan? Hee hee, little rascal. You think too simply. How could you and I possibly be of different clans? Hee hee, young little demon. A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine as he recalled the divine sounds echoing from beyond the 9 heavens when he broke through the barrier. Alongside his use of demonic language to counter those divine sounds, coupled with the shadow's words, an unsettling realization began to form in his mind. He quickly shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts, and turned to leave. Hee hee, you and I are the same, utterly the same. The shadow on the wall chuckled ominously behind him. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and exited the central palace. The demon ape hurriedly approached, glancing toward the side hall, only to see the shadow retreating back inside. Thus feeling reassured, it solemnly remarked to Qin Mu, "Trust? Nonsense." Qin Mu nodded, sharing an understanding. The great ruins is indeed perilous. For honest souls like us, if we do not learn to be a bit more cunning, we will surely be left with nothing, devoured to the last crumb. The demon ape shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, "Trust? Nonsense." Qin Mu's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested, "I am not a deceiver. I have simply learned to be cautious after being taken advantage of since childhood. However, it seems you cannot remain here any longer. The central palace is dilapidated and may collapse at any moment. If it were to fall, that old demon would undoubtedly vent his fury on you." The demon ape shook its head, surveying the wild deer and cattle in the valley, remaining silent. In the great ruins, viable places to survive were either claimed by others or occupied by other beasts. If the demon ape were to relocate these wild animals, it would likely struggle to find shelter in an instant, facing certain death with the encroaching darkness. Qin Mu was at a loss as well. Remnant Elder Village was too small to accommodate such a multitude of creatures. "Little one, come." The demon ape led the way, with Qin Mu following. He soon found that the demon ape brought him to the foot of a cliff, pointing at the handprint imprinted upon it, revealing an expression of anticipation. The handprint on the cliff was made by the demon ape itself, its enormous palm leaving a deep impression. This mark signified that the demon ape was the lord of this territory. Other beasts would recognize the handprint and avoid the area, knowing it belonged to the demon ape. Should other creatures seek to claim this territory, they would challenge the demon ape, and if it were to lose, the handprint would be erased, replaced by a new mark. "You, imprint," the demon ape urged expectantly. Qin Mu, taken aback, did not understand its intent. The demon ape grasped his hand, placing it beside its own handprint, urging, "Imprint." Realization dawned on Qin Mu, and he felt a surge of emotion. He struck his hand heavily beside the demon ape's mark, and instantly, his own handprint appeared on the cliff. The demon ape smiled, gesturing toward the valley, its voice resonating, "Mine, yours." Moved by deep emotion, Qin Mu burst into hearty laughter, and the demon ape joined in with its own chortling. At that moment, a voice resonated from the sky, proclaiming, "Master, there are people below." Qin Mu promptly looked up and beheld a paper boat soaring through the air, measuring approximately 6 or 7 zhang in length. The vessel was spacious, accommodating several individuals clad in azure robes. He then noticed even more peculiar sights. A flock of paper cranes accompanied another paper boat, flapping their wings as they approached. Strangely, Several odd middle-aged men and women stood upon the cranes, each bearing a long sword upon their backs. The second paper boat carried but a single occupant, laden with some cargo that remained obscured from view. The boat hovered in midair, whereupon an elder seated within declared, "Qin, inquire about the route." "Yes." A young man atop one of the paper cranes glanced downward and asked, "Young lad, do you know the way to the village of the aged?" Qin Mu, perplexed, pointed toward the direction of the village of the aged. The young man, exhibiting utmost courtesy, bowed in gratitude, after which a gold ingot fell from the crane, and the paper cranes whisked the boat away. Qin Mu picked up the gold ingot, pondering, what business do these individuals have in our village? Could they be itinerant merchants passing through? Yet, shouldn't merchants be headed toward the Dragon City? Chapter 30. Seeking revenge. Qin Mu tucked away the gold ingots and said, "Big fellow, focus on your cultivation. I shall return tomorrow. Under no circumstances should you enter the side hall. That fiend is exceedingly cunning." The giant nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Mu promptly set off back to the village. Before long, he arrived outside the village of the elderly, where he spotted 2 paper boats hovering at the entrance, with paper cranes resting beneath the trees. However, the boats and cranes were devoid of passengers. They had likely already entered the village. As he stepped into the village, he noticed the elderly man who had spoken from the boat seated opposite the village chief, conversing. "I have heard that Granny C possesses remarkable skills, and thus I have come to request her assistance in tailoring several garments." The village chief inquired, "May I ask what type of garments you require? And what are the measurements?" The elderly man replied, "I need to prepare burial garments, 9 in total, tailored to the sizes of your villagers. I have also heard that Master Ma excels in woodworking. I would like to trouble him to craft 9 coffins, also sized according to your villagers." Suddenly, the elderly man noticed Qin Mu approaching and displayed a look of surprise, quickly correcting himself. "I misspoke. It is 10 burial garments and 10 coffins. Qin, please pay the deposit." A man named Qin stepped forward and waved his hand slightly, causing a paper boat to drift from the village entrance and settle beside the village chief. Qin Mu's eyes widened as he beheld the cargo aboard the boat: stacks of paper money, gold ingots, candles, mourning sticks, and white banners, all ominous items. The elderly man commanded that the paper boat be anchored at the village entrance, stating, "This is the deposit for the 10 burial garments and 10 coffins. May I ask Granny C and Master Ma if they can complete this today? To be frank, I am in urgent need." The villagers, previously engaged in their various tasks, fell silent. Granny C approached, trembling, and remarked, "10 burial garments to be ready today? Dear guest, that is rather hasty." Master Ma arrived, his demeanor cold. "I work quickly. The coffins can be completed today. Can the elder wait a moment?" The elderly man chuckled. "It is indeed a bit rushed, but you are all capable individuals. Surely, it can be accomplished?" Granny C glanced at the gold ingots and candles on the boat, scoffing, "If you are in such a rush, we can start immediately. I recently acquired some fabric." The elderly man bowed. "I appreciate your assistance, Granny." Granny C returned to her dwelling, retrieving several bolts of fabric, which she deftly waved into the air. Soon, a pair of scissors flew from her basket, snipping the fabric in midair, and before long, the burial garments took shape. Silver needles then emerged, threading through the fabric, swiftly stitching the garments together. Meanwhile, Master Ma ventured outside the village, approaching a thick willow tree by the riverbank. With a flick of his fingers, azure energy spiraled around the trees, and before long, the sturdy trunks had been transformed into white wooden coffins, which then floated back to the village entrance. Granny C had completed the garments, and with a gentle wave, each burial garment landed atop the coffins. Master Ma strode over, his tone icy. "You have brought a substantial sum, so I have made 2 extra coffins for you, 12 in total, custom fitted. You can be assured that you will fit neither short nor long." The elderly man replied with a grin, "I am also grateful for the 2 additional burial garments." Ensuring a perfect fit, Qin Mu sensed an increasingly ominous atmosphere and discreetly counted. The number of individuals in green robes, alongside the elderly man, was precisely 12. The village's apothecary approached, his expression grim but his voice soft. "Elder, your accent does not seem to be from this region. It resembles that of the southern frontier." The elderly man smiled warmly. "Indeed, we hail from the southern frontier, by the Li River." A limping man chimed in with a grin. "There is a sect by the Li River called the Li River Sect. I have heard it is quite prominent, located by the river, home to many skilled individuals. I have heard that the leader of the Li River Sect is called Mu Beifeng, possessing extraordinary abilities. The elderly man quickly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. I, Mu Beifeng, represent a modest sect that merely seeks to make a living, relying on the mountains and rivers for sustenance. I have 5 junior brothers, and thanks to the kindness of various friends, we are referred to as the 5 elders of the Li River. Qin Mu's heart raced, his complexion shifting. The 5 elders of the Li River were precisely the 5 old men who had perished at Granny C's hands. Could it be that this Mu Beifeng had come seeking vengeance for the deaths of his brethren? His request for 10 coffins and 10 burial garments was unmistakably intended for the villagers of the elderly. After slaying them, he planned to dress them in burial garments, place them in coffins, bury them on the spot, and then burn paper money and candles. The paper boats and cranes were also meant for the villagers' afterlife preparations. Mu Beifeng, twirling a jade ring on his thumb, spoke leisurely. 2 years ago, the court issued a decree of pacification, personally led by the national master with a holy edict to my Li River sect. During a single incense stick's burning, I was moved to allegiance, accepted the decree, and expressed my gratitude for the emperor's favor. My sect was honored with the title of provincial shepherd of the southern frontier, with a rank of 2nd class. Governing the 5 Miao. The village chief interjected, the Yankang kingdom is a facade posing as a nation, with the emperor's renowned national master as its advisor. In recent years, the nation's fortunes have flourished, subjugating many sects and incorporating their disciples into the military to expand territory. Mu Beifeng continued, although I have been bestowed an official title, I am still accustomed to the freedom of a mountain dweller, unaccustomed to the court and Appos' rigid protocols. Hence, I sought revenge for my junior brothers and nephew in accordance with the rules of the martial world. The blind man, leaning on a bamboo staff, approached. The 5 elders of the Li River entered the great wasteland for training, and they brought disciples. The great wasteland is perilous. I cannot help but worry for their safety. Mu Beifeng sighed, indeed. The great wasteland is fraught with dangers, filled with malevolent beings. They have been gone for 2 months, and I have yet to see them return. I feared something had gone awry, and thus I searched, fortuitously discovering the location of my brother's demise. Their deaths were tragic, judging by the wounds on their shattered bones. They must have been slain by a master from the Heavenly Demon Sect, of a stature similar to Granny C. He shook his head, moreover. I found the place where their disciples met their end, a canyon where the bodies were ravaged by beasts. Alas, such a tragic fate. The wounds on their corpses suggest the assailant was a relatively young martial artist, akin to this young man here. I have heard that your village is home to seamstresses and carpenters, so I have come to arrange for burial garments and coffins for the killers of my junior brothers and nephew, preparing to inter them. A hint of arrogance surfaced on his face. Though I am a court official, I am still accustomed to the life of a humble villager, and thus I prefer to adhere to the customs of the martial world in seeking vengeance for my brothers and nephew. At this point, the elderly man fell silent. Behind him, a young martial artist stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Qin Mu. He was the same man who had tossed a gold ingot to Qin Mu from the air, saying, My junior brother was killed with a wooden stick wielded like a blade. Young brother, since you carry a sword, might you showcase your swordsmanship in a friendly duel? Qin Mu hesitated, glancing at Granny C and the village chief. Granny C could not help but interject, Muer, the customs of the southern frontier are fierce. They strike without mercy. If he challenges you to draw your sword, you must comply. Silence. The village chief rebuked, halting Granny C's words. He calmly stated, They are here following the rules, without leveraging the power of the court or the national master to intimidate us. We must not breach the customs. No one is to instruct Qin Mu, nor offer assistance. His gaze was piercing as he turned to Qin Mu, coldly declaring, Qin Mu, the coffins and burial garments lie before us. Should you choose to show mercy and forbearance, one of those coffins shall be yours. It is either his life or yours. They have issued a challenge, yet you stand there in bewilderment. Why do you not act? Chapter 31. The Li River swordplay, a wave of trepidation washed over Qin Mu, his heart pounding in his chest as he drew his cleaver from his back. It was the first time he had faced such a daunting situation. Mu Beifeng's imposing presence weighed heavily upon him. Every action and word of the elder exuded immense pressure. His encounter with the true disciple of the Li River 5 was born of desperation, of forced confrontation. But this present scene filled him with apprehension. I and Appos. V urinated on the stone statue at the village entrance. He mused, what is there to fear? I and Appos. V faced the Wu Nu and the demons of the Xinyang Palace. I wasn't afraid then, so why should I be now? Mu Beifeng, no matter how strong, cannot surpass gods and demons. Composing himself, Qin Mu quelled his chaotic emotions. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing. The village was small, and the assembled crowd, including himself, numbered 22. They stood like wooden stakes, each positioned differently, their forms scattered, filling the village to its brim. The village chief lay on a stretcher, the apothecary standing beside him. The butcher, only his upper body remaining, stood atop a wooden post. Mai leaned against a wooden stake. Sipa carried her basket. The mute stood at the entrance to the smithy. The deaf man held a dripping brush. And the cripple stood on one leg, leaning on his crutch. The positions of Mu Beifeng's entourage were equally deliberate, each person standing in a manner that hindered rapid movement and combat within the village. Such a setting demanded exceptional skill in controlling one's sword with qi. Any attempt to wield a sword with qi required utmost caution to avoid contact with others and their influence, demanding unparalleled finesse in swordsmanship. Qin Mu, however, practiced the butcher and Appo's cleaver techniques, a combat-oriented style ill-suited for such delicate control. Are we to fight here? Qin Mu inquired. Qian Xiu nodded. Here is where we shall fight. Qin Mu sheathed his cleaver, leaving his hands empty. Qian Xiu and Appo's eyes flashed as he observed this. Qin Mu and Appo's willingness to fight unarmed surprised him. Before arriving, Mu Beifeng had led his group to inspect the canyon ruins. From the skeletal remains of the Chu disciple, Mu Beifeng deduced that Qin Mu wielded a blade. Qin Mu had picked up a wooden stick and used it as a blade, striking the Chu disciple's bones, leaving tiny marks and subtle fractures. From this, one could infer that Qin Mu's blade skills were superb and that his footwork was swift. Only with exceptional legwork could he have moved constantly, striking every corner of the Chu disciple's body. Mu Beifeng, a master of unparalleled skill, was among the foremost experts in the world. From the marks left by Qin Mu, he concluded that Qin Mu employed a combat technique. The combat style excelled in close-quarters combat, but lacked expertise in controlling swords with qi. Therefore, Mu Beifeng devised a plan to eliminate Qin Mu. Upon entering the village, each member of his group took a specific position, forming the Li River Water Dragon formation, deliberately leaving 9 crucial points open. Mu Beifeng stood at the head of the dragon. The others, excluding Qian Xiu, were all top experts from the Li River School. To prevent the water dragon formation from unleashing its combined power, the villagers of the Remnant village had to block each crucial point. The village chief and the apothecary blocked the dragon's eyes, the blind man blocked the mind's eye, the cripple, Sipa, Mai, and the butcher stood at the joints of the water dragon formation, the blacksmith guarded the dragon's body, and the deaf man guarded the dragon's tail. This created the current situation in the village, where everyone stood in a unique position, their forms scattered, making it difficult to move quickly and control swords with qi, unless one possessed exceptional skill in that area. Evidently, Qin Mu was not such a person. However, his disciple Qian Xiu was. Though still a martial artist in the spiritual embryo realm, he possessed remarkable skill in controlling swords with qi. His qi threads were exceptionally fine, and his sword control was astonishing. He had once used qi to control a brush, painting a portrait of a lady 30 feet away, with each strand of her hair distinct and perfectly in place. If Qin Mu fought with his blade, he would surely lose. Qin Mu's decision to fight unarmed was unexpected, but facing a sword empty-handed seemed like a disadvantage. Moreover, Qian Xiu wielded not an ordinary blade, but a spiritual sword, forged from the divine treasure of a martial artist in the Six Directions realm. A spiritual sword surpassed ordinary weapons in sharpness, resilience, strength, and spiritual quality. Qin Mu bowed. Senior brother, please. Qian Xiu returned the gesture, the sword in his back humming. Junior brother, please. Qin Mu took a step forward. At that moment, the sword in Qian Xiu's back unsheathed with a clang, and qi threads controlled the blade, its coldness biting. The sword light flickered, stabbing towards Qin Mu. The qi threads were so fine as to be almost invisible to the naked eye. With a gentle tremor, the sword unleashed a series of sword blossoms, attacking Qin Mu from various devious angles with astonishing speed. As a martial artist, achieving such a level of skill in controlling a sword with qi was a remarkable feat. Qin Mu moved with agility, weaving through the stationary crowd. Qian Xiu and Appo's sword moved even faster, its swordsmanship so delicate that it posed no threat to those standing still. But to Qin Mu, each strike was deadly. The sword light was impossible to defend against, preventing Qin Mu from fully utilizing the cripple's heaven-stealing leg technique. There were simply too many obstacles, each stationary person restricting his speed and preventing him from reaching his full potential. Whoosh! Qin Mu focused his mind, and his chi suddenly turned fierce and violent. A faint dragon's roar echoed, and a fiery dragon seemed to wrap around his arm. The fiery dragon was indistinct, sometimes merging its head with his fist, sometimes merging its claws with his fingers and palms, constantly changing. As the sword light struck, Qin Mu met it with a fist. Just as his fist was about to collide with the spiritual sword, he suddenly opened his fingers, and the air in his palm exploded, causing the tip of the attacking sword to waver. Clang, 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 clang. Qin Mu flicked his fingers in succession, striking the tip, body, and hilt of the sword. Each flick produced a resounding clang, like a massive hammer striking the sword. By the time he flicked his fifth finger, the spiritual sword was sent flying, and Qianxiu's chi threads were severed by the force of his fingers. Qin Mu moved swiftly, his figure weaving through the crowd, rapidly closing the distance with Qianxiu. They were now only a few feet apart. At that moment, Qianxiu's face remained impassive, and another sword hummed from his back, flying out to attack him. Qin Mu was startled and retreated quickly. Then a third spiritual sword flew out, followed by a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh. More than a dozen spiritual swords were connected end to end, each pierced through the tip and hilt by a strand of qi. The hilt of the first sword touched the tip of the second, and the hilt of the second touched the tip of the third, forming a chain 6 or 7 feet long, like a lifelike silver dragon twisting and dancing in the air, or like the winding waters of the Li River. The Li River swordplay, the foremost sword technique of the southern border. Qianxiu's first sword was incredibly nimble, flying up, down, left, and right, while the swords behind it followed, passing through the crowd without touching anyone. From Qin Mu's perspective, however, he could only see the tip of the first sword, unable to see the swords behind it. He felt a strong sense of danger. What he could not see meant the unknown, and the unknown was impossible to avoid or predict. The Li River swordplay was indeed treacherous and fierce. At that moment, the first spiritual sword unleashed dozens of sword blossoms, attacking Qin Mu, the sword light dazzling the eyes. Behind the dozens of sword blossoms, the second spiritual sword broke away from the line, connected by an independent strand of qi, and suddenly slashed towards Qin Mu's neck. Chapter 32. Encountering the divine sword, Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to grasp the ethereal sword. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his palm as the sword pierced his flesh. Mu! Granny C could not help but exclaim, but the village chief silenced her with a glare, causing her to refrain from speaking further. As Qin Mu seized the ethereal sword, it writhed in his grip, inflicting more wounds upon his palm, rendering it a bloody mess. Yet, his abundant vital energy enveloped his hand, preventing the sword from severing it entirely. However, in the next instant, the third ethereal sword broke ranks, followed by the fourth and fifth. Qianxiu's gaze flickered. The outcome was already determined. Although Qin Mu was younger and had cultivated to this level, he could only grasp a limited number of swords with his two hands. Suddenly, Qianxiu's pupils constricted. Remarkably, Qin Mu seemed to have sprouted dozens of arms, capturing each ethereal sword in his grasp. Before Qianxiu's sword could strike, Qin Mu had already seized its hilt. The eighth style of thunderous sound, the thousand-handed Buddha. Qianxiu's expression shifted, his vital energy quivering as the ethereal sword in Qin Mu's hand thrashed violently, almost escaping his grip. Meanwhile, several other swords lunged towards Qin Mu's eyes and throat. At this moment, Qin Mu held 5 swords, while 7 more surged towards him, spinning through the air like top, intent on piercing his skull and carving a gaping hole in his throat. Granny C could not bear to watch. Suddenly, Qin Mu bellowed, an immense surge of vital energy erupting from him as he swung the butcher's knife behind him. Clang! The 7 swords were almost simultaneously severed, clattering to the ground. What a formidable strand of vital energy. Qianxiu was taken aback. Qin Mu's strike had come so unexpectedly that he had no time to prepare. Furthermore, the thickness of Qin Mu's vital energy was astonishing, and the power within his blade was unfathomable. The butcher's knife was surprisingly sharp, even more so than the ethereal weapons, and far more resilient. With such immense strength combined with the knife's unparalleled sharpness, it was effortless for Qin Mu to sever the 7 ethereal swords. Before Qianxiu could recover from his shock, Qin Mu suddenly flicked his wrist, hurling the 5 ethereal swords towards him. They sliced through the air with a swift, hissing sound, their speed unimaginable. Yet, Qinshu smiled, raising a hand as strands of vital energy howled forth to entwine with the incoming swords, while more ethereal swords flew from his sword pouch. Though the pouch appeared small, it seemed to hold an endless number of swords, a most peculiar sight. However, just as Qinshu's vital energy entwined around the 5 incoming ethereal swords, his expression changed drastically. Qin Mu's terrifying vital energy was concealed within the blades, surging forth with relentless force, shattering his strands of energy before they could ensnare the swords. Quickly reacting, Qinshu sent the newly emerged ethereal swords to intercept the 5 that were aimed at him. At the same time, Qin Mu advanced toward him, prompting Qinshu to point behind him, releasing yet another sword towards Qin Mu. A strange sound escaped Qin Mu's lips, brief yet imbued with an inexplicable melody, odd and sinister. Accompanying this sound was the young man's sealing technique, as he formed a flower seal from a distance of about 10 feet, executing it with precision. Samoja, Qinshu felt the gust of wind from the palm strike towards him, yet it bore no real power. Just as he focused on blocking the 5 ethereal swords, his soul was suddenly ripped from his body, drawn into Qin Mu's palm, leaving him terrified and disoriented. Thud, 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 thud. 5 consecutive light sounds echoed as the 5 ethereal swords shot uncontrollably into his body, lifting him high into the air before he fell back down. Boom. The pillar in the village center, adorned with a butcher's shop sign, trembled slightly as Qinshu's corpse hung from it, his head drooping lifelessly. Qin Mu's palm continued to bleed. Suddenly, he clenched it tightly, the blood splattering as he crushed Qinshu's soul within. Heavenly Demon Freedom Seal, adept at annihilating souls. Turning to Granny C, Qin Mu revealed a smile. Granny, I have one. Granny C sighed in relief, then immediately fumed. You little rascal, you've injured your hand. When this is over, I'll give you a good beating. You can't smear blood on your new clothes. It won't wash out. The village chief's gaze fell upon Mu Beifeng, who sat nearby, remarking, Brother Mu, your disciple has been defeated. Shall we prepare a burial outfit for him? Mu Beifeng raised his head, gazing at Qinshu's body hanging from the pillar, and shook his head. I shall take his body back for a proper burial. However, this young man possesses profound cultivation yet resorts to devilish skills and sinister techniques, which I find distasteful. He referred to Qin Mu's method of killing Qinshu with the Heavenly Demon Freedom Seal. Although he had never encountered such a technique, the sound emanating from Qin Mu's mouth was undoubtedly demonic, indicating he had employed devilish arts. He could tell that Qin Mu's cultivation was vast and deep, far surpassing Qinshu's. Yet it seemed he had not endured much in the way of life and death trials, appearing somewhat restrained and unable to unleash his full potential. To him, winning through devilish means was merely a shortcut, lacking integrity. The village chief's expression flickered as he wondered where Qin Mu had learned such dark arts. Capable of extracting and vanquishing an opponent's soul, truly a treacherous method. Only Granny C in the village hailed from a bona fide demonic lineage. Could it be she imparted these skills to Qin Mu? The village chief spoke softly. Mu, annihilating souls disturbs the natural order. Refrain from employing such methods as much as possible. Qin Mu nodded earnestly. The village chief glanced at Mu Beifeng and continued, There are 11 empty coffins remaining. Mu Beifeng lowered his gaze. Since the coffins and burial garments are prepared, we ought to utilize them. The village chief gestured, Please. Mu Beifeng rose, After you. The Lijiang water dragon formation roared to life, with 10 masters from the Lijiang sect unleashing their combined might alongside Mu Beifeng. The river surged, water vapor enveloping the small, dilapidated village as a long river appeared seemingly out of nowhere, its waves crashing high. This flowing water mirrored the Lijiang River from the southern expanse. Mu Beifeng and the 10 Lijiang sect masters stood atop this small, surging river, observing countless ethereal swords darting through the water, glimmering like tiny fish. Renowned for their swordsmanship, the Lijiang sect boasted unparalleled skills in the southern regions. With the 10 masters plus their leader Mu Beifeng deploying this Lijiang water dragon formation, the sheer number of ethereal swords was unimaginable. When Granny C battled the 5 elders of Lijiang, the leader, Qi Yambing, had concealed 6,842 swords within his sword pouch, a staggering count. Now, however, the swords in the Lijiang water dragon formation were 10 times that number. Countless ethereal swords coalesced into a dragon, a silver dragon of blades, with countless beams of light swirling within it, poised to stir up a tempest. Such a terrifying sword formation was unlike anything Qin Mu had ever witnessed before, and he could scarcely fathom it. Once unleashed, this formation could very well obliterate the dilapidated village. The village chief continued to lean against the stretcher, showing little change in expression at the terrifying sword formation before him, softly declaring, "Blind man." The blind man raised his head, seemingly attempting to perceive the mysteries of the Lijiang water dragon formation, yet his eye sockets were empty. Devoid of eyeballs, how could he possibly see? Countless sharp swords emitted piercing howls, akin to a furious dragon unleashing its wrath, descending upon the dilapidated village like a storm. The blind man lifted his bamboo staff with one hand, pointing towards the oncoming sword light, and softly intoned, "I possess the skill to slay dragons. Today, I shall break the Lijiang." Clang! A crisp sound of collision drowned out the howls of the swords, and the seemingly unstoppable silver dragon froze midair, followed by a cacophony as countless swords rained down, embedding themselves into the earth. The blind man gently lifted his bamboo staff, and to his astonishment, the small expanse of water that constituted the Li River was effortlessly raised by his single strike. Following this, the river collapsed, unable to maintain its form. As torrents of water cascaded from above, the blind man chanted continuously, traversing the water without his feet touching the surface. With his staff, he deftly struck, and a master of the Li River was hit, his forehead bursting open as the staff pierced through the back of his head. Another individual attempted to defend himself, but the bamboo staff passed cleanly through his palm, subsequently impaling his chest. The blind man journeyed from the source to the mouth of the Li River, leaving behind a trail of bodies plummeting from the sky. He then encountered Mu Beifeng, their figures intertwined momentarily. In that instant, Qin Mu could scarcely discern how many times they had clashed or the extent of their powers unleashed. As Mu Beifeng landed, he took a few steps forward. Just as the blind man uttered the words, "Today, I shall shatter the Li River," the sound of his voice had barely faded. "Blind man, I know who you are. I did not expect you to conceal yourself here, nor did I imagine that even after the destruction of your eyes, you would possess such formidable strength," Mu Beifeng remarked, his complexion suddenly paling. He seated himself before the village chief and softly stated, "Our Li River Sword Sect relies on the river for our livelihood. Our custom is to conduct water burials, as the dead cannot touch the soil. I implore you, fellow Taoist, to honor this." The village chief nodded gently, "Rest assured. The river lies just beyond. To wield a divine spear is to die without regret." Mu Beifeng exhaled his last breath, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Mu, moving behind him, was taken aback to see a gaping wound in the back of Mu Beifeng's head, a testament to the violence that had just transpired. Chapter 33. The sword pill. The village was awash with marshlands and scattered swords, making it nearly impossible to find firm ground. The sight of numerous corpses evoked an eerie sense of horror. The village chief surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow, and spoke, "Lame man, go and tidy up the bodies. Ensure they are properly laid to rest and not left to rot in the wilderness. Send them down the river. Burn them offerings of candles, paper boats, and paper cranes." The lame man limped forward, casting a glance at the blind man, chuckling as he said, "Such sentimentality. Reciting poetry that makes no sense at all." The blind man fumed, his beard bristling. "You wish to recite? You can barely read a few words." Old Granny C interjected quickly, "Lame man, be sure to save the valuables during the preparation. Don't place them in the coffins. They hold some value and can be sold for oil, salt, and vinegar next time." "Understood." In the bustling market, the most valuable items were not gold or jewels, but rather essentials like oil, salt, vinegar, and fine silks. Such goods were scarce in the marketplace and had to be transported from outside to Xianglong City, where the villagers would exchange rare treasures and animal skins for them. It could be said that salt was worth more than gold. Old Granny C would always haul a cart full of treasures, accompanied by a few livestock, to Xianglong City, selling the animals and valuables to procure some oil, salt, and vinegar. The healer approached to tend to Qin Mu's wounds, wrapping his injured hand, and shook his head, grabbing swords with bare hands. "Your vitality is not yet sufficient for such feats. Do not overexert yourself next time." Qin Mu felt a cool, tingling sensation in his palm, devoid of pain, and remarked, "My sword control technique is lacking. I cannot match the agility of that individual from Lijiang sect. I feel strong yet cannot unleash it." "Quite normal. That butcher's sword control skills are abysmal and cannot teach you anything," the healer replied with a smile. "There are skilled practitioners of sword control in our village, but unfortunately, they do not wish to teach you. The village chief's expression darkened as he said sternly, "Healer, there is too much water here. Take me back to my house." The healer chuckled. "Then you shall have to wait a moment. I am still tending to Mu'er's wounds." Once the bandaging was complete, Qin Mu noticed the blacksmith, the mute, picking up a sword from the ground. He lifted one, giving it a gentle shake, and to his astonishment, thousands of flying swords came rushing toward him, clashing with the sword in the mute's hand, and all of them vanished, merging into a single sword, leaving him in awe. He too approached, picking up a sword and shaking it lightly. However, nothing occurred. The mute grinned, opening his mouth without a tongue, making a couple of sounds, then rubbed the sword in his hands, which gradually shrank into a tiny silver pellet, merely the size of a fingertip. Qin Mu looked at the sword in his hand, wishing to try and see if he could also reduce it to a small silver pellet. The healer quickly warned, "Do not rub it. You just had your wounds bandaged." The mute chuckled incessantly, snatching the flying sword from Qin Mu's grip and stuffing the silver pellet into his hand. With a crack, Qin Mu felt a faint sound from his shoulder, and he was suddenly pressed to the ground by the weight of the silver pellet. The mute was startled, slapping his forehead. He had forgotten that this pellet was formed from the convergence of thousands of swords. What tremendous weight must that entail? Caught off guard, Qin Mu found himself on the ground, his arm dislocated. Just as the mute was about to set Qin Mu and Appo's arm back in place, old Granny C kicked him out of the village, sending him flying without a trace, his cries growing fainter in the distance. With a stern expression, old Granny C set Qin Mu's arm back in place, angrily stating, "Those who cannot speak are often troublemakers, full of malice. Mu'er, these swords are mother and child swords. Within the thousands, there exists one mother sword, the others are all child swords. As long as you find the mother sword, you can summon all child swords back. However, the Lijiang sect's sword pellet is exceedingly heavy, and you cannot wield it yet." She picked up a sword and, like the mute, gave it a gentle shake. Thousands of swords flew in, merging into the mother sword. Old Granny C smiled. To revert the mother sword back to a pellet, there is no need to rub it. The mute was merely teasing you. You only need to harmonize your vitality with the mother sword to revert it to a pellet. Likewise, you can use this method to release child swords from the mother sword. Qin Mu observed the sword pellet in her palm. Blinking in curiosity, he asked, "Granny, it seems you have such silver pellets in your room. Quite a few." "Really?" Old Granny C squinted her dim eyes in confusion. Indeed, Qin Mu recalled having seen many of these silver pellets in her room, some under the bed, others in unused shoes, and many tucked in corners. In his childhood, he would even play with these silver pellets as marbles, tossing them about. He had witnessed Granny C's old hen swallowing these silver pellets, mistaking them for pebbles. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. If those pellets had suddenly transformed into swords inside the hen's belly, the scene would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, such an event never transpired. Old Granny C's gaze flickered as she remarked, "When you were young, you could lift them because they were merely ordinary silver pellets, not sword pellets." Qin Mu remained skeptical, stating, "I also saw a large chest in Grandpa Mute's blacksmith shop, filled to the brim with such silver pellets." Old Granny C's dim eyes blinked rapidly, more so than Qin Mu's, as she chuckled. "Do you think the mute is so wealthy?" Qin Mu felt a bit bewildered. Indeed, the mute did not appear to be a person of means. He seemed simply a laborer, toiling at the forge. Old Granny C laughed. "Do not ponder such matters. Our village is filled with ordinary folk, all struggling to make ends meet, and they are all quite frail. We are just a common village. Everything is perfectly normal. If you doubt the mute's chest of sword pellets, you might as well doubt that the water jar in the corner is a treasure too." Qin Mu turned to look at the water jar she mentioned, which stood under the eaves of the blacksmith shop, used to collect rainwater during storms. Oddly, he had never seen the jar filled to the brim. Regardless of how heavy the rain, it always contained only half a jar of water. Moreover, the water never diminished. Nor had he ever seen it run dry. Even when the mute drew bucket after bucket for his work, the water level remained unchanged. Noticing Qin Mu's doubtful expression, old Granny C quickly added, "You do not think the pile of broken jars at the healer's door is a treasure, do you?" Qin Mu glanced at the broken jars by the healer's door, filled with unknown herbs and housing spiders, silkworms, and centipedes. Moments earlier, when floodwaters surged, water had entered the jars, and a few insects crawled out, squabbling on the rims. Suddenly, an angry black spider erupted in flames, expanding to the size of a table, spewing fire at the other insects. Amidst the flames, several golden silkworms sprouted wings, growing over a foot long, and leapt from the fire, attacking the spider with voracious bites. The healer peeked out, scolding them, and the insects quickly shrank back, retreating to their jars. Qin Mu's suspicion deepened, and old Granny C chuckled nervously, muttering, "These are all perfectly normal, nothing unusual." Qin Mu cautiously asked, "Granny, do people outside fly like Grandpa Mute?" Old Granny C affirmed, "People outside can all fly." Qin Mu inquired, "Are those from outside just like us, all spiritual beings?" "Indeed, all are spiritual beings." "Are those from outside as formidable as our village folk?" "Very formidable. Otherwise, Granny and the blind man would not have been forced to hide in the great marsh." "You should not always yearn to venture outside. Beware of meeting your end out there. Those outside are far more ruthless than the blind man." Qin Mu remained skeptical, pondering whether the people beyond the great marsh truly possessed such formidable powers, capable of traversing heaven and earth at will. By the riverbank, the crippled man carefully prepared the bodies for burial, placing them into coffins, while Master Ma drove wooden wedges into the lids, securing them tightly. He then pushed the coffins into the rushing waters, allowing them to drift downstream. The currents were swift, and the riverbed was fraught with hidden reefs and sharp stones, making it unlikely for the coffins to reach the sea. They would likely be breached along the way, their contents sinking into the depths, becoming sustenance for the great fish of the river. The Li River faction may soon be erased from the southern territories. The cripple gazed at the drifting coffins and sighed. The sect leader is dead, and the masters within are all gone. It will be challenging for this sect to survive. "I am not preoccupied with that," Master Ma replied, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "What occupies my thoughts is that esteemed figure from the divine underworld. Mu Beifeng, the shepherd of the 5 Miao prefecture in the southern region, had been personally summoned by the national master of Yankang and granted a second-rank official title. With his demise, along with the 5 elders of the Li River, will it not stir the attention of that esteemed figure?" The cripple shook his head resolutely. "It will indeed attract his attention. Yet, he would never dare to enter the great market." Master Ma cast a glance at him. "Do not forget, even the national master of Yankang could not contend with the great market, but behind him stands the mighty nation of Yankang. This nation, masquerading as a state, is a formidable force. Such a colossal entity would undoubtedly covet the treasures hidden within the great market." Chapter 34. Granny Temple. The cripple was shaken. Could it be that the national teacher of Yinqing and the nation itself were so audacious as to encroach upon a place as bizarre and terrifying as great ruins, seeking to annex it? However, Master Ma was not wrong in saying that Yinqing was indeed a sect masquerading as a nation. Yinqing established and governed itself through martial prowess. Officials were divided into 9 ranks and 18 grades, from the national teacher and grand guardian of the heir apparent of the 1st rank, to the attendant and doctor of ceremonies of the 9th rank. All were martial artists by origin, some even being the leaders of other sections. As for the nation's soldiers, they were all martial practitioners, skilled in combat, capable of conquering territories and suppressing rebellions. It was an incredibly formidable force. When a sect disguises itself as a nation, governing its territory with national methods, unifying resources, subduing other sects, and managing all martial practitioners and supernaturalists within its domain, harnessing all sects within its territory for its own purposes, how powerful and terrifying would that nation be? In recent years, Yinqing had been continuously expanding, its territory growing ever wider, annexing sects like the Li River sect and small nations. Now, Yinqing's territory had reached the edge of great ruins, blocked by its path. What hindered this nation was the darkness and strangeness of great ruins. Every night, darkness would descend, and anyone who entered would surely die, preventing Yinqing from venturing into it. Moreover, the dangers of great ruins were not limited to this. There were numerous exotic beasts and frequent strange occurrences, with misfortune lurking everywhere. It would not be easy for the national teacher of Yinqing and the nation itself to approach great ruins. However, the dangers of great ruins could not deter the national teacher of Yinqing. The cripple knew this man and understood his character. After all, his leg had been severed by him. No terror could frighten him, and no danger could stop him. He would definitely enter great ruins. Perhaps that man was already gazing at the vast, boundless, bizarre, and unpredictable great ruins. The village quickly returned to tranquility, and the water from the collapsed miniature Li River was soon absorbed by the soil. The next day, the land was dried by the scorching sun, becoming hard and unyielding. Qin Mu had obtained a sword pouch this time, the one belonging to Qin, a disciple of the Li River sect. The sword pouch was 6 feet long. Not very large, made from the skin of a small crocodile. It had a belt for the waist and 2 shoulder straps, allowing it to be carried on the back. When vital energy entered the sword pouch, the crocodile's mouth would open, and a sword sheath and hilt would emerge from its mouth. Martial practitioners could refine vital energy into threads, and by wrapping these threads around the sword hilt, they could draw the sword, wielding it with their vital energy. After the first sword was drawn, another hilt would appear in the sheath, and after drawing the second sword, a third would appear. This was the reason it was called a sword pouch. The Li River sect was a sword sect in the southern border, and their swords were uniquely crafted. The sword pouch contained a mother sword, which could not be used as it had fused with the crocodile skin. The swords drawn from the sword pouch were all subswords. Qin Mu tried it, and could draw a total of 28 subswords. Adding the 7 swords that were cut off by his butcher knife, there were a total of 35 swords. As for how the Li River sect managed to hide 35 swords in such a small sword pouch, he did not know the secret. 28 swords were not heavy for Qin Mu. He carried many iron ingots on his body, wore iron shoes, and had iron ingots hidden in his chest and waist. The total weight was over 100 pounds, about the same as the sword pouch. Qin Mu regarded carrying the sword pouch as a form of cultivation, which could eliminate the need for iron shoes and other heavy objects, making it easier to move. However, he could not wield the swords with his vital energy. The Li River swordplay was intricate and venomous, and his sword control was not at that level. If only he could learn the Li River swordplay. Qin Mu sighed inwardly. The Li River swordplay was exquisite, especially the continuous sword technique, which was truly stunning. The villagers, Master Ma, the butcher, the cripple, the apothecary, and the blind man, were not skilled in swordplay. The mute had a box of objects that looked like sword pellets, and Granny C also had similar silver pellets. If those silver pellets were sword pellets, then they should also be proficient in swordplay. However, when Qin Mu asked Granny C, she was unwilling to teach him, and the mute also waved his hands repeatedly, seemingly wary of something. The mute secretly told him in sign language that he should not learn it now, as there would be better sword techniques waiting for him. If he learned it now, he would not be taught, and someone else would not teach him. Qin Mu did not know who the person he was referring to was, so he had to give up. He had not fully mastered the wonders of vital energy circulation. For example, he had not fully achieved Master Ma's fist technique, where vital energy circulated throughout the body during attacks. When vital energy circulated throughout the body, it could maximize the enhancement of various physical qualities, whether it was strength, agility, speed, or reaction, all reaching their peak. When the 8 styles of thunderous sound were cultivated to a high level, one could emit thunderous sounds from the palms and strike with lightning. He could only achieve palm lightning with the power of the demon gods, but he could not yet do it with the 8 styles of thunderous sound. If he could achieve this step, he could catch swords empty-handed and not have his palms cut again when he encountered martial practitioners like Qin. You lack actual combat experience. Master Ma came to Qin Mu's side and said calmly, your cultivation is superior to that disciple of the Li River sect, and the fist techniques, leg techniques, saber techniques, and staff techniques you have learned are all stronger than his Li River swordplay. However, when you fought him, you were restrained and unable to fully utilize your abilities. Qin Mu nodded repeatedly. He also felt it. Qianqiu's swordplay was exquisite, and his continuous sword technique was unexpected. However, his reactions were somewhat lacking, and he actually grabbed the sword directly. Thinking about it now, Qianqiu's strength was not actually that strong. Qin Mu had cut off 7 of his swords with one saber strike and pulled his soul into his palm with one move of the Heavenly Devil Freedom Seal. This showed that Qin Mu's vital energy cultivation was far superior to his. Master Ma continued, without the tempering of actual combat, it will be difficult for you to unleash your full potential. This is why the 5 elders of the Li River brought their disciples to great ruins for training. Closed-door cultivation and solitary practice will not make you a true expert. So, Qin Mu revealed a look of anticipation. He had been waiting for Master Ma and Granny C to allow him to go hunting, and now that opportunity had finally arrived. So, after discussing with Granny, the blind man, and the others, we have made a decision. Master Ma said solemnly, you can come with us to the temple fair. Go to the temple fair? Qin Mu revealed a look of disappointment and murmured, can I go hunting? Master Ma smiled and patted his little shoulder, saying, attending the fair is also a test. Only after you pass the test can you go hunting alone. Do your best. Qin Mu was dumbfounded. The temple fair was a grand event for nearby villages. He had heard Granny C mention that the days for the temple fair were usually the 1st and 15th of the month. Villages within a radius of 100 or 200 miles would go to the temple fair, bringing goods from their respective villages to trade with each other. Whenever the temple fair arrived, Master Ma, the butcher, the blind man, the mute, Granny C, the deaf man, and the apothecary would go to the Granny Temple 20 miles away, but they had never allowed Qin Mu to go to the temple fair before, always making him stay behind to accompany the village chief and the cripple. And the cripple was even more miserable. Granny C said that the cripple was light-fingered and strictly forbade him from going to the temple fair, fearing that he would steal everything clean. Compared to attending the temple fair, Qin Mu actually preferred to go hunting. There were still 2 days until the temple fair on the first day of the month. Qin Mu continued to cultivate, occasionally running to the central town palace valley to fight with the demon ape and helping out at the apothecary's shop in his spare time, learning to refine vitality-strengthening pills. The apothecary raised several birds that were covered in flames, and these birds would fly in from the window to help when he was refining medicine. After ruining more than a dozen batches of elixirs, the apothecary's face turned a bit green. Fortunately, Qin Mu finally succeeded in refining a batch of elixirs, which eased the apothecary's expression. Qin Mu, filled with excitement, hurriedly made his way to the valley of the central palace with a furnace of solidifying yuan pills designed to enhance the azure dragon's vitality. The apothecary intended to caution him about verifying whether the pills could be lethal, but after a moment's reflection, he refrained from doing so. He recalled that during the last occasion when he concocted solidifying yuan pills for Mu, he too had neglected to ascertain if their potency could be fatal. The apothecary mused to himself, "The demon ape is quite large, so it should be safe enough," or so he hoped. Yet, considering that the pills created by Mu were each the size of a fist, he pondered whether the demon ape could truly withstand such a risk. Chapter 35. Market Day in the Valley of the Central Palace. Qin Mu took out a solid essence pill he had crafted himself, roughly the size of a fist, and gestured towards the demon ape, proclaiming, "Strong, sturdy." The demon ape scratched its head, accepted the solid essence pill, and swallowed it without any immediate reaction, puzzled. Suddenly, the demon ape went into a frenzy. Its fur grew wildly, and a sapling sprouted from its head, eventually developing into a large branch. It appeared that a seed had fallen into the demon ape's fur and was stimulated by the solid essence pill, causing it to grow uncontrollably. The ape's size expanded dramatically, its muscles bulging and its bones thickening, leading it to roar in frustration as it smashed about. Qin Mu stepped forward to intervene, but was struck into the ground by a punch from the demon ape. As the ape struck the ground again, Qin Mu was jolted back into the air, only to be sent flying once more by another blow. Returning to the fray, Qin Mu faced the relentless roar of the demon ape as they engaged in a fierce battle, causing rocks to scatter. After consuming the solid essence pill, the demon ape had become larger and significantly stronger, its power overwhelming Qin Mu's own, rendering him unable to match the ape's might. Left with no other choice, Qin Mu transformed his essence into a fiery attribute, allowing the scorching energy to circulate within him. A dragon pattern faintly emerged on his back, linking his limbs to the dragon's, with the claws aligning perfectly with his fingers. The 5-clawed fire dragon. While the fiery essence belonged to the vermilion bird, Qin Mu was not of the vermilion bird lineage, but rather of human form. The dragon pattern on his back was not merely a result of his essence, but a manifestation of the thunderous 8 styles taught by Master Ma. The intricacies of Master Ma's techniques allowed the flow of essence within his body to form a dragon pattern that enveloped him entirely. Had someone with a true dragon lineage like Master Ma executed the thunderous 8 styles, the essence would exhibit attributes of wood and thunder, resulting in a green dragon pattern interwoven with lightning. However, Qin Mu had not cultivated the true dragon essence, so he relied on the vermilion bird essence, leading to the presence of fiery clouds surrounding the dragon pattern. When he activated the thunderous 8 styles, the dragon pattern and fiery clouds emerged. If he ceased its application, these unique markings would gradually fade and vanish. As Qin Mu cultivated his essence, his strength surged, finally enabling him to contend with the demon ape. Yet the ape, in its frenzied state, fought irrationally, willing to endure punishment to strike back. Eventually, both combatants lay on the ground, battered and gasping for breath, unable to move. The branch on the ape's head had matured into a tree as thick as a barrel, adorned with bright red fruits. With the potency of the solid essence pill waning, the tree ceased its growth. It was evident that Qin Mu's solid essence pill had some issues. Its potency was excessively strong and unbalanced. And only the demon ape and Appo's formidable physique had allowed it to withstand such force. Had it been any other martial artist of the spirit embryo realm, they likely would have perished from the overwhelming effects. Now, as the pill's power dissipated, the demon ape began to shrink slowly. Yet it still remained significantly larger and stronger than before, prompting Qin Mu to ponder the potential flaws in his concoction. Nonetheless, judging by the demon ape's reaction, the issue seemed minor, perhaps even fortuitous. He plucked a fruit from the tree atop the ape's head, peeled it, and tasted its sweetness, accompanied by a fragrant herbal aroma. The demon ape sat up and removed the tree from its head, roots clinging to its face, as it leisurely munched on leaves and fruits. Qin Mu handed the remaining solid essence pills to the ape, advising, only one at a time. Do not consume more. And when it comes to fighting, seek out other beasts. Do not destroy the central palace. The demon ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly tucked the pills away, nodding vigorously. The solid essence pills crafted by Qin Mu were considerably larger than those made by the apothecary, which were merely the size of a fingertip. His own, due to his lack of refinement, were the size of a human fist, resulting in a limited quantity of only 20 or so. With a sense of relief, Qin Mu departed, unaware that the demon ape immediately seized a disproportionately large solid essence pill and hastened towards a nearby beast territory to settle a score. A neighboring beast bore a grudge against the demon ape, frequently intruding on its territory to plunder wildlife for sustenance, having bested it in combat on several occasions. With Qin Mu's handprint embedded in the cliffside, the beast recognized the arrival of a formidable entity, which had deterred it from recent incursions. The demon ape arrived at its foe's domain, swallowed the solid essence pill, roared, and charged into enemy territory. 2 days later, the day of the temple fair arrived. Granny C brought cloth, Master Ma carried some newly crafted furniture, the apothecary shouldered a medicine basket, and the butcher loaded a captured beast onto a cart, presumably intending to slaughter it for meat at the fair. The butcher sold the meat, and the crippled man divided the profits, their roles clearly defined. The mute brought his furnace and blacksmithing tools, while the deaf carried brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They called upon Qin Mu, and together they hitched the ox cart and set off for the Granny Temple. The cart was overflowing with goods as it rattled towards the temple fair. With Qin Mu driving the ox cart, his spirits low. Market days had once held a certain charm for him in his youth, but now, with a broader perspective, they seemed less captivating. However, upon reaching the Granny Temple, he was taken aback. The fair was far larger and livelier than he had anticipated. With a bustling market stretching over 10 miles around the temple ruins, crowded with stalls and throngs of people, the gathering was not merely from nearby villages, but from a radius of 100 or 200 miles, with countless villagers converging here. On the map of the central palace, this location was not named Granny Temple, but rather the Heavenly Wolf Palace. Qin Mu was bewildered, pondering why it had been renamed. As the ox cart rolled into the market, Qin Mu marveled at the myriad of strange and novel items displayed at the stalls. There were vendors crafting sugar figurines, cooking, performing acrobatics, breathing fire, selling exotic beasts, minerals, and jewels, and even offering daughters for marriage, an eclectic array of wares to behold. Among the folk from the Nafa daughter Cow village passing through, they sought neither fame nor profit. They simply wished for the young girl to find a suitable husband as she reached the age of marriage, hence the martial arts competition for suitors noticing the excitement ahead. Qin Mu halted the cart to observe, discovering that a martial arts competition for suitors was underway at the Granny Temple. The arena was filled with men and women engaged in fierce combat. After a few glances, he lost interest and continued forward, only to find several more arenas dedicated to the same purpose. These arenas were built on earthen platforms, featuring young martial artists from various villages, alongside elderly competitors seeking to prove themselves, much to the dismay of the onlookers who urged them to step down. In some villages, the lack of eligible men motivated the contests as a means to attract sons-in-law. Granny C warned Qin Mu, becoming a son-in-law means you belong to another village. You must not participate. Qin Mu nodded, feeling a twinge of excitement, as the blind man jested, it matters not if Muir goes up, let him fight through them all. Marrying a dozen maidens along the way. Granny C shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. The village of the disabled had a designated stall at the Granny Temple, and soon the ox cart arrived at their setup. Qin Mu assisted the butcher in setting up the meat stall, helped Master Ma unload the furniture, assisted the mute in erecting the iron furnace, and aided Granny C in organizing the sewing booth. He then fetched water for the deaf and helped display their paintings and couplets. Once everything was in order, Qin Mu noticed a banner hanging from the blind man's cane, who sat at a table beneath it, inscribed with symbols of the 6 lines and 8 trigrams, promising fortune-telling and disaster relief. He mused, can Grandpa Blind really tell fortunes? The apothecary set up his stall nearby, while the butcher had already eviscerated the strange beast and hung its meat for display. The villagers of Canlao were bustling about, indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Moor, there's an empty platform beside you. Hang this inscription there, the deaf man commanded. With swift strokes, he penned a phrase and handed it to Qin Mu, saying, once it is hung, do not descend, simply remain on the platform. This shall be your endeavor for today. If you can stay atop the platform until sunset, you will have passed the temple fair's assessment. Qin Mu glanced at the inscription, which boldly proclaimed, kicking the surging river, unmatched in prowess, sweeping through the vast expanse of 800 villages. There was also a horizontal banner proclaiming, first in the spirit gestation realm. He looked at the platform, adorned with 2 polished wooden pillars, between which hung a blank plaque, presumably meant for the horizontal banner. Grandfather, will I be in danger of being killed? Qin Mu inquired, turning to the deaf man. At that moment, he noticed the blind man producing a banner that read wagering millions on win or lose, locked in. It was evident he intended to profit handsomely while Qin Mu fought. Meanwhile, Granny C had already placed a bet at the blind man's gambling stall, while the apothecary eagerly arranged healing potions on his table, anticipating the arrival of wounded combatants. Mr. Ma was busy crafting canes and stretchers, while the butcher was selling the precious blood of river dragons, a miraculous tonic. Qin Mu and Apos' expression darkened. These crafty old men and women were employing all manner of schemes to conduct their business. Deaf man, please add a note stating that only practitioners of the spirit gestation realm are permitted to ascend, he requested. Granny C pondered for a moment and replied, what if a practitioner of divine abilities leaps up? That could spell disaster for Muur. Chapter 36. The Great Thunder Sound Temple Muur. The temple fair is indeed an excellent opportunity to broaden one's horizons. Master Ma placed a finely crafted walking stick before the furniture and, with a heartfelt tone, spoke to Qin Mu. In the vast market, there are numerous villages, many of which harbor extraordinary individuals who, unable to thrive in the outside world, are compelled to seek refuge here. They settle down and take on disciples, gathering only during the temple fair. Here, you shall witness the martial arts and skills from every sect across the land. Qin Mu, with a mix of understanding and confusion, pondered, I have not undergone the rigor of actual combat. My cultivation has yet to translate into tangible strength. Hence, Master Ma has urged me to seize this opportunity to engage with martial artists from various sects during the fair. Master Ma's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Precisely so. But what of this walking stick business? Qin Mu questioned, perplexed. Why has the blind elder set up a gambling match? Moreover, the exotic beast sold by the butcher is clearly not a flood dragon. Why does he proclaim to offer the blood of a flood dragon? And why has the apothecary already prepared healing salves? Master Ma cleared his throat. Such matters are for adults. Children should refrain from asking too many questions. Now, hurry onto the stage. Reluctantly, Qin Mu ascended the platform and affixed the words written by the deaf-mute onto the pillar. Shortly thereafter, an increasing throng of villagers from various settlements gathered below, their voices rising in a cacophony. Qin Mu felt a twinge of unease at the sight of the words, but the sheer number of spectators quelled his apprehension. Unmatched in prowess, sweeping through the 800 villages of the vast market. Such grandiose claims. Boy, you appear no older than 11 or 12. Even if you began your training in the womb, your cultivation can scarcely be remarkable. A voice thundered with righteous indignation. Is such audacity a challenge to the villages of the vast market? Who grants you the audacity? Qin Mu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt a pang of shame. It dawned on him that the voice was strikingly familiar. Was it not the blind man's? The blind man, emboldened, spoke with an almost hypnotic fervor. Are there no true men left in the vast market, allowing this child to boast so brazenly? Can you endure the taunts of a mere 11 or 12-year-old? Where has the valor of our men gone? His words ignited a fervor, as a dozen young men leaped onto the stage, causing Qin Mu's complexion to pale. Yet, the valor of the heroes from the vast market should not be underestimated. With a voice like thunder, the blind man proclaimed, "Since he has set the stage, we must adhere to the rules. He comes to challenge, not to incite a brawl. We shall engage one at a time. This youth possesses the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, and those who challenge him must match this rank, lest we tarnish the honor of our villages." As his words lingered, the young men retreated, leaving only one remaining on the platform. Qin Mu sighed in relief and inquired, "What is your name, brother? Let us fight. Who do you think you are?" The young man suddenly dropped to the ground, his inner energy erupting and forming tiger stripes across his skin, reminiscent of a fierce tiger. His hands and feet transformed into claws as sharp as blades, and he lunged at Qin Mu with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of light. At that moment, Qin Mu felt as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, a gust of wind assaulting him, echoing like a tiger's roar on the mountainside, a momentum that he could scarcely muster, likely gleaned from the trials of life and death. Indeed, the warriors from other villages possess unique strengths. As dragon patterns emerged around him, Qin Mu's body was enveloped in these designs. His movements fluid like the flowing Yangtze River cascading into the sea, the sound of waves reverberating like thunder. He harnessed the water attribute of the Xuanwu energy to unleash the first form of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques. While he could not summon lightning from his palm, he channeled the exhilarating force of the river cascading down from the mountains into the ocean. Upon their first clash, Qin Mu's fist met the young man's assault, and the water attribute of the Xuanwu energy erupted, creating a dragon head-like formation around his fist, surging forward with unstoppable force. The young man immediately sensed the overwhelming strength of his opponent, his energy crumbling under the assault. Alarmed, he was sent flying by Qin Mu's strike. Yet, in that instant, he kicked off the ground, aiming his foot towards Qin Mu's chest, his foot like a tiger's claw, sharp enough to tear through Qin Mu's garment, nearly eviscerating him. In a moment of panic, Qin Mu balanced on one foot, falling backward while swiftly kicking out his other leg, sending the young man tumbling through the air. Crashing down over 10 yards away, off the platform, the young man rolled to his feet, just as he attempted to stabilize himself. A sharp crack echoed. A bone in his leg had been shattered by Qin Mu's kick. The apothecary's voice resonated. "Top-quality healing salves. Broken bones will mend by the next day. Ready for the hunt." Master Ma proclaimed loudly. A pair of walking sticks, crafted from dragon eye wood, remarkably sturdy. The blind man boomed, "If fortune eludes you, come to me. I shall alter your fate. Fortune awaits at my door," the deaf-mute shouted. Qin Mu's expression darkened. He steadied himself. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Yet the apothecary and Master Ma remained preoccupied with their merchandise. However, they were right. I lack the experience of life and death. The young man, despite his lower cultivation, managed to inflict such a perilous blow, nearly turning the tide of battle. Drawing a deep breath, a spark ignited in Qin Mu's eyes. "My experience in this realm is far too scant. The temple fair is a rare opportunity to engage with martial artists from villages within a 200-mile radius, to absorb their combat wisdom. I must defend this platform to the very end." As the crowd below swelled, the air thick with excitement, the spectators had witnessed Qin Mu and Appo's battle with the young man and discerned the depth of his cultivation, though they noted his lack of experience. In the vast market, survival necessitates martial prowess. Each village boasts its own warriors, and some even possess supernatural abilities. The dangers of the vast market cultivate a fierce warrior spirit among the villagers. Soon, another challenger ascended the platform. A girl, her energy a variant of Xuanwu energy, yet her strikes were ruthless. As they engaged, her energy coiled around Qin Mu's legs like a constricting serpent, binding him tightly. Once ensnared, she slithered around him like a python, striking mercilessly from all angles. Her energy, peculiar in nature, transformed into a great serpent, a subset of the Xuanwu energy, suggesting her spirit embryo was that of a snake, lacking the tortoise aspect inherent to the Xuanwu lineage, thus rendering her movements unpredictable. Qin Mu employed the thousand-armed Buddha technique to counter her strange assaults. Though her movements were elusive, Qin Mu's myriad of arms shielded him from her strikes, allowing him to land hundreds of blows, rendering her unconscious. Meanwhile, Master Ma successfully sold a set of stretchers. It was Qin Mu's first encounter with such an elusive fighting style, and though he sustained minor injuries, they were not severe. The battle continued upon the platform, while the blind man's fortune-telling stall attracted numerous bets on the outcomes. In the vast market, there is no unified currency. Transactions are conducted through barter, trading items of perceived equal value, and gambling follows suit, with various treasures and livestock wagered directly. Behind the blind man lay a mound of goods, an assortment of items, including a towering hen adorned with vibrant feathers, its beak filled with sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating presence. As it flapped its wings, clouds of dust rose, and the sand scattered like a rain of arrows. This was no ordinary hen, but a chick dragon, a descendant of dragons and chickens. While its draconic blood may be meager, its eggs are treasures. In the next round, I wager on my disciple's victory. A sudden Buddhist invocation echoed through the air as an elderly monk jostled his way to the fortune-telling stall. With a resounding thud, he planted his staff upon the table, its legs sinking into the earth under the weight. The old monk settled across from the blind man, his palms joined in reverence. "This," he declared, "is the wager. Who will contend with this humble monk?" The blind man, sensing a formidable presence, inquired cautiously, "The great Thunderclap Temple?" "Indeed," the old monk affirmed, "the great Thunderclap Temple." The blind man turned to address Master Ma. "Old Ma, you shall engage." Master Ma relinquished his cane and took his seat opposite the old monk. The old monk raised his gaze to meet Master Ma's, his expression inscrutable. "Junior brother," he intoned. "Senior brother," Master Ma responded, his countenance equally impassive. "You have disseminated the divine arts of our great Thunderclap Temple, thereby violating its precepts," the old monk reproached. The old monk's long, white eyebrows drooped as he murmured, "In bygone days, you severed your own arm and delivered it to the temple, proclaiming it a return of the great Thunderclap Temple's divine arts. Your arm remains enshrined within the 1,000 Buddha pagoda to this day. Yet now, you have divulged our temple's sacred arts to the youth upon the, thus reneging on your vow." Chapter 37. A resonant awakening. Master Ma's chest heaved, clearly reflecting his tumultuous emotions as he coldly remarked, "I severed my own arm and delivered it to the great Thunder Sound Temple, returning its divine powers. Why then must you pursue me relentlessly, tearing my family apart? If you are so determined to see my demise, why should I not share the temple's powers with the world?" The old monk shook his head, responding, "Junior brother, a single severed arm does not equate to the entirety of divine powers." Master Ma chuckled darkly. "The powers I possess do not solely originate from the great Thunder Sound Temple. Do you intend to strip away my other abilities as well? I hail from the temple. Yet I carved my own path with my own hands, a path you dared not obstruct. When I took a wife and children, it was only then that you sought me out, and for their safety, I willingly sacrificed an arm to return your powers." His expression darkened. "And then what? You pursued me, leading to the disintegration of my family and my very existence." The old monk's white brows twitched as he replied, "Rules are rules. To alter them is to nullify them. The mundane world disrupts one's cultivation. Junior brother, we do not seek your death, but aim to rescue you from the suffering of the mortal realm and guide you back to the great Thunder Sound Temple for your spiritual completion. Had you not succumbed to worldly desires and left the temple, the seat of the Tathagata would rightfully belong to you. Should you agree to return with me, the old Tathagata would be most pleased. That position is still yours." "Return?" Master Ma said numbly. "I fought my way out. If I am to return, I must fight my way back." The old monk's expression grew grave, sighing, "The Tathagata will be greatly disappointed. Is that youth on the stage your disciple? You have taught him the 8 styles of thunder sound, yet you have not imparted the Heart Sutra of the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata's Mahayana scripture." He gestured toward Qin Mu, who was engaged in combat with a young swordsman in the arena, saying, "The Mahayana scripture is the method to subdue demons. Without cultivating this heart method, no matter how formidable the 8 styles are, they remain superficial. Today I have brought my disciple to meet you, Master." From behind him, a tall, slender young monk stepped forward, holding prayer beads and greeting respectfully, "Master." The old monk's white brows fluttered as he noted, "Mingxin is also a warrior of the spirit embryo realm. My staff remains here. Brother, shall we wager?" Grandmaster raised an eyebrow, about to speak. But Master Ma's expression remained impassive, declaring, "The rules and regulations are mere nonsense. I wager my life against yours. How does my head weigh against your staff?" The old monk nodded. "The weights are nearly equal." The blind man, Grandmaster, and the medicine master frowned, ready to dissuade him, but Master Ma resolutely stated, "If Mu'er loses, you shall take my head back to the great Thunder Sound Temple to face the Tathagata. If he wins, the staff remains, and you shall depart as far as you can." Very well. The old monk addressed the young monk Mingxin. Today I shall reclaim the divine powers of the great Thunder Sound Temple from the traitor. If you win, it shall be your merit. Mingxin acknowledged and stepped toward the arena. In the arena, the young swordsman facing Qin Mu was a master of swordplay. Following the path of Brother Chu from the 5 sons of the Li River, his sword, never more than 3 feet away, was small and dagger-like, measuring 8 inches, yet far more perilous. This small sword could emerge from unexpected angles, whether from underarm or between his legs, even piercing through his garments as Qin Mu contended with him in a clash of strength. His mastery over sword control was exceptional, rivaling the disciples of the Li River, surpassing Brother Chu by considerable margins. Furthermore, he displayed profound prowess in combat techniques, his palm strikes imbued with a momentum akin to towering mountains, manifesting mountain-like patterns upon impact. However, the outcome of the battle was already evident. Qin Mu's strength was overwhelming, and his footwork was swift. The young swordsman suffered a significant setback during their first clash, as Qin Mu's robust energy crushed his own. Employing the 9 dragons harnessing wind and thunder technique, even though Qin Mu unleashed only 3 of the 9 layers of power, it was enough to injure the young swordsman and Apos' internal organs. Despite the elegance of his swordplay, defeat was inevitable. Qin Mu and Apos' footwork became erratic, akin to a multitude of serpents weaving through grass, darting unpredictably. The next moment, the young swordsman felt a sharp pain in his back as Qin Mu struck him, sending him flying. Upon landing, the young swordsman paused briefly and bowed to Qin Mu, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for your mercy." Although Qin Mu's strike had landed powerfully, it was not delivered with lethal intent. Had it been so, he could have shattered the young man's vital organs. "Do you need to rest?" Mingwei, who had been quietly observing, inquired after Qin Mu's victory. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the young monk, who wore a white robe untainted by dust, his feet clad in white shoes, appearing refreshingly pure. Despite his shaved head, he retained a strikingly handsome visage that evoked a sense of fondness. Just as Qin Mu was about to respond that he did not require rest, Grandmaster's voice interjected. "Rest. You must rest." Confused yet compliant, Qin Mu sat down to recuperate and regulate his energy. His unparalleled body of dominance was suited for cultivation while in motion. Although he had faced over 10 warriors, his energy remained largely intact, still at its peak, albeit his body felt fatigued. Grandmaster approached the arena, offering him a cup of water, whispering, "Muir, whatever means you employ, you must win this time. You cannot afford to lose. Your grandfather Ma has wagered his life." A jolt ran through Qin Mu, and he quickly glanced at Master Ma, whose expression was calm. His voice resonated with confidence. "Muir, the body of dominance shall never lose. I believe in you." Even though Master Ma spoke with such conviction, Qin Mu felt a pang of anxiety. The villagers were indeed his kin, but apart from Grandmaster, Master Ma was the one he felt closest to. It was Master Ma who had carried him alongside the stone statue out of the village, saving his life. If he were to lose, would it not mean the end for Master Ma? At that moment, the medicine master frowned deeply. While Master Ma had faith in Qin Mu and Apos' unparalleled strength, Qin Mu himself was not truly invincible. Regret washed over him for having concealed that well-intentioned lie from the village head. Had he revealed the truth earlier, Master Ma would not have wagered his life. Master Ma's belief in Qin Mu was the reason he had gambled his existence against the old monk. Suddenly, the medicine master glared fiercely, proclaiming, "If Muir loses, we must eliminate that old monk and the young one. We cannot allow Master Ma to perish." In the arena, Qin Mu yearned to stabilize his mind, but found it difficult given the stakes involving his dearest ones. The mute gestured emphatically, making sounds of urgency, while the blind man leaned on his cane and remarked, "Do not remind him. This temple fair is a test. If he passes, he will have matured. If not, he remains a child." After a brief moment, Qin Mu rose slowly, directing his gaze toward the tall, slender young monk, and asked with deliberation, "Monk, do you harbor the Buddha in your heart?" Mingxin pressed his palms together, responding solemnly, "The Buddha resides eternally in my heart." With a deep exhalation, Qin Mu released a breath of turbid air, feeling an overwhelming, unrestrained power surging from within his small frame. He stepped forward, exuding an aura so potent it felt as if a divine presence were rising from his diminutive form, his voice echoing with resonant authority. "In my heart, there is no deity, no Buddha, no demon. I am the deity, I am the Buddha, I am the demon. Upon the utterance of these words, the venerable monk seated opposite Master Ma displayed a look of astonishment, turning his gaze towards Qin Mu. Chapter 38. The Mahayana Sutra. The young monk Mingxin, upon hearing these words, could not help but erupt in righteous fury, rebuking, "You are utterly blasphemous. How dare you insult the Buddha?" Qin Mu, however, smiled, his heart settling into a profound tranquility. His gaze revealed an unparalleled confidence. Irrespective of the young monk's prowess or techniques, he had already lost in terms of mindset. The old monk opposite Master Ma hesitated. What appeared to be Qin Mu's audacious statement, almost a sacrilege, was not perceived as such by him. Instead, it resonated as a profound truth. One cannot attain Buddhahood with the Buddha in one's heart. When the heart harbors the Buddha, true enlightenment is forever out of reach. Similarly, he pondered, one cannot embrace the demonic path with demons in the heart, for the presence of such thoughts obstructs the way. The young monk, lacking the insight to grasp this wisdom, remained oblivious to its depth. The old monk had only comprehended this truth after entering the realm of heavenly beings. Yet he found himself now in the cycle of life and death, still unable to transcend the Buddha within. Mingxin's figure, tall and slender, began to emanate a golden radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty, imparting an overwhelming spiritual pressure upon those who beheld him. Below the platform, men and women of various villages gathered, initially filled with a cacophony of voices. Yet, as Mingxin's golden light shone forth, an uncanny silence fell upon the crowd, as if struck by a sudden clarity. This was the essence of Buddhist meditation, the Mahayana Sutra. Its practice diverged from that of other sects, progressing from the external to the internal. The exterior represented the body, while the interior symbolized the heart. The Buddhist teachings referred to this as body as the essence, heart as the essence. Although Mingxin had only reached the superficial level of this practice, the manifestation of his spiritual form could still deliver a profound shock to others. The onlookers, including Granny C and her companions, grew tense. Although Mingxin had yet to make a move, his aura alone was enough to intimidate Qin Mu and dampen his fighting spirit. Who would dare to strike against the Buddha? Yet Qin Mu was unafraid. As Qin Mu synchronized his body and mind, intent and fist, he unleashed his spirit, summoning the 9 dragons to ride the winds and thunder. His movements were akin to a cunning thief evading capture, swift as lightning. Before Mingxin could even blink, Qin Mu stood before him, delivering a mighty punch to his chest. The first layer of power in the 9 dragons technique surged forth like a fiery dragon, crashing into Mingxin's heart with an explosive sound. Mingxin's golden aura flared brightly, revealing a faint outline of a golden bell. The second layer followed swiftly, 2 dragons entwining as they bore down upon Mingxin's heart. The sound of another resonant bell echoed, the 2 forces colliding almost simultaneously, creating a deafening cacophony. Then came the third layer, the power of 3 dragons shattering stone, followed by the 4th layer, for dragons attacking. The 5th layer, 5 dragons refining demons, the 6th layer, 6 dragons in reincarnation, and finally, the 7th layer, 7 dragons overturning the seas. The successive layers of power erupted, blending into a singular, thunderous sound. The golden bell surrounding Mingxin began to dim, forcing the slender monk to take a step back. When the 8th layer, the power of 8 heavenly dragons, exploded forth, Mingxin retreated once more, but the golden bell regained its brilliance. With the 9th layer, the 9 dragons unleashed their thunderous might. The golden bell shattered into fragments. Qin Mu was astonished. Not even the demon ape could withstand the full force of the 9 dragons technique. Each time they clashed, he had only utilized 6 or 7 layers of power to avoid inflicting fatal harm. Yet Mingxin, astonishingly, had not evaded or retreated, enduring the complete 9 layers. He recalled Granny C's words. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his strength, even drawing upon the hidden powers of his spirit. Yet all he achieved was to push Mingxin back a few steps. You have not grasped the true teachings of the Thunder Sound 8 forms, he reminded himself. Mingxin moved, his energy erupting beneath his feet as he advanced with incredible speed. Raising his palm, he unleashed a thunderous punch, a dragon's roar accompanying its descent. Before the strike could reach Qin Mu, the energy transformed into a pale blue dragon, fierce and formidable. The first layer of the 9 dragons' force was revealed in its entirety, showcasing Mingxin's formidable energy and the flawless synergy of his technique. something Qin Mu sorely lacked. As Qin Mu braced for the impact, he found the first layer of Mingxin's might unexpectedly overwhelming. Yet before he could fully absorb the blow, the second layer, the dual dragon entanglement, surged forward, twisting his arms. The third layer, the power of 3 dragons shattering stone, struck directly against his arms. Blood flowed from Qin Mu's wounds as he staggered backward, the arena beneath him erupting in chaos. For dragon energies surged toward him, and with a stifled groan, he channeled his energy into his eyes, activating the heavenly eye. His energy transformed into a spear, which he thrust through the incoming dragons, piercing Mingxin's palm with a sharp clang. However, before Mingxin's 5th layer of power could manifest, his energy dissipated under the pressure of Qin Mu's attack. The clash of energies caused Qin Mu's spear-like energy to crumble. Observing the blood trickling from Mingxin's palm, Qin Mu's brow furrowed, realizing the monk had been wounded. Yet his own arms were in far worse condition. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Mu's energy surged fiercely as he lunged toward Mingxin, embodying the essence of the East Sea, carrying the thunder of spring. This time he wielded the force of fire, as if a torrential river of flame cascaded from the heavens, intent on igniting the ocean itself. Mingxin remained unfazed, raising his hand to meet Qin Mu's advance, his eyes shining brightly. Without true principles, all is but an illusion, mere fade. He executed his own version of the East Sea Thunder technique, unleashing a thunderous clap that shattered the soul, dismantling Qin Mu's fiery momentum. Yet at that moment, flames erupted from Qin Mu's hands, and wielding them like a blade, he charged at Mingxin with reckless abandon. This was the mad slaughter technique, the day sun illuminating the East Sea's 1,000 waves. A frenzied maneuver. It demanded a certain madness to unleash its full potential, an unstoppable force akin to the rising sun and the overwhelming waves of the East Sea, intent on cleaving through all obstacles. Chop, 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 chop. The waves multiplied, the blades surged. Nothing could withstand this onslaught. Mingxin's expression shifted. Yet Qin Mu's brow furrowed as he discerned the technique Mingxin was about to unleash. The 8th form of the thunder sound 8 forms, the 1,000-handed Buddha. The young monk raised his palms to meet Qin Mu's assault, resembling a Buddha with 1,000 hands, effectively countering his ferocious strikes. Qin Mu's heart sank. His hands were not true blades, but extensions of his will. Mingxin's defenses were formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to sever his grasp. Time was of the essence. Faster. Ever faster. So swift that you cannot withstand my blade. The night battle rages like a tempest. Qin Mu, consumed by madness, relentlessly strikes down. Fixated on a singular thought. Swift, 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 a rapid blade severing the Buddha's head. In this world, there exists no butcher's knife technique that cannot slay a pig. Qin Mu, brimming with explosive energy, declared fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Ming-Xian, embodying the 1,000-armed Buddha, desperately defends himself, yet suddenly cannot withstand the blade of Qin Mu, which cleaves through his throat, erupting a resonant chime from the great bell upon his body. Then, the second strike breaches his 1,000-armed Buddha defense, once more severing at his throat, accompanied by another resounding chime. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th strikes. Qin Mu's blade strikes ever faster, consecutively targeting the same spot on Ming-Xian, his throat. Brother, in our years of shared learning, we have grown quite familiar with one another. Your 1,000-armed Buddha harbors a flaw. The old monk across from him, Master Ma, remarked with a hint of indifference. It seems you have imparted this flaw to your disciple as well. Chapter 39. The sunlit soul refinement in the sky. The old monk's white brows twitched, and he instantly recognized the flaw in what was being spoken. In his early years of practice, he had once overslept and missed a lecture by the Tathagata, which happened to cover the technique of the 1,000-handed Buddha. In Buddhism, the concept of causal connection is paramount. The old monk had missed this opportunity and could not seek guidance from the Tathagata on the essence of the 1,000-handed Buddha. Instead, he learned it from his fellow disciples, but it was not the true transmission from the Tathagata. Indeed, there was a hidden flaw in his 1,000-handed Buddha technique, which he himself had discovered. He attempted to mend this flaw, but the more he tried to fix it, the more apparent the gaps became. To resolve an issue, one must first identify its source. The 1,000-handed Buddha is an incredibly complex technique that requires the coordination of the senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, and thought, among many other aspects. The variations are countless, and any minor flaw is unlikely to stem from a single cause. it is often the result of multiple seemingly unrelated factors. Since his youth, the old monk had been searching for the cause of this flaw, yet even now, he had not found it. The flaw that appeared in his thousand-handed Buddha would naturally manifest in his disciple, Mingxin. This flaw was so subtle that it could only be revealed when the speed of attack was extraordinarily swift. The flaw lay in the moment when the arm was raised and passed just an inch past the throat, where the vital energy became slightly diminished. When faced with a rapid attack from an adversary, the arm's lift would slow imperceptibly due to this weakened vital energy, creating a fleeting opening at the throat. The old monk's mastery was so profound that few could force him to reveal this minor flaw. However, Mingxin was different. In terms of cultivation, Qin Mu surpassed Mingxin, and with hands as swift as blades, he struck at Mingxin's throat repeatedly within mere moments. By the 68th strike, the golden barrier surrounding Mingxin had shattered once, and although he quickly gathered his vital energy to restore it, Qin Mu's blade had already found its mark at Mingxin's throat. Blood flowed from Mingxin's throat, rapidly staining his pure white robe crimson. The old monk sighed and said, "Foolish child, your thousand-handed Buddha cannot withstand his blade. Will you not change your strategy?" Mingxin suddenly realized that in his focus on countering Qin Mu's strikes, he had neglected to defend himself properly. His golden barrier could indeed provide temporary protection against Qin Mu's attacks, offering him a chance to defeat his opponent. It was Qin Mu's audacity that had frightened him, causing him to forget his own strengths. He abruptly altered his approach, his palm clenched into a fist, and with a tremor in the air. His fist radiated like the sun, dazzling beyond compare. The sunlit soul refinement in the sky. In that moment, a resonant sound of the Buddha emerged from his hand seals. The sound soaring high and far, accompanied by the thunder of his palm, a thunderous boom capable of refining souls. His sunlit soul refinement in the sky differed greatly in power from Qin Mu's, surpassing it by several times in strength. As Qin Mu felt the impact of this technique, he became momentarily dazed, his 3 souls stirred, and his 7 spirits shaken. With a flourish, Qin Mu raised his finger, executing a series of dazzling finger techniques that struck his own brow, base of the spine, navel, crown, throat, heart, perineum, and lungs, locking his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique. This technique, imparted to him by Granny C, was originally intended to immobilize souls and lock blood for the purpose of skinning and crafting garments. Yet now he utilized it to seal his own soul, preventing Mingxin and Apos' technique from refining him. Samo Yi. A sharp demonic sound emerged, and Qin Mu smiled gently, his palm shaking as he unleashed the Heavenly Demon Freehand Seal. Mingxin's spirit nearly left his body, overwhelmed by the force. Yet at that moment, Qin Mu shifted his technique from demonic to Buddhist, executing the sunlit soul refinement in the sky, while Mingxin's version saw his fist as a radiant sun. With thunderous resonance scattering souls, Qin Mu and Apos' version ignited with the fiery essence of the vermilion bird, causing his fist to blaze, the flames akin to vital fire. With an intensity capable of melting steel, Qin Mu's fingers spread wide, and the air within his palm erupted explosively, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the opponent's soul into disarray. The old monk's and Master Ma's versions of the sunlit soul refinement in the sky were evidently different. The old monk's was authentic, while Master Ma had modified it, emphasizing power. However, Qin Mu lacked the Great Vehicle Sutra, preventing him from fully unleashing its might. Just as Mingxin's spirit was rattled and nearly departed, he suddenly heard a low shout, Samo Yi. Qin Mu unexpectedly changed his technique once more, transitioning from palm to seal. Smiling gently as he unleashed the Heavenly Demon Freehand Seal again, he fluidly alternated between Buddhist and demonic techniques, executing each with seamless grace, astonishing Granny C and the old monk, leaving them in awe. The clash of Buddhism and demonology was inevitable. Transitioning from demonic to Buddhist techniques would typically be fraught with difficulty, yet Qin Mu executed it effortlessly. It was the essence of the dominant body. The mute smiled and whispered, "Indeed, only the dominant body, devoid of any specific attribute, can switch between Buddhist and demonic techniques without hindrance. Mu and Apos' is truly a dominant body." The village chief did not err. Suddenly, the old monk rose and chanted a Buddha's name, causing Qin Mu's Heavenly Demon Freehand Seal to lose its potency. An invisible force separated him from Mingxin. Just as Mingxin was about to regain his composure and challenge Qin Mu anew, darkness enveloped his vision and his body swayed. He had lost too much blood from the near-fatal strike to his throat. I concede, the old monk said, glancing at Master Ma and beckoning Mingxin closer. Junior brother, I have lost this time, but next time may not be the same. Mingxin, we wander the world as master and disciple, without a place to settle. Why not seek a kindred spirit nearby and find a village to reside in? Mingxin, still bleeding from his throat, stepped forward as the old monk bandaged his wound and applied medicine, imparting a profound lesson. Junior brother, a lost staff can be replaced, but a head can only be lost once. You may have lost this time, but that does not equate to total defeat. And you, young benefactor, practicing demonic arts with cunning and malice, have strayed into the path of demons. Beware of descending into hell, never to be reborn. With that, he and Mingxin departed, leaving no trace behind. Qin Mu leaped down from the arena, watching the old monk and his disciple depart. Noticing Master Ma's grave expression, evidently troubled by the old monk's words, he quickly inquired, Grandfather Ma, Granny, if given the chance, will he seek to kill us? Granny C scoffed. Exorcising demons is precisely the old thief's meal ticket. If the opportunity arises, our fate will be no better than that of Wu Nu. As for Master Ma, she shook her head. Qin Mu, perplexed, asked, then why not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Why wait for him to instigate conflict? Granny C's eyes brightened, exclaiming, Muer, you are increasingly embodying the essence of the dominant body. Apothecary, the mute, the blind, should we not simply deal with that old thief and his little accomplice? Though the old monk had already distanced himself, upon hearing this, he quickened his pace, soaring into the air with Mingxin, abandoning any thought of settling near the decrepit village. Granny C and the others did not pursue, but returned to their tasks. The mute suddenly lamented, the great market is becoming increasingly lawless, with all manner of demons and monsters daring to cause trouble. The blind nodded in agreement, indeed, allowing honest folk like us no peace. Master Ma, hiding away like this is not a solution. One day, if you wish to visit the great Thunder Sound Temple, we old bones will accompany you. Master Ma was touched, but did not show it. Instead, he lifted his staff and said, I broke free from the great Thunder Sound Temple once. I can certainly return without your assistance. Muer, this victory belongs to you. Qin Mu grasped the Zen staff, finding it surprisingly light, contrary to his expectations. Although it had pressed the table leg deep into the ground, it felt effortless in his hands. Puzzled, he inquired, is this staff of considerable value? Why would Grandfather Ma wager it with his head? Of considerable value? Not quite, replied Granny C, her eyes twinkling as she assessed the staff. Are you familiar with the dragon-inlaid city? This staff is worth no more than the price of that city. Chapter 40. The Wind's Edge. Qin Mu widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this unassuming Zen staff truly purchase the dragon city? The staff, named Zekilluo, with its 4 branches and 12 rings, was forged by the Tathgata of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It could indeed serve as a weapon. Its worth potentially comparable to that of the Dragon City. Master Ma elaborated. However, the primary function of this staff lies in cultivation. When you hold it, your heart influences the rings, and as they move, the distractions within your mind dissipate. It is a treasure for dispelling inner demons. The 12 rings can sever 12 types of distractions and eliminate 12 forms of inner turmoil. When inner demons arise, the rings will resonate, ensnaring them and reducing them to ash. The old woman, Granny C, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the staff in Qin Mu's hands. Muer, allow me to borrow this staff for a moment. There is a significant inner demon dwelling within me that has troubled me for quite some time. Curious, Qin Mu handed over the Zekilluo staff and asked, Granny, what inner demon resides within you? An old man, she sighed, her brow furrowed in distress. No matter how many times I attempt to eliminate him, he remains alive, continuously creating chaos in my heart. If I could finally use this staff to defeat him, I would find peace. Qin Mu was still unaware of the identity of her inner demon, and Granny C did not elaborate further. As the staff fell into her hands, it began to rattle violently, the 12 rings shaking with an ear-splitting clamor. A terrifying aura emanated from Granny C, transforming her presence into something altogether different, sending chills down Qin Mu's spine. It was as if another being resided within her. The blind man, Master Ma, the hunchback, the apothecary, and the mute felt their hair stand on end, instinctively stepping back, overwhelmed by the sheer danger of the aura. After a moment, Granny C appeared dispirited, returning the staff to Qin Mu. This thing is useless. I cannot conquer the old demon. Damn it, why can't I kill him? Qin Mu accepted the staff, attempting to place it on his back alongside his bamboo staff, but its length hindered his movement, forcing him to hold it in hand. Throw it onto the ox cart. You are not a monk, Master Ma remarked. Today, you have passed the test. There's no need for further combat. Overcoming a disciple of the Great Thundersound Temple is a tremendous achievement in itself. However, that Ming Xian is not truly a disciple of the Tathgata, and you are still far from such mastery. Do you understand? Qin Mu casually tossed the invaluable staff onto the ox cart, inquiring, "How strong are the disciples of the Tathgata?" Master Ma replied nonchalantly, "I was a disciple of the Tathgata in my youth. Only when you can defeat me will you truly be considered a master." A tremor ran through Qin Mu. During their daily sparring, Master Ma had only utilized the power of the spirit embryo realm, yet he still left Qin Mu battered and bruised. He pondered what might happen if Master Ma wielded both arms. His strength would be formidable beyond comprehension. Qin Mu understood that he still had a long way to go before reaching the spirit embryo realm. The market at Granny Temple would last 2 days, and as evening approached, many began to pack their goods and move into the temple. The temple was vast, guarded by stone statues, and it stood as a sanctuary against the encroaching darkness. Driving the ox cart into Granny Temple, Qin Mu looked up to see the setting sun casting its glow over the Tianlang Palace. Upon entering the temple, he discovered why the map referred to Tianlang Palace as Granny Temple. It housed a central hall dedicated to a kindly, elderly woman. This elderly figure appeared as gentle as a neighborly grandmother, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, the sculpture so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Qin Mu couldn't help but notice her resemblance to Granny C and looked closer, only to be startled when he used his divine eye. The gentle old woman radiated an overwhelming aura, transforming into an enormous wolf, its howl echoing as if it sought to consume the heavens. Besides the main hall, there was an anteroom, 2 side halls, and an extensive garden with a dry pond, devoid of flowers and vegetation. Among the remnants, Qin Mu noticed several bones beneath the pond. Approaching for a closer look, he recognized them as fish bones, large, stretching about 6 or 7 zhang in length, yet curiously, they bore the skull of a dragon. The apothecary called him back to tend to his wounds while the blind man and the mute prepared eggs, as a hen had laid an egg the size of a coconut, clucking about. Within Granny Temple, other villagers began to kindle fires for supper as twilight approached, readying for rest after their evening meal. At that moment, a young man burst into the temple, panic etched across his face. "Is there a midwife here? My wife is about to give birth." The villagers turned to him, but silence prevailed. Granny C rose, trembling slightly. "I have delivered many in my day. Can your wife wait a moment? Night is falling, but if she can hold on until tomorrow, I can come to aid." The young man fell to his knees, pleading fervently, "We cannot wait. Please, I beg you to help. The child is in distress, and the village midwives cannot assist." Granny C glanced at the sunset, her expression torn. "Help, please help," the young man cried, blood streaming from his forehead as he wept. "My wife has lost several children during delivery. If this one perishes too, our family will be doomed." Granny C was taken aback. "Have they all died during childbirth?" He nodded vigorously as she pondered. If she can conceive and carry, it is impossible for the child to die at birth. There must be something amiss. "How far is your village from here?" "Not far. Less than 20 miles to Granny Temple." Granny C cast a furtive glance at the setting sun, relieved. "Less than 20 miles. You hail from Zhang Village, which is nearby. We can make it before dark. Blind man, Mu come with me. There is something peculiar at play." Qin Mu was astonished. Granny C, known for her eccentric temperament, displayed unexpected warmth. The young man sprang to his feet and sprinted toward Zhang Village, clearly a martial artist, his speed remarkable. He turned back to urge Granny C and the others to hasten, but saw them moving steadily behind him, even the 11 or 12-year-old boy keeping pace. "You're moving too slowly," the blind man remarked calmly. "Mu, carry him. It will be faster, lest the sun sets." Without hesitation, Qin Mu rushed forward and lifted the young man onto his back. "Be careful. I have a knife on my back. Don't cut yourself." The young man protested. "Put me down. You can't run fast with me on your back." Before he could finish, a fierce wind surged past his ears as Qin Mu leapt from the trees, racing forward with the speed of the wind beneath him. The young man was astonished, the sound of the wind intensifying as he felt Qin Mu's pace quicken. He marveled internally, this boy is astonishingly strong. As Qin Mu ran, He experienced a sensation akin to gliding on the wind. A thought sparked in his mind. Grandpa K mentioned he moved with the wind's edge during his spirit embryo cultivation. If I could find the wind and Apos' edge, might I also traverse the winds? Yet, what exactly was the wind and Apos' edge? He had no time to ponder further as he continued his sprint. The man behind continued to worry whether Granny C and the blind man could keep up. Suddenly, he noticed that the two elders had seated themselves cross-legged, following closely behind Qin Mu. Astonishingly, they were being swept along by the whirlwind generated by Qin Mu's frenzied pace, their speed matching his without a hint of lag. What manner of movement is this? His mind was in a whirl. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, and darkness rolled in from the west, engulfing everything in its path. With remarkable swiftness, Qin Mu spotted Zhangzhuang village from afar and dashed towards it, just as the encroaching darkness threatened to catch up with him. He burst into the village at the last moment. Though he came to an abrupt halt, the fierce wind behind him continued to howl forward, while Granny C and the blind man remained composed, seated in the gust. They drifted several yards before gracefully extending their legs and firmly grounding themselves. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with joy. So this is the wind's edge. Chapter 41. The Blade of Fate. As Qin Mu sprinted forward, he stirred the winds, while Granny C and the blind man glided upon the edge of the gust, harnessing its force. The edge of the wind is akin to the crest of a wave. Just as waves are born from flowing water, winds arise from the movement of air. The whirlwind conjured by Qin Mu's rapid pace was the very essence of this phenomenon. The young man whom Qin Mu had been carrying swiftly dismounted and guided the trio towards his residence, calling out, "Hurry, hurry, esteemed guests." Setting aside thoughts of the wind's edge, Qin Mu approached the courtyard, surveying the surroundings. He noted that this village was significantly larger than Qinlao village, housing over 100 families, with its architecture steeped in a rustic simplicity. In the courtyard stood a grand tree, its canopy shrouding half of the dwelling, where a woman in labor resided beneath its branches. A villager peered from within, exclaiming, "The waters have broken. Quickly, boil some hot water." "Oh, it seems the old midwife from Qinlao village has arrived. This is wonderful news. Mother and child will surely be safe." Granny C scanned the area, her understanding evident as she instructed, "Muer, keep your eyes peeled for anything unusual. If you sense danger, deal with it as you see fit. I shall go inside to assist with the delivery. And you, old blind man, be vigilant. Do not fall prey to any treachery. Open the heavenly eye," Qin Mu commanded, activating his divine vision to observe his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the dense foliage of the great tree, sending a chill down his spine. He nearly gasped in horror. Upon closer inspection, what initially appeared to be a sturdy trunk revealed itself to be a serpent of considerable girth, coiled within the tree's canopy. This colossal serpent had its body partially embedded within the tree, its scales protruding in grotesque knots. From the serpent's form, it seemed its length was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. The other half was likely concealed within the roots beneath the earth, surpassing even the monstrous serpents that the likes of Master Ma had encountered. The entire tree, including its thick crown, exuded a dense, dark aura, enveloping the dwelling. At that moment, the serpent was flicking its crimson tongue, leaning toward the room where the woman was laboring, seemingly intent on some sinister purpose. Doubting his own perception, Qin Mu dismissed the divine vision and relied on his mortal sight. The tree remained just a tree, devoid of serpentine form. Yet when he reopened his heavenly eye, the serpent was still coiled amidst the leaves, poised to consume the soul of the newborn. It was evident that the matron of this household had lost her children to this malevolent creature in previous years. A surge of righteous fury ignited within him as he murmured, "Old blind man." Unfazed, the blind man replied nonchalantly, "Granny said you are to handle this. It will be your first hunt, so hurry. The child is about to be born." Composing himself, Qin Mu approached the ancient tree, drawing in deep breaths. His vital energy transitioned from tranquility to fervor, fueled by the flames of his indignation, swelling with power. Suddenly, the pig-slaughtering knife strapped to his back resonated with the tempestuous energy within him, leaping into the air above his head. With a swift motion, Qin Mu grasped the knife, channeling his fury into the blade as he swung it with all his might, unleashing a torrent of energy and rage in a single stroke. With a resounding clash, the blade cleaved through the air, a shrill whistle accompanying its descent as it struck the tree's trunk. Yet, with a thunderous impact, The knife embedded itself only halfway into the serpent hidden within the tree's depths. The creature's skin and sinew had been honed to an extraordinary resilience. Even the finely crafted knife, superior to ordinary weapons, struggled to sever the serpent in two. Determined, Qin Mu gripped the knife's spine, channeling his strength into his legs. Employing the limping man's technique, the limping man had taught him that legs embody the wind, the earth, and the root of power. His feet grounded firmly. He summoned all his might, pushing against the knife's spine, his other hand firmly clasping the hilt, driving the blade deeper. A spine-chilling crack echoed as the ancient tree, along with the serpent, was bisected. Qin Mu steadied himself, the knife held horizontally before him, blood flowing freely from its edge, his muscles taut and quivering with exertion. Behind him, the towering tree tilted and fell with a resounding crash. The ground trembled as the tree collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Miraculously, the serpent was not yet vanquished. Its severed body writhed in fury, creating a cacophony of explosions as it forced the tree apart, splintering bark and wood that flew dangerously, even embedding into the walls. The debris propelled by the serpent was more fearsome than spears, creating a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, imbued with tremendous force. In the chaos, Qin Mu wielded the knife with newfound speed, his technique transforming into a blur. The butcher's art is rooted in one principle: speed, faster, ever faster. With a flurry of strikes, the sound of impact rained down as countless shards of bark and wood collided with Qin Mu's knife, numbing his arms. The serpent, far more powerful than him, had been fixated on the woman in labor, waiting to seize the infant's soul at the moment of birth. At birth, the umbilical cord connects the child to the mother, the essence belonging to the innate realm. Upon birth, the innate transforms into the acquired. Before birth, the essence is incomplete. Thus, the serpent chose to strike at the pivotal moment. It had been hiding in this village for years, unnoticed, having consumed several infant souls to enhance its power. This time, it expected to effortlessly claim another, yet it had underestimated Qin Mu, who struck decisively. Despite being severed, the serpent was far from dead. Enraged and aware of its impending demise, it burst forth from the tree, opening its gaping maw to lunge at Qin Mu. A fierce gale assaulted Qin Mu, forcing his skin to ripple, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he swung his knife forward as if conjuring a storm. An unimaginable force struck him, causing him to stumble backward, crashing into the courtyard wall, which crumbled like parchment. Before he could regain his footing, the doors of the courtyard flew open as the serpent barreled through, a foul wind preceding it, its bloody maw and fangs striking fear into Qin Mu's heart. He dared not confront the creature directly, seeking the blind man and Appo's assistance. Yet, behind him, the blind man remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. A spark ignited within Qin Mu. Did the old blind man believe he could contend with the serpent? If he believed so, then perhaps he could. Open the heavenly eye. His vital energy surged, swirling into his eyes, crafting intricate patterns of energy within his gaze. With the activation of his heavenly eye, the world around him appeared restructured. The dim village and the errant serpent sharpened into vivid clarity, every movement of the creature now easily perceptible. Qin Mu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the serpent's strike, his knife grazing its eye as he passed. He leaped again, narrowly escaping the serpent's sweeping body. Every motion of the serpent unfolded before him with remarkable clarity. He discerned the muscle movements beneath its scales and the angles of its attacks, allowing him to anticipate its next move and evade it. Everything seemed to unfold with a natural inevitability, devoid of any need for conjecture. The first tier of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, the divine celestial eye, not only allowed him to pierce through superficial appearances but also significantly heightened his perception. With a single strike, he cleaved the serpent's left eye, causing it to hiss in agony and lunge towards the recently landed Qin Mu. In an instant, its other eye went dark, as Qin Mu deftly sliced open its right eye as well. The massive serpent fell eerily silent, remaining motionless, while Qin Mu mirrored its stillness. The distance between the two, a mere 10 feet. Along the village's narrow pathways, a number of villagers had emerged from their homes, gazing in astonishment at the scene of this 11 or 12-year-old youth battling the colossal serpent. The day had waned, and in the diminutive village, with merely a dozen households, the dim glow of oil lamps seeped through the window panes, casting shadows that obscured the path. All held their breath, too fearful to utter a sound. Suddenly, A little girl let out a terrified wail, prompting the serpent to lurch forward, darting towards her with wild ferocity. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the paralyzed family of 3. Chapter 42. Shadows of the Midnight Hour. At the moment the colossal serpent shifted, Qin Mu suddenly leaped into the air, wielding his pig-killing knife with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly striking at the vulnerable juncture between the serpent's head and body. The technique, akin to the rising sun over the East Sea, embodied the power of countless waves crashing in unison, a formidable force intended to cleave through all obstacles. With a singular focus, Qin Mu's mind echoed the mantra, strike, slash, sever. He was resolute in his intent to sever the serpent's head. With a guttural sound, serpent blood sprayed forth as the massive triangular head, the size of a table, detached from its body. The head, still gaping with its blood-soaked maw, lunged toward a terrified family of 3, oblivious to its own demise. Just as the serpent's head appeared poised to reach them, Qin Mu propelled himself onto its back, exerting force with his legs, bending his body to compel the jaws to snap shut. The serpent's head, along with the boy atop it, plummeted like a lead weight, crashing thunderously before the paralyzed family. Stunned, the trio stared blankly at the boy. Qin Mu bent down, flashing a reassuring smile at the little girl, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Little sister, all is well now." At that moment, the wail of a newborn pierced the air as a woman emerged from the house, which the serpent had breached, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations, mother and child are safe." Qin Mu swiftly sheathed his knife behind his back and dashed back into the yard, where he found the man exuberantly rushing into the house, while Granny C stepped out, washing her hands and glancing back at the loving family within. "Muer, are you content?" Granny C inquired with a smile. Qin Mu observed the family's tender interaction, nodding gently as his hand instinctively rose to grasp the jade pendant resting on his chest. Noticing this, Granny C sighed inwardly. The blind man approached, yawning. "Now that the matter here is settled, it's time for bed. Granny, their house is rather cramped. Perhaps we could share a room." Granny C turned, her gaze icy. The blind man shivered involuntarily, his bamboo staff tapping the ground as he retreated, muttering, "In this day and age, even the blind are treated harshly. The world has lost its kindness. I shall sleep on the streets." "Granny, why have the villagers never noticed this serpent?" Qin Mu questioned, observing some villagers struggling to extract the serpent's tail from a hollow in the tree. He had grown up in the village of the disabled, where each person bore their own affliction, yet in his heart, he revered the elders as omnipotent beings. However, the villagers here seemed more ordinary, with few martial practitioners of any significant prowess, leading to his confusion. "In the great market, there is only one such village," Granny C replied, her expression solemn. "Here, the majority are mere commoners. Many were unable to flee during the calamity of the great market. Others sought refuge here from oppressive taxes and landlords, desperate to survive." "The outside world?" Qin Mu's eyes brightened. "Is it more perilous than the great market?" Granny C snorted, "Otherwise, I and the blind man would not have been compelled to seek refuge in the great market. Do not dwell on the outside world." Qin Mu scratched his head, puzzled by Granny C's sudden outburst, which was uncharacteristic of her usual warmth. Lowering her voice, she continued, "This serpent is peculiar. Normally, no exotic beasts can enter the village. Yet this serpent has hidden here for many years. It seems that someone deliberately released it. Such methods of serpent rearing bear the marks of a sinister cult. Tonight may yet bring forth some curious occurrences." The thought of the serpent being intentionally unleashed upon the village sent a chill down Qin Mu's spine. Was this not a grave transgression against the natural order? The serpent had clearly consumed several newborns. What benefit could be derived from nurturing it with the lives of infants? "Muer, strange happenings may approach you tonight. Should you witness them, do not intervene or raise an alarm. Come dawn, all will reveal itself." Granny C chuckled, revealing her few remaining teeth. "He uses the serpent to siphon the essence and souls of infants, absorbing the serpent's energy to reverse his innate weaknesses. He must have been practicing this for many years, becoming quite formidable. Yet, in the outside world, such practices would surely draw the ire of righteous warriors. Hence his intrusion into the great market to wreak havoc. You cannot contend with the beings that arrive tonight. Merely observe." Qin Mu nodded, feeling an unsettling apprehension settle in his heart. The family's celebration continued, laughter and tears mingling for quite some time before they remembered to arrange sleeping quarters for Granny C and Qin Mu. The couple offered their main room and inner chamber, inviting them to rest. Qin Mu felt it inappropriate, Yet Granny C declined to refuse, taking the inner chamber while he occupied the main room. Before long, both fell asleep. Qin Mu initially struggled to keep his eyes open, but eventually, fatigue overcame him. At the witching hour, silence enveloped the night when suddenly, he felt a chill coursing through him, prompting him to awaken with a start, only to find himself utterly immobilized. The door to the main room creaked open, casting a dim light into the space and revealing a long, ominous shadow on the floor. Qin Mu opened his mouth to call out, but no sound emerged. He was powerless to alert Granny C. The shadow on the ground quivered, then began to crawl up the wall, twisting grotesquely, taking on a fearsome aspect. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Mu and Appo's forehead as he observed the shadow ascend to the ceiling, dangling menacingly, fixated on him. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was no ordinary shadow, but a living entity, surprisingly agile, akin to a martial artist skilled in the art of fluid movement. Yet, how could a mere shadow possess such autonomy? Where was its master? A gust of wind swept through the door, carrying a small triangular white banner that the shadow seized, waving it toward Qin Mu. At that moment, the door to the inner chamber where Granny C slept creaked open, and a glimmering silver orb floated out, resembling the silver pill Qin Mu had seen in her room. It hovered at his brow, motionless, spinning silently while emitting nearly invisible strands of sword-like energy. The shadow on the ceiling brandished the white banner, gliding menacingly about the room, while the silver orb suddenly sprang to life, colliding silently with the banner, consistently deflecting its advances. Despite the fierce clash between these two peculiar entities, an eerie silence permeated the room, and no damage was inflicted upon the surroundings. After a brief struggle, the shadow trembled violently, spewing forth a spray of blood, causing the white banner to flutter away, while the shadow retreated like a stream, vanishing from sight. The silver orb lingered for a moment before returning to the inner chamber, disappearing from view. At last, Qin Mu felt his limbs regain mobility, gasping for breath, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. However, the bloodstains on the ground attested to the reality of the encounter. Outside, the night remained still, until the distant sound of a gong rang out, a signal from the village's night watchman to prevent the villagers from being consumed by the encroaching darkness. The watchman struck the gong thrice, then returned home. Just as he reached his doorstep, a blind man, leaning on his cane, ambled by. "Old brother, might I find a place to rest?" The watchman called out, quickly halting the blind man's progress. "The hour grows late. Beware of wandering beyond the village and falling prey to malevolent creatures." The blind man smiled, tapping his cane lightly on the watchman's shadow. "Thank you for the warning." With that, he continued on his way, his cane tapping rhythmically as he gradually faded into the distance. With a sudden thud, the night watchman's chest erupted with two gaping wounds, his body swaying precariously before collapsing onto the ground. Such a swift shot, capable of piercing through my enchantment. Coughing, he murmured, "I recognize you. Though you are blind, you have grown even more formidable." The watchman exhaled his final breath, succumbing to death. A triangular white banner fluttered down from the heavens, draping over his face. Chapter 43, The Fairy in a Hurry. The following day, Qin Mu was awakened by the clamorous villagers. Upon inquiry, he learned that the night before, the watchman had suddenly passed away, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. The previous night, while Qin Mu was felling trees, a large snake had erupted from within one of the trunks, which was already quite terrifying. To make matters worse, the sudden death of the watchman in the dead of night had left the villagers in a state of dread and speculation. A couple approached him, holding a plate covered with red cloth, which contained a few tokens of gratitude. They said, "Dear elders, we are but humble folk and have little to offer. Please accept this small gift." Just as Qin Mu was about to decline, the blind man interjected, "Muer, accept it. Do not let them remember your kindness with resentment." Qin Mu accepted the few items from the red cloth and bid farewell to the couple. The man smiled and said, "Little brother, with your remarkable abilities, you shall surely become a dragon or phoenix among men." "What good is it to be a dragon or phoenix?" Granny C remarked. "Dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder are merely delicacies on the dining table. One should not aspire to be such, lest one become a mere feast for dragons and phoenixes." The couple exchanged glances, and Granny C waved her hand. "Return home now. Muer, blind man, let us continue to the market." Qin Mu followed the elderly woman, curiosity bubbling within him. "Granny, what happened last night? Was it the watchman who performed the rites? How did he meet his end?" And what of the silver orb that floated above my brow last night? You once said that everyone in our village is ordinary. Yet I feel that the ordinary folk from other villages are quite different from us. Why so many questions? Granny C exclaimed, her head aching as she looked to the blind man for help. He chuckled as he walked ahead, only to bump into a tree and lose consciousness. Granny C stomped on his face several times, but he remained unresponsive. Qin Mu quickly lifted the blind man onto his back, casting a hopeful glance at Granny C. She pulled a needle from her basket and jabbed it into the blind man's rear, causing him to bleed, yet still remain unconscious. Granny C, with a hint of resignation, blinked and said, the watchman was indeed a master of snake cultivation, skilled in the demonic shadow illusion technique, a formidable art from the Heavenly Demon Sect, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. I injured his shadow using the sand and shadow technique, which allowed me to harm his true self through his shadow. My inner demons prevented me from directly harming him, as I had once vowed not to harm any disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. So I merely forced him to retreat. The one who dealt the fatal blow was the blind man. Qin Mu blinked in surprise. What about the silver orb? Is it a sword orb? Are you skilled in swordsmanship, Granny? Granny C also blinked, and the two exchanged glances until their eyes grew tired. With gritted teeth, she jabbed the blind man again, but he still did not awaken. The silver orb? Cough, is this what you mean? Granny C flipped her palm, revealing a silver orb. Qin Mu nodded eagerly, saying, Granny, teach me your swordsmanship. With a sigh, Granny C replied, it is not that I do not wish to teach you, but I cannot. My swordsmanship, while respectable, cannot claim the title of the best in the world. If you learn my techniques, others will refuse to teach you, which is why I cannot pass it down to you. Disappointment washed over Qin Mu, only to be replaced by excitement. Is the best swordsmanship from our village? Do not indulge in wild fantasies, Granny C warned. If you seek him out, he will be even less inclined to teach you. Only when he sees the light will he consider it. Right now, you possess multiple arts, yet none are mastered. When you can defeat Ma Yi in a fistfight, slay the butcher with a blade, outgun the blind man, and outrun the lame, then you may contemplate refining your swordsmanship. At that time, he will have no choice but to teach you. The blind man yawned lazily and remarked, his knowledge is profound, and his cultivation has only grown more formidable over the years. Even if we were bound together, we might not be able to defeat him. Are you willing to awaken? Granny C fumed, jabbing him once more. The blind man descended from Qin Mu's back, leaning on his cane. This matter is best explained by you, as I cannot elucidate it. I can explain the killing of the watchman. However, his demonic shadow illusion technique is quite powerful, capable of body swapping, making his shadow his true self. When he attempted to kill me, I used my cane to pin his shadow to the ground. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Then why did he cultivate snakes using the innate essence and souls of infants? The blind man replied, Granny, you are most knowledgeable about demonic techniques. Please explain. This technique is known as the free and easy innate skill, Granny C explained. It is a method from the Heavenly Demon Sect that transforms postnatal into innate power. However, he has acquired a fragment from an unknown source and has deviated from its true practice, using unborn infants for cultivation. The genuine free and easy innate skill, while demonic, is above such despicable means. It draws upon the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the quintessence of the sun and moon for cultivation. Her expression turned grave as she murmured, the presence of Heavenly Demon Sect members nearby signifies that the great market can no longer remain tranquil. These individuals often appear in swarms. Upon returning to the Grandmother Temple, the gathering continued. By afternoon, villagers began departing to return to their respective homes, and Qin Mu once again drove the ox cart back to the Remnant Old Village. You can now venture out to hunt on your own, Ma Yi said, seated on the cart, his body swaying with the bumpy road. You have grown. Qin Mu felt warmth in his heart and turned to smile, his expression radiant like the early spring sunshine. However, you may only hunt strange beasts and must not challenge the beast lords, Granny C added. And you must return every evening to tend to the cattle, ensuring they have ample grass to eat. The young herder's expression darkened instantly, and the two oxen, silently pulling the cart, let out indignant bellows, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly aggrieved. Observing this, Qin Mu asked suspiciously, Granny, are these two oxen also human? Guess, Granny C chuckled. Qin Mu had no desire to guess. A gust of wind swept by, stirring the young boy's heart, and suddenly, he leaped from the cart, chasing after the wind. He yearned to catch the breeze, to dance upon the very tips of the wind in the sky. His speed was extraordinary, bounding out of the pine forest and racing atop the treetops, ever faster, until he finally caught up with the wind, leaping into the air. Though he was airborne, he felt a wondrous upward lift beneath his feet. With a jubilant shout, he danced in the air, running on the wind. The others in the cart looked up, and the blind man, unfazed, remarked, "Will he fall?" The herbalist grasped at the wind, inhaling deeply with a laugh. "He will indeed fall. This is a mischievous wind, and should a spirit riding it notice him, it will stop. Who will catch him?" Qin Mu's feet moved swiftly, matching the speed of the wind, and before he knew it, he had dashed over 10 miles. In his excitement, he suddenly spotted a pure white fox sitting atop a large banana leaf, gliding toward him. Its front legs extended straight, while its hind legs remained seated. Momentarily taken aback, both the boy and the fox paused in surprise. They screamed in unison, and in the next instant, Qin Mu felt the howling wind cease, causing him to flail and tumble from the sky, while the fox remained perched on the leaf, raising a paw to point at him in astonishment. Oh no! Qin Mu swiftly shifted his footing and executed a nimble maneuver, thinking, "If I run fast enough, I can walk upon the sky." However, he soon realized he was not running fast enough. He could not find purchase on the air and was plummeting downward. Looking down, he felt a chill run down his spine. Below him lay a rugged terrain with no trees, only scattered stones. Should he fall upon those rocks, he would surely be shattered to pieces. At that moment, the white fox, shrieking in the air, suddenly became aware. A banana leaf whirled down from above, and Qin Mu immediately felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, allowing him to stand upon the very tip of the breeze. With swift steps, he halted his descent, and just as he was about to fall to the ground, he leaped into the air, gliding upon the wind. Breathing a sigh of relief, he noticed the fox, seated on the banana leaf, approaching him. Their eyes met, 4 eyes locked in mutual gaze. The white fox, with a melodious voice tinged with the scent of alcohol, curiously inquired, "What are you doing? How did you find your way into my wind?" Astonished, Qin Mu replied, "I wished to see if I could chase the wind and walk upon it, unaware that this was your domain." "Can you truly fly? And speak as well?" "I harnessed the wind with my magic, allowing me to traverse it with ease," the white fox responded. "I have just returned from a banquet, and with nightfall approaching, I must hasten my journey. Farewell for now. Perhaps fate will bring us together again another day." With that, she vanished, whisked away by a gust of wind. As the force beneath his feet gradually weakened, Qin Mu swiftly descended, landing on the ground. Before him lay the village of Canlao. He looked up, only to find that the fox had completely disappeared. Returned from a banquet? Qin Mu pondered, bemused. This talking fox possesses magical abilities and attends banquets. How intriguing. The next time I encounter her, I must inquire further. 2 days later, 2 itinerant Taoists, an elder and a youth, arrived at Zhangzhuang village. Weary from their travels, the elder spoke, "Good people of the village, might you spare a bowl of water for us? As wandering monks, we often find ourselves in need, and our stomachs require warmth." The villagers kindly poured 2 bowls of water for the pair. After drinking, the elder expressed his gratitude. With a benevolent smile, he said, "My apprentice and I have journeyed far and possess some knowledge of the arcane. I sense an aura of malevolence in your village. Might you require our assistance in dispelling any lurking spirits?" A villager chuckled. "The malevolent spirit has already been vanquished. A great serpent concealed within a tree was slain by a youth from the neighboring village." The elder, taken aback, remarked, "Yet I still perceive a lingering aura of malice. Has there been a recent death in your village?" "Okay, here's the refined and improved version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language elevated. Chapter 44. The celestial demon forefather. The villagers of Zhang Manor encircled them, one exclaiming, "A watchman has perished." The elder pondered. Was the watchman interred? He was likely a demon, prone to corporeal resurrection. The villagers, startled, led the pair to the watchman and Apos' grave, lamenting, "He was buried yesterday, esteemed masters." With a gesture, the elder parted the earth, and a frail coffin levitated before them. Thud, thud, thud. The coffin nails dislodged, the lid lifted, and the coffin descended, yet the watchman's corpse remained suspended, its face veiled by a white banner. The elder and youth examined the banner, exchanging knowing glances. The elder chanted, and with a touch, the corpse burst into flames, reduced to ash. The villagers offered profuse gratitude and gold and silver as recompense. The youth demurred, but the elder insisted. Merit deserves reward. Accept it. The youth acquiesced. The elder inquired, where dwells the youth who slew the serpent? Who are his companions? He is of the Remnant village, accompanied by a blind man and Granny C. They reside 40 leagues upriver. The elder thanked them, and the pair departed Zhang Manor, heading upriver. After some leagues, the elder sighed. With death, the lamp is extinguished. Master Mo's light is no more. The watchman was our holy sect's Master Mo. His unfettered primordial skill strayed into depravity, employing infants in its cultivation, a fate deserved. Yet he was a master of our sect. His slayer is suspected to be the god of the spear, who impaled his soul and flesh. The banner bears sword marks. Master Mo encountered her before the god of the spear, the sect mistress. The youth listened in silence. The elder continued, the sect mistress has remained elusive since absconding, and our sect's experts have scoured the great ruins for her, to no avail. Yet Master Mo encountered her here. Forefather, our journey has not been in vain. The youth spoke, his voice ancient and resonant, after slaying the sect leader. The sect mistress stole our sacred scripture, the great nurturing celestial demon classic. 40 years have passed in our pursuit, and at last, we have found her. In Remnant Village. After breakfast, the apothecary carried the village chief to the entrance, lit a small stove, boiled water, and brewed tea. Then, the crowing of the cockatrice echoed from within the village. An egg has been laid. Mooer, fetch it from the nest, Granny C urged Qin Mu. As Qin Mu entered the nest, the cockatrice attacked, leaving him bloodied. The cockatrice was ferocious, spewing jets of flame and wielding feathers sharp as swords. Claws that could crush iron. Qin Mu retreated. Mooer, have you no strength? The butcher mocked. Granny C seized the egg as the cockatrice returned, enraged to find its egg missing, and renewed its assault. After the commotion, Qin Mu rallied, casting off his defeat. He strapped a cleaver to his back, a sword bag, and a hammer, pocketed vitalizing pills, and grasped the imperfect relic staff, setting out with zeal. He had long anticipated his first solo hunt, though the cockatrice had dampened his spirits. As he left the village, he encountered an elder and a youth approaching, like itinerant Taoists. They paused at the entrance, greeted the village chief and apothecary, and inquired, "May we trouble you for tea?" The village chief raised an eyebrow. "Hospitality is our way." The apothecary poured tea, and the pair sat. The youth sat opposite the village chief, while the elder stood. "Is this the serpent-slaying youth?" the elder asked Qin Mu. Before Qin Mu could reply, the village chief said, "Mooer, this is not your concern. Attend to your duties." Qin Mu nodded and headed into the forest. Once he was gone, the youth spoke. His voice ancient. "Have we not met before?" The village chief nodded. "We have." The youth smiled. "Few of our generation remain. I am gladdened to meet you." "As am I," the village chief replied. The youth smiled again. "I have come to see Granny C. Our sect has been without a leader for 40 years, and Granny C must answer for this." The village chief shook his head. "Within this village, there is no outside world." The youth's eyes flashed. "I shall not enter." "Summon her. I have questions." The village chief shook his head. "She is away." The elder began to speak, but the youth raised a hand. 40 years have passed. There is no need for haste. Enforcer, the sect mistress is not in the village. Summon the titans to construct a manor. We shall remain here. The elder bowed. A surge of demonic energy manifested in the sky as a colossal command. The youth sipped his tea. After an hour, the villagers emerged, gazing upwards. From the forest, immense titans emerged, their muscles contorted, felling trees in their wake. They bore stone statues, their faces strained with effort. The 16 titans carefully placed the statues, one at each corner of the village. Soon, a ship arrived, disgorging carpenters who felled trees and erected wooden buildings, complete with furnishings. The carpenters returned to the ship and sailed away. Then, another ship arrived, carrying painters who lacquered the buildings before departing. Next, a ship of stonemasons arrived to quarry stone, carve statues, and pave the manor before sailing away. A rugged man arrived. "Forefather, enforcer," the elder said, "Left guardian, the manor is complete. Find yourself a room." The man entered the manor and meditated. An old woman arrived, greeted the youth and elder, and found a room. A fisherman arrived, mooring his boat and entering the village. Others arrived, merchants, scholars, courtesans, and more. Ma Yi said, the Celestial Demon Sect's 360 trades and halls were once widespread and mysterious. The 360 hall masters have entered the great ruins, seeking their sect mistress. They will reside here, next to us. The cripple smiled. "Where is Granny C?" "They are here for her." The deaf man remarked, I witnessed my grandmother transform into a deer, departing the village before the shepherd boy. It seems she is concerned for his safety while hunting alone, thus providing him with covert protection. I fear she remains unaware that the Celestial Demon Sect has located this place. The sect has nearly relocated its entire congregation to our neighboring vicinity. As Qin Mu ventured into the depths of the mountains, shortly thereafter, a deer approached, prancing lightly. It surveyed the surroundings but failed to detect Qin Mu's presence. Puzzled, the deer was taken by surprise when Qin Mu leaped down from a tree, chuckling, Grandmother, since I am hunting alone, I kindly ask you to return. I am capable of taking care of myself. The deer retorted with annoyance, You impudent boy, beware of meeting your demise out there. With that, it flicked its short tail and dashed away. Qin Mu continued onward, and before long, he encountered a woolly mammoth drinking from a pond. He chuckled again, Grandmother, I truly can manage without you following me. The mammoth, enraged, stomped its feet and charged at him. Qin Mu's vitality surged, and he unsheathed his cleaver with a menacing aura, declaring, If you are not my grandmother, then you shall perish. The mammoth turned tail and fled, exclaiming, If you dare slay even my grandmother, I'll return to the village and spank you. Qin Mu shook his head and walked several miles further. Gazing up at a large bird soaring overhead, he sighed, Grandmother, there is truly no need for you to trail behind me. The bird tilted its head in curiosity but remained unfazed, continuing its aerial circling. With a flicker of inspiration, Qin Mu scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground and flicked them with his fingers. The stones whizzed through the air, albeit at varying heights. After launching more than a dozen pebbles, Qin Mu leaped into the air, landing on the first stone, then propelled himself to the second stone, and so forth, eventually soaring into the sky, appearing beside the large bird. Suddenly, the bird spoke, all right, I shall not follow you any longer. With that, it flapped its wings and departed. Qin Mu fell from midair with a thud, his feet sinking nearly a foot into the earth. As he looked up, the bird had vanished from sight. His grandmother was likely still in pursuit. He remained vigilant, noticing no anomalies in his surroundings. After walking a few more miles, he came upon a waterfall, surrounded by beautiful mountains and pristine waters. Beside the waterfall stood a thatched cottage, and outside, a stone statue was half buried in the soil. Leaning precariously, smoke curled from the cottage, indicating that someone lived there. How could anyone reside in such a remote wilderness? Perhaps a venerable sage had chosen to seclude themselves in this place? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted a white fox emerging from the cottage, retrieving a bamboo tube before disappearing back inside. Chapter 45. The Dragon Palace of Yongjiang. As Qin Mu approached, he peered through the window and beheld the white fox, who was puffing her cheeks and blowing into a bamboo tube directed at the fire beneath the cooking platform. Clearing his throat, Qin Mu inquired, Is anyone home? The white fox within the thatched cottage was startled, hastily concealing the bamboo tube, and then exclaimed in a raspy voice, Who dares disturb my tranquility? I am an ancient spirit, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Qin Mu chuckled, and upon hearing his laughter, the white fox looked up to see the youthful figure outside, visibly relieved, her tone transforming into a melodious one. Ah, it is the young man who borrowed the wind from me the other day. I was quite intoxicated at the banquet and failed to extend my proper courtesies. Please, do not linger outside. Come in. As Qin Mu entered the humble abode, he surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. The cottage was remarkably tidy and clean, furnished with a bed, a rice jar, furniture, a screen, and even a dressing table. The white fox stood upright, leaning toward Qin Mu. My humble dwelling is simple. I hope you do not find it laughable. Qin Mu returned the gesture, his curiosity piqued. Are you preparing a meal? The white fox replied, Yesterday, my sisters hosted a feast, and I indulged a bit too much. This morning, I awoke with a headache and am currently preparing a bowl of hangover soup. Please, have a seat. Internally, Qin Mu marveled at the white fox and Appo's cleverness. She was even more astute than the magic ape, aware enough to brew soup. His gaze fell upon a bookshelf nearby, and he approached it. The shelf contained ancient texts, and he pulled one out, discovering it detailed methods of breathing and energy cultivation, albeit in a fragmented state. Do you recognize these characters? The white fox inquired, having finished preparing the hangover soup. Upon noticing Qin Mu engrossed in the text, she exclaimed with delight, I cannot read the words, only glean from the pictures. If you can decipher the text, would you kindly share its meanings with me? Why not? Qin Mu settled down, and the white fox's tail flicked as a bowl of soup floated to the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he opened the first page, he recited, "Guide the energy to Mount Fengqing. Elevate the essence of the elixir. Let the tiger traverse the depths of the lungs. Resonate the coldness of the sea of energy." The white fox, sipping her soup, listened intently, suddenly interjecting, "Where is Mount Fengqing?" "Mount Fengqing resides at the center of the brow," Qin Mu replied. "To guide energy to Mount Fengqing is to direct the essence to the brow. However, as the energy flows there, divine sounds may emanate from beyond the heavens, obstructing your essence." The white fox attempted it, shaking her head. "I do not hear any divine sounds." Qin Mu furrowed his brow. In his experience, the divine sounds would hinder his progress when guiding energy to the brow. He had assumed the same would apply to the white fox, yet she claimed otherwise. Could it be that the spiritual structures of humans and foxes differed? He dismissed the thought and continued explaining, soon finishing the ancient text. The cultivation methods recorded within were indeed unique, yet incompatible with Qin Mu's own practices, rendering him unable to cultivate them. The white fox, insightful as she was, grasped the content and laughed. "Previously, I practiced by merely following the illustrations, believing I had mastered the text, only to discover I was mistaken in many aspects. Thank you for enlightening me. I am called Hulinger. May I ask for your name?" "I am Qin Mu, a mere cowherd, not a nobleman," he replied with a smile. "I reside nearby, not far from here." "Where did you acquire these ancient texts?" As Hulinger enjoyed her soup, feeling her foggy mind clear, she explained, 60 miles west of here, there lies a ruin. I returned home late one day and took refuge in that ruin, inadvertently opening a stone chamber where I discovered these books and a vial of elixir. After consuming the elixir, my senses sharpened, and I gained awareness. I thought the books were treasures worth bringing back, yet I cannot read. So I've only been able to study the pictures. My spells were all learned from these texts. 60 miles to the west? Qin Mu pondered. Could it be the dragon palace of the Yankang Dragon King? Hulinger's eyes sparkled. Indeed, there are many dragon statues there, yet the place is fraught with peril. I dared not enter and only took some books back. Could you lead me there? Qin Mu urged. The little white fox hesitated. It is very dangerous. I was terrified merely approaching the entrance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she fell silent, presumably recalling her frightful experience. Qin Mu, brimming with excitement, pressed. Do you not wish to explore the Dragon Palace? Perhaps the Dragon King resides there. I do not, Hulinger replied, contemplating, her eyes glinting mischievously. If you promise to visit often and share your insights on these ancient texts, I shall take you there, but I shall not enter. Agreed. Qin Mu laughed, raising his palm. After a moment of hesitation, Hulinger raised her fluffy paw to touch his before finishing her soup. The duo, a boy and a fox, ventured out of the thatched cottage, heading westward. Whose banquet were you attending the other day? Qin Mu recalled the previous day's events and inquired. It was a banquet hosted by the Spirit King of Monsters, gathered to invite various great demons. After acquiring the ancient texts from the Dragon Palace, my intellect expanded, and I became somewhat renowned among the local demons. Yet, I cannot contend with those who possess brute strength, so I rank among the lowest. Hulinger leapt onto a broad banana leaf, casting a spell, and a gust of demonic wind lifted the leaf, sending her soaring. The Spirit King has attained human form and is quite formidable. All great demons within a radius of hundreds of miles must heed his command. As the wind rustled the banana leaf, the white fox ascended into the air while Qin Mu leaped after her, riding the wind westward. At that moment, 2 or 3 miles away from the cottage, a massive Taotai beast was glancing around, puzzled. Considering the time, Mu'er should have arrived by now. This time, I disguised myself as a strange beast. He surely won't recognize me. How odd. Where has that scoundrel gone? The wind of a fox. This rascal, for his first hunt, has been lured away by a fox vixen. 100 miles from the dilapidated village, a gust of wind stirred a long banana leaf, upon which sat a white fox, alongside a boy dashing through the air, none other than Qin Mu and Hulinger. My powers are still insufficient for flight. I can only summon a wind through magic, allowing the banana leaf to soar. If I were to run like you in the wind, I would surely fall. The Dragon Palace is nearby. Hulinger lowered the demonic wind, gradually bringing Qin Mu and the banana leaf down to the ground. After a moment, they landed. Qin Mu gazed around and beheld the Yankang River winding around a towering mountain, emerald waters encircling verdant peaks, the melodious chirping of birds resonating through the valley. monkeys leaping among the trees, and large fish and river beasts swimming in the placid waters, a scene of tranquility and harmony. The white fox leapt gracefully ahead, leading the way, and Qin Mu followed closely. Hu Ling'er directed them toward the mountains surrounded by the river, prompting Qin Mu to wonder whether the dragon palace was not in the waters, but rather built upon the mountain itself. After a brief while, they reached the summit, where Qin Mu discovered a dilapidated ruin, a temple dedicated to the Dragon King. In front stood a colossal stone tablet, towering over 8 zhong, resembling an ancient stele, beneath which rested a massive stone turtle, seemingly weary from bearing the heavy stone, its mouth agape, as if gasping for breath. The temple had fallen into disrepair, with crumbling walls and a collapsed main hall. Qin Mu scanned the area, noting the absence of statues, concluding it could not withstand the encroaching darkness. As he pondered further, Hu Ling'er suddenly vanished. Then, her voice called out, "Hurry inside." Following the sound, Qin Mu saw the white fox within the turtle's mouth, beckoning him with her paw. He hastened over. The stone turtle was large enough for a person to stand upright within. Following the bouncing white fox, they reached a dark staircase that emerged before them. Before the staircase, there once stood a stone door, which, for reasons unknown, had collapsed, revealing a descent into the underground. Qin Mu followed the white fox as they ventured forth. The passage widened increasingly, gradually seeming to delve deeper into the mountain's core. The surrounding walls were adorned with luminescent moss, damp and vibrant, interspersed with peculiar creatures that floated about like dandelions. Beneath them, slender tendrils emerged, dancing gracefully, allowing these entities to soar through the air. The white fox leaped up, capturing one in its jaws and consuming it voraciously, then bounding about, indulging in this delightful feast. Chapter 46. Alas, Qin Mu reached out and grasped a peculiar creature, taking great care to bite into it. The sensation was fiery. Far more potent than the strongest spirits of a butcher, it ignited a conflagration within his belly, invigorating his vital energy. As he mobilized his essence, he felt a similar potency to that of a solidifying elixir, capable of enhancing his cultivation, albeit to a lesser extent than the elixir itself. Was this being a plant or an animal? Qin Mu seized another specimen, observing its wondrous form. Lacking eyes, limbs, or orifices, it siphoned nourishment from the moss through tendril-like appendages, leaving him bewildered as to its classification. He had consumed but one, while Fox Ling'er bounced about, satiating her hunger. The deeper they ventured, the cooler the air became. After an indeterminate distance, the sound of trickling water reached their ears. A stream flowed down the mountainside, its waters crystalline, and in the pool at its end resided several eyeless fish that glimmered with an ethereal light. To proceed, they would need to traverse the pool, but these fierce fish would pounce upon any disturbance with alarming ferocity. "Let me throw a stone to distract them so we can slip past," Fox Ling'er suggested, her paws grasping a rock, which she hurled into the water. The stone struck the wall, and the fish erupted from the surface, their tails thrashing as they launched toward the source of the sound, fins unfurling like grand wings. "Run," Fox Ling'er urged, leading the way as Qin Mu dashed toward the opposite side of the pool. In the chaos, he heard a series of thunderous impacts as the monstrous fish collided with the stone walls, their gaping maws creating gaping holes as if the resilient rock were mere tofu. The consequences of such a bite upon a human would be unimaginable. As they reached the far bank, the fish detected their footsteps and redirected their pursuit, now barreling towards them. "Follow me." Fox Ling'er darted into the passage ahead, and Qin Mu quickly followed suit. The passage was narrow, and the fish, unable to navigate, resorted to propelling themselves with their fins, pursuing the duo relentlessly. Were these truly fish? Qin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine, keeping close to Fox Ling'er. The pursuing creatures eventually withdrew, unable to keep pace, retreating back into the pool to lie in wait. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu noted that the path ahead widened, leading to a trumpet-shaped cavern where shimmering sunlight cascaded down. He looked up and was momentarily entranced. Above him, a torrent of water flowed, schools of fish swimming overhead, along with massive golden turtles, fish the size of boats, and colossal river beasts. One particularly large fish, spotting Qin Mu and the white fox, surged forward with excitement, only to collide with an invisible barrier, bouncing back perplexed. "The Yongjiang River flows directly above us," Qin Mu mused, his expression one of astonishment. "The water has not cascaded down to inundate this place." As he pressed forward, his heart raced at the sight of towering dragon pillars, thick and reaching heights of dozens of meters, standing resolutely at the riverbed. The tops of these pillars touched the river's surface, and beneath their feet lay a pathway paved with white jade, extending forward with dragon pillars lining both sides. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a cluster of palatial ruins. These dragon pillars seemed to support the river above, preventing the deluge from engulfing this area. Yet many of the palaces had collapsed, suggesting a cataclysm had once swept through, transforming the site into a desolate ruin. With a playful bounce, Foxlinger approached the remnants of a palace, where Qin Mu observed a wall partially collapsed, adorned with faded murals depicting a dragon-headed elder hosting guests, strange beings, including an elderly tortoise, a serpent-tailed woman, a monk, and humans. Suddenly, a pillar toppled, narrowly missing Qin Mu and Foxling and Oppos. This is where I discovered those ancient texts, Foxlinger remarked, entering the half-collapsed hall. Qin Mu followed her into a hidden stone chamber within the wall, where a fallen stone door revealed its existence. The chamber was barren, its contents evidently removed by Foxlinger. Beyond this point lies great peril, Foxlinger warned, pointing towards a towering portal with palpable trepidation. Qin Mu gazed toward the entrance, where a shadowy palace loomed, seemingly intact but shrouded in a mist that obscured its contents, rendering the structure ethereal and elusive. There are terrifying entities within. Foxlinger's voice trembled. Once you approach the portal, you will sense its aura, and you shall be rendered powerless. As Qin Mu advanced, Foxlinger, summoning her courage, trailed behind him. Upon nearing the entrance, a wave of overwhelming malevolence washed over him, evoking dread and trepidation. As if a massive, fearsome beast lurked within the obsidian clouds above, fixating its gaze upon him. Majestic, solemn, and fearsome, the creature embodied the very terror Foxlinger had warned him of. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Qin Mu regained his composure. Divine Celestial Eye, activate. His pupils interlaced with energy patterns, forming a new lens through which he peered into the mist beyond the portal. Beside him, Foxlinger succumbed to weakness. Collapsing to the ground, her belly pressed against the earth, struggling to turn back toward the exit. Do not fear, you are not in danger. The entities within this dragon palace are the ones long deceased, Qin Mu reassured her with a smile. What do you think I saw? Foxlinger remained silent, her limbs moving sluggishly through the air, her tail flicking as if desperate to escape the ominous atmosphere. I beheld the Dragon King of Yankang, Qin Mu declared. Ah, the little white fox exhaled softly, fainting with all four legs stiffened. After a moment, she cautiously opened one eye, glancing around as if to confirm her surroundings. The Dragon King of Yankang, Qin Mu ventured. Her legs stiffened further, her eyes shutting tightly. The Dragon King of Yankang is deceased. Qin Mu chuckled. Only bones remain. This Dragon King has been gone for countless years. I glimpsed his skeletal remains shrouded in the mist. Foxlinger quickly opened her eyes wide. Dead? With a nod, Qin Mu reassured her. You need not worry anymore. Shall we venture inside together? Foxlinger shook her head vigorously. Qin Mu, feeling exasperated, set her down. But the white fox persisted in crawling forward, belly to the ground, utterly drained. He lifted her once more, placing her upon his shoulder, and stepped toward the portal, where she clung to him, her snowy fur bristling in alarm, claws gripping his shoulder tightly, eyes wide with dread, paralyzed with fear. As Qin Mu stepped into the mist, Foxlinger held on even tighter, her fluffy tail standing erect. The fog was dense, lingering for ages, yet curiously, it bore no trace of dampness. Within the mist, Qin Mu observed droplets of water suspended in the air, motionless and serene. Then, amidst the mist, he beheld numerous shattered jade fragments floating in the air, alongside the remnants of mystical weapons and disjointed bones, all silently suspended as if devoid of weight. Moments prior, when he gazed from outside the portal, he had only noticed the dragon bones, failing to perceive these other remnants. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here, one so brutal that even the corpses of formidable warriors and their enchanted weapons lay shattered. What indeed transpired in this place? Did it occur before the great cataclysm? Or was it a consequence of it? Suddenly, Qin Mu felt a sharp pain on his scalp as the fox spirit, frightened half to death by a skull that had floated before him, leapt onto his head, clutching his scalp with all her might, her back arched high. This white fox trembled violently, causing Qin Mu's scalp to quiver in response. Dragon! The white fox shrieked, swiftly darting from his head to cling to his back. her forepaws gripping tightly on either side of his waist, as if Qin Mu were bearing a white backpack. Chapter 47. The third person before them. A colossal dragon coiled around the majestic palace, encircling it repeatedly. Its massive head was raised high above the great hall, gazing intently in their direction. This was a dragon skeleton, an enormous structure devoid of flesh and blood, with teeth towering even higher than Qin Mu. Despite the dragon's demise, the remnants still exuded an unparalleled ferocity, hinting at its once formidable existence. Qin Mu opened his celestial eye and beheld the dragon's bones as if they had come to life, divine light soaring into the heavens. The dragon appeared to writhe and undulate before him. Though deceased, the aura it emanated suggested that it was still very much alive. The Dragon King of the Surge River. A true dragon. As Qin Mu contemplated the dragon, a spark ignited within him, recalling Master Ma's martial arts. Particularly the ninth style of the Thunderous Eight, 9 dragons riding the winds of thunder. This technique divided one's energy into 9 layers of force, the first being the wrathful dragon charge, and the second the twin dragons entwined. Each successive layer amplified the power of the previous one. Having trained under Master Ma since childhood, Qin Mu had practiced this move countless times, but had never grasped its essence. Recently, however, with significant advancements in his cultivation, the potency of 9 dragons riding the winds of thunder had dramatically increased. Yet, during his confrontation with the young monk Mingxin, he had still faced defeat. This setback stemmed not only from his lack of access to the Great Vehicle Sutra of the Great Thunder Monastery, but also from the fact that his dragon fist was merely an imitation. It resembled a dragon but lacked its true essence, rendering it fragile and easily shattered. Had his fist truly embodied the dragon, even without the sutra, his 9 dragons riding the winds of thunder would have been authentic. For the essence of 9 dragons riding the winds of thunder lay in mimicking the true dragon's mastery over wind and thunder, thunderous and unstoppable. The divine dragon pouncing from the storm. If he could achieve this, the necessity of the Great Vehicle Sutra would become irrelevant. He meticulously observed the dragon's skeleton, his footsteps moving involuntarily as his gaze remained fixated on the true dragon's bones, analyzing its form, scrutinizing the skeletal structure, and absorbing its majestic aura. He became increasingly absorbed, walking and examining, even mimicking the dragon's every movement with his arms and body. Unbeknownst to him, his vital energy flowed within him like a true dragon, manifesting intricate details repeatedly. Meanwhile, within his spiritual womb, the spirit embryo mirrored his every motion, breathing and circulating energy, gradually undergoing a wondrous transformation. The energy he exhaled did not enter his own body but instead roamed about him, taking the form of a small dragon. As his breath intensified, this small dragon grew larger, eventually entwining around the spirit embryo. Initially, Fox's spirit heir felt fear, but as time passed, her apprehension waned. She noticed Qin Mu's deep immersion in studying the dragon bones, forgetting her existence. After a considerable time, her stomach rumbled, prompting her to cautiously dismount from Qin Mu's back and stealthily exit the underwater dragon palace. Her concern was not for disturbing Qin Mu, but rather a natural fear of the dragon, wary of making too much noise that might disturb the bones. After half an hour, the white fox returned, carrying a bag filled with peculiar creatures resembling dandelions. Summoning her courage to overcome her fear of the dragon bones, Fox's spirit heir approached Qin Mu, climbed onto his shoulder, and offered him one of the strange creatures. Qin Mu, seemingly unaware, opened his mouth to eat obediently. Fox's spirit heir fed him over 20 of those odd beings before finally indulging herself. He remained oblivious, continuously moving and fixated on the dragon bones, even climbing atop the massive skeleton to explore. Around him, the spirit embryo was entwined with a green dragon, crackling with electric sparks, yet Qin Mu remained engrossed, oblivious to everything around him. Days passed, with Qin Mu eating, drinking, and sleeping in that place, his scent growing increasingly foul, that he showed no signs of awakening. Fox's spirit heir exhibited remarkable patience, tending to his needs. When he was thirsty, she fetched water with leaves, and when hungry, she caught peculiar creatures from the passage. Although she had to traverse the water pool where strange fish lurked, her cleverness ensured she encountered no mishaps. Naturally, she would discreetly avoid him during his private moments. On the 3rd day, as Fox's spirit heir prepared to fetch water, Qin Mu's voice suddenly broke through the silence, exclaiming in astonishment, "Why am I so dirty?" Fox's spirit heir was both startled and elated, chirping, You've been standing here for 3 days. It's only natural you'd be dirty. 3 days? Qin Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've been away for 3 days. The villagers must be frantic. We must hurry back." Suddenly, he paused, adding, "If we return now, I'll surely be reprimanded, perhaps even forbidden from venturing out again. Since we're here, we might as well explore the Dragon Palace. Who knows what treasures we might discover." Eagerly, he stepped into the underwater Dragon Palace, with Fox Spirit Air timidly following, staying close to his side. Too frightened to wander far. The grand hall was shrouded in mist, even thicker than before, rendering visibility limited. Strange, what is the source of this fog? Qin Mu wondered, perplexed that it was not mere water vapor. Even his celestial eye could penetrate only so far. As they ventured deeper into the hall, the fog thickened, reducing visibility further. Fox Spirit Air, increasingly frightened, clutched Qin Mu's pant leg as he led the way. At that moment, he heard a peculiar sound, soft, lingering, yet imbued with a melancholic quality. Like someone singing a sorrowful tune within the mist, though the words remained indecipherable. It was an ancient language, mysterious and obscure, reminiscent of divine or eldritch tongues. As Qin Mu listened, he instinctively touched his cheek, realizing with surprise that tears were streaming down his face. The melody evoked the image of a woman drifting through the mist, singing a heart-wrenching tale. Suddenly, the golden rings of his Shichi Luo staff clanged loudly, creating a ruckus. Master Ma had once said that the rings would resonate in response to distracting or malevolent thoughts, each thought provoking a chime. Now, the rings clanged incessantly, sounding like a copper sieve. Did I truly harbor so many distracting or malevolent thoughts? Looking down, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Fox Spirit Air trembling like a leaf, clinging tightly to his leg, her tail draped over the staff. While his own heart remained calm, it was the little fox's that was in turmoil. "Spirit Air, could you move your tail a little?" Qin Mu requested. Fox Spirit Air complied, but still quivered in fear. Qin Mu frowned. Even after her tail was moved, the rings of the staff continued to rattle, clanging persistently. Was there someone else here besides Fox Spirit Air and me? A third person filled with malevolent thoughts? Could it be the singer in the mist? The clanging of the rings grew more frantic, indicating that a third presence was indeed here, overwhelmed by its own distractions and malice, causing the staff to resonate continuously. Amidst the fog, the haunting melody grew ever more sorrowful. Qin Mu looked down and suddenly shivered, for within the mist, a skeletal hand, gnarled and bony, reached toward the Shichi Luo staff. Before it could touch the staff, the hand trembled violently as if struck by lightning, retreating silently. Leaning on the Shichi Luo staff, Qin Mu scanned his surroundings, feeling a tremor in his eye. All around him, emaciated hands emerged from the mist, reaching toward him, yet recoiling instinctively upon nearing the staff. Amidst the mist, a gentle melody gradually grew clearer, as if it were resonating in his very ear. What lay hidden within the fog? A shiver coursed through him, for the fox spirit had climbed up his pant leg, finding refuge against his back, nestling within his embrace. Only its fluffy little head peeked out, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Trembling with trepidation, the scene was undeniably terrifying, and Qin Mu felt a disquiet stir within him. However, the vibrations of the golden ring bestowed a calming influence upon his spirit, allowing his heart to swiftly regain its composure. He focused his mind, discerning that the multitude of hands was clearly not from a single entity. Whatever it may be, it must retreat. Qin Mu's vital energy surged, flowing through his arm into the Shichi Luo Zen staff. He raised the staff and struck it down with great force. A resounding clang echoed as beams of light erupted from the staff, shooting in all directions. Simultaneously, a Buddha figure manifested behind him, seated in midair, resonating with profound chants. "Thus have I heard." The Buddha figure in Appo's voice reverberated. All sentient beings, since time immemorial, have been caught in the cycle of life and death. Due to ignorance of the eternal true heart, the pure and luminous essence, and the myriad delusions. Such thoughts are not genuine, hence the cycle of birth and rebirth continues to turn. Chapter 48. The dragon soul. A low hum resonated as a radiant halo behind Qin Mu spun, casting brilliant light that radiated in all directions, even dispelling the eerie mist. The sound of bodies thudding to the ground filled the air, and as Qin Mu glanced around, he beheld numerous desiccated corpses tumbling from the sky, leaving little room to stand. Among the remains were skeletal figures, their flesh long gone, draped in voluminous garments resembling official attire. The mist that had shrouded him dissipated, revealing clarity once more. Yet, the haunting melody continued, albeit at a distance, steeped in an aura of profound sorrow. Qin Mu released his vital energy, causing the Buddha figure behind him to fade gradually. How could there be so many corpses concealed within this grand hall? These bodies did not appear to belong to ordinary individuals. As he surveyed the scene, a frown creased his brow. The sheer number of corpses was unsettling, and their preservation defied the natural order. It was known that the corpse of the Dragon King of the Surge River outside had long since decayed, leaving only bones behind. How could the bodies within this hall remain intact? One possibility lingered in his mind. These corpses might have entered after the cataclysm of the Great Ruins. Like him and the Fox Spirit, they had discovered the path to the Dragon Palace of the Surge River and ventured into this hall. A twitch at the corner of his eye drew his attention deeper into the hall, where dense mist still coiled ominously. Something within that fog had slain them, transforming them into this grotesque state. A chill coursed through him as he gripped his Zen staff tightly. The exquisite staff, known as the Shiqi Luo, was indeed a treasure capable of altering the fate of a city. Just moments prior, he had channeled his energy into it, unleashing extraordinary power. His decision to bring the staff had been advised by Granny C, who had shown great concern for his safety, transforming in myriad ways to protect him from the shadows. She must have been terribly worried in these recent days. A pang of guilt tugged at Qin Mu's heart as he steeled himself, scanning his surroundings. The source of the mist must lie within this hall, and so too the lurking danger. What entity had brought doom upon these adventurers? At that moment, the mist from the depths of the hall surged toward him, enveloping his ankles before rising higher. The desiccated corpses on the ground began to writhe, rising in eerie poses. As the mist climbed, it obscured Qin Mu's head, while the corpses floated away, lost within the thickening fog, rendering them invisible. What malevolent force was at play here? The Shiqi Luo. Qin Mu advanced, staff in hand, traversing a distance of over 10 paces, and the haunting song drew closer once more. He raised his staff, striking it down with force, and an explosion of Buddha light erupted, reverberating through the hall, dispelling the fog, and sending the corpses crashing to the ground once again. Little bald donkey. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall, chilling him to the bone. Yet, it uttered only a single phrase, causing Qin Mu and the little fox to question their sanity. At last, Qin Mu discerned the origin of the mist. At the heart of the Dragon Palace stood an ice sculpture, from which the fog emanated. He approached, revealing a young dragon encased within, a broken sword impaled in its chest, piercing its heart. Between the dragon pillars of the hall, a colossal azure dragon meandered through the air, as if it possessed no corporeal form, gliding through the dragon columns. The melody emanated from this azure dragon, its gaze fixed upon the ice-encased young dragon, unwavering from its sorrowful vigil. The dragon's eyes brimmed with love and grief, its song echoing the lament of a mother mourning her lost child. This was a dragon soul, a spirit of a dragon. It could either be the Dragon King of the Surge River or his consort, a mother whose child lay frozen in ice. She must have suffered through the calamity of the Great Ruins, and in her despair, she sealed her child in ice, perishing herself. Yet, her spirit lingered in this hall, guarding her beloved offspring, still singing the lullabies of their kin, yearning to awaken her child. Little bald donkey, look over here. The voice rang out once more, prompting Qin Mu to hastily follow its direction. He noticed another block of dark ice hidden behind the one sealing the young dragon. The two connected. Within this ice was an elderly man clad in purple robes with white brows, garbed in what appeared to be official attire, adorned with intricate patterns and a golden belt. He held a black banner in one hand, while the other reached into the neighboring block of ice, clutching a green orb the size of an egg. Inside the orb, a diminutive azure dragon coiled. Could this orb be the cause of the old man and Appo's entrapment in ice? Qin Mu blinked and stepped closer, scrutinizing the figure encased within the ice, only to discover something peculiar. As he moved, the old man's eyes shifted in tandem. Indeed, that voice had come from him. A shiver ran down Qin Mu's spine as he turned to regard the multitude of corpses strewn across the floor, a chilling realization dawning upon him. This old man encased in ice must have been the first to discover the Dragon Palace of the Surge River. Upon finding the orb, he sought to claim it, only to be sealed within by its power. He had likely survived within the ice for a considerable time, and it was probable that he had used the black banner to slay those who entered the palace, siphoning their essence and blood, thus transforming them into desiccated remains. Now trapped in ice for an unknown duration, his powers had diminished significantly. However, with the protection of the Shi-Chi Luo staff, Qin Mu had evaded the sinister influence of the Black Banner and narrowly escaped doom. So it was the old bald donkey from the great Thunder Sound Temple's Shi-Chi Luo that had thwarted the mysterious power of the mist. The icebound elder could not part his lips, yet his throat quivered as he spoke. You are not the old bald donkey of the great Thunder Sound Temple. How do you possess his Zen staff? Qin Mu replied honestly, I won it from his disciple in battle. Won it? The elder chuckled, his voice raspy. How would the old bald donkey concede defeat? How old are you? Qin Mu answered, I will turn 12 this autumn. To have bested the disciple of the old bald donkey at such a young age is indeed remarkable, the elder praised. Qin Mu blinked and asked, Senior, how did you come to be encased in ice here? The elder chuckled softly. There is naturally a tale to be told, and it must begin from the beginning. Do not leave, return. Qin Mu halted, feeling conflicted. Senior, I am eager to return home and cannot linger for tales. The elder cleared his throat. To be brief, I traveled the great ruins with my disciples and stumbled upon this place. I encountered many corpses and deduced that this dragon orb was the source of the calamity, slaying all who entered and draining their essence, rendering them into desiccated forms. This orb siphons the life force of others to sustain the young dragon in ice. As a cultivator, I felt it was my duty to intervene, so I resolved to seize this orb and prevent it from causing further havoc. Alas, I underestimated its power. It was the dragon god's orb, and I was sealed within. None of my disciples escaped this place. They were all drained of their life force to sustain this young dragon. Hiding within Qin Mu's embrace, the fox spirit Linger quietly raised her head and whispered, Young Master Mu, do you believe his tale? Qin Mu hesitated. His conjecture contradicted that of the old man. The elder's narrative spoke of the dragon mother rescuing her child, thus wielding the dragon pearl to harm others and siphoning their life essence to sustain the young dragon. In contrast, Qin Mu speculated that the elder was encased in ice by the dragon pillar, resorting to malevolent sorcery to prolong his own life, preying upon the martial artists who ventured here. It must be acknowledged that both interpretations held merit, yet which was the truth? As Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the encroaching mist and immediately struck the ground with the Shi by Luo Zen staff, creating a resounding thud. Thus have I heard. The figure of the Buddha reappeared behind him, resonating with a profound chant. All sentient beings, since the beginning of time, experience the cycle of life and death, all stemming from ignorance of the eternal true mind, the pure and luminous essence, entangled in myriad illusions. This delusion is not genuine, hence the cycle, revolving, revolving, revolving. The teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple indeed wielded formidable power. The elder encased in ice expressed his admiration. What shall I call you, esteemed elder? Qin Mu inquired. Dispelling the fog. The old man replied, I am Gulin Wan, the prince's protector of the Kingdom of Yankang, holding a rank of first class. If you can liberate me, I shall ensure you revel in boundless glory and wealth upon reaching Yankang. Chapter 49. A Heart of Loyalty. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Recognizing that the leader of the Lijiang sect, Mu Beifeng, was of the second rank, while this elder named Guluwan was of the first rank, undoubtedly more formidable. The words of this venerable elder were indeed truthful. He turned to Hulinger. Hulinger, puzzled, asked, How do you know he speaks the truth? The mist is exhaled by the dragon's soul. Qin Mu pointed towards the ethereal spirit of the dragon mother drifting within the hall. He observed that wherever the dragon's soul traversed, the mist thickened, and as the mist spread, dried corpses began to rise, seemingly able to sense Qin Mu's presence, drifting towards him. This mist can ensnare these corpses in a state between life and death. It serves to protect her son and to safeguard this grand hall. Qin Mu deduced. Hulinger grasped this as well. Once the mist expelled by the dragon mother dissipated, the corpses would collapse, motionless. Yet, when the mist enveloped them again, they would revive, attempting to assault anyone who dared enter this domain. These corpses appeared to be the guardians of this hall, tasked with protecting it from those who might seize the dragon pearl and disturb the young dragon's healing. The source of these corpses, it seemed, was indeed, as the elder had mentioned, the dragon pearl, which drained the life essence from any martial artist who intruded upon the dragon palace, using their vitality to sustain the dragon's life within the ice. Qin Mu hesitated, saying, Elder Gu, though I wish to assist, my capabilities are limited. I fear my intentions may prove futile. Gu Liwan chuckled. Indeed, you lack the strength to dispel the Dragon Pearl's ice, but I possess that power. Simply follow my instructions, and you shall rescue me. Once freed, you may claim whatever you desire. His words carried an air of arrogance, clearly indicative of his esteemed position as the Crown Prince's protector. Though I am ensnared by the ice, my cultivation remains intact. This ice cannot extinguish my life. Gu Liwan continued. I will expend my final reserves of energy to shift the sword at my waist outside the ice. You shall wield it to sever the Dragon Mother's soul. Once the Dragon Mother's spirit is vanquished, the Dragon Pearl shall no longer bind me. Upon my liberation, I can even bestow this Dragon Pearl upon you. Qin Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, Sever the Dragon Mother's soul? Elder, I have only just attained the spirit embryo realm. I am but a trifling martial artist. How could I possibly slay the Dragon Mother's spirit? Gu Liwan scoffed. You cannot. But with my sword, you certainly can. This sword is no ordinary weapon, nor is it the low-grade trinket you carry. It is a first-rank imperial sword crafted by the artisans of the Yankang dynasty. In Yankang, there are only 16 first-rank official positions, and thus, only 16 such swords, each with its own name. Mine is called the Protector's Sword. Qin Mu hesitated. How does this sword compare to the staff I possess? Gu Liwan sneered. The old monk's staff is indeed commendable, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple is among the rare esteemed sects of this world. However, the treasures forged by a sect's collective effort pale in comparison to those crafted by an entire nation's might. There are 2 or 3 sects in Yankang that rival the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Qin Mu felt a tremor in his heart, yet was puzzled. Elder, if you possess such a treasure, why do you not slay the Dragon Mother's spirit yourself? Gu Liwan fell silent for a moment before responding. I had not considered the key element. Upon seeing the Dragon Pearl, I intended to eliminate this threat for future generations. In a moment of carelessness, I fell victim. By the time I realized I could not escape the ice, it was already too late. Since being encased in ice, I have had to conserve my essence, ensuring I do not perish from the frost, and controlling this sword has become increasingly difficult. Do you know how long I have been trapped here? He sighed. A full 200 years. For 2 centuries, I have been confined here, and to have sustained my life until now is a remarkable feat. Qin Mu felt deep sympathy. 200 years encased in ice. Had it been me, I would have surely lost my sanity. Elder, your endurance is truly commendable. Gu Liwan sighed. Fortunately, you have arrived. I will expend my remaining essence to send the Protector's sword out of the ice. You must slay the Dragon Mother's spirit to liberate me. Qin Mu nodded solemnly. I shall do my utmost. Gu Liwan gathered his dwindling essence, and the sword at his waist began to move slowly through the ice, though its progress was painfully slow. After more than an hour, the sword's hilt finally emerged. After some time, the entire hilt was exposed, yet the sheath remained encased in frost. Gu Liwan appeared fatigued. His voice hoarse. My essence is nearly depleted. Young man, you must slay the Dragon Mother swiftly. Qin Mu complied, sending forth a thick strand of essence that coiled around the hilt. With a resounding clang, the Protector's sword was drawn, instantly radiating a chilling brilliance. Both Qin Mu and Hu Linger winced, as if the sword's light had injured their eyes. It was not until a moment later that their vision returned to normal, allowing them to perceive their surroundings. What are you doing? Gu Liwan exclaimed upon witnessing Qin Mu's essence-laden strand attempt to strike the Dragon Mother's spirit with the sword, only to miss repeatedly, eliciting a mix of laughter and frustration. What are you doing? Is this how one wields a sword with essence? Who taught you this technique? Who instructed you in swordsmanship? Qin Mu halted, feeling embarrassed. I do not know how to wield a sword with essence, nor have I ever learned swordsmanship. Gu Liwan was exasperated. You do not know how to wield a sword with essence, nor do you know swordsmanship, yet you carry a sword bag? Qin Mu sheepishly replied. The sword bag is quite heavy. I carry it as a form of training. Gu Liwan nearly spat blood, utterly aghast at the clumsiness of Qin Mu's swordplay. Fine. I shall teach you the technique of wielding a sword with essence and swordsmanship. He suppressed his anger. Once you learn, you will be capable of slaying the Dragon Mother. Qin Mu shook his head. I will not learn. Gu Liwan's fury rose to a boiling point. Had he not been encased in ice, he would have leapt out to thrash the insolent youth. The old woman said someone would teach me superior sword techniques. If I learn from you, that person will not instruct me anymore. Gu Liwan felt a surge of rage, laughing maniacally. Superior sword techniques? Do you understand that the finest sword techniques in the world are those of the Yankang dynasty? The National Master has gathered the greatest sword techniques from across the realm, calling upon masters of swordsmanship to collectively create a comprehensive style. The sword techniques born from the wisdom of these masters are undoubtedly the best, far surpassing those crafted in isolation by sect founders. Those so-called sword sects merely inherit the remnants of their ancestors, complacently believing themselves invincible, unaware that they have long been left far behind. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, realizing the profound truth in his words, unable to refute them. Due to the incident with the Lijiang sword sect, he had harbored little goodwill towards the National Master of Yankang. Yet, the Master's grand vision commanded respect. To possess such magnanimity, to transcend sectarian biases, to unite the wisdom of swordsmanship masters from across the realm, such a figure was truly admirable. I will not learn, Qin Mu reiterated, shaking his head. Gu Liwan felt an overwhelming urge to break free from the ice and administer a sound beating to him. Despite all his reasoning, the boy remained obstinate, which was infuriating. After a brief pause, Gu Liwan suddenly smiled. Very well, I shall not teach you swordsmanship. I will teach you the technique of wielding a sword with essence. This technique is not swordsmanship, so learning it will not hinder your study of other sword forms. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Perhaps you are not entirely beyond redemption, capable of discerning right from wrong. This technique of wielding a sword with essence is called the heart of loyalty, teaching you how to control a sword without imparting any sword techniques. Gu Liwan's spirit surged. What does the heart of loyalty signify? Dan represents red, an unblemished jewel, and a refined elixir. The heart of loyalty embodies a sincere heart, an immaculate and crystalline heart, a pure heart devoid of any distractions. This swordsmanship, governed by a pure heart and an innocent spirit, emphasizes that with the heart of a child controlling the sword, the mind and blade become one, ensuring success in all endeavors. In the realm of sword control, none can surpass its mastery. The initial step to cultivating the elixir of the heart is like fire. The furnace lies in the fields. The heart's flame refines true essence. While the plowed fields cultivate the crops, and the spark is sown between the ridges, dare to let the sun god rise tenfold. As the blazing sun ignites the heart's flame, Qin Mu hurriedly memorized the profound essence of the heart elixir sword control technique. Although there were incantations, without the guidance of a sage to elucidate its intricacies, one would remain oblivious to the path of cultivation. Gu Lianwan recited the entire heart elixir technique and then meticulously explained the subtleties of its practice. Qin Mu listened with rapt attention, his heart akin to a restless monkey, leaping with anticipation. After a considerable time, Gu Lianwan concluded her explanation of the heart elixir technique, stating, "You shall first cultivate before attempting to control the sword. In no more than 10 days, or at least 2, you will be able to wield the sword with your qi, commanding the Xiaobao sword to vanquish the soul of the Dragon Mother. The little fox in your arms has also been fortunate to receive your grace, learning the finest sword control technique in existence. Truly a fortuitous encounter." Chapter 50. The little fox spirit Qin Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall remember your words." Gu Lianwan smiled and replied, "If you are truly grateful, then hasten your cultivation and eliminate the Dragon Mother's soul. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to inquire." Qin Mu immediately activated the Danxin Ju, envisioning his Dantian as a fertile field where he would cultivate and sow the seeds of fire. He would then summon 10 suns above his Dantian to nurture the fire, allowing it to flourish and transform into a blazing furnace of holy fire. Only after achieving a modest level of success could one consider the initial formation of the Danxin. With some progress in his Danxin, he would wield his sword with unprecedented mastery, allowing his thoughts to guide the blade. While the concept appeared simple, the execution was fraught with challenges. Attaining the holy fire was no trivial task, and refining the Danxin was even more arduous, divided into 9 transformations. Once Qin Mu achieved the first transformation, he would command the sword with his qi, far surpassing his previous abilities and easily catching up to the Dragon Mother's soul. "Ah, you possess an excellent foundation," Gu Lianwan exclaimed in surprise. In a mere moment, Qin Mu had already begun to cultivate his Dantian, sowing the seeds of fire and summoning 10 suns above to foster their growth. This demonstrated the profound depth of Qin Mu's cultivation. A typical martial artist would struggle to even sow the seeds without relying on spiritual pills to replenish their qi. Yet, Qin Mu managed to fill his dantian with fire seeds without such aids, his qi transforming into 10 radiant suns illuminating the dantian, a remarkable feat among martial artists at the Lingtai realm. Given his astounding speed of cultivation, he might not need 10 days, or even 2. By tomorrow, he could very well complete the first transformation of the Danqin Ju and vanquish the Dragon Mother's soul, thereby rescuing me. Gu Linwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an exceptional young genius. I truly hesitate to extinguish his life. He mused, however, that the great ruins was a forsaken land. Those who dwelled here, even the insects, bore guilt and deserved death. Moreover, he was ravenous. Having gone over 50 years without sustenance, the time Qin Mu took to complete the first transformation of the Danqin Ju was even shorter than he anticipated. Night fell, and the sky gradually brightened, light filtering through the waters to illuminate the dragon palace below. Rising to his feet, Qin Mu focused his thoughts, and in an instant, his qi entwined around the Xiaobao sword, slicing through the thick mist with a swift and blinding speed. The sound of the Xiaobao sword cutting through the air echoed continuously as Qin Mu controlled the sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes that dazzled the eye. Though he lacked formal swordsmanship, the simplicity of his thrusts eclipsed even the disciples of the Lijiang sect. The Danqin Ju is truly remarkable. Qin Mu once again bowed deeply to Gu Linwan, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting your teachings. I shall never forget your kindness. Gu Linwan laughed heartily. You possess extraordinary talent, which is why you could comprehend and cultivate the first transformation of the Danqin in such a short time. That little fox beside you cannot match your speed. Elated by the prospect of imminent freedom, even a master of his caliber felt a twinge of hesitation about taking the young man's life. At that moment, Qin Mu turned and strode towards the Dragon Palace's exit, his figure vanishing into the dense mist. Come back. Gu Linwan's furious voice rang out. You ungrateful brat. I have bestowed upon you my teachings and a sword. Why do you not slay the Dragon Mother? Outside, Qin Mu's voice grew distant. Esteemed elder, the Dragon Mother has indeed slain many martial artists with her Dragon Pearl. But the pearl only turns them into desiccated corpses, mere shells of their former selves. Furthermore, there are many remains within the Dragon Palace that did not perish by the Dragon Pearl. They did not become corpses, but rather skeletons. Gu Linwan was taken aback. You impudent boy, when did you make this discovery? I noticed it as soon as I entered the Dragon Palace, Qin Mu replied. Gu Linwan gritted his teeth, his voice icy. Are you truly only 12 years old? Can a 12-year-old discern such things? Can they comprehend these matters and remain composed in execution? I will turn 12 this autumn, but I am currently 11. Qin Mu's voice dwindled to an inaudible whisper. Angry curses echoed from within the Dragon Palace, resonating in Qin Mu and Fox Spirit Air's ears as they moved further away. Fox Spirit Air peeked out from his embrace, puzzled. Young Master Mu, how did you know he harbored ill intentions? Qin Mu explained. When we first arrived, I used my staff to disperse the mist, and many corpses fell from the sky. Did you notice that alongside the corpses, there were numerous skeletons? Fox Spirit Air nodded, recalling that some of the brittle bones had been crushed by the falling corpses. Still adorned in clothing, the garments worn by the skeletons were official robes. Qin Mu continued. Gu Linwan mentioned that he brought many disciples here to train. Discovering this underwater dragon palace, his disciples were killed by the Dragon Pearl. Yet, those slain by the pearl should have been drained of their life force, turning into corpses, not skeletons. Since they did not perish by the pearl, how did they die? Fox Spirit Air's eyes widened with realization. Gu Linwan held a black banner in his other hand, which is quite sinister. He must have used it to kill his disciples during the process of being encased in ice. Knowing he would be trapped here long-term, he understood that his disciples, though bearing the title of students, were merely officials of the Yankang kingdom, lacking any true teacher-student bond. These individuals would hardly notify the court to rescue him. After all, vacating the position of the young Prince Xiaobao would benefit everyone. Qin Mu nodded. Since the court may not come to his aid, he took drastic measures, draining his disciples of their lifeblood to prevent starving while trapped. However, his methods must differ from the Dragon Mother's Pearl. They are more insidious, consuming their flesh and blood, transforming them into mere skeletons. Do you recall my staff ringing incessantly upon our entry into the Dragon Palace? Fox Spirit Air remembered, having trembled against Qin Mu's leg at the time, while he had instructed her to adjust her tail. I initially thought the ringing was caused by the thoughts of the corpses interfering with the staff's resonance, but the deceased have no consciousness. I then speculated it might be the Dragon Mother's lingering thoughts. However, curiously, when I approached Gulin Wan, the staff ceased ringing, indicating it was not the Dragon Mother's thoughts, but rather Gulin Wan's. Qin Mu elaborated. The reason the staff stopped resonating was that Gulin Wan had made up his mind. Since he could not devour us with the protection of the staff, he opted to use us to escape. Fox Spirit Air was left speechless, and after a moment, she exclaimed, "Young Master Mu, are you truly only 12 years old?" "I will only be 12 this autumn," Qin Mu replied with an innocent smile. "Then you must be a cunning fox spirit," Fox Spirit Air exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Qin Mu lamented, "You have no idea how my childhood was spent. I was constantly deceived by a group of old men and women. Before I ventured out to hunt, my grandmother tricked me into collecting eggs from a hen's nest, only to discover it was a fierce hen dragon that chased me away. Meanwhile, my grandmother stealthily snatched the eggs. Not long after, they navigated around the pond and exited the Dragon King's temple. Fox Spirit Lingo conjured the winds of the supernatural, while Qin Mu strode upon the breeze. Together, they arrived at the humble cottage by the waterfall. Eager to return to his village, Qin Mu prepared to take his leave. However, Linger chuckled. "You are presently filthy and odorous. Why the haste to return? This waterfall conceals a pristine pool where you may bathe. I shall cleanse your garments, and once they are dry, you can don them feeling refreshed. Moreover, I have certain queries regarding my cultivation that I wish to discuss with you." Qin Mu hesitated, poised to respond, when a chilling laugh emanated from within the cottage. "A bath? Cultivation? Are you seeking to replenish the yin with yang, or the yang with yin?" "Granny?" Qin Mu exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding over him. "What brings you here?" Chapter 51. The Cult Master's Wife. How did I end up here? Granny C emerged from the thatched cottage, her voice thick with emotion. "I toiled to raise you, and you vanished without a word, chasing after a vixen, leaving your old granny all alone. And now you ask me how you got here? You've grown too big for your britches, and with that fox spirit around, you've forgotten all about your granny. You little minx, what's your wish for your demise?" Qin Mu chuckled. "Granny, you misunderstand. I encountered Fox Linger by chance and heard her mention the Dragon Palace of the Surging River, so I went to explore. While comprehending the true dragon within the palace, I lost track of time and ended up staying there for a few days. Not a few, but 4. Granny C exclaimed, then paused. "You were comprehending the true dragon? Did that little vixen not attempt to drain your life essence?" Fox Linger, both bashful and frightened, sought refuge behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu channeled his vital energy, proclaiming, "Granny, behold, a deep dragon." And Appo's roar resonated as Qin Mu and Appo's vital energy surged forth, transforming into a magnificent dragon coiling around his body. The dragon and Appo's claws fused with his arms. With a swift movement, Qin Mu unleashed a punch, a resounding explosion echoing as thunderous sounds erupted. His punches rained down, the resounding thunder reverberating through the valley, shaking the very foundations. Azure Dragon Vitality. Granny C was taken aback. She knew that Ma Yi had not imparted the Great Nirvana Sutra to Qin Mu. Without a suitable cultivation method for the 8 styles of thunderclap, Qin Mu's mastery of the technique would be limited, regardless of the potency of his vital energy. Yet, here he was, executing the thunderclap with punches like bolts of lightning, nearly conjuring actual thunder. At the spirit embryo realm, achieving such a feat without the corresponding mental cultivation method was virtually unheard of. But the most astonishing aspect was the Azure Dragon Vitality. The Azure Dragon encircling Qin Mu was the very essence of the Azure Dragon Spirit Body, one of the 4 divine physiques. This marked the 3rd attribute of Qin Mu's Supreme Overlord Body. Having observed water and fire, his Supreme Overlord Body now possessed the attributes of water and fire, corresponding to the Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird vitalities. And now, he wielded the thunderous attribute of the Azure Dragon Vitality. Could it be that Mu'er had drained the vixen, resulting in such a surge in his cultivation? No, I never taught him any demonic cultivation methods. He mentioned seeing a true dragon. What could that mean? Granny C wondered. Qin Mu ceased his movements. The dragon formed from vital energy slithering back into his body, from head to tail, as lifelike as a real divine dragon. He was both surprised and delighted, never imagining he could unleash the thunderclap. He had always envied the young monk Ming Xian for his ability to conjure thunder with the 8 styles of thunderclap. While Qin Mu could also achieve this with the divine demon overlord fist, it was a significant drain on his energy. The 8 styles of thunderclap consumed less energy. And coupled with the 3 elixir supreme overlord technique, which was better suited for cultivation and advancement during combat, his vital energy was practically inexhaustible in battle. Unleashing the thunderclap would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. He recounted his experiences in the Dragon Palace. Granny C listened with rapt attention. Upon hearing about the skeletal officials and the mummified corpses, her eyes flickered with concern. 2 different forms of death. Something is amiss. Be vigilant when you venture in. When Qin Mu spoke of the young dragon and Gu Linwan sealed in dragon pearl ice, Granny C clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "That old fox, Gu Linwan, is up to no good. Those skeletal officials must have fallen prey to him, devoured without a trace. Those in officialdom have always been experts at devouring others. How did you deceive him?" Fox Linger was filled with admiration. This old woman, without witnessing anything firsthand, had arrived at the same conclusion as Qin Mu. Was she also a fox spirit in disguise? Qin Mu explained how he had been taught the Danshin swordplay and produced the Junior Guardian Sword. Granny C examined it, praising its quality. The Junior Guardian Sword is indeed a rare treasure. The Yankang country poured its resources into forging 16 first-grade swords, including the Junior Guardian Sword, Senior Guardian Sword, Grand Tutor Sword, Junior Tutor Sword, Grand Preceptor Sword, Junior Preceptor Sword, Three Dukes Sword, General of the Flying Cavalry Sword, Successor King Sword, Prince Sword, Duke Sword, Grand Commandant Sword, Minister of Works Sword, and Heavenly Strategy Sword. They were bestowed upon the Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, Senior Guardian, Grand Tutor, Junior Tutor, Grand Preceptor, Junior Preceptor, the Three Dukes, General of the Flying Cavalry, Successor King, Prince, Duke, Grand Commandant, Minister of Works, and General of the Heavenly Strategy, respectively. While the Junior Guardian Sword may not be on par with the swords of the first-rank officials, it is more than sufficient to serve as a treasure for other sections. Such a valuable item? Qin Mu was taken aback. How does it compare to the abandoned monk's staff? Granny C replied, about the same, not significantly superior. The abandoned monk's staff is blessed by Buddha, while the Junior Guardian Sword, as the sword of a first-rank official, carries the destiny of the Yankang country, making it immensely powerful. Qin Mu inquired. He claimed that the Yankang country's swordsmanship was unparalleled, but I didn't learn it. Only the Danshin sword control technique. Was that the right decision? Not learning it was wise. While the Yankang country preceptor's swordsmanship is undoubtedly exceptional, Gu Linwan was once a member of the demonic path, and his swordsmanship may not have reached the level of the Yankang country preceptor. Swordsmanship depends on the individual. Even the finest swordsmanship can be rendered flawed by a poor instructor. Take the young monk Ming Xin, for example. He also practices the 8 styles of thunderclap, but his instructor's shortcomings have left him with a vulnerable throat. Granny C earnestly advised, therefore, when learning swordsmanship, one must choose the best instructor. Avoid half-baked instructors at all costs. Qin Mu was puzzled. Gu Linwan was a first-rank official of the Yankang country, the junior guardian of the Crown Prince. Could he also be considered a half-baked instructor? Little fox, I won't kill you. Granny C chuckled, Mooer, let's go home. The villagers must be worried sick, thinking you were devoured by a beast on your first hunt. Only your granny was clever enough to realize you were lured away by a vixen, so I waited here. Oh, little fox, I've annotated those ancient texts of yours. Study them, and they will help you avoid many pitfalls. Fox Linger, ashamed, lowered her head, dejected. I can't read. Granny C was surprised, then chuckled. You're an honest vixen. Since you didn't harm Mooer, and even brought him some good fortune, very well, I won't deceive you. If you cultivate according to my annotations, you'll undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic chi deviation and a miserable death. Who told you to seduce my child? Fox Linger shuddered, thinking the young master was right. These old folks in the village are masters of deception. Old foxes in disguise. Soon, they arrived at Old Crumple Village. Qin Mu was taken aback, noticing a new village had sprung up beside Old Crumple Village. This new village was clearly newly built, much larger and more imposing than Old Crumple Village. Its buildings and pavilions exuding an air of extravagance. The houses in Old Crumple Village were simple mud-walled structures with thatched roofs, often leaking during rain. Qin Mu frequently had to use basins to collect rainwater inside the house. In contrast, the newly emerged neighboring village appeared quite opulent. Granny C's expression suddenly darkened, and she led Qin Mu towards Old Crumple Village in silence. The new village stood at the entrance of Old Crumple Village. strange individuals emerged from the village. Standing by the roadside, young and old, male and female. As Granny C passed each person, they bowed respectfully, addressing her as Madam. Even the white-haired elders would bend at the waist, addressing her as Madam with utmost respect and humility. Granny C's face grew increasingly pale, and she remained silent, leading Qin Mu by the hand all the way to Old Crumple Village. Qin Mu was astounded by the hundreds of madams he had heard along the way. At the village entrance, the village chief and the apothecary were drinking tea, a young man sitting across from them, also sipping tea leisurely, an old man standing beside him. Madam, the old man bowed. The young man raised his head, his voice surprisingly aged, and said calmly, Don't you have anything to say to your Grandmaster upon seeing him? The old matron, her body rigid, halted her steps and bowed respectfully, addressing, Greetings, esteemed ancestor. The elder in charge of law enforcement glanced at Qin Mu, a smile spreading across his face until his eyes nearly closed in delight. Madam, might this be your esteemed son? The old matron shot him a glare, her voice laced with menace. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Mu is one I rescued. He is not my son. The elder wore a knowing expression that only served to irritate the old matron further. The pharmacist, smiling, interjected, Madam, a dear friend of the Heavenly Demon Sect has been here for several days, yet has not had the pleasure of your company. They are reluctant to depart. The old matron's countenance darkened further as she commanded, Mu, you should return to the village. And you, dear matron, should also return, the village chief stated calmly. The old matron furrowed her brow, and the chief gently continued, Once you have crossed the threshold of our village, you become one of us. Your affairs will be shouldered collectively by the people of our village. The young man opposite him sipped his tea, smiling. Brother Dao, your demeanor remains as imposing as ever. When it concerns the leader of our sect, the sect's matron, and the sacred texts, I fear the village may be unable to bear the weight. Chapter 52. A lucrative bargain. The village chief arched his brows, retorting, If we engage in a scorched earth conflict, I fear the heavenly devil cult would also suffer countless casualties. Why insist on such relentless coercion? If our decrepit state leads to a significant depletion of your cult's strength, the Imperial Preceptor of Yankang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to incorporate the heavenly devil cult into his dominion. What are your thoughts? The youthful patriarch nodded, acknowledging, indeed, the Imperial Preceptor of Yankang has been seeking an opportunity to subdue our cult, compelling us to submit to the court. However, with the loss of our sacred texts and the assassination of our cult leader, we are practically facing annihilation. If you persist in your obstinacy, I fear your village will bear the brunt of our wrath. Unfurl the banners. The patriarch commanded. An enforcement elder bowed, responding, As you command, patriarch. Unfurl the banners. The masters of the 360 halls produced large banners, unfurling them with a resounding whoosh. The banners billowed and fluttered in the wind. Gazing afar, Qin Mu observed that the 360 banners grew increasingly wide and expansive, each covering an area of approximately an acre. Reel in the banners, the youth instructed. The enforcement elder proclaimed, Reel in the banners. The banners were retracted, their surfaces disappearing. Behind them, Qin Mu discerned tens of thousands of cultivators, each exuding an air of majesty and standing as erect as spears. They emitted not a single sound, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. The village chief sighed, lamenting, The heavenly devil cult's teleportation banners are indeed renowned. With a mere unfurling and retracting, tens of thousands of cultivators can instantly enter the great ruins. No wonder the Imperial Preceptor of Yankang is so eager to subjugate the heavenly devil cult. If he were to acquire this ability, the Yankang army would sweep across the land, unifying all nations. The youthful patriarch lamented, Without a leader, our cult is now a disorganized rabble. Over the past 4 decades, the heavenly devil cult situation has become increasingly dire. I suspect the Imperial Preceptor of Yankang is on the verge of launching an attack. Like you, I am old and have few days left. My only hope is to select a new cult leader of exceptional talent and brilliance. The village chief's eyes gleamed as he inquired. Therefore, the cult leader's wife, who assassinated the previous leader on their wedding night, is your ideal candidate? The youthful patriarch nodded, ruefully admitting, Brother, you know how difficult it is to find a cult leader who is both exceptionally talented and wise. Although our cult boasts numerous members, few possess the aptitude to assume the mantle of leadership, and none can compare to the cult leader's wife. In desperation, we must seek her out and invite her back to lead our cult. The village chief glanced at Granny C, his expression troubled. I have heard that this cult leader's wife assassinated your cult's leader, Li Tianqing. Why would you want her to become the new leader instead of avenging his death? Is the assassination of a cult leader not a profound disgrace to your cult? The youthful patriarch's eyes shone brightly as he retorted, Brother, have you forgotten that we are a demonic cult? We cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The new leader's assassination of the old leader demonstrates her superior capabilities, and we must naturally support her. The village chief's expression was peculiar, and Qin Mu and the apothecary wore equally strange expressions. Did the Heavenly Devil cult truly have such a tradition? Granny, is there such a tradition? The apothecary inquired. Granny C nodded woodenly. The apothecary couldn't help but ask, if there is such a tradition, why didn't you remain in the Heavenly Devil cult to become the new leader after assassinating the old leader? Granny C replied with a touch of bitterness, I killed him and had no face to remain in the Heavenly Devil cult. Remaining there would only intensify my inner demons. The apothecary still struggled to comprehend. In his view, the Heavenly Devil cult's 40-year search for the assassin of their leader to make her the new leader was already difficult to fathom. But Granny C's act of avoidance made it even more perplexing. The village chief smiled faintly and addressed the youthful patriarch. If Granny is unwilling to go with you, you will not be able to take her. The youthful patriarch frowned, asserting, I must take both the cult leader's wife and the grand creation Heavenly Devil scripture. The two men locked eyes. The village chief offered tea as a gesture of farewell, stating, if our guests refuse to leave, we will have no choice but to eliminate them. Since there are so many members of the Heavenly Devil cult, we will not provide coffins. There are fewer and fewer people from our era, and I truly cannot bear to do so. The youthful patriarch drained his teacup, set it down, and rose to his feet, concurring, indeed. However, there are very few people in your village, and I can arrange for coffins. Hold on. Granny C suddenly interjected, smiling. Village chief, apothecary, you and Muir should return to the village first. I will speak with the patriarch. If we cannot reach an agreement, we will engage in a scorched earth battle. If we can come to terms, it would be a mutually beneficial outcome, wouldn't it? The village chief glanced at her, and Granny C reassured him, don't worry, at most, I will be abducted by them. The village chief nodded, instructing, apothecary, Muir, let's return to the village first. Once they had returned to the village, Granny C sat down before the youthful patriarch, declaring, Enforcement Elder, withdraw. As you command, madam, the Enforcement Elder responded, bowing and slowly retreating. Granny C's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the youthful patriarch, who sighed, lamenting, you were originally our cult's sacred maiden, possessing unparalleled talent and elegance. I actually opposed Li Tianqing's desire to marry you. But you did not stop him, Granny C countered. Li Tianqing was my master. A master marrying a disciple is a violation of human ethics. Does our cult, which claims to be sacred, disregard even human ethics? The youthful patriarch frowned, explaining, when Li Tianqing accepted you as his disciple, I knew something was amiss. By spending every day with you, I feared he would become completely infatuated and lose his mind. As expected, he became captivated by you and even abandoned his old wife of several centuries to marry you as his new wife. Granny C grinded her few remaining teeth. Chuckling, you knew he would be infatuated with me, so why did you still allow him to accept me as his disciple? Patriarch, you should have accepted me as your disciple. If I had become your disciple, none of this would have happened. I feared that by spending every day with you, I would become infatuated. The youthful patriarch confessed with a wry smile. When I first saw you, you were only 13 years old, but my heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that moment, I knew I could not accept you as my disciple. I am old and did not want my lifelong reputation to be ruined by you. A master falling in love with a disciple would make me a laughingstock. He sighed, admitting, few who have seen your true face have not been captivated by you. The longer they spend with you, the deeper their infatuation becomes. Granny C continued to grind her teeth, asking with a teasing smile, if that is the case, why would you still want me to become the cult leader? Are you not afraid that I will destroy the sacred cult? The youthful patriarch replied, you are the best candidate. I also believe that you are a femme fatale, and becoming the cult leader would only plunge our cult into chaos. However, over the past 40 years, we have searched far and wide for talented young men and women, but none can compare to you. They always fall short of the mark. Having seen the best, everything else seems lacking. I will not return, Granny C declared with a smile. However, I can return a cult leader to you, along with the grand creation Heavenly Devil scripture, our cult's sacred text. The youthful patriarch's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Return a cult leader to us? What do you mean? In the disabled old village, Qin Mu, the village chief, the apothecary, and the others were intently observing every move of Granny C and the demonic cult's patriarch. They were conversing amicably, which came as a surprise. As Granny C and the demonic cult's patriarch spoke, they turned to look toward the village. The demonic cult's patriarch also looked over, revealing a smile as he spoke to Granny in a sidelong manner. After a moment, Granny C returned to the village on her bound feet, announcing with a smile, "We have reached an agreement." Reached an agreement? The others exchanged peculiar glances. The cripple, deeply suspicious, asked with a jovial expression, "When will the fighting begin?" "There will be no fighting," Granny C replied, blinking her eyes. "However, they will be staying here for a while and leaving in a few days." The villagers were alarmed, wondering what the Heavenly Devil cult was planning. Granny C smiled, instructing, "Old Ma, Mu'er says his overlord body primordial Qi has acquired the attributes of the Azure Dragon. Test his progress. Overlord body primordial Qi can mimic the primordial Qi of the Azure Dragon?" Master Ma was taken aback and exclaimed, "Mu'er, come here and engage in a spar." Qin Mu promptly stepped forward. The apothecary observed the two men in combat and moved closer to Granny C, whispering, "Has Granny sold Mu'er?" Granny C blinked and replied earnestly, "What makes you say such a thing? Would I ever sell Mu'er? How much did you sell him for?" The crippled man inquired curiously. The young leader of the demon sect, Granny C sighed, her demeanor deflated. "Initially, he will just have a title. I will also bestow upon him the esteemed great cultivation of the celestial demon scripture. After he matures, we shall see how he develops. If his growth is promising, then he may formally ascend to the position of the holy leader. What do you think of this arrangement?" The crippled man's eyes sparkled with excitement, his breath quickening. "Is there truly such an opportunity? Granny, why didn't you come to me sooner? You should sell me instead." Granny C chuckled. "If you wish to become the holy leader of the celestial demon sect, the path is quite straightforward. Just take a trip to the neighboring village. Meet with the leaders of the 360 halls of the celestial demon sect, along with the 12 guardians, the left and right protectors, the 4 great kings, and the 8 inspectors. Additionally, you must also meet with the founding master of the demon sect." The crippled man's face turned ashen. "Does Mu'er also need to journey to the neighboring village to become the young leader?" Granny C sighed. Resigned, they need to assess the goods first. Without such validation, how could they be assured in appointing him as the young leader of the celestial demon sect? Chapter 53, Demonstration. Thus, you intend to impart the teachings of the demonic sect's sacred text, the grand nurturing demon scripture, to Mu'er? The lame man inquired. Granny C nodded gently, saying, "He surpasses me. The creation demon art is indeed a divine skill within the grand nurturing demon scripture, which I have employed for skinning and crafting garments, appearing somewhat sinister. However, I never contemplated using the creation demon art to counter the radiant sun soul technique of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Yet, he has conceived of it." The apothecary nodded, affirming, "The creation demon art encapsulates the soul, making it a brilliant counter to the radiant sun soul technique." Granny C smiled, adding, "Therefore, should he master the grand nurturing demon scripture, he may very well elevate the demonic texts, crafting innovations we once deemed inconceivable." The mute gestured with a few signs, and the deaf man shook his head, saying, "Do not reveal it to him. If we do, it shall lose its allure." The gathering of elderly men and women shared a knowing laugh, thoroughly amused. In the village of Canlao, the resonant sounds of thunder echoed as Qin Mu and Master Ma engaged in a dynamic interplay, both executing the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder technique, launching themselves at one another. The thunderous roar reverberated, and as their fists collided, a muffled grunt escaped them, causing them to stagger backward. His footwork resembled that of a divine dragon coiling, seemingly retreating, yet in truth accumulating power. In mere moments, Qin Mu's strength surged to its zenith, his body lunging forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the abyss, attacking Master Ma. "You little rascal, even the stealing heaven steps I taught you have been modified," the lame man exclaimed in surprise. He noted how Qin Mu's recent footwork mimicked a coiling dragon, poised for action. Though appearing to retreat, it was, in fact, a deceptive advance. Exceedingly perilous, his stealing heaven steps were nothing short of exquisite, yet the lame man, accustomed to the art of thievery, had never concerned himself with enhancing the offensive capabilities of the stealing heaven technique. His footwork was primarily employed for theft and ambush, not for offensive maneuvers. Qin Mu merely made slight adjustments to the technique, unconsciously incorporating the essence of the divine dragon, his movements imbued with a serpentine grace, akin to a dragon twisting and turning. The air was punctuated by a series of explosive impacts, though Qin Mu and Master Ma exchanged only a single punch. It resonated with an astonishing 45 echoes, quite peculiar. Qin Mu was sent tumbling backward, his form airborne, gliding like a dragon, dissipating Master Ma's force, landing with unyielding steadiness. Master Ma is indeed impressive, the lame man remarked in admiration. Master Ma asked, Mu'er, did you grasp the essence of that strike? Qin Mu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, your fist power differs from mine. My fists encompass 45 dragons, all of the same kind, while yours contains 45 distinct divine dragons, each with its own unique essence. You've comprehended it, Master Ma said, his expression softening. In the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, there exists 100 dragon reliefs, known as the 100 Dragons diagram. These were sculpted by the original Tathagata from the 100 types of celestial dragons he encountered, serving as a training tool for the disciples to master the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder technique. When I practiced this technique, I beheld not true dragons, but these reliefs. The 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder encompasses 45 distinct dragon energies, necessitating the use of 45 dragon diagrams. Do you grasp the implications of this? A jolt coursed through Qin Mu's heart as he exclaimed, each time you employ the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder, the dragon energies within your fists differ from before. Master Ma nodded, stating, this technique may appear as a simple punch, yet it conceals countless variations, intricately woven into the power within, rendering them imperceptible. Mu'er observed closely. With one arm, Master Ma delivered a punch, and the sound of a dragon's roar erupted, followed by a thunderous crash as a dragon-shaped aura surged forth, a furious dragon breaking free from the abyss, intent on devouring all. Then came 2 more roars. 2 dragons bursting forth from his fist, intertwining and advancing relentlessly. 3 roars followed, each representing a fierce dragon energy that could shatter stone. Subsequently, 4 dragons charged. 5 dragons forged in fire, 6 dragons in cycles, 7 dragons overturning oceans, 8 celestial dragons, and the culmination of 9 dragons in wind and thunder. With this single punch, Master Ma unleashed 45 dragon-shaped energies, each appearing as vivid and lifelike as a true dragon. His strike soared skyward, and suddenly, the heavens above Qinlao village bore witness to the emergence of 45 azure dragons, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning and the crackle of storms, ascending into the clouds. Qin Mu gazed upward, witnessing a cloud fragmenting abruptly, vanishing from sight. As the cloud shattered, a human head plummeted from the remnants, landing at Qin Mu's feet. Startled, he focused intently, discovering it to be the head of a monk, inexplicably concealed within the cloud. Could it be that some malevolent creature had slain this monk, whisking his head away into the sky? As Qin Mu pondered, several more sounds echoed, and 2 arms and 2 legs fell from the sky, with a body landing outside the village. This was no work of evil. Qin Mu's heart raced. The monk had concealed himself within the clouds. The villagers, the mute, the deaf man, and the butcher seemed unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Even Master Ma appeared oblivious to the fact that he had slain a monk. Casting a glance toward the demonic sect's master outside the village, he was merely demonstrating his prowess, a show of might to intimidate the many formidable beings of the demonic sect. In the neighboring village, the youthful master was somewhat stirred, observing, the martial arts of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple are indeed extraordinary, yet they still fall short of the original Tathagata's prowess. I now recognize who the one-armed man is, Ma Wang, the forsaken disciple of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, renowned for his battle that propelled him to fame. I never anticipated he would choose to reside here. This small village should not be underestimated. The law enforcement elder glanced at the body that fell from the sky, remarking, this is a monk from the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, slain by Ma Wang. Oddly, what would a monk from the Grand Thunder Sound Temple be doing here? The youthful master chuckled, speculating, likely here to keep tabs on Ma Wang. This is trivial. The Tathagata has aged and no longer ventures out. However, that young one's martial arts are quite intriguing and of high caliber. Despite not having studied the Mahayana Sutras, he can fully unleash the might of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Back in the village, Master Ma resumed his focus, asking Mu'er, what did you perceive from my earlier punch? Qin Mu suppressed his lingering doubts, The 45 azure dragons were not only distinct in form, but also entirely different in essence, profoundly captivating him. Suddenly, Master Ma executed the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder once more, and once again, 45 distinct azure dragons emerged. Thunder and storms swirling as they surged skyward. Master Ma unleashed punch after punch, and the dragon-shaped energies multiplied in the air, creating a dense swarm of azure dragons, filling the skies for 100 miles. These azure dragons coalesced into a magnificent formation, their bodies entwined, forming a colossal dragon circle with their heads facing outward, unleashing a thunderous roar. The roar of 10,000 dragons echoed, shaking the very earth. This was no mere demonstration of the 9 dragons controlling wind and thunder's profundity, but a blatant show of force, a declaration to the great ruins, a warning to the celestial demon sect, and a challenge to those who harbored ill intentions toward Canlao village. Qin Mu was spellbound, while the other villagers expressed their awe with nods of approval. The members of the celestial demon sect in the neighboring village also shifted in their seats, their expressions betraying their astonishment. The youthful master turned to his companions, instructing, should you encounter Ma Wang alone in the future, exercise caution and show respect. The law enforcement elder whispered, do we truly need to fear this small village? Fear? Not to that extent. The youthful master smiled, saying, they are already diminished, their powers waning, yet there are 2 who match my level, one without limbs and the other, the blacksmith. The rest surpass even our 12 guardian saints and the 4 great kings of the sect. The holy maiden may well be the weakest among them. Have you seen that butcher with only his upper body? If you have encountered him, he surely left an impression, for he is known as the Heavenly Blade. The law enforcement elder was struck with disbelief, glancing at the butcher, murmuring, is he truly the Heavenly Blade? Was he not reported dead long ago? I have also heard of his demise. An elder guardian remarked, I have heard that he went mad, brandishing a sword towards the heavens, slashing into the firmament. Witnesses claim that the shadows of the deities manifested above, as this madman charged at the gods. It is said that the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with the blade gleaming amidst the thunderous storm. Before long, the carcass of the Heavenly Blade plummeted from the skies. If this butcher is indeed the Heavenly Blade, how did he survive? The young patriarch responded, for one of his stature, even the desire for death is not easily fulfilled. The elder of law expressed confusion, Patriarch, why have you acquiesced to the matriarch's wishes, allowing this young child to become the vice leader of our sacred sect? I find his strength rather lacking. Indeed, the youth's prowess is still quite nascent. However, who are those that surround him? The young patriarch smiled knowingly. The formidable beings by his side are truly formidable. They were once titans of their time, each possessing unique skills. This lad is their offspring, and they shall impart their lifelong wisdom and insights to him. Coupled with our sect's grand cultivation of the celestial demon scriptures, he shall ascend to become the leader of our sect, and we shall reap great rewards. The elder of law expressed admiration. The patriarch is wise. Yet why must you still test him? The patriarch retorted, what if he turns out to be a fool? Therefore, a trial is necessary. Inform the masters of the 360 halls to restrict themselves to the abilities of the spirit embryo realm. Tomorrow, when he enters the hall. Chapter 54. The 360 rooms in the village. Master Ma withdrew his fist and inquired of Qin Mu, do you comprehend now? I do. Qin Mu pondered. Each form of dragon energy embodies distinct powers. The variations in the sequence of dragon energy lead to different fist techniques. If the order of the 100 styles of the Azure Dragon Fist is disrupted, the 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder will yield countless transformations. While others may receive my first punch, they could never replicate the same technique for my second. Even if I unleash 100 or 1,000 punches, each strike will possess its own unique force. Master Ma seldom displayed a smile, yet a hint of it graced his face as he remarked, in the past, your dominant body energy lacked attributes, rendering the study of the Great Master Sutra impossible. I had pledged to the Great Thunder Sound Temple not to disseminate the sutra. However, now that your dominant body energy has acquired the Azure Dragon attribute, I shall still refrain from imparting it to you. Nevertheless, once you grasp the principles of the fist, the necessity of learning the Great Master Sutra becomes irrelevant. You have already attained the essence, demeanor, momentum, spirit, and energy of the dragon. Even without having seen the 100 Dragons chart, you could decipher its mysteries. With your mastery of the 3 dantians of the dominant body and the formidable power of the 8 styles of thunder sound, you need not fear comparison to the Great Master Sutra, Qin Mu's spirit sword. Master Ma, typically cold and aloof, rarely extolled others. So receiving his commendation filled him with joy. Furthermore, Master Ma's words ignited inspiration within him, leading to new thoughts. The first style of the 8 styles of thunder sound, a single body in the eastern sea commanding spring thunder, is primarily rooted in dragon energy. Could observing the great river cascading into the sea, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of spring, unveil the essence of this style? And what of the fingers of thunder and the pipa hand? Does it not relate to musical rhythms? The techniques Kwafu chasing the sun and the sun shining on the soul in the sky surely possessed their own insights. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, yearning to embark on a journey to explore the wonders of the world and unravel the mysteries of creation. Remember to rise early tomorrow and pay your respects to the neighboring village, Granny C said with a smile. Puzzled, Qin Mu asked, Granny, the people in the neighboring village belong to the Celestial Demon Sect. Why do they call you the Sect Masteress Lady? Why do they want you to be the Sect Master? If you refuse, why do they still threaten us? Granny C gently ruffled his hair and replied, You will understand in due time. The next morning, as dawn broke, Qin Mu completed his morning rituals and breakfast. He gathered eggs when the fierce rooster dragon charged at him, and they engaged in a fierce duel, neither yielding an inch. The rooster dragon flapped its wings, wielding its sword-like feathers to strike at the egg thief, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. Qin Mu, enveloped in azure dragon energy, executed the thunder finger pipa hand to deflect the feathered assault. Muer, cease the battle and visit the neighboring village, Granny C admonished, driving away the rooster dragon. Qin Mu hastened to follow her, only for the rooster dragon to pursue again, but Granny C chased it off once more. She led him to the neighboring village, where the law elder awaited, surveying Qin Mu up and down before addressing Granny C, Sect Masteress Lady. Everything is in order. The 360 rooms are ready for the young master to visit. Granny C blinked and remarked, to traverse all 360 rooms in one go? Is that not a tall order? The law elder chuckled. If you cannot complete the tour of the 360 rooms, we shall kindly ask the Sect Masteress Lady to return with us. Granny C gritted her teeth. Can we take breaks? Of course. Each room is equipped with food and drink, bedding, healing ointments, and elixirs, everything you might need. Granny C glanced at Qin Mu, biting her lip before saying, Muer, go greet them in the 360 rooms. Remember to address them as senior brothers and sisters, not seniors. Qin Mu nodded and approached the first room of the first wooden building, smiling. 360 rooms. I wonder how long this visit will take. Granny, I am entering now. Granny C watched his retreating figure and suddenly called out, Muer, do you know what you will face once you enter? Qin Mu turned back with a smile. I do. I won't allow them to take you away. Granny C felt warmth in her heart as she turned to leave. Years ago, she had found this child by the riverside, never imagining that the infant would one day concern himself with her well-being. As Qin Mu entered the first room, he found it spacious, occupied by a yellow-faced man whose complexion resembled that of someone who had consumed bitter gall. With a goatskin beard and an abacus in hand, he resembled a clerk from a counting house. Senior brother, Qin Mu greeted, bowing respectfully. He then removed the pig-slaughtering knife, bamboo staff, discarded net, sword bag, and the minor protector sword from his back, placing them at the door. Please, senior brother. The clerk stared in astonishment at the 11 or 12-year-old boy before him, intrigued. Do you know why you are here? Did the Sect Masteress Lady say anything to you? Qin Mu flexed his body, feeling his energy surge, vibrant and fierce. No need for Granny to spell it out. I understand perfectly. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward, a thunderous sound erupting from his palms. The boy's energy was as fierce as fire. Is it not just going from the first room to the 360th? The clerk hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself, only to feel a tremendous force collide with him, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through the wooden wall and landing in the courtyard, sliding backward for over 10 paces before regaining his footing. Stunned and furious, he looked up through the hole in the wall and saw Qin Mu casually picking up his belongings and heading towards the next room. What am I even getting upset over with a child? The clerk fumed, then broke into laughter, calling out to the others in the wooden building, Be careful. This little rascal is exceptionally clever, with energy cultivation in the spirit embryo realm that is twice as robust as mine. Beware of being caught off guard, twice as profound as yours. A woman's silvery voice exclaimed in surprise, such cultivation, indeed worthy of the young master. I wonder about his magical abilities. As Qin Mu entered the next room, he creaked open the door to find a scholar engrossed in a book, shaking his head and nodding in contemplation. Senior brother, Qin Mu greeted. The scholar, sensing the tension, chuckled. Are you attempting to ambush me while I return your greeting? I shan't grant you that opportunity. How curious. With a thunderous sound, a violent tremor shook the room, splintering wood that flew everywhere as the scholar was sent reeling backward, crashing into a towering tree. As he landed, the scholar shouted, "Be cautious. This little devil is formidable, adept in demonic incantations that surpass even my sacred teachings." Boom. Just as his words fell, another thunderous crash echoed as an elderly private school teacher was hurled from the wooden building, tumbling and colliding with a stone pillar. He erupted in fury. Nonsense. I was caught off guard, too focused on guarding against his demonic incantations, and almost had my soul injured by his great thunder sound temple techniques. Do not be fooled. He is employing the 8 styles of thunder sound from the great thunder sound temple. Nonsense. A woman's voice resounded from the 4th room. Irate, old Xia. You have compromised me. He employed the celestial demon transformation technique and sealed my 3 souls and 7 spirits. You little brat, do not flee. You have sullied my reputation. Qin Mu's face flushed as he exited the 4th room. The celestial demon transformation technique required targeting specific sensitive areas on the opponent's body, which were intimate for women and difficult to execute, particularly the perineum, a rather indecent approach. I'm still young and do not comprehend such matters. The young cowherd from the Remnant Old Village thought to himself, blinking innocently. In the 5th room, a gaunt man regarded Qin Mu with a cold smile. Regardless of whether you employ demonic means or magical techniques, you shall not pass my barrier. The repulsion golden toad technique. As he approached Qin Mu, he inhaled deeply, producing a gurgling sound from within, which grew louder, resembling the croaking of a toad. Qin Mu was taken aback as he observed the frail leader of the Celestial Demon Sect begin to swell, his previously emaciated frame bulging as he inhaled, muscles beneath his skin thickening and rising. The art of the enmity golden toad follows a path of demonic transformation, emulating the mythical golden toad. This creature, an extraordinary beast among its kind, is typically no larger than a basin, yet when it inhales, its body can swell to 100-fold, capable of swallowing ferocious tigers and lions whole. Once unleashed, the enmity golden toad technique of the Heavenly Demon Sect exhibits boundless strength and an exceptionally robust vitality. Although its enhancement may not rival the terrifying prowess of the golden toad itself, it is nonetheless formidable. As the sect leader inhaled, Qin Mu mirrored his action. However, unlike the leader's technique, Qin Mu's chest did not expand. The air before him was nearly depleted with a single breath, causing a gentle breeze to sweep through the wooden structure and even causing the window panes to tremble slightly. The leader's vitality surged violently, and upon completing his breath, his muscles became grotesquely defined, resembling rocks that strained against his garments, as if they might burst apart at any moment. His stature gradually increased, ultimately towering over 10 feet, resembling a small giant. In contrast, Qin Mu remained unchanged, his form as ordinary as ever. The enmity golden toad technique promised unrivaled power, capable of shattering with a single punch. The leader raised his palm, which swelled to the size of a fan, blood-red and radiant, filling the room with a crimson glow. With a single strike, he unleashed a force that nearly shattered the air, hurling it toward Qin Mu. In response, Qin Mu retaliated with his own punch. The disparity in size between their fists was striking as they collided, causing the entire wooden structure to tremble violently. The leader let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back a step as the muscles in his arm writhed, akin to a dragon burrowing beneath his skin, swiftly coursing toward his heart. His expression shifted slightly as he raised his other hand to sever the sinewy dragon, retreating another step as his arm swelled, suggesting 2 dragons were thrashing beneath his skin, compelling him to strike again. Upon his 4th retreat, the wall behind him crumbled into fragments, and by the 5th step, he landed outside onto the ground, quickly retreating another 4 steps until his back met the trunk of a great tree. The tree shuddered violently, its body reduced to splinters, its crown plummeting straight down. Amidst the swirling wood chips, an ethereal image of 9 dragons, commanding the wind and thunder, erupted from behind the leader, their roars echoing with fury as they clashed with the tempestuous forces of nature. He was unable to intercept the 9th layer of power wielded by the dragons. Chapter 55. The Supreme Sword Technique. I am the master of the Rain Hall of the Holy Sect, known as the Little Rain Master. What about your magical abilities? As Qin Mu stepped into the next chamber, he encountered a woman adorned with intricate patterns on her face. Wearing a feathered headdress and holding a bamboo staff tethered to an unknown beast's tail, segmented into 24 sections corresponding to the 24 solar terms. The woman smiled and said, "In this room, we shall compete in magic." Qin Mu shook his head, replying, "I do not understand magic. Can martial artists in the spiritual embryo realm learn magic?" The woman laughed. "Why not? Vital energy is indeed magical power. If one can wield magic, they can cast spells. The matron of the sect is a master of magic. Did she not teach you? I began journeying through the world to help the common folk with rain spells when I was in the spiritual embryo realm. Whenever drought struck, they would summon me. Thus I was called the shamaness. As my skills and reputation grew, I was honored with the title of Little Rain Master by the sect leader. However, I still fall short compared to the matron. She was chosen as a saint, while I was not." Qin Mu, puzzled, asked, "How can one fight using magic?" The Rain Master placed her hand on her forehead and sighed. "Why do you know so little? Since ancient times, there have been schools of magic and combat. Practitioners of magic and martial skills have often clashed bitterly, deeming each other heretics that must be eliminated. Nowadays, we meet amicably, but in the past, if you claim to practice martial skills among magicians, you would be cut to pieces in an instant. The combat prowess of the magic practitioners is far stronger than you imagine." Curiously, Qin Mu inquired, "Is swordsmanship considered magic?" "No," the Rain Master replied, shaking her head. "Swordsmanship was once a martial skill, but later, those who practiced it deemed themselves the rightful path, calling themselves the School of Divine Powers, viewing the practitioners of martial skills and magic as evil heretics that must be vanquished. Thus, the National Master Yankang convened a gathering to challenge the martial experts, severely crippling the martial school. Did the matron not tell you this?" Frowning, Qin Mu questioned, "Why do they always fight? Aren't combat skills, swordsmanship, and magic all forms of divine powers? Wouldn't it be better to combine their strengths?" The Rain Master chuckled in disbelief. "A person has limited energy. Where would they find the time to master all 3 schools to a profound level? Dedicating oneself to one will consume a lifetime of time and wisdom, making it challenging to reach the ultimate pinnacle. Since we practice different arts, disputes over superiority will naturally arise, leading to life and death confrontations." Energized, Qin Mu exclaimed, "Sister, show me your magic. I have never seen it before." The Rain Master raised her delicate hand, fingers pointed downward. With a lift and a tremor, mist surged forth in the room, and soon, rain began to fall. Qin Mu observed closely, noticing that the raindrops flowed back up the walls after hitting the ground, creating a perpetual cycle. With a wave of her hand, the rain transformed into distinct lines, resembling the strings of a zither. The Rain Master spread her fingers and plucked the rain strings, filling the room with the sound of music. Within the melody, the raindrops morphed into a roaring water dragon. Surging towards Qin Mu, he reached out, grasping the dragon by its vital point, and with a loud crack, crushed it. Surprised, the Rain Master swiftly plucked the strings again, causing the rain to morph into weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, attacking Qin Mu from all directions at remarkable speed, while the air temperature dropped rapidly, turning the rain into ice and increasing the weapon's potency. With rapid finger flicks, Qin Mu shattered all the incoming weapons and said, "So this is magic. Sister, does my move count as magic?" Suddenly, flames ignited in his hands, and using them as blades, he slashed at the Rain Master, sending her flying. Startled and furious, her voice echoed, "You heretic of martial skills, using martial arts as magic." As Qin Mu proceeded to the next room, he found a rugged man half kneeling, half sitting, beside a rectangular sword box secured with a bronze clasp. "I am the master of the sword hall," the man said without rising. "You carry a sword bag. You must understand swordsmanship. Today, we shall compete in sword techniques." Qin Mu shook his head, replying, "I have never learned swordsmanship." The sword hall master looked up in surprise. "You have not learned swordsmanship, yet carry a sword bag? Did the matron not teach you?" Qin Mu shook his head again, saying, "My grandmother said there is someone with the world's supreme sword technique, so she cannot pass the techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect to me, lest they refuse to teach me." "The world's supreme sword technique?" The sword hall master's eyes widened, sharp as two beams of sword light, piercing Qin Mu's heart. He sneered. Who dares to boast so brazenly? If you learn even a single move from him, I would like to see how this so-called supreme sword can surpass our holy sect. Qin Mu blinked and replied, I have learned other techniques as well, such as the Thunder Sound 8 styles, stealing Heaven Divine Leg, and the Pig Slaughtering Blade technique. I've also studied spear techniques, painting, and hammer techniques. The Sword Hall Master gently caressed the sword box beside him, coldly retorting, I only wish to see your so-called supreme sword technique. Everything else is nonsense. Helpless, Qin Mu exited the wooden building and returned to the village to explain the situation to Granny C. Granny C exclaimed angrily, that stubborn Sword Hall Master, unable to adapt. And you, Muer, simply use your blade to chop him to pieces. Qin Mu hesitated, saying, that would not be a fair victory. Granny C took his hand and led him to the village entrance, where the village chief and the herbalist were still brewing tea, while the young ancestor sat opposite them, drinking together. Village chief, the Sword Hall Master insists on competing with Muer in swordsmanship. Granny C smiled and suggested, why not teach him a couple of moves? The village chief frowned and shook his head. In such a short time, even with my guidance, it would be challenging to surpass him. After all, the Sword Hall Master has immersed himself in swordsmanship for countless years and undoubtedly has his own accomplishments. Asking me to teach you a couple of moves to defeat him is somewhat unreasonable. But fortunately, Muer possesses the dominant body, does he not? Granny C winked. The village chief's eyes twitched, feeling a pang of regret. After all, Qin Mu was the dominant body he had firmly believed in. And knowing Qin Mu's awakening of the spiritual embryo had exceeded his expectations, he still found it daunting to expect Qin Mu to reach a level capable of contending with the finest sword masters of the Heavenly Demon Sect in such a brief period. Granny C had thrust this task upon him, and he could not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief said, Muer, recite the Danshin formula you learned from Gulin Wan to me. Qin Mu promptly recited the formula, and the village chief nodded in approval, saying, the gathering of swordsmanship experts convened by National Master Yankang has indeed yielded some results. The Danshin formula's sword control technique possesses unique secrets. The young ancestor opposite him also praised, National Master Yankang is truly a genius. The village chief continued, how did Gulin Wan explain the Danshin formula to you? Tell me. Qin Mu recounted Gu Li and Apos, Wan and Apos' explanation, and after a moment of contemplation, the village chief smiled. Gu Li and Apos, Wan is withholding knowledge. He pointed out the errors, and Qin Mu immediately tried the modifications. As he used his vital energy to control the sword, he found it much easier and faster to wield, feeling a deep admiration. The young ancestor's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Gulin Wan did not withhold knowledge. Rather, his comprehension is limited, far inferior to yours. You grasped the complexities of the Danshin formula in a single hearing, while he has spent his life practicing, yet still makes mistakes. Brother Dao is commendable. The village chief remarked, observing Qin Mu with an unhurried demeanor, I will not teach you swordsmanship. I will merely teach you the simplest action, thrust. Thrust? Qin Mu was taken aback. Thrusting seemed simple enough. Using vital energy to control the sword and thrusting forward. What was there to teach? Using a sword to thrust is not as simple as you imagine, though you lack proficiency in swordsmanship. Mastering the singular thrust can render you unparalleled among the esteemed swordsmen of the Lingtai realm. The village chief advised, utilize an ordinary sword and wield it with your energy to pierce through the pillar of the butcher's shop. Qin Mu channeled the essence of the Danshin technique, summoning a sword from the sheath upon his back with a thick tendril of vital energy, and aimed it at the pillar within the village's butcher shop. With a sharp puncture, Qin Mu pierced through the pillar, the sword's tip emerging from the other side, before he glanced back at the village chief. The chief's expression was stiff, and after a brief cough, he suggested, now, try piercing this stone. Qin Mu, with a swift motion of his vital energy, extracted the sword from the pillar and, with a resounding clang, drove the blade through a boulder before the chief. Once more, the young lad turned back, gazing innocently at the chief, whose demeanor remained rigid. The youthful patriarch, both astonished and amused, struggled to suppress his laughter, mindful of propriety. I had forgotten, he mused. This lad possesses an extraordinarily profound mastery of vital energy. His swordsmanship may be lacking, yet his energy is formidable. The augmentation of his vital energy multiplies his might. The village chief, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed again to mask his discomfort. Now, attempt to pierce your butcher and Appo's knife. A crisp sound echoed, but this time, Qin Mu was unable to breach the blade. Relieved that the knife remained unscathed, the chief thought, otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to instruct him. He gently encouraged, what did you feel as you executed that thrust? Qin Mu pondered deeply, his eyes suddenly brightening. I sensed that my vital energy was insufficiently robust. While wielding the sword with my energy, the tip encountered slight resistance, and my energy faltered, akin to wielding tremendous strength with mere strands of hair. The tendrils of vital energy are too pliant to bear the full weight of my power. Chapter 56. The stab. The young master of the village wore a peculiar expression as he regarded the robust strands of vitality emanating from Qin Mu's arm. Could such thick strands of vitality truly exist? Was there such formidable power contained within them? Moreover, what did it mean to say that his own vitality was not strong enough? He had never encountered anyone at the spirit fetus realm possessing such a profound mastery of vitality. This young boy from the decrepit village pierced through a wooden pillar as thick as a water barrel with a single stroke, and with another, he penetrated a stone 2 feet thick. The might concealed within those strands of vitality had surpassed that of countless sword cultivators at the spirit fetus level. The village chief smiled slightly, offering guidance to Qin Mu. That is correct. You have yet to grasp the most fundamental movement in swordsmanship, the stab. What if you could concentrate all your strength into this single action? What if you could unleash all your might? Qin Mu found it hard to believe and shook his head. Using vitality to control the sword merely means wielding it with these soft strands of vitality. How could one possibly express all their strength? It is achievable, the village chief replied nonchalantly. You must perceive the sword as an extension of your own being, akin to your hand. Now, raise your hand and envision that you are grasping a sword. Your index and middle fingers should rest upon the blade, and as you thrust your hand forward, the sword shall follow suit. An extension of my own body. Qin Mu was perplexed. He wrapped the thick strands of vitality around the treasured sword once more, his right hand forming a loose grip, with his thumb pressing against his ring and little fingers, while his index and middle fingers extended as if resting upon the blade. As Qin Mu thrust forward, he heard a sharp hiss. The strands of vitality propelled the sword ahead, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. He was astonished and elated. Previously, when he wielded the sword with his vitality, the power contained within it barely amounted to 1/10 of his own strength. But now, he sensed that the power within the sword had doubled. The young master of the village chuckled. This is known as the sword grasping technique, the foundational stance of swordsmanship. You have not even employed the technique yet, and you have already pierced through stone. It seems your vitality is even more robust than mine was in my youth. The village chief shook his head. However, this alone is insufficient. Relying solely on the sword-grasping technique will not allow you to surpass those who have immersed themselves in the sword arts for decades. Moore, let your vitality surge forth from your palm and try again. Heeding the advice, Qin Mu wrapped the strands of vitality around the sword in his palm, channeling vitality once more and thrusting forward again with his fingers. Whoosh! As he thrust, a whirlwind erupted, the sword howling within the tempest, producing an ear-piercing sound. The young master of the village's eyes twitched. He immediately sensed that Qin Mu's latest thrust possessed approximately 10% more power than the previous one. The frail elder had imparted only a couple of pointers, yet they had led to such tremendous improvement. It was truly awe-inspiring. The village chief exclaimed, the strands of vitality are not merely wrapped around the sword. They must be rooted within it. The sword is a part of your body, just as your vitality is part of you. They are both extensions of your being. Try once more. As Qin Mu's vitality fused with the sword, he felt as though he had acquired an additional hand. With this thrust, he sensed his strength surging forth like a deluge finding its outlet. Gathering 70 to 80% of his power within the sword, aimed towards the village. As the wind howled within the village, the wooden stake where the butcher often stood suddenly splintered into two with a loud crack. Qin Mu stood in stunned silence. His sword had not even touched the stake. It was the force of the sword's wind that had severed it. The young master of the village praised. This frail elder has elicited astonishing potential from Qin Mu with just a few words, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in swordsmanship. Still not enough. The village chief insisted. You have yet to fully manifest your power. While your own strength is channeled into the sword, what of your spirit fetus? Where is the strength of your spirit fetus? The spirit fetus must also wield the sword. Thrust once more. Steeling himself, Qin Mu aligned his spirit fetus with his own movements. extending his fingers forward to thrust. Not good enough. Where's the Dan Heart technique? The Dan Heart technique is not merely about cultivating your Dan Heart. It requires you to implant your Dan Heart within the sword. Plant the sword for me. Still not enough? Again. Planting the sword is the crux of the Dan Heart technique. Your legs connect to the earth, the source of your strength. Utilize the leg technique taught to you by the cripple to draw strength from the ground. And your eyes? Where is the heavenly eye taught to you by the blind? Let your sword have vision too. You have learned the fist from Master Ma, your muscles like a dragon, having seen the true dragon. Why does your sword lack the grandeur of the dragon, the unstoppable force of Master Ma's fist? Qin Mu repeated the thrusts, while the village chief raised his expectations. First, he required him to mobilize his own strength, then to channel the power of his vitality, followed by the strength of his spirit fetus, and finally to integrate the leg technique of the cripple and the fist technique of Master Ma into his swordplay. The challenges grew increasingly arduous. In a brief moment, he had thrust countless times, yet the village chief remained unsatisfied, urging him to continue practicing. Madame C and the cripple, among others, observed Qin Mu's sword practice, astonished. They beheld him wielding the sword with vitality. Each thrust produced a sharp, urgent whistle, followed by a tempest that swept through the village, causing the flags of the blacksmith shop, herbal garden, and butcher's shop to flutter wildly. With each thrust, sword marks scarred the ground. The aftermath of the sword wind grazing the earth. Madame C could hardly believe her eyes, murmuring, in such a short time. The village chief has transformed Mu'er into a master of swordsmanship. It seems almost too. The village chief shook his head. I have not taught him any sword techniques. I merely assisted him in consolidating his power, integrating what you all have taught him. He has only just begun to comprehend the act of thrusting. There lies a considerable distance before he truly masters it. The foundational movements of swordsmanship include cutting, sweeping, hooking, clouding, dotting, bursting, intercepting, and clipping, among others. Only after he has perfected these foundational movements can he be considered to have entered the realm of swordplay. Mu'er thrust once more with the butcher's knife. As his words fell, Qin Mu tossed the butcher's knife into the air, wielding his vitality to execute a lightning-fast thrust. Clang! The blade of the sword met the butcher's knife, piercing through the cold iron, the sword tip protruding from the back of the knife. Both the butcher's knife and the sword fell to the ground, and Qin Mu stood in astonishment, approaching to examine it. Utterly surprised by the significant progress he had made in such a brief time. The foundational movement of swordsmanship, the thrust, possessed such formidable power. The village chief felt a tremor in his heart. Qin Mu's rapid mastery of the thrust technique was beyond his expectations. Mu'er, you may now go to meet the master of the sword hall. Hold on. The young master of the village quickly raised his hand, summoning a stick from the woods. He pointed a finger at the stick, carving it into a 3-foot-long wooden sword in the blink of an eye, handing it to Qin Mu. Take this sword to meet him. Do not use a real sword. Qin Mu accepted the wooden sword, glancing at Madame C. She replied, the master of the sword hall has sealed his other divine abodes, retaining only the spirit fetus abode. He is currently at the spirit fetus level. If you wield a real sword, you might accidentally kill him. Go. After pondering, Qin Mu removed the sword pouch and left the treasured sword at the village entrance. Carrying the wooden sword as he made his way to the wooden hall of the neighboring village to meet the master of the sword hall. The master of the sword hall remained half-kneeling, half-seated, hand resting on the sword case. His gaze sharp as a blade. Have you returned from learning the world's #1 sword technique? Use the technique you learned to attack me. I wish to see who dares to boast so brazenly, claiming to be the best. Qin Mu shook his head. I did not learn any sword technique. The village chief taught me only a single movement. The master of the sword hall frowned, coldly responding, I will give you time. Go learn. Return only after you have mastered a sword move. Qin Mu hesitated. The ancestor of your Heavenly Demon Sect instructed me to meet you with a wooden sword, not a real sword, fearing I might accidentally kill you. Absurd. The master of the sword hall erupted with an overwhelming aura, permeating the air with a fierce and brutal essence, intermingled with the resonant clang of metal meeting metal, as if countless sharp blades were clashing in a tumultuous dance. This was the scent of iron mingled with blood, a pungent amalgamation that could only be born from the slaughter of countless beings. The clasp of his sword case unlatched on its own, the long box opened, and the swords within sang with a melodious chime, joyously leaping forth from their confines. He shared a profound connection with the swords, In his joy, they rejoiced. In his fury, they seethed. And when he yearned to soar, they would carry him aloft. When he desired to vanquish, they would execute his will. He was the master of the sword hall, an aficionado of the blade. At this moment, his intent was clear. He sought to slay. The swords from the case surged forth, and in an instant, the room was awash with a radiant cascade of sword light. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu commanded the sword with his spirit, forming the sword technique, and thrust forward. The brilliance of the swords erupted from their case, only to be met with a delicate chime as they shattered into fragments. With a resounding crash, the towering figure of the sword hall master broke through the wall behind him, hurtling backward like a flash of lightning. Before crashing violently into the wooden structure across the way, a wooden sword embedded in his chest. Qin Mu was taken aback, hastily retracting the wooden sword, glancing over anxiously. To his relief, the tip was merely stained with blood, having not pierced the master through, allowing him to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, on the wooden structure, the sword hall master slowly slid down, his descent quickening until he landed heavily on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if still lost in a daze. "Are you all right?" Qin Mu waved at him. The sword hall master numbly shook his head. Though his body bore no severe injuries, his spirit had suffered a profound blow. Chapter 57. The courtesan Qin Mu withdrew his head and walked towards the next room, where a captivating woman was gazing at the master of the sword hall below. Upon hearing Qin Mu's footsteps, she quickly turned around, exhaling a fragrant breath, and softly remarked, "Young master, your swordsmanship is extraordinary. You have even managed to injure the sword fanatic of the hall, which I admire greatly. My constitution is frail, unlike the sword fanatic. I implore you to show me some mercy." Qin Mu blinked and replied, "Sister, I am merely 11 years old, and I will only turn 12 this autumn. I do not comprehend your words." The woman's expression stiffened momentarily before she burst into laughter. "I mistook you for the vile men outside, intending to ensnare you. But I forgot you are still young and unaware of the matters between men and women. I am the courtesan leader of the sacred sect, accustomed to the pleasures of life. I initially intended to use my charms to embarrass you. However, given your youth, I must say I am impressed that you can defeat so many masters. In this room, let us not compare swordplay or martial arts. Instead, let us compare our agility." She produced a box of rouge and gently opened it, releasing an enchanting fragrance. "This is my favorite blush," she said with a smile. "Let us stain our fingers with the rouge, and then compete in this room. We may only apply it to each other's faces, and whoever has the most marks loses. What do you say?" Qin Mu nodded and smiled sweetly. "All right, sister, you must let me win." Such sweet words. The courtesan leader's heart swelled with delight. She tinted her delicate fingers with the rouge and handed the box to Qin Mu, who followed suit. Suddenly, the courtesan leader moved like a serpent, her energy transforming into a snake's tail that swiftly coiled around Qin Mu's legs. He paused, recalling a similar technique he had encountered in the arena of his grandmother's temple, where he had faced a girl who employed this very maneuver. She had used her energy to form a great serpent that ensnared him, dancing upon him until he managed to defeat her with the thousand-handed Buddha technique. Was that girl perhaps a disciple of this courtesan leader? With a forceful thrust, Qin Mu broke free from her grasp before she could fully ensnare him. The woman chuckled lightly and unexpectedly darted up the wall, her snake-like tail coiling around the beam, launching an intricate attack towards Qin Mu. Her arms twisted and bent with a serpentine grace, her 10 fingers resembling agile snakes, and oddly, her fingers could elongate and shorten at will. Then, to Qin Mu's astonishment, her entire body seemed to stretch and slenderize, becoming as supple as a ribbon. Hanging from the ceiling like a female python, Qin Mu shifted his stance, gliding across the floor like a dragon or a serpent, while the courtesan leader maneuvered effortlessly above him, attacking from various angles. Suddenly, Qin Mu unleashed his energy, a blue dragon coiling around him. As he unleashed his technique, he ascended the walls and ceiling with incredible speed, transitioning from defense to offense, employing the thousand-handed Buddha technique against the courtesan leader with fervor. In the confined space, the two moved like shadows, weaving in and out, defying the boundaries of the room as if a dragon and a serpent were engaged in a deadly dance. Abruptly, Qin Mu and Appo's hand brushed against the courtesan leader and Appo's face, leaving 4 distinct marks of rouge. She became flustered, and in a moment of distraction, Qin Mu unleashed a thunderous blast from his palm, sending her reeling, dazed and disoriented. By the time she regained her senses, her face was entirely covered in rouge. No more, no more. The courtesan leader slid down from the ceiling, waving her hands in surrender. I concede. You've ruined my makeup. Your agility is too peculiar. I cannot keep up with you. Qin Mu descended as well, chuckling. Sister, you are too gracious. The courtesan leader, charmed by the young boy's rosy cheeks, impulsively planted a kiss on his cheek and laughed. Let me leave my mark as well. It won't be such a terrible defeat for me. Qin Mu's face flushed, his heart racing as he stumbled out of the room. The courtesan leader giggled. Had I known this would defeat you, I would have kissed you long ago. If you ever find yourself in trouble, seek out any courtesan and mention my name, Fu Qingyun, and you shall find me. Standing momentarily at the door of the next room, Qin Mu regained his composure, wiping the lipstick mark from his face before entering. He mused. No wonder the blind grandfather said that women are transformed from spirits. That kiss nearly stole my heart. Inside the next room was a fierce-looking woman, more formidable than a butcher, wielding a cleaver and sharpening it with a menacing glare, a bone pick lodged in her mouth. As Qin Mu stepped in, she charged at him without a word, her blades slicing through the air, creating a tempest in the small room. Each strike was merciless and lethal, aimed to disembowel. Qin Mu hurriedly unsheathed his own weapon to parry, the clashing of their blades resonating like jewels cascading onto a jade plate. They separated, each turning to face the other. The woman, spinning her two knives, revealed a gleam of excitement in her eyes, exclaiming, Your swordplay is impressive. Qin Mu adjusted his grip on the cleaver, mirroring her stance, and cautiously replied, Sister, with both of us wielding knives in reverse grip, our next move could be fatal. Blades are merciless. Let us instead use our hands as knives and display restraint. The woman tossed her cleaver aside, embedding it into the wall, and laughed. Indeed, using a blade means I must kill you, and if I do, the sect leader's wife would surely be furious and have me executed. Let us fight barehanded. Qin Mu's energy swirled, retrieving his cleaver into its sheath. He summoned two fiery blades, flames dancing around them. The woman's palms shimmered with the razor-sharp energy of the white tiger, her hands slicing through the air with a hissing sound as she lunged at him. Young master, your fiery blades will falter against my white tiger energy. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled, and flames cascaded down his arms, extending like knives. The third technique of the butcher's cleaver style, he thought, drawing forth his weapon. They pressed so closely together that their bodies were nearly intertwined, their movements fluid and instinctual, responding to each other's force without the need for sight. It was a deadly dance of close combat, each maneuver executed with precision and speed. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, where even those skilled in magic or divine techniques would meet their demise if caught in such proximity. Qin Mu's muscles quivered, 640 fibers beneath his skin firing with explosive energy, providing him with unparalleled power. In a fleeting moment, both he and the woman were drenched in sweat, the intensity of their battle exhausting them. The effort of coordinating their intricate movements and anticipating each other's strikes felt as taxing as a prolonged fight. Suddenly, Qin Mu thrust his palm into an opening in the woman's defenses, bending low to slice through her greasy apron, leaving it in tatters. She staggered back, dissipating her white tiger energy and discarding the remnants of her apron with a hearty laugh. I concede. You have bested me. Your technique is commendable. If you cannot finish all 360 rooms, consider joining me in butchering pigs. It can sustain a living. Qin Mu found himself rather fond of the hefty woman and replied with a smile. I also possess alchemical skills. I need not resort to butchery alone, as I could also become a healer. The woman spat out the bone pick, scoffing. A healer? If you accidentally cause someone's demise, the grieving family will leave you destitute. Butchering is far more reliable. Join me, and I promise you will eat and drink well. Qin Mu felt overwhelmed and hurriedly made his exit, stammering. All right. I am still quite young. The female butcher raised her hand, retrieving two pig-killing knives from the wall. She called to him earnestly, saying, When you return, please tell the lady of the sect that I, Bai Yao, hold her in great affection and often think of her well-being. Qin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Yao descended the stairs and entered the courtyard. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Looking up, she witnessed one side of the wooden building explode, and the master of the snake catching Hall plummeted headfirst, his head striking the ground, becoming embedded in the earth, while the stone slabs of the courtyard shattered upon impact. Bai Yao hurried forward, about to pull the master of the snake, catching Hall from the ground when, with another resounding crash, a figure danced wildly from the broken wall, slamming against the opposite side. Bang! Another thunderous sound rang out as the master of the divination Hall burst through the wall. Before he could touch the ground, an eerie chant echoed from within the building. Prajna, Prajna, Samaya? A violent tremor followed, and the master of the merchant hall was propelled out next. Bai Yao successfully extracted the master of the snake, catching Hall, and gazed upward, murmuring, "It seems young Master Mu has completed his warm-up and is now getting serious." Chapter 58. The young master. The courtyard grew increasingly crowded with peculiar figures from various walks of life, all gazing upward in anticipation. The first wooden building had become riddled with holes and in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the master of the top floor was struck down, causing the wooden structure to collapse with a thunderous roar. Amidst the flying debris, Qin Mu, embodying the Azure Dragon, propelled the shattered wood towards himself as he advanced toward the second building. Bang! 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 The second building trembled incessantly, as though a colossal beast were battering its walls. Its fate was no better than that of the first. The walls erupted, sending figures hurtling away. Qin Mu's pace quickened, evidently absorbing combat experience and sharpening his martial awareness. Whether wielding a sword, employing fists and feet, or utilizing various weapon techniques, he vanquished the masters guarding each room. With a resounding crash, the second wooden building crumbled, sending dust and debris into the air. Qin Mu then directed his steps toward the third edifice. As night fell, the village of the Heavenly Demon Sect was illuminated by oil-filled stone basins set ablaze, casting a brightness akin to day within the village. While the outside world remained cloaked in darkness, the light from the village met the encroaching shadows, creating a stark contrast between the two realms. In the midst of the flames stood over 300 masters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, all gazing upward at the last wooden building. The village had constructed 9 wooden buildings, each housing 40 masters guarding 40 rooms. Now, Qin Mu had reached the 9th building, poised to ascend to its pinnacle. "Has young Master Mu been fighting for an entire day and night without rest?" murmured the brothel master, noting his relentless engagement since morning with only brief interludes for meals. The Wind Master nodded, observing, "Dawn approaches, and he is about to reach the top floor of the 9th building. His vitality and energy seem inexhaustible, as if he has endured no depletion at all. His stamina is astonishing. However, the individuals on the top floor will not be easily overcome. The 4 individuals on the highest floor are the stalwarts among the 360 masters: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. These 4 halls, corresponding to the 4 great elemental spirits, are led by exceptionally gifted individuals chosen through rigorous selection. The 4 halls represent the pinnacle of martial prowess within the sect, while other halls specialize in various traits, leaving combat solely to these 4. Throughout the history of the Heavenly Demon Sect, most of the guardians were drawn from these 4 halls, with several sect leaders emerging from their ranks as well. Qin Mu now entered the chamber of the White Tiger Master, known for her sharp and unyielding energy. Years ago, the sect leader, Li Tianqing, met a tragic end on his wedding night. Following the disappearance of his wife with the sect's sacred tome, the 4 hall masters were groomed as potential successors, personally instructed by the sect's founder, with the hope that they would mature to the point of managing the sect. While they were not expected to expand the sect, they were to ensure it would not fall to the Kingdom of Yankang. Though the 4 masters did not fully meet the founder's expectations, their abilities had progressed remarkably. At this moment, the White Tiger Master, despite sealing her other divine reserves and only unsealing her spirit womb, remained an unprecedented opponent for Qin Mu. This adept woman had refined her energy into incredibly resilient strands, but she had not mastered the technique of wielding her energy as a sword. Her energy strands were her blades. Almost invisible, as Qin Mu stepped into the room, strands of energy emanated from her fingertips, weaving throughout the chamber, making it nearly impossible for Qin Mu to navigate. Her body moved with the grace of a spirit in the vast wilderness, fluid and agile, as she deftly maneuvered through the room, unleashing energy blades that extended like agile, flexible swords aimed at Qin Mu with lethal intent. This woman moved with feline grace, her presence a blur as she traversed the confined space effortlessly, utilizing both walls and ceiling to her advantage. The battle was grueling. Qin Mu wielded his cleaver to sever the barely perceptible energy strands, yet each proved to be remarkably resilient, resisting his attempts to cut through. The White Tiger Master, ever cunning, laid down strand after strand, leaving Qin Mu perpetually on the defensive. She danced through the room with ease, employing both hands and feet, standing upon her own energy strands as if they were solid ground, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Her energy was her sword, and her soft blades were capable of bending into any angle, twisting into complex forms. Her swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Wounded repeatedly, Qin Mu found himself contending not only with the energy strands but also with her energy blades. The techniques he had learned from Master Ma and the lame man proved ineffective against her relentless onslaught. Ultimately, he thrust his wooden sword, which, despite being cleaved in two by the White Tiger Master's energy strands, still managed to pierce her chest, pinning her against the wall, causing it to shatter as she was sent flying from the building. Qin Mu raised his cleaver and severed the energy strands in the room, retrieving healing salves to tend to his wounds. He sat down to regulate his breathing, consuming the provisions provided in the chamber, and once his pain subsided and his stamina partially restored, he broke a few wooden planks, fashioning them into wooden swords, securing them on his back before rising to proceed to the next room. With 360 rooms in total, he had conquered 357, leaving only 3 remaining. His stamina and willpower had reached their limits. His mind buzzed with noise as if 1,000 voices clamored within. He had never felt such exhaustion, yearning to lie down and sleep, even his spirit womb lacking its usual vigor, feeling lethargic. Now, he fought not from willpower, but through mechanical instinct, relying on reflexes to continue the battle. A singular conviction resided within him. He could not allow anyone to take away his beloved Granny C, who had nurtured him. His parents had given him life, but it was Granny C who had saved him and raised him with unwavering devotion. She was his true mother, his closest kin. As he approached the next room, the Azure Dragon Master observed Qin Mu's approach with a furrowed brow. "Young Master Mu, your condition appears somewhat off. There is no need to rush. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Before he could finish, Qin Mu raised his hand and thrust his sword, striking the Azure Dragon Master in the chest and sending him flying. Qin Mu turned, his movements mechanical as he trudged toward the next room. Bang! The wooden wall of that chamber exploded as the Black Tortoise Master raised his shield to block Qin Mu's wooden sword, yet failed to withstand the terrifying force contained within. Being sent sprawling, Qin Mu slowly exited the room, his steps heavy as he moved toward the next chamber. "Young Master Mu, I can wait for you to rest." Bang! Qin Mu struck again, sending the Vermilion Bird Master reeling. Was it over? Qin Mu paused, suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, hearing the clucking of the village's hen, a sound that resonated after it laid an egg. Yet the youth was utterly exhausted, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber, during which his spirit womb voraciously absorbed the golden light from his divine reserves, subsequently falling into silence. Qin Mu remained in slumber for an indeterminate duration, awakening groggily to the sight of the village chief and the apothecary, their voices echoing from afar, as if emanating from a distant place. There are no significant issues, merely exhaustion. And then he drifted back into a deep sleep. He awoke several times, sometimes catching glimpses of Granny C, other times the young ancestral master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with numerous faces flitting around him. He yearned to speak, but lacked the energy, succumbing to slumber once more. When Qin Mu finally awakened again, he felt every muscle ache, yet his spirit was revitalized, and the wounds on his body had begun to scab and heal, suggesting the apothecary had attended to him and reapplied the healing salves. He sat up, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself in the very room where he had vanquished the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. My spiritual embryo has once again succumbed to slumber. Qin Mu inspected himself, and, aside from the dormant state of his spiritual embryo, found no significant injuries. Gritting his teeth against the aches that coursed through his body, he rose and, leaning on the staircase, began his slow descent. With every movement, he felt as though his muscles were being torn apart. At long last, after much effort, he reached the first floor, stepped out of the wooden building, and lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback. The village of Heavenly Demon was teeming with people, most of whom bore familiar faces. He recognized the masters from the 360 halls, all present amidst the crowd. Alongside these familiar figures were some unknown ones, towering warriors of great stature and venerable elders with snow-white hair, along with the solemn guardians flanking them. The 4 great kings of the sect and the 8 inspectors. They sat or stood in silent anticipation, not uttering a single sound. As Qin Mu emerged from the wooden structure, one by one, they rose to their feet, their collective gaze fixated upon him, their expressions grave. The young ancestral master of the demon sect stood at the village entrance, accompanied by the village chief, the herbalist, and Master Ma, with Granny C also present. Her eyes resting on Qin Mu, her expression somewhat intricate. Suddenly, four elders bowed deeply, their voices booming and resonant. The four great kings of the holy sect pay their respects to the young sect master. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. When several voices harmoniously echoed, the left and right guardians of the holy sect pay their respects to the young sect master. The 8 inspectors of the holy sect pay their respects to the young sect master. The 12 elders of the holy sect pay their respects to the young sect master. Then, an even louder chorus erupted. The voices of the 360 hall masters rang out in unison. The 360 hall masters of the holy sect pay their respects to the young sect master. Having never encountered such a scene, Qin Mu felt a surge of panic, casting a pleading glance towards the village chief and Granny C, but they remained at a distance, merely observing. The cowherd from the village of Canglao steadied himself, exuding an air of composure, and slowly raised his hands, speaking with measured calm. You may rise. Thank you. Young Sect Master. Chapter 59. The Third Awakening at the entrance of the village of Canglao, the village chief, Master Ma, the deaf man, and the blind man gazed in awe at the grand ceremony taking place in the neighboring village, their hearts stirred with emotion. Who would have imagined that the renowned Heavenly Demon Sect, the foremost demonic cult, would welcome their future leader in this remote and impoverished land? A young leader who had yet to turn 12? Witnessing this event felt akin to observing a legendary tale unfold. Even the bright sunlight took on an otherworldly quality. Suddenly, Granny C burst into tears, choked with emotion. He will leave us. This is a good thing, Granny, the herbalist said gently, smiling. Every fledgling must eventually spread its wings, to explore the vastness beyond, to brave the storms, and to leave home to witness the world's perils. We cannot expect him to remain by our side forever, the blind man, with a calm demeanor, remarked. The legend begins the moment he takes his first step beyond the village. The mute man smiled, gesturing animatedly, and the deaf man laughed, saying, You speak the truth. The future of Mu'er will surely be far more vibrant than ours. On the banks of the rushing river, splendid and luxurious boats docked, and many villagers from Qin Mu village began to depart. Some leaped into the void, while others boarded the grand vessels, transformed into mystical beasts that vanished into the forests, or dissipated into flames, some even slipping beneath the water's surface. Each possessed unique abilities that dazzled Qin Mu. Though he surpassed them in the realm of spiritual cultivation, he lacked their peculiar skills. Farewell, young leader. A woman waved at him, then fell backward into the river, transforming into a splash that flowed downstream. Qin Mu waved back, uncertain whether they were good or evil, only aware that he had become their young leader. He mused that he would likely encounter them again upon leaving the great market. For 40 years, our sacred sect has infiltrated the great market in search of the whereabouts of the sect leader's wife, and now our mission is finally fulfilled. Dao brother. Sect leader's wife. You must know that our sect has remained dormant for 40 years, lacking a leader to stabilize our presence. And now we stand on the brink of peril. The young patriarch also rose to take his leave, addressing the village chief, Granny C, and others. Choosing a young leader now is merely a temporary measure to stabilize morale, but this cannot last long. The national master of Yankang has his eyes on our sect, seeking to subjugate us for his own purposes. While I am still here, I can delay this for a few years. Therefore, when the young leader comes of age, he must step out of the great market and officially assume leadership of our sect. The village chief glanced at Granny C, who nodded and said, Rest assured, patriarch. I have slain one sect leader. I shall return to you another. He will assume power upon reaching maturity, just as you desire. The young patriarch summoned the law elder, bowed to the assembly, and turned to leave. The elder and the youth, clad in simple garments and straw sandals, strode gracefully toward the river. The blind man leaned on his bamboo staff, breaking into song, his resonant voice echoing across the banks of the rushing river. A raincoat and a hat, a small boat, a yard of silk line, a tiny hook, a song and a cup of wine. One man fishing alone in the autumn river. Master of the demonic sect. We have aged. I wonder if we shall meet again. Farewell. In the river's heart, the young patriarch paused and turned back to wave at the crowd. Farewell, everyone. Haha. he sang loudly. 800 old men idly worry, content to rest in this life. After death, to soar to the skies, clouds rise high while waters flow freely. The blind man praised. Truly, the master of the demonic sect is unconcerned with life and death, feeling fulfilled in this life, and after death, will smile down from the heavens at the world's changes. The village chief remarked leisurely, such is the great master. Blind man, you are not far from attaining such a state of mind. Still jesting, the deaf man laughed. The blind man merely rambles poetry, nonsense that neither resonates with emotion nor fits the occasion. Yet, the master of the demonic sect's poetry evokes both sentiment and scene, and is not lacking in grandeur. The blind man retorted, you know nothing of poetry, only the mundane. Laughter erupted among them. Qin Mu too smiled, observing these optimistic souls, though they bore various disabilities. Their spirits remained remarkably strong and whole. My kin. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power emanating from his brow. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he quickly delved into his spiritual womb, taken aback. My spiritual womb has awakened once more. His spiritual womb had awakened thrice before. First, merging with his consciousness. Second, during a period of silence after intense trials. And now, after enduring 360 trials, it absorbed the golden light from his spiritual sanctuary, descending into silence once more. Yet this time, the duration of silence was particularly prolonged until now, when it finally awakened. What transformation would this awakening bring? Another awakening? The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar as Qin Mu shared the news of his third awakening. The village chief, herbalist, and Master Ma exchanged bewildered glances. Why did his spiritual womb awaken repeatedly, while others required only one awakening? Could the four great spiritual bodies also experience 3 awakenings? Qin Mu inquired. The crowd looked at each other, shaking their heads, then turned in unison to gaze at the village chief. The village chief felt a headache coming on, troubled by the implications of Qin Mu and Apos' repeated awakenings. It is the dominant body, he coughed, attributing his confusion to that. You are simply too inexperienced. What is the name of the dominant body's technique? The 3 pillars of the dominant body. What do the 3 pillars signify? The first awakening is the first pillar. The second awakening is the second pillar, and the third awakening is the third pillar. Now that Mu'er has awakened thrice, it indicates some achievement in the 3 pillars of the dominant body. Mu'er, do not become arrogant. Qin Mu nodded earnestly, I will not be proud. The herbalist, half smirking, remarked. What if Mu'er awakens a 4th time? Would that be the 4th pillar? The village chief, flustered and angry, felt the urge to pounce on him, wishing to stab him twice in the ribs. Yet, the herbalist's words rang with a hint of truth. What if this boy truly achieved a 4th awakening? How would he explain that? Clearing his throat, the village chief shifted the topic. Mu'er, what differences do you perceive with your 3rd awakening? Qin Mu contemplated his spiritual womb, noticing little difference from before, save for the golden sea within his spiritual sanctuary, which had now grown considerably thinner. The golden sea, once abundant, now seemed to lack the capacity for spontaneous generation. As his spiritual womb absorbed some, it diminished accordingly. As Qin Mu summoned his vital energy, his spiritual womb synchronized with it. At times, it coiled like a green dragon. Other times, it stood upon the back of a black tortoise draped in a great serpent, or sprouted wings. His vital energy flowed in accordance with his intent, no longer needing to observe water, fire, or dragons. Upon sharing this with the crowd, the village chief and others exchanged glances, puzzled by the nature of this transformation. This is a good fortune, the village chief exhaled. The dominant body's spiritual womb awakening thrice allows for seamless switching of attributes, enabling one to unleash a variety of powerful techniques in battle. This is the marvel of the 3 pillars of the dominant body. The assembly nodded in agreement. The herbalist prepared to speak, but was silenced by a glare from the village chief, forcing him to swallow his words, internally musing. When Mu'er awakens for the 4th time, I wonder how you will explain that. As the sounds of breathing filled the air, a voice echoed from the humble cottage beneath the waterfall of Ziyun Valley. Peering through the window, one could see a youth of 14 or 15 years, holding a scroll in one hand, pacing within the room, while a snow-white fox, Fengqing, gazed at him intently. This youth was none other than Qin Mu, and the white fox was Fox Spirit Air, the great demon of Ziyun Valley. Not long after, the breath of the fox spirit, Linger, gradually elongated, 2 streams of white mist billowing in and out beneath the delicate nostrils of the little fox. exhaling and inhaling in a rhythmic dance. With each breath, Linger's vital essence grew increasingly robust, attaining an extraordinary quality. It had been 2 years and 8 months since the visit from the Heavenly Demon Sect, and now, having just emerged from winter, nature was awakening once more. The season still bore the chill of early spring, with the river's surface not yet fully thawed, shards of ice drifting downstream. In the winding paths of the river below, ice frequently formed blockades, accumulating higher and higher, threatening to create a dam that would result in a catastrophic flood, sweeping away countless lives and creatures downstream. In recent days, the blind elder, Granny C, along with the lame and others, had traveled down the river in search of the dammed lake. Absent from the village, Qin Mu took the opportunity to seek out Linger, to share with her the teachings of ancient texts. Over the course of more than 2 years, his stature had nearly matched that of the blind elder. Yet he still fell short compared to the burly apothecary. Suddenly, a roar erupted from outside, shaking the mountains and forests. Qin Mu closed the scroll and placed it upon the shelf, while the white fox was roused from her slumber by the thunderous sound. Together, they ventured outside to witness a colossal beast charging towards their humble abode, measuring over 10 zhang in length. The creature was adorned with bony plates, thundering like a tempest. Its head resembling that of a dragon, its legs akin to an elephant, a creature of immense strength known as a dragon elephant, a hybrid born of dragon and elephant. Yet, atop this dragon elephant sat a pitch-black demonic ape, robust and imposing, wielding a 12-gold-ringed staff, surging towards the cottage with fierce intent. Linger leaped in front of Qin Mu, inhaling deeply, then exhaling forcefully. A tempest roared forth, hurtling towards the dragon elephant and the demonic ape. With a flick of her tail, the winds intensified, whirling into a tornado, lifting the dragon elephant and its rider into the sky. The demonic ape, in a mighty leap, sprang from the back of the dragon elephant, grasping the staff, which began to grow in size. With a thunderous roar, the ape plummeted from the air like a small mountain, driving the staff into the earth with tremendous force. The violent gusts erupted in all directions, shattering Ling and Appo's tornado spell. The demonic ape withdrew the staff and leaped with the grace of a bird, swinging the staff down towards Ling and Appo's. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Mu raised his hand to block the blow meant for her. At that moment, however, Linger sprang aside, opening her mouth to unleash a gust of wind that took the form of curved blades, 6 or 7 of them dancing and swirling. Not aimed at the demonic ape, but instead slashing towards Qin Mu. Chapter 60. As anticipated, Qin Mu seized the abandoned rogue staff, swinging the demonic ape and the staff together to smash the ground. With a rapid sequence of 6-finger flicks, he shattered Fox Spirit's Yuan Qi-formed scimitars. Roar! The dragon elephant, seizing the moment while Qin Mu was occupied, charged headfirst, sending him flying. As Qin Mu soared, the dragon elephant's trunk elongated, ensnaring him and slamming him headfirst into the earth. The dragon elephant, poised to repeat the attack, was met with a swift change in Qin Mu's leg movements. He kicked away the trunk and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the dragon elephant's face, sending the behemoth reeling. Little one down. The towering demonic ape, wreathed in azure dragon energy, slammed Qin Mu into the ground. With a roar, it raised its thick leg, ready to stomp. Crippled one's heaven-stealing leg technique, shattering Mount Sumeru. Qin Mu, pinned to the ground, swiftly rolled over, balancing on one leg, his body parallel to the earth. His other leg met the ape's descending foot. Though his execution was less refined, the power was equally devastating. The demonic ape grunted, stumbling backward. It grabbed the dragon elephant's tail, swinging the giant creature at Qin Mu. Simultaneously, Fox Spirit's tail stirred, summoning a whirlwind of scimitars that spun like wheels, hurtling toward Qin Mu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Qin Mu, sensing danger, evaded the combined assault and traced the sounds to a group of armored figures leaping through the forest toward the upper reaches of the surging river. Several of them noticed Qin Mu, pausing to observe. One man, glancing at Qin Mu, the ape, and the fox, remarked in surprise, "Hunters? Don't interfere, let's move quickly." Another hissed, "The ship is almost here. We must set up the formation before it arrives. Is it wise? If our presence is discovered, it could be detrimental. The great ruins are rife with reclusive experts. Let's not court trouble. His vessel is fast. Missing it would be a grave mistake." The figures vanished into the woods. Qin Mu, perplexed, murmured, "They don't seem to be from the great ruins." They're heading upstream, planning an ambush. That one even considered silencing us. Spirit, big guy. It seems the honest always suffer. The fox nodded in agreement, while the ape scoffed. Before Qin Mu could respond, the dragon elephant charged, sending him flying once more. The demonic ape, enraged, pinned the dragon elephant and unleashed a furious beating, snarling, "Rest, understand?" The dragon elephant wailed. Qin Mu, initially intending to join the fray, relented upon seeing the ape's brutal assault. The dragon elephant, a territorial beast from the neighboring valley, possessed immense strength. It often clashed with the ape, raiding its territory for prey. However, since Qin Mu's arrival and the ape's training, the dragon elephant had become outmatched. The ape frequently sought revenge, leading to the dragon elephant's eventual surrender and its role as the ape's mount. However, the dragon elephant was less astute than the ape and fox. Qin Mu, his eyes gleaming, leaped onto the waterfall, reaching the ridge overlooking the surging river. The river flowed with icy water and floating ice. Ordinarily, no ships would be present at this time. Yet, Qin Mu spotted a multi-storied ship approaching, breaking through the ice at an incredible speed. The ape, fox, and dragon elephant joined him. The ape offered pine needles to the fox, who declined. The ape insisted, "Eat strong." The fox demurred. The ape then offered the needles to the dragon elephant, who also refused. The ape, in a fit of pique, forced the dragon elephant to eat, earning its tearful compliance. The fox couldn't help but say, "Big guy, did you know? Dragon elephants are carnivores, not herbivores." The dragon elephant nodded, moved. The ape sneered, "Vegetables, strong. Me, vegetables, strong." The dragon elephant continued to eat the pine needles, tears streaming. As the ship drew closer, Qin Mu noticed armored soldiers and a young general beneath a canopy. Artists stood on the deck, each before a tall bronze mirror. Soldiers opened cages, releasing golden eagles. Activating his divine eyes of the sky, Qin Mu saw landscapes reflected in the mirrors, constantly changing. Suddenly, an eagle's cry drew his attention. He realized the mirrors reflected the eagle's perspective. What sorcery is this? The eagle's vision becomes the mirror's image. The artists are mapping the surging river. They release the eagles to observe the terrain, reflecting it in the mirrors for the artists to record. They can chart the river's course from downstream to upstream. Who are these people, and what do they intend to do with this map? Qin Mu blinked, puzzled. A soldier approached the general, kneeling and reporting, "General Qin, we are being observed from the shore." The general turned, his gaze piercing Qin Mu with blinding intensity. The fox and ape cried out, shielding their eyes. Only the dragon elephant remained oblivious, munching on pine needles. "Mere villagers," the general said, closing his eyes. "They cannot withstand my gaze. No threat." "Yes, General. 7 months ago, you seized the property of Minister of Rights Yan Zheng, who was highly regarded and often spoke for smaller sections. He was also a member of the Qin sword sect. The emperor ordered his execution, which you oversaw. I fear our journey may not be peaceful. Yan Zheng's loyalists may attempt to strike." General Qin scoffed. "The emperor ordered the seizure and execution. What is it to me?" Yan Zheng, a charlatan, dared to accuse the national preceptor of treason. He risked the emperor's trust for a sliver of reputation. Despicable. Who else should be killed? He rubbed his temples, sighed, and said, "The emperor has commanded me to confiscate his estate and oversee the executions. This is due to my status as a disciple of the national master, who personally elevated me. By assigning me to this task, the emperor aims to convey to the court and the populace his profound favor towards the national master, dissuading those treacherous ministers from their insidious ambitions. Alas, some individuals are unable to discern the political climate or grasp the emperor's intentions, leading them to their own demise." A soldier remarked, "However, this time we may face those who seek fame and notoriety, lying in wait to ambush us." General Qin waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I intend to draw out the remnants of the loyalists, seizing the opportunity to eradicate these rebellious traitors in one fell swoop." He rose and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the surging river, laden with floating ice, cascading downstream. Observing the towering cliffs and mountains on either side, he remarked, "The national master has tasked me with entering the great market to chart the geographical features of the surging river for the sake of our nation and Oppo's stability, with the ultimate aim of incorporating the great market into our realm. It is lamentable that these traitors fail to appreciate the national master's noble intentions and still contemplate my assassination. Jeopardizing the foundation of our Yankang state, are they not deserving of their fates?" At that moment, A young gentleman emerged from the cabin. He was not overweight, but his face bore a hint of baby fat, with a red mark in the center of his brow. Holding a folded fan, he chuckled. It is truly absurd that such individuals still uphold the titles of virtuous and loyal ministers. One cannot help but laugh and cry. Such so-called loyalists and virtuous souls would be better off extinct. General Qin promptly turned to greet him, saying, "Seventh young master." The seventh young master gazed up at the mountains, where the shadows of Qin Mu and the demon ape were cast upon the moving boat. "General Qin, I have heard that the natives in the great market are forsaken by the gods. Is this statement accurate?" he inquired. Chapter 61. The ice tide. This statement is both accurate and inaccurate. General Qin chuckled, remarking that the origins of the great ruins are shrouded in mystery. However, when our Yankang kingdom was established, we received a divine oracle stating that the great ruins is a forsaken land, destined to confine those abandoned by the gods. Should any forsaken individual attempt to leave, they are to be executed without question. It is said that similar oracles were received by other nations besides Yankang. Yet, it is not only the natives of the great ruins who inhabit this desolate area. There are also desperate, malevolent individuals who seek refuge within its borders. In my view, these people pose an even greater threat than the forsaken inhabitants of the great ruins. Young Master Qi inquired curiously. I witnessed merchant caravans entering and exiting the great ruins at the border. Why does our Yankang kingdom engage in trade with these forsaken people? Ah, you are unaware. General Qin replied. Despite its barren landscape, the great ruins are replete with abundant resources, treasures of nature beyond count. We merely need to offer insignificant items such as oil, salt, and vinegar in exchange for precious materials and rare animal pelts. Why would we not seize such an opportunity? General Qin continued. Over the years, trade between the border and the great ruins has yielded a fortune, bolstering our military strength, which far surpasses that of other nations. Young Master Qi expressed concern. What if forsaken individuals from the great ruins infiltrate our borders? Alongside the oracle, several treasures known as viewing mirrors were distributed and are now hung at the formidable passes leading to Yankang. Any forsaken individual from the great ruins will be revealed by these mirrors. The National Advisor speculates that these forsaken may possess a different lineage, though he found no discernible differences upon examination. General Qin chuckled. Each year, those formidable passes capture many who attempt to escape into our Yankang. Some are executed on site, while others are sent to the mines, where surviving for a year or two is considered fortunate. As the boat gradually sailed away, Qin Mu stood upon the cliff, admiring. That person is remarkably skilled, with keen eyesight. No wonder he achieved the rank of general at such a young age. He is mapping the geography of the Surge River. Does Yankang intend to wage war against the great ruins? He felt perplexed, for the great ruins were undeniably desolate and fraught with dangers. And with the onset of night, darkness would envelop the land. He held little hope for Yankang's military endeavors there. If their forces were insufficient, they would be no match for the monstrous beasts of the great ruins. If they were too numerous, where could they take refuge when night fell? The multitude of dangers rendered the great ruins nearly impossible to govern, even for Yankang. Should Yankang invade, it would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Suddenly, Qin Mu recalled something and urged, Giant, return to the central palace at once and destroy the map of the great ruins on the wall. The demon ape rose, seized the dragon elephant, let out a roar, and leaped onto its back, which immediately galloped away. Yankang had already commenced mapping the geography of the Surge River. Should they find the map within the central palace, it would greatly enhance their capabilities. Qin Mu's expression fluctuated, while it pained him to destroy the map. He had committed the geography of the great ruins to memory and would not forget it. Before long, the river's surface turned a faint red. Qin Mu paused, glancing upstream and noticing that the oncoming waters were even redder than those downstream. Young master, there are corpses in the river, Foxlinger exclaimed suddenly. Qin Mu also spotted the body but remained silent. He looked upstream, where more corpses floated toward him. Beneath the surface, large fish and river beasts thrashed about, creating splashes as they feasted on the remains, adding to the chaos. With his divine eye activated, Qin Mu discerned the face of a floating head, and his body trembled. These corpses belonged to those travelers who had passed through Tsuelong Valley earlier. The river surged with blood, deepening in hue, even staining the floating ice. It was evident that a mere 100 or so bodies could not account for such a vivid scene. The Surge River was vast, spanning over 10 miles, with turbulent waters. The blood of 100 individuals could not possibly redden its expanse. Qin Mu's expression froze as he beheld the tide of corpses flowing from upstream. Not merely a tide of corpses, but a gruesome amalgamation of over 1,000 bodies intertwined with chunks of floating ice, forming a macabre ice tide. These individuals had likely ambushed that formidable general, and their numbers were overwhelming, dispatched in waves to the upper reaches of the Surge River to set a trap, only to be annihilated by the general or the powerful beings aboard the vessel. The formation of an ice tide indicated that their deaths had occurred nearly simultaneously. They had perished in unison, slain by that general or the formidable beings on the ship. Qin Mu steadied himself. It was his first encounter with such a horrifying spectacle. More harrowing than the time in his youth when he accompanied Granny C to assist in childbirth and stumbled upon a massacre. Back then, he had been so terrified that his soul nearly departed his body, only to be pulled back by Granny C. Now, even as a martial artist, witnessing this scene still unsettled his spirit. So tragic. How powerful and ruthless the young general of Yankang is. If Yankang's iron cavalry were to descend upon the great ruins, what devastation would they wreak upon this untamed land? Qin Mu shook his head, dispelling his unease, and advised Fox Linger, for the next few days, refrain from going out to drink, and urge your sisters to remain cautious and stay indoors. Fox Linger nodded vigorously. Although she was a spirit, the scene before her had thoroughly frightened her. Spirit, return to find your sisters. I shall descend to investigate, lest these corpses accumulate and create a dam of 1,000 dead. After speaking, Qin Mu leaped down the cliff, racing towards the river's surface. The corpses piled upon the floating ice, drawing in more ice as they surged downstream. Qin Mu quickly caught up with the ice tide, witnessing it grow in size. Ice blocks collided, producing crackling sounds, while the bodies were crushed into dismembered limbs, adrift upon the ice. He traversed dozens of miles along the river, where the floating ice had formed into an ice mountain, laden with dismembered corpses, a gruesome sight. The ice tide and ice mountain became increasingly heavy and elevated, moving sluggishly, blocking the relentless flow of the river, causing the water level to rise ever higher. Qin Mu frowned. Currently, the Surge River flowed straight. But upon reaching the oasis where Wu Envy resided, the river would bend. Should the ice blocks be unable to pass, they would become trapped, forming a dammed lake. And the water would continue to accumulate, along with the ice, ultimately rising to a height of 100 feet. When the ice tide and mountain could no longer bear the weight, they would collapse, unleashing a deluge that would sweep away everything in its path, engulfing both man and beast alike. Many villages in the great ruins are situated along the riverbank for ease of access. If a flood were to strike, countless villages would suffer. Granny C and the others were still downstream, clearing the rivers. They likely remained unaware of the impending dammed lake forming here. With only the village chief left behind, unable to act, who could assist me in resolving the ice tide? Qin Mu pondered deeply as the ice tide rushed past the remnants of the old village, the ice blocks clashing and cracking ominously. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of addressing the ice tide. At the village entrance, the village chief, seemingly entranced, suddenly widened his eyes, observing Qin Mu and the ice tide sweeping past the village, shaking his head with a smile. This rascal is up to no good again. As the ice tide obstructed the river, the water was nearly at his feet. At that moment, energy surged from the chief's leg, transforming into 2 legs, which he used to step into the air and sit down, gazing at Qin Mu. These legs, formed from energy, appeared indistinguishable from real ones. Once his energy dissipated, they would vanish. Of course, I must seek out Wu Envy. On the river, Qin Mu's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace, leaping across the river's surface, scaling an ice mountain, then vaulting forward with all his might, leaving the ice tide behind in a furious dash. He raced forward, and soon arrived at the oasis in the river's heart, which resembled an island, crowned by a dilapidated temple housing the ancient demoness, Wu Envy. In just a few steps, Qin Mu ascended the oasis and dashed toward the crumbling temple, entering without hesitation. In the temple, a little girl with 3 braids was languidly swinging her feet, waiting for prey to arrive. Upon seeing Qin Mu burst in, the animosity was palpable, and she immediately leaped down from the Buddha's hand, retreating behind the statue. Her eyes fixed on Qin Mu with a fierce glare. I mean no harm, Wu girl. Qin Mu exclaimed swiftly, the ice tide is about to arrive. I need your assistance to shatter it. The little girl emerged from behind the statue, returning to the Buddha's hand with a lackluster demeanor, no interest. The ice tide comes every year, and with the Buddha's protection, it cannot reach me. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. I can sever your chains and free you. Her eyes sparkled momentarily before dulling again as she shook her head. If your elders were here, they might sever the chains, but you cannot. With determination, Qin Mu summoned his vitality, brandished the Shaobao sword from his back, and struck. A tremendous sound echoed as a deep fissure appeared in the chain binding the great Buddha. Strangely, the crack began to heal on its own. Undeterred, Qin Mu channeled his energy, swinging the sword again. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds resonated. And soon a chain was cleaved in two by Qin Mu's might. The Wu girl stared in awe, a mix of surprise and joy swelling within her. Yet at that moment, the bronze Buddha suddenly opened its eyes, its voice booming like thunder. Wretched being, do you dare to disrupt my cultivation and tarnish my merits? Chapter 62. Diminishing your virtue. Undermining your cultivation, undermining your virtue? Qin Mu scoffed, striking at the other chains. You are not but a bronze Buddha statue. What virtue do you possess? Your so-called virtue consists of keeping the Wu girl suppressed here, while she feasts on human flesh before your very eyes. And you turn a blind eye. If you had any virtue, it would have long since been tarnished. The colossal Buddha trembled, the bloodstains on its bronze form radiating light, reflecting off the gold leaf outside, transforming it into a resplendent figure. In a booming voice, it intoned, do you comprehend that releasing her would result in the consumption of countless lives, the annihilation of myriad souls? I am aware only that she harbors countless corpses behind you, using your presence to commit evil. I have yet to witness any righteous deed from you. Qin Mu retorted, severing the second chain and sneering, outside lies the icy tide, which erupts several times a year. What have you done? That is true virtue, not merely sitting in a temple, suppressing a monster, especially when you allow it to feast upon the innocent. If you were to shatter the icy tide and save the common folk, then you would possess great virtue. The golden Buddha's hands moved as if awakening, and the Wu girl, filled with dread, cried out, this old bald donkey is an evil Buddha, seeking to end my life. Hurry. With swift steps, Qin Mu dashed out of the temple, wielding the Shaobao sword to cleave through the chains outside. The malevolence of sentient beings requires a deluge to cleanse it, for it is the consequence of their own actions. A thunderous rumble echoed as the bronze Buddha rose, its head shattering the ancient temple above, its voice reverberating, you, wicked heretic, dare to disrupt the Dharma. You are a vile obstruction, irredeemable. The chains binding the bronze Buddha and the Wu girl seemed to come alive, slicing through the air towards Qin Mu. Your teachings are merely a means to save yourself rather than others. Hypocrisy. Qin Mu leapt, evading a snaking chain while directing the Shaobao sword towards the last chain binding the Wu girl. When you suppressed the Wu girl, had you slain her? It could have been counted as your virtue. Yet you chose to imprison her, allowing her to harm others. Her transgressions are her own, but the greater her sins, the more your virtue grows. Those devoured by the Wu girl should be counted against you. With a clash, the Shaobao sword met the chain, sending it flying. Qin Mu staggered back, evading two serpent-like chains, and mocked, you sit in the temple while a flood rages outside. Not only do you refuse to assist, but you also hinder my efforts to save lives, all while dreaming of virtue? Let me tell you, the elders of my village confront the icy tide each year, saving countless lives. If virtue alone could lead to Buddhahood, each one of them would already be a golden Buddha, not a mere bronze effigy. Absurdity. The bronze Buddha towered, its foot crashing to the ground, emerging from the shattered temple, palms pressed together, the metallic clang echoing as a brilliant light erupted, sending Qin Mu flying. As he soared through the air, the chains lunged towards him. Qin Mu sprang onto the chains, racing along them, directing the Shaobao sword towards the final chain binding the Wu girl. Chains twisted like massive serpents, attacking from all angles, leaving him bewildered. Though forged from brass, the Buddha moved with remarkable agility, defying comprehension. Earlier, the bronze Buddha could not distinguish between Qin Mu and the Wu girl. Uttering incantations would trigger the Buddha to react, employing sacred words to refine the Wu girl. However, now that Qin Mu sought to release her, the Buddha transformed, actively assaulting him. With chains intertwining, Qin Mu tread upon one, deftly evading the others. Yet the Buddha's power surged through the chains, each collision sending tremors through him, causing his legs to feel numb, and his control over the sword faltered. The Buddha's strength intensified, as if an infinite power within was awakening. Granny C and the cripple had spoken of this bronze Buddha, claiming it possessed peculiar abilities. Granny C had once attempted to eliminate the Wu girl, but was thwarted by the Buddha, indicating that when fully awakened, its power would be terrifying. Now, the Buddha's might was gradually awakening. Even a fraction of its resurgence was beyond Qin Mu's ability to withstand. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar shook the ground as the icy tides surged downstream. Colossal icebergs crashing violently upon the river's surface, towering dozens of feet. Looming over the oasis behind Qin Mu, he was enveloped in shadow, glancing back to witness countless ice blocks being crushed and rolling atop the icebergs. Crashing from the peaks into the depths below, new ice blocks ascended, only to tumble down once more. The tide relentlessly crushed everything in its path, leaving no trace of the bodies beneath. The bronze Buddha seemed to sense impending danger, disregarding Qin Mu, its arms outstretched, pushing against the oncoming tide. A resplendent golden bell formed at the oasis's perimeter, enveloping it in light. Countless ice blocks collided with the bell, shattering upon impact, sending ripples of golden light radiating outward. From Qin Mu's perspective, it was a breathtaking spectacle. As the icy tide approached, the cacophony roared like a tempest, reverberating with the bell's chimes. The forces of heaven and earth clashed with the Buddha's divine powers, shaking the very foundation of the oasis, threatening to submerge it. The ice tide, obstructed by the oasis and the golden bell, rose higher, while the flanking tides flowed downstream, leaving the area around the oasis increasingly overwhelmed with ice. With a flourish, the chains lunged towards Qin Mu, the Buddha still possessing strength, the chains coiling like serpents, relentlessly pursuing him. Simultaneously, the Buddha's body shifted, producing a resonant metallic sound as its palms struck the bell's walls, reinforcing it. The chains entwined around it, soaring through the air with each movement, targeting Qin Mu, while the Wu girl, now a small child, stumbled and fell, bruised and battered. As Qin Mu stepped upon the chains, he sensed a significant reduction in the Buddha's strength. Seizing the opportunity to cleave with the Shaobao sword, severing the final binding chain with a clang, the Wu girl paused, raising her arm to reveal golden rings around her wrists, from which broken chains dangled, a mixture of shock and joy illuminating her face. Golden rings adorned her ankles, dragging two severed chains behind her. "Don't dawdle. Hurry," Qin Mu called out, rushing forward. The Wu girl laughed maniacally, her laughter echoing eerily as she rapidly expanded. Her form distorting, revealing her true shape, an embodiment of bone and sinew, 100 legs in motion. "Little brother, leap onto my back. I shall carry you to safety." Qin Mu landed upon her. This formidable demon, clad in a carapace of bone, barreled forward, dragging the golden rings and chains as she charged toward the rear of the oasis. With a powerful leap, her many legs propelled them skyward, hurtling toward the bell's wall. "Vile obstruction, you are my virtue. Do you still wish to flee?" The bronze Buddha turned, its brass hand reaching out in a phantom grasp. The golden rings and chains adorning the woman from Wu clattered loudly, fluttering backward, while the chains on the Buddha seemed to rise, as if yearning to reconnect with their severed links. A chill ran down the spine of the Wu woman as the force from the chains wrapped around her feet yanked her downward, pulling her inexorably backward. With all her strength, she endeavored to crawl forward, yet she found herself sliding further away. Just as Qin Mu intended to wield his energy to sever the golden rings binding her limbs, an extraordinarily slender beam of light flashed, slicing through the golden bell and darting past the Buddha's eyes. The bronze Buddha roared in fury, its hand reaching for its own face. The Wu woman felt an unexpected lightness and, without hesitation, sprinted away, leaping out of the golden bell's encompassing grasp and onto the river surface, racing away with the wind at her heels. Behind them, the Buddha's furious roar echoed, and suddenly, the golden bell shattered, collapsing under the weight of a tidal wave of ice that surged forth, engulfing both the oasis and the bronze Buddha. In an instant, the ancient temple was obliterated, and the entire oasis was flattened. "I have no quarrel with you." The enraged Buddha's words were left unspoken as he, along with the oasis, was thrust beneath the waters by the relentless ice tide. Chapter 63. A slender beam of light descended from the heavens, weaving itself into the strands of the village chief's hair. Unfazed, he strode down from the sky, returning to the aged village. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, the Jiang River twisted, circumventing a mountain and flowing through a gorge. Here, the icy tide was obstructed, accumulating until it ultimately blocked the river's course. "Stop, Wu girl!" The centipede-like creature, carrying Qin Mu, soared through the air like a dragon, its speed remarkable. Upon hearing the command, it landed upon a peak on the left bank of the gorge, sneering, "Why should I heed your words, you little brat?" Qin Mu leapt from its back, puzzled. "I rescued you from peril. Thus, it is only natural for you to assist me in breaking the ice dam." Wu girl swayed, transforming into the ethereal Qing'er, chains dragging from her limbs as she bounded around Qin Mu, laughing mischievously. "You expect me to repay you? Have you forgotten? Last time, you caused me great distress, nearly leading me to my demise at the hands of that old bald donkey. You even pilfered my cherished treasures from years past. I should devour you instead." Qin Mu chuckled, "But you lack the courage to do so." Suddenly, Wu girl's neck elongated to several feet, circling Qin Mu until they were nearly face to face. With a cold smile, she retorted, "Lack courage? There is no old bald donkey to assist you now. I reside in the old village, where 9 adults could easily dispatch you." Qin Mu smiled gently. "No matter how you disguise yourself or how far you flee, they will effortlessly locate you, swiftly end your life, and make you regret your very existence." Wu girl shuddered, retracting her neck, reverting to her snow-white, delightful form. She shook her chains and rings playfully, declaring, "I fear your elders, but I am not obliged to assist you. The old bald donkey was right. You saved me, yet I am bound to commit misdeeds, to feast upon the living. Why should I help you in saving others? I am leaving." She turned, the chains clinking behind her. Suddenly, Qin Mu called out, "Wu girl." The Buddhist saying to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha is rather superficial, lacking a distinction between good and evil, and thus unworthy of belief. However, if you help me clear the dam, saving countless souls below the river, your merit would surpass that of the Copper Buddha by far. Wu girl halted, twisting her head back, intrigued. Qin Mu continued, "Join me in saving lives, and your achievements will exceed those of the Copper Buddha by 100-fold. Should you encounter the Copper Buddha again, how could he still have the face to suppress you?" Wu girl tilted her head, contemplating, then burst into laughter. "You make a fair point. I shall assist you." "Huh. That old bald donkey pretends to be righteous, using my deeds of consuming others as a pretext to suppress me, claiming the raging waters would cleanse my sins. I tell him, I consume without discernment of good or evil. I am merely hungry, needing to eat. Just as you humans consume rice, chicken, and vegetables. Hunger compels one to eat." She glanced at the obstructed river below, saying, "I share no bond with those I have devoured, thus I regard them as mere sustenance. You share no bond with vegetables and rice, hence you consume them. The old bald donkey calls my reasoning twisted, and so he suppresses me. Well done, I shall eat in his temple, denying him any merit. However, if my merit surpasses his, let us see how he dares suppress me further. The ice here is excessive. Had my spirit weapon remained, I could have pierced through it. But alas, it has been seized by the old thief." With a clang, Qin Mu summoned the Xiaobao sword, channeling his energy to strike at the ice tide blocking the gorge, shouting, "Wu girl, lend me your aid. This sword can sever chains." Wu girl's eyes sparkled as she revealed her true form, all 100 legs moving in unison. She leaped down the cliff, and Qin Mu followed, landing upon her back as she soared through the air toward the congested ice tide. "Strike!" Qin Mu bellowed, bringing the Xiaobao sword down upon the ice tide. Simultaneously, Wu girl exhaled, a torrent of demonic energy surging into the sword. The Xiaobao sword expanded dramatically, stretching to 100 feet, poised to cleave the ice tide. The ice rose higher, continually pressed by the incoming river water, threatening to become a cataclysm for the creatures along the banks. The sword cleaved through the air, creating visible walls of force as it descended upon the ice dam, slicing through it as effortlessly as cutting tofu. "This is bad." Wu girl's expression shifted to one of alarm. Just as she attempted to lift off, it was too late. The dam collapsed under the relentless force of the river, an avalanche of shattered ice surging toward them. The scene was catastrophic. Before the collapsing dam could crush them, a whirlwind bore down, forcing them from the sky. Wu girl strained to escape, but the torrent of water and debris caught up with them. With a flurry of shattered ice, Qin Mu felt a sharp pain on his cheek, a shard having grazed him. His vitality was robust, capable of enduring fierce blows, yet the ice's velocity was too great, capable of inflicting harm. One could only imagine the peril of being buried beneath the collapsing dam. Wu Girl bore him onward, as ice and rushing waves roared past them. Soon followed by the gale, ice, and monstrous waves crashing against them, propelling them into the air. Thud, thud. The sound of stones crashing echoed from the opposite cliff. As Qin Mu and Wu Girl were slammed against the rock face, embedded within it, one forming a cross and the other a character of. Then, a piercing whistle of a sort approached. Upon hearing it, Qin Mu sensed danger. The sound was directed at him. He quickly spread his legs apart, and with a clang, the Xiaobao sword narrowly missed embedding itself in his thigh. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu found himself resembling the character, the sword hovering half a foot away. Beside him, the monstrous creature chuckled heartily, and Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh as well. Their laughter echoed throughout the gorge. Below them, the river roared, and a perilous crisis was averted by this unlikely duo. After a while, Qin Mu and Wu Girl, now transformed back into Qing'er, reclined against the cliff, gazing up at the azure sky and white clouds, their hearts at peace. Who was that copper Buddha? Qin Mu inquired. From the small thunder sound temple. He is a being of a different kind, much like myself, a monster who has attained enlightenment, Wu Girl replied, swaying her golden rings. It is said that the founder of the small thunder sound temple once entered the Buddhist fold, becoming a disciple of the great thunder sound temple. Later, he rebelled and established the small thunder sound temple, self-styling as the small Tathagata. Upon being forced out by the Tathagata of the great thunder sound temple, he sought refuge in the vast expanse, relocating the small thunder sound temple there. The successive leaders of the small thunder sound temple are all monsters like me. Yet they call themselves the small Tathagata. The one who suppressed me in the ancient temple is the current small Tathagata of the small thunder sound temple. By severing his chains, you have released me. Indeed, you shall reap the rewards. Small thunder sound temple? Small Tathagata? Qin Mu was taken aback. Is this small thunder sound temple located within the vast expanse? Naturally, monks among monsters are not uncommon. The monks of the small thunder sound temple are notoriously vengeful. They repay every grievance, especially towards their small Tathagata, Wu Girl chuckled. Suddenly, an angry shout pierced the air, declaring, to associate with a man-eating demon as a human is a disgrace. Today, we shall subdue the demons and uphold justice. As Qin Mu observed, a group of Taoists approached, consisting of both men and women, an elderly man, and several younger individuals. The old Taoist exuded righteousness, while the younger ones displayed excitement, evidently powerful individuals from the outside world entering the great ruins for training. Venerable Taoists, Qin Mu began, rising to his feet with solemnity. This demon and I have just resolved a crisis, leveling this barrier lake and saving countless lives downstream. This demon has rescued numerous people and is not. Silence, forsaken one. The old Taoist interrupted with righteous indignation, exclaiming sternly, consorting with demons and aiding their wickedness is even more deserving of death. Today, we shall eliminate you all. Disciples, form the formation, subdue the demons, and exorcise the evil. I am famished, the little girl beside Qin Mu murmured, licking her crimson lips. Some humans are inferior to demons, Qin Mu remarked, dispirited. He leaped from the riverbank into the surging river below, his voice echoing, Wen, I release you today. You are free. He plunged into the river, traversing the waves. Meanwhile, the canyon reverberated with agonizing screams. Wen revealed her true form, unleashing a massacre. Soon after, the satiated demon bolted away, soaring into the air, meandering through the clouds until she vanished from sight. Cowherd, until we meet again. Wen's voice echoed from the distant demonic cloud as it caught up with Qin Mu before fading into the horizon. Chapter 64. A staff that challenges the kingdom as the spring waters of the river gradually warmed. It had been over 10 days since Qin Mu and the Wu maiden had shattered the ice dam. The riverbanks were now adorned with lush green willows, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, devoid of any lingering ice tides. In the midst of the river, Qin Mu suddenly halted his steps while running, yet his body did not sink, but instead remained poised above the water's surface. Waves erupted beneath his feet, radiating outward in mesmerizing patterns. He skillfully manipulated the water and Apos' flow with his Xuanwu vital energy, allowing him to stand effortlessly atop the water as if it were solid ground. Mastering the intricacies of controlling water with Xuanwu energy, he wielded it with remarkable proficiency. A sharp sound sliced through the air as he drew his sword, the Xiaobao sword. executing simple yet effective movements, thrusting, slashing, and parrying. Over the past weeks, he had diligently learned the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship from the village elder. Beyond thrusting, he had also grasped the arts of cleaving, lifting, hanging, clouding, dotting, bursting, intercepting, cutting, and sweeping. The elder, however, had refrained from imparting complete sword techniques, insisting he practice the basics day after day. By the riverbank, a blind man leaned on a cane, standing motionless like a statue. Upon returning to the village after parting ways with the Wu maiden in the canyon, Qin Mu had shared the tale of his release of the maiden with the villagers. Mentioning the Xiaolialian temple, the villagers, including Elder Ma, forbade him from leaving the village, insisting that he be accompanied by someone even if he ventured outside. As the wind rose in intensity, each time Qin Mu wielded his sword, gusts of wind surged forth. And the simplest sword movements he had learned from the elder unleashed astonishing power in his hands. With each successive practice, the waves in the river grew fiercer and more tumultuous. A thrust of his sword split the water, creating a chasm over 10 feet wide and a depth of more than 10 feet, causing the great fish and river beasts to shy away in fear. With a flick of his sword, the river surged upward, transforming into a cascade of water that fell like rain. And another deft movement sent a torrent of water spiraling diagonally outward, though he was merely employing the most basic technique of manipulating the sword with vital energy. The power he wielded was formidable. Having honed these foundational movements for over 2 years, he had mastered them thoroughly, yet the elder still withheld the complete sword forms. Suddenly, the blind man's ears twitched, and he called out, "Mu, halt." A boat approaches. Qin Mu sheathed his sword, securing the Xiaobao sword in its scabbard on his back. He looked up to see a large vessel drifting downstream, momentarily taken aback as it was the very boat that had been charting the geography of the young river. This vessel had returned from upstream, presumably having completed its mapping of the river's waterways. He stepped aside to avoid the path of the boat. Swiftly, the vessel glided toward him, and a voice from aboard exclaimed, "Standing still on the river, a remarkable skill, an impressive mastery of vital energy." Following the voice, Qin Mu's gaze landed upon General Qin, who stood at the bow of the ship, accompanied by a somewhat chubby youth wielding a folding fan, both looking in his direction. Dragon Palace, Xianbing. A shiver ran through Qin Mu as he beheld a massive iceberg, within which hung a dragon pearl, gripped by a hand. That was all he could discern. The rest beneath the ice was obscured by the ship's hull. Yet he understood the origin of the iceberg and the hand that clutched the pearl. Clearly, the general's team, while surveying the geography of the young river, had stumbled upon the dragon palace at the river's bed, discovering Gu Liwan and the young dragon sealed within by the dragon pearl. At this moment, the young dragon must also be encased within the iceberg. It seemed the general had not slain the spirit of the dragon mother, but had instead preserved it, ensuring the iceberg remained intact. His intention was likely to transport the iceberg to the Yankang kingdom, seeking a skilled healer for the young dragon, thus neglecting to rescue Gu Liwan. The chubby youth, none other than the 7th young master, remarked with surprise, "I didn't expect his vital energy to be so robust. Even stronger than mine." Suddenly, Gu Liwan's voice echoed from within the ice. "I sense my Xiaobao sword. General Qin Fengqing, stop the boat. My Xiaobao sword is nearby, and that scoundrel who tricked me is also in the vicinity." The boat came to a halt, and General Qin's gaze fell upon Qin Mu as he inquired, "Did you take the Xiaobao sword of the Crown Prince?" Qin Mu replied, "He intended to devour me, so I took his sword. Since you retrieved him from the Dragon Palace, could you also procure the scabbard for me? A sword is not complete without its scabbard." General Qin's eyes flickered. "Give it to you? That sword belongs to the court. It cannot be bestowed upon you. Please return the Xiaobao sword to the court." Qin Mu shook his head, perplexed. "I acquired it through my own skill. Why should I return it?" The chubby youth chuckled. "This young man has a way with words." General Qin scoffed. "Deceiving a court official and attempting to seize a court official's treasure. Do you comprehend the severity of such a crime?" "There is no court in the wasteland," Qin Mu retorted, perplexed. "In a lawless domain, who can judge me?" "You speak with confidence. It seems you have some backing," General Qin noted, his gaze shifting to the riverbank. His pupils narrowing as he solemnly addressed, "I am Qin Fengqing, disciple of the Yankang Kingdom's master, and the 4th-rank loyal marshal general. How shall I address the venerable elder by the riverside?" The blind man, leaning on his bamboo cane, replied cheerfully, "I am merely a blind man. What other title could I hold? Just an old cripple." General Qin's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings, catching sight of the Remnant Elder village. He smiled. 3 years ago, Mu Beifeng, the governor of the southern frontier of our Yankang kingdom, led many skilled swordsmen from the Lijiang sword sect into the wasteland, reportedly seeking vengeance. Later, someone discovered the bodies of him and the Lijiang sword sect experts downstream. I personally examined the corpses of Mu Beifeng and others. They perished from spear wounds. Yet the weapon used was not a spear, but a bamboo cane. Elder, do you also wield a bamboo cane? The blind man, still leaning on his cane, chuckled. If a blind man doesn't use a cane, what else could he use? This bamboo cane serves to guide my path, lest I stumble upon a hard stone due to my blindness. General Qin, picking up on the implications in his words, became increasingly convinced of his suspicions, coldly retorting, Elder, Mu Beifeng must have met his end nearby, yes? Did you witness anything at that time? The blind man sighed. I am blind. What could I possibly see? Young general, you jest. I have heard of Mu Beifeng's name. It pains my heart to learn of his tragic fate. The cries of monkeys on both banks never cease, often bringing tears to the eyes of heroes. Such heartache, how lamentable. He lifted his bamboo cane and gestured toward the river's surface. Suddenly, the mighty river roiled with turbulence, and the waters surged violently, waves rising over 10 feet high, causing even the vessel to sway precariously. The soldiers aboard were thrown off balance, struggling to maintain their footing. Beneath the surface, the water parted, revealing the immense back of a colossal beast, dark and ominous, as if a small island had emerged from the river's heart. The young river shook, and even the beast was forced to rise from the depths, soaring into the air before crashing back into the water. Qin Mu observed the beast was ensnared by chains, the other end tethered to the swiftly moving vessel. It seemed this beast was the source of the boat's incredible speed. Strangely, while the waters around roiled violently, the surface beneath Qin Mu's feet remained eerily calm, undisturbed. The seventh young master quickly steadied himself against the railing, exclaiming, Old Elder, it is indeed a case of dying before achieving success, causing the tears of heroes to flow. You are mistaken. Qin Mu interjected, Young master. What the elder means is that should you perish here, it would be a case of dying before achieving success. Yet you are still alive, merely making a commotion, which is akin to the cries of monkeys. If you insist on digging deeper into this matter, it may well lead to your demise. The old grandpa is quite knowledgeable. The blind man beamed with pride, chuckling. Mu'er understands me. If it were those rascals, the lame and the deaf, they would surely mock my sentiments. Qin Fengqing felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The strength of the blind man was unexpectedly formidable. Moments ago, the blind man had merely tapped the river with his cane, but had he chosen to strike, the entire surface of the river might have been uprooted. Guliwan, encased in the mysterious ice, fell silent, evidently deducing the blind man and Appo's power from his gesture. He was not to be trifled with, and should Qin insist on wielding his sword, he risked meeting his demise here. Leave the sword here for now. We must depart and set sail. At Qin Fengqing's command, a soldier immediately produced a horn and blew it with a resounding blast. The echo of the horn was thunderous, stirring the colossal beast lurking beneath the water. The river swelled abruptly, rising like a mountain of water, lifting the ship as it surged downstream with a fierce roar. General Qin, did you not inquire about the identity of the one who killed Mu Beifeng? Why leave without knowing the outcome? Several palace maidens surrounded the seventh young master, who, squeezing his head out from among them, asked curiously, My lord, I have already discovered the truth, Qin General sneered. Mu Beifeng met his end at the hands of that very blind man, a once revered gun master, now reduced to a blind recluse in this little village. What terrifying presence might he be hiding alongside? I cannot quell this small village alone. I must summon reinforcements. His armor clanked ominously, and his eyes gleamed like blades poised for battle. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king, and every shore is the domain of his ministers. This vast expanse is also the court's territory, not a lawless realm. Mu Beifeng was an official of the court. How could he perish at the hands of the common folk? This village must be subdued, annihilated, to assert our nation's might and the authority of our army, and to let the majesty of His Majesty the Emperor descend upon this land. What a grand display of power, a sudden voice interrupted, sending a chill down General Qin's spine. Struggling to turn, he beheld a limping figure who had somehow appeared behind him, leaning against the ship's railing. A guileless smile plastered on his face. Qin Fengqing's eye twitched violently. The limping man vanished and reappeared, back to back with him. The manner of his disappearance and reappearance eluded Qin's comprehension entirely. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Fengqing's forehead as his hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Yet he dared not move. Such bravado! Does the National Master know of your audacity? The limping man bent down, scrutinizing the geographical maps of the river on board, chuckling. The National Master has summoned you to depict these maps with the intent of waging war against my domain? TSK. That little dragon is quite pitiable. Oh, Guli Wan. Why the sour expression? I have taken your sword sheath. It is rather fine. This little trinket of yours is lovely, and this fan as well. Oh, what a misfortune. It turns out to be a girl. Seizing upon a fleeting opportunity, Qin Fengqing spun around and drew his sword in a flash. But the limping figure had already vanished. The sound of his laughter echoed from several miles away. Return and inform the National Master to keep my legs safe. I shall come to retrieve it personally. Chapter 65. The Fragrance of Peonies. Alas, my fourth-rank official seal. Qin Fengqing's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily reached for his waist, only to find the seal missing, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The loss of an official seal was a grave matter. However, as a disciple of the National Master, he could suppress the incident. What instilled greater terror in him was the realization that he had been utterly oblivious to when the cripple had stealthily filched the seal. Had the cripple not stolen the seal, but rather plunged a dagger into his back? He shuddered involuntarily. The seventh young master's face flushed crimson as he clasped his chest, surrounded by a throng of palace maids, rendering escape impossible. Moments ago, the cripple had stealthily relieved him of several treasures, only realizing he was a woman when he had snatched away the wrap that covered her bosom. It was a notorious taboo for thieves to encounter women, which had afforded Qin Fengqing the opportunity to seize the moment and compel the cripple to flee. This cripple was none other than the infamous thief who had infiltrated the imperial courtyard to pilfer the emperor's disc, a master of stealth. Qin Fengqing suppressed the shock welling within him, relieved to see the seventh young master unscathed, and said, My lord, you have been startled. It is my incompetence. Within the icy confines of Xianin, Guli warmly felt a profound astonishment. This cripple had brazenly stolen the scabbard of the Xiaobao sword from right beside him. Not only the scabbard, but the black banner in his other hand had also been pilfered by the thief. Frozen in the unyielding ice, Guli was rendered immobile. How formidable the Xianin was, capable of encasing even a master like him. Previously, Qin Mu had deceived him into expending all his energy before he could relinquish the hilt of the Xiaobao sword from the ice. Yet this cripple had nonchalantly disregarded the Xianin, effortlessly lifting both his black banner and scabbard as if possessed by divine hands. Gudarin. This cripple once boldly entered the imperial treasury before countless formidable figures, traversing through innumerable traps and killing formations, all rendered futile. As he made off with the emperor's disc without a soul to thwart him, Qin Fengqing remarked, Fortunately, the National Master intervened and severed one of his divine legs. Yet even the National Master could not detain him, and he vanished with the disc. Guli's heart raced in quiet horror, and after a moment's silence, he spoke. With one less leg, how does he still possess such deft hands? Is it a divine leg or divine hands? Suddenly, a mournful cry of a colossal beast echoed from the bow of the ship, causing Qin Fengqing to startle. He rushed to the ship's prow, his pupils constricting involuntarily. Before him, a spiderweb loomed across the river, ensnaring over 10 miles of waterway. The beast pulling the ship collided with the web, struggling in vain. As the waters parted to reveal an enormous spider emerging from the depths, dragging the beast into its web, incessantly spraying silk, before sinking its fangs into the creature's flesh. Despite the valiant soldiers aboard attempting to wield their swords through willpower and even resorting to divine techniques, they found themselves utterly incapable of repelling the monstrous spider. Nor could they sever the web. Before long, the beast lay shriveled, reduced to mere skin. Qin Fengqing trembled, his hand clutching the sword quivering as he contemplated striking down the gigantic spider, yet found himself paralyzed with fear. He noticed a healer by the riverbank, seemingly ordinary in a blue robe, but with a visage contorted in a grotesque manner. The healer beckoned, and the colossal spider began to retract its web, crawling along a strand towards him, diminishing in size until it transformed into a tiny creature that vanished into the healer and Apos' medicine basket. With the spiderweb no longer obstructing their path, the ship drifted downstream. Qin Fengqing faintly heard a voice whispering in his ear, Inform the National Master not to entertain wicked schemes against the great ruins. Beware of provoking us. The aged and disabled. From within the icy prison, Guli trembled. It is the Poison King. Suppressing the unease within him, Qin Fengqing gathered his composure and commanded, "All soldiers, heed my orders. Raise your oars and row back to Yankang." After traveling 2 or 3 miles, a soldier exclaimed in a trembling voice, "General Qin, there is someone on the river." Grinding his teeth, Qin Fengqing's expression darkened, coldly asserting, "What demons or ghosts dare to obstruct my vessel? Do they believe I am made of clay? Ram them down." Just as he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the figure on the river, revealing a person with only their upper body intact, the lower half severed by an unknown assailant. This peculiar figure wielded 2 bizarre large blades, standing upon a rocky outcrop in the river. Suddenly, the gleam of the blades cleaved the sky as if tearing the heavens asunder. Qin Fengqing looked up, witnessing the clouds parting before the terrifying blade's aura. The blade then descended, aimed directly at the ship. With a mighty roar, 7 stars divine concealment, activate. Qin Fengqing unleashed the formidable energy within him, unleashing a torrent of power that transformed into 2 colossal dragons hurtling towards the ship's side, shifting it 100 feet sideways. The blade's light grazed the vessel, cleaving the river apart for over 10 miles, only converging again behind the enigmatic figure. The National Master's disciple finds it dull. It is far more entertaining to challenge the National Master. The peculiar figure on the rocky outcrop sheathed his blades, using both hands to push against the rock, leaping into the air with tremendous force, vanishing from sight. Qin Fengqing stifled the tremors in his legs, shouting, "Steady the ship, steady." His voice quivered to the point where he could scarcely discern what he was uttering, forcing himself to sit and regain his breath, yet his mind was in disarray. Guli, even more terrified than he, stammered, "The heavenly blade. The blade that once crossed the heavens, only to perish at the hands of the gods, is alive." Qin Fengqing's expression fluctuated between dark and light. How had such an unremarkable village in the great ruins gathered such a cadre of ancient fiends? The divine spear, the heavenly blade, the master thief, the Poison King. What other dreadful beings lurked within that village? He gazed at the river's geographical map, which he had painstakingly drafted and still remained aboard the ship. To his relief, those wicked individuals had not destroyed the map of the river. No, wait. An epiphany struck him. These ruthless individuals did not destroy the map, not out of a desire to spare it, but rather from disdain for its worth. These ancient beings were confident that even if he were to take the map, the National Master would never dare to invade the great ruins. "Why did they not kill us?" the disguised 7th young master inquired. "Disdain," Qin Fengqing replied bitterly. "They find us too insignificant to warrant their attention." A sense of bitterness washed over him. As the disciple of the National Master, he had always held himself in high regard, his reputation resonating throughout the court and the common folk alike. Little did he expect that a mere excursion through the great ruins would unveil such formidable presences, shattering his previous arrogance into oblivion. Initially, he had retained some pride upon encountering the blind man. Though shaken, he still held on to his dignity. However, after confronting the elusive cripple, the cunning and malicious healer, and the brutal butcher, his pride and dignity had been utterly obliterated, leaving only trepidation in their wake. Nothing could deter the National Master, nor could anything frighten him. Qin Fengqing recalled his master, the National Master of Yankang, and the unease within him dissipated, his gaze resolute as he murmured, "The old geezers of the great ruins seeking to stop a chariot with their bare hands will only find themselves crushed into dust." As the ship sailed downstream, Qin Fengqing suddenly paused, gazing ahead. There had once been an oasis here, with an ancient temple upon it. But now the oasis had inexplicably vanished. He had previously felt that the temple held some mystical qualities, though he had not explored it. He had marked the location on the river's geographical map, and upon his return, he found both the temple and oasis had completely disappeared. "Open your eyes," Qin Fengqing commanded, his gaze sharp as he peered into the depths below, his heart sinking in horror. The oasis still existed, yet it had been leveled by a tremendous force, and the ancient temple now lay submerged beneath the waters. The great ruins. He steadied his mind, urging the soldiers to channel their energy and row with haste to depart this ominous place. Not long after the grand vessel had set sail, the river suddenly split apart, revealing a bronze Buddha, bound by chains, ascending slowly from the depths below. Despite its substantial weight, The bronze figure appeared to bear none, standing effortlessly atop the water's surface. The formidable strength of the ancient beings from the village of Tsanglao was unexpectedly potent, proving to be rather challenging to contend with. The bronze Buddha gazed towards the direction of Tsanglao village, then, with a mighty stomp, propelled itself onto the riverbank, racing away with fervor. The matter of seizing my merits cannot be so easily settled. However, the national master of Yankang was stirring, eager to enter the grand market. I shall first take my place and observe the duel of tigers. Once they have exhausted each other, I, from the Thunder Sound Temple, shall reap the benefits of their strife. Meanwhile, outside Tsanglao village, Qin Mu encountered a limping man who tossed him an object with a flick of his wrist. Upon receiving it, Qin Mu discovered it to be his sword sheath, a perfect match for the Xiaobao sword. Stunned, he was about to inquire where the limping man had procured such an item when the man abruptly thrust another object into his embrace. Qin Mu drew it out to find a piece of creamy white fabric adorned with pink peonies, measuring about a foot wide and resembling a long strip, emanating a delightful fragrance. "Grandfather, what is this?" Qin Mu inquired, perplexed. The smile on the limping man's face stiffened, and he replied irritably, "A sweat towel. You can keep it to wipe away sweat." "How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. How did I end up with such a thing? Touching this will bring 3 years of misfortune." Chapter 66. The offering to the river god Qin Mu was perplexed. How could touching a sweat towel bring misfortune for 3 years? Nevertheless, the towel was exquisitely soft to the touch, exuding a natural fragrance, making it perfect for wiping sweat. It appeared to be crafted from a rare type of silk, undoubtedly valuable, and such fine fabric was seldom seen in the bustling market. He tucked the towel into his bosom, delighting in the feel of the Xiaobao sword and its scabbard. The upper half of the scabbard was gilded, adorned with jade and pearls, featuring an intricately carved dragon and fish motif at the mouth, where the sword emerged. The lower half was a simple silver gray, unembellished, with the tail sculpted to resemble the tail of a dragon, also in gold. With a clang, Qin Mu sheathed the sword, channeling his energy into the scabbard, causing the Xiaobao sword to emerge once more. As the sword was drawn, a magnificent dragon-like creature materialized above him, opening its mouth to release the sword. Qin Mu raised his hand and withdrew the blade from the creature's maw, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This scabbard was indeed a remarkable item, capable of manifesting such a creature. After returning the sword to its scabbard, the dragon consumed the Xiaobao sword and vanished. Elated, Qin Mu again infused the scabbard with his energy, and the dragon reappeared, once more offering the sword. He repeated the enchanting process, inserting the sword back into the creature's mouth, merging it with the scabbard once again. He indulged in this delightful game repeatedly, until the blind man beside him interjected, "Mu-er, cease your play. Your grandmother has brought in more livestock. You must tend to the cattle. These beasts are to be taken to Xianglong City for sale tomorrow." Qin Mu acknowledged the instruction and hurried back to the village, where he took 6 oxen out to pasture, pondering the sudden appearance of the cattle. As his grandmother had previously sold the village's livestock, where had these new cows come from? As he exited the village, he noticed the village chief, the herbalist, the mute, and others gathered in discussion. The crippled man sat nearby, disassembling a black banner, tossing the fabric to Ma Yi to use as a curtain for his carpentry shop, while the pole was given to Granny C to chase away chickens. The following day, as Qin Mu prepared the ox cart, Granny C cheerfully invited, "Mu-er, come with us into the city this time." Startled yet thrilled, he quickly strapped on the Xiaobao sword, grabbed a pig-killing knife, a bamboo staff, a hammer, and leaped onto the ox cart, while the blind man ambled over, taking a seat beside Granny C. The cart was laden with iron tools crafted by the mute, alongside several piles of exotic animal pelts acquired from hunting with Ma Yi and the crippled man, and 2 goats tethered within the cargo. 3 strong yellow oxen were harnessed at the front, with 3 more tied to the rear. The young man cracked the whip, prompting the oxen to blink innocently as they moved towards the village's outskirts. This was his first venture into the city, filling him with excitement that made him feel as though he might soar, completely oblivious to the innocent gazes of the oxen and goats. Xianglong City lay a great distance from Laocan village, nearly 1,000 miles away, marking the journey as a significant event. However, the desolate road conditions necessitated travel by water initially, followed by a land trek of over 10 miles to reach their destination. Qin Mu guided the cart to the riverbank, where he observed the crippled man constructing a large bamboo raft. Carefully maneuvering the ox cart onto the raft, the crippled man untied the ropes, and the raft began to drift downstream, its speed increasing. Even at this pace, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach Xianglong City. After floating for over 40 miles, the blind man prodded the water's surface with his bamboo staff, and the raft veered towards the shore. Confused, Qin Mu looked up to see a gathering of people from various villages congregating by the riverside, most of them also guiding their ox carts and horse-drawn carriages. The turbulent waters of the river harbored dangerous creatures and fierce fish, prompting villagers to travel to Xianglong City collectively for mutual support. The riverbank was lined with bamboo rafts, with more approaching from the distance, soon amassing 100 or so rafts. The blind man retrieved several incense sticks, lit them against the wind, and planted them by the riverbank. Other villagers followed suit, creating a fragrant haze that wafted towards the river's center. Suddenly, someone began to sing a resounding song, and soon more voices joined in, creating a chorus dedicated to the river god. With a tone reminiscent of ancient times, the villagers sang with heartfelt resonance, creating a scene that stirred an inexplicable emotion within Qin Mu. Suddenly, the water parted ahead, revealing colossal creatures rising from the depths. These immense beasts, with greenish backs and 4 massive flippers resembling fins, had heads akin to fish, but with elongated snouts resembling spears. As the heads of these river giants emerged, they loomed like small hills, their nostrils inhaling the fragrant smoke from the incense. The villagers seized this opportunity, driving their ox carts onto the lengthy backs of these creatures. Observing this, Qin Mu quickly guided his cart onto the back of one giant, while Granny C tossed a large piece of meat into the water. The beast consumed it, emitting a long, resonant call, then swam powerfully downstream, carrying the cart and its passengers. Behind them, the river giants called out in unison, their voices rising and falling in harmony with the villagers' melodic chants as they journeyed further upstream. These remarkable creatures, known as the river bearers, were revered as the river gods among the riverside villagers, drawn by the fragrant smoke and fond of beef, but most of all, they relished songs sung in their praise. Granny C explained, the river bearers are the river gods in the hearts of the riverside villagers. They are fond of fragrant smoke and enjoy beef, but they especially love to hear songs that celebrate them. Those living by the river need only light a few incense sticks to summon them, offering beef to be carried downstream. Qin Mu was astonished by this revelation. The river bearers moved swiftly, gliding downstream with the current, cutting through the waves with such speed that it surpassed even the galloping horses on land. Calculating the pace, Qin Mu realized they would likely arrive at Xianglong City, 1,000 miles away, before nightfall. As they traversed the river, the calls of the river bearers echoed against the undulating hills on either side, while the sunlight bathed the scene in golden hues, shimmering upon the water's surface. Qin Mu gazed into the distance, feeling an immense sense of freedom, as if the golden river, green mountains, and blue skies enveloped his very being. This was indeed a wondrous land, inhabited by remarkable people and extraordinary river beasts. Though outsiders might view it as a realm of poverty and trouble, to Qin Mu, this was his cherished homeland. As evening approached and the sun dipped low, Qin Mu spotted a small dock along the riverbank, where the river bearers gradually slowed their pace, steering towards the landing. Granny C stood up and smiled. We are nearly at Xianglong City, Mu. Bring the cart ashore, and let us make haste into the city. Qin Mu secured the bamboo raft and disembarked, turning back to see the other river bearers approaching the shore, while villagers from the surrounding areas dismounted their carts and began walking in a singular direction. After traveling 2 or 3 miles, the cart ascended a small hill, revealing a wide road ahead. At the bottom of the slope stood an ancient and majestic city, its walls crowned with massive stone pillars over 30 feet high and nearly 170 feet tall, every pillar adorned with golden dragons intricately carved and gilded, glittering brilliantly in the sunlight. The city's towers have been fashioned in the shape of a dragon's head, with the city gates resembling its jaws and the eaves of the towers curving like dragon horns, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. This is Xianglong City, one of the few flourishing places within the vast market. Resources are scarce in the market, with essentials such as oil, salt, and vinegar being precious commodities that must be procured from outside. Access to the outside world is restricted. Only prosperous locales like Xianglong City attract merchants who bring goods from afar, while simultaneously transporting the market's rare treasures back to their own lands. The dragon pillars here dwarf the stone statues of our village, Qin Mu exclaimed with genuine admiration. If only we could seize one of these. It would surely command respect at our village entrance. Granny C shot him a glance. If it were possible to take one, I would have done so long ago. Unless you can rally all the old folks in the village, it is unlikely we could manage it. Hurry up, night is falling. Let us enter the city. As the wheels of the ox cart turned with a clatter, Qin Mu drove into the city. His curiosity piqued as he took in the sights. Everything in Xianglong City was novel to him. The streets bustled with activity, filled with people. He had never encountered such a crowd in his entire life. Among them were numerous girls, adorned in vibrant attire, standing in the windows of tall buildings, enthusiastically beckoning him to join them for playful escapades. The warmth of the city's inhabitants was palpable. Qin Mu, brimming with excitement, waved back at the girls, proclaiming loudly, "Once I finish selling my goods, I'll come to play with you elder sisters." The blind man chuckled helplessly. "Muer, those girls upstairs are wayward souls. They don't genuinely wish to play with you. If you go up there, you might find yourself stripped of your very skin, with even your marrow sucked dry." Startled, Qin Mu replied, "Wayward? But they seem quite stable on their feet. They don't appear to be faltering at all. Could they be enchantresses like Wu Nu?" She wanted to engage me in some shameful activities, but I declined. Chapter 67. The city that never sleeps. The blind man was at a loss for how to explain to Qin Mu, letting out a dry chuckle. This city is also known as the City of Eternal Light. Even at night, it is ablaze with lights, and the surrounding villages, spanning thousands of miles, converge here for trade. Muer, grandmother, I shall not accompany you any longer. Grandmother, do you have any pocket money? With a bamboo cane in hand and a beaming smile, he extended a hand. Grandmother C pretended not to see. The blind man reached out to grab the beast hides on the cart, laughing. Muer, lend me 2 hides. When I win at gambling, I will return them to you double. Qin Mu chuckled. Grandfather, feel free to take them. There is no need for repayment. Don't give it to him. Grandmother C scolded angrily. This old fool goes to the gambling house every time he is here, and he loses every single time. 2 hides of exotic beast pelts would buy us plenty of oil, salt, and vinegar, far better than throwing them into the water. At least you would hear a couple of splashes. The blind man quickly draped the 2 hides over himself and dashed off, disappearing into the crowd. Grandmother C stamped her foot in frustration, and Qin Mu, puzzled, asked, Grandmother, what is a gambling house? Fuming, Grandmother C replied, You were just about to play with fallen girls, and now you want to go to a gambling house? Muer, you are not learning well. Qin Mu, confused, said, Grandmother, please don't be angry. I want to play with them. By the way, are there brothels in this city? The head of the Heavenly Demon Sect's brothel, Fu Qingyun, said that where there are brothels, one may find her. Grandmother C shot him a glare and sneered, And now you want to visit brothels? That lewd fox, Fu Qingyun, is someone you should keep your distance from. Qin Mu was bewildered. He had initially intended to find someone at the brothel. But how had it turned into a visit to a house of ill repute? Moreover, what exactly was a house of ill repute? Upon arriving in the city, the rules seemed numerous and confining. The young man scoffed inwardly. An elderly man and a youth drove their ox cart into the bustling marketplace, which was even livelier, filled with an array of goods that dazzled the eyes, alongside people of various races in peculiar attire, leaving Qin Mu in a state of astonishment. Before long, Grandmother C sold the ironware and hides from the cart, exchanging them for some oil, salt, and vinegar. The merchant, who appeared to be from outside, had a distinct accent and claimed to hail from the Kingdom of Yankang. Though Grandmother C was a woman, she was accustomed to being straightforward and was not adept at haggling, thus selling the mute-crafted ironware at a low price, and the exotic beast hides fetched little as well. The merchant, possessing a semblance of conscience, felt he had taken advantage of Grandmother C and Qin Mu, and generously gifted them a small pouch of dragon coins, containing about 100 pieces. These coins bore the dragon symbol, akin to the dragon pillars at the corners of the city of dragon embellishment. Qin Mu sensed that the coins seemed to possess a unique formation, likely forged with a special technique to prevent counterfeiting. The two then sold the cattle and sheep, which seemed to understand their fate, shedding tears and biting onto Qin Mu's clothing, unwilling to let go. Qin Mu hesitated, and Grandmother C whispered, They are all villains. Taken aback, Qin Mu realized that these cattle and sheep were indeed human beings, transformed into their current forms by Grandmother C's Heavenly Demon transmutation technique. They were a band of bandits. Grandmother C's voice was soft as silk. Do you remember when you were little? And I took you to the neighboring village to assist a woman in childbirth? When we arrived, the entire village had perished. I have been searching for the traces of these bandits all these years, but to no avail. However, just a few days ago, I finally found them. Qin Mu's heart trembled, and he tore his clothing, allowing the merchant to lead the cattle and sheep away, whether their fate awaited slaughter or labor in the fields. He felt a twinge of discomfort, yet could not fault Grandmother C for her actions. The marketplace was indeed a place of the law of the jungle. While Grandmother C's pursuit of justice was extreme, it was still preferable to inaction. He even felt a sense of admiration. That incident from years ago had left a profound impact on him, and to think that after over a decade, Grandmother would still remember and seek vengeance for the innocents who perished. The two purchased some fabrics and fine wine, delivering them to the inn where they were staying. Suddenly, Grandmother C halted her steps, captivated by a shop selling cosmetics. What exquisite products! Only such delicate powders can complement my unparalleled beauty, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. Her mouth agape, drawing laughter from a group of young girls nearby. Ignoring the laughter, Grandmother C bought an array of cosmetics, nearly depleting her remaining funds. Upon noticing Qin Mu standing aside with various boxes, she felt a pang of guilt. After rummaging through her money pouch, she eventually produced the last dragon coin and tucked it into Qin Mu's pocket, gently saying, "Mu-er, treat yourself well and buy something you like. Don't leave just yet. Help me carry these cosmetics to the inn." Qin Mu delivered the cosmetics to the inn, where the owner greeted him with utmost respect, stating that he had already prepared a room for them. Qin Mu scrutinized the innkeeper suspiciously, his heart racing as the innkeeper winked at him and whispered, "I pay my respects to the young sect master." The Heavenly Demon Sect had establishments in various trades, and here they were, operating an inn in the city of Dragon Embellishment. Regaining his composure, Qin Mu entered the room, where Grandmother C immediately urged him to go out, saying, "It's rare for you to be out. Make sure you have a good time. By the way, save that dragon coin." With the dragon coin in hand, Qin Mu stepped outside, and the city of Dragon Embellishment was aglow with lights, even more enchanting at night. Various merchants and people from distant villages emerged, selling an assortment of peculiar items, and the streets were teeming with crowds. Inhabitants of Nyo family village. We passed through this esteemed place not in search of fame or profit, but for my daughter, who has reached marrying age yet has not been betrothed. Thus, we wish to hold a martial arts competition to find a valiant hero. Hearing this voice, Qin Mu halted, bemused, as he gazed toward the arena, which was packed to the brim. The father and daughter from Nyo family village had returned to hold a martial arts contest. It had been 3 years since their last attempt at the Granny Temple. Could it be that 3 years had passed without them finding a suitor? What could a dragon coin buy? As Qin Mu pondered, he heard someone shout, "Priceless treasures, only 3-1. Turning towards the voice, he saw a bustling alleyway filled with an array of odd items, mostly broken bricks and tiles. Could these dilapidated items truly be priceless treasures? Why were these treasures so inexpensive? Surprised, Qin Mu discreetly activated his heavenly eye, focusing his gaze with a subtle shake of his head. Indeed, these were merely broken bricks and tiles, many of which had been salvaged from the ruins of the marketplace, devoid of any spiritual energy, far inferior to spiritual weapons. One would not even want them for free. Yet, before these stalls stood many martial artists, sifting through the items, hoping to stumble upon genuine treasures. As Qin Mu examined stall after stall, he felt a flicker of interest, discovering a few worthwhile items. Some booths displayed fragments of weapons, which caught his eye. These fragments emitted a faint glow, suggesting they were remnants of spiritual weapons, holding some value. Curious, he inquired about them, only to be taken aback by the prices. Dozens of dragon coins for mere fragments. Surely this was a scam. Continuing to survey, he noticed a stall where a sheepskin was laid out with a dozen jars, most of which were broken, either missing lids or cracked at the edges. However, through his heavenly eye, he could see that these jars radiated an intense glow, far surpassing that of the weapon fragments, even more potent than those he had previously sold. "How much for the jars?" Qin Mu approached and asked. 3-1 each, replied the stall owner. Qin Mu pulled out his dragon coin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I only have 1 dragon coin. Can you sell me all of them?" The stall owner was both astonished and delighted, quickly snatching the dragon coin from him, wrapping up the broken jars, and placing them in his hands with a grin, saying, "They are all yours." Fool chuckled a few nearby stall owners. "A dragon coin is 1,001. How could you not know that?" The stall owner clutched the dragon coins tightly and quickly exclaimed, young sir. You must not go back on your word." At that moment, Qin Mu realized the true worth of the dragon coins and replied with a cheerful smile. "Since we have reached an agreement, I shall not retract my words. 1 dragon coin for each of these clay pots is indeed a fair deal." The stall owner sighed in relief and was about to leave when a clear voice interrupted. "Wait. Young sir, how much are these clay pots?" Qin Mu looked up to see several elegantly dressed gentlemen accompanying a particularly resplendent young man. The youth was strikingly handsome, with delicate features and rosy lips, his face possessing a slight baby fat that made him appear somewhat more refined than Qin Mu. He gazed at the sheepskin in Qin Mu's hand with great interest. "A practitioner of divine abilities?" One stall owner exclaimed in surprise. Qin Mu gasped. "You are the plump young Master Fei Qi from the floating ship of Yankang Kingdom." "Plump young Master Fei Qi?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized Qin Mu, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Who is the plump young Master Fei Qi?" Qin Mu's interest in the youth waned as he turned his attention to the individuals behind him. Each possessed an extraordinary presence, with vital energy visibly flowing around them. One among them was entwined by a green dragon, its head towering above him, its piercing eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This individual was evidently a manifestation of the green dragon spirit, having opened the 6 harmonies divine abode, allowing his vital energy to manifest at all times. While Qin Mu also possessed substantial vital energy capable of manifestation, this typically occurred only during combat, where the energy was exceptionally potent, mingled with his blood essence, making it visible to others. In contrast, practitioners of divine abilities could summon their vital energy into visibility at any moment, embedding within it a divine technique that could be unleashed instantly in the face of an attack. Qin Mu recalled hearing from Granny C that those in the spirit embryo realm were merely warriors, while those who cultivated to the 5 elements realm were masters, adept at understanding the transformations of the 5 elements and evolving martial skills into divine techniques. The breaking of the 6 harmonies divine abode marked the transition into a practitioner of divine abilities capable of wielding such powers. Though the Dragon City was not small and was home to many practitioners, having them follow closely was indeed remarkable. "These clay pots are certainly for sale." Qin Mu pondered before stating, 100 dragon coins each. Initially anticipating a hefty price, he was taken aback when the plump young Master Fei Qi smiled amiably and nodded. "A bargain. Then we have a deal. Your sheepskin holds a total of 36 pots, amounting to 3,600 dragon coins. Ding Qianhu, settle the account with him." One of his companions bowed and replied, "Yes," before stepping forward to finalize the transaction with Qin Mu. The onlookers in the alley stared in astonishment, their breaths quickening. The stall owner who had just sold the clay pots to Qin Mu felt a flutter in his chest, dizzy and overwhelmed, torn between the urge to snatch back the pots and the fear of doing so. Response. Chapter 68. Clearing a street. While a single dragon coin may not possess significant value, 3,600 of them constitute a considerable sum, weighing over 10 pounds. Qin Mu nonchalantly slung the coin purse over the hilt of his cleaver, inwardly commending the portly Master Qi for his generosity. Master Qi's gaze brightened as it fell upon the cleaver. "Should you be inclined to part with that blade," he remarked, "I could offer you an even more handsome price." Qin Mu demurred. "This cleaver far surpasses a mere earthenware pot. It is not for sale." "Indeed," Master Qi conceded. "The very materials of your blade are superior to those of the pot." He entrusted the earthenware to an attendant and chuckled. This pot was crafted by a cultivator of the 6 directions realm, boasting 36 spiritual armaments known as the 36 celestial star jars. They can form the celestial demon subduing array, and though somewhat damaged, their power remains. I have no use for them, intending only to sell them to nobles in the great ruins for profit. I recognize the 36 celestial star jars, so your discernment is remarkable. Have you encountered them before? Behind him, an attendant coughed discreetly. Master Qi. Traveling incognito is not without its perils. Master Qi retorted with displeasure. You are excessively cautious, robbing me of all enjoyment. He shook his head and departed. Qin Mu surmised that Master Qi, given his close association with Qin Fengqing and the respect shown to him, must hold a position of prominence. The attendant's concern for his safety was therefore understandable. As Qin Mu prepared to leave, the stallholder who had sold him the pot seized his sleeve, exclaiming, "Hold there. Those pots were worth over 3,000 dragon coins, yet you sought to acquire them for a single coin. You must compensate me." With that, He reached for Qin Mu and Appo's S-coin purse. Qin Mu frowned, a sudden prickling sensation alerting him to imminent danger. A figure darted toward him in the alley. A peculiar weapon emerging from their sleeve, a pair of conjoined curved blades, wickedly sharp. The assailant's palm faced downward, yet the strange weapon remained aloft, whirling menacingly as it aimed for Qin Mu's neck. Channeling his vital energy into his feet, Qin Mu executed a swift backward slide, leaving the grasping stall holder far behind. The blade flashed, the assailant clinging to Qin Mu's heels. A fleeting glance revealed a thin thread connecting the assailant's palm to the weapon's handle, cultivating qi into strands. Controlling the blade with qi, a martial artist. The martial artist's swordsmanship was eerily fluid, their footwork as slippery as an eel. The bladed attack focused on slicing, proving particularly deadly in the narrow confines of the alley. Simultaneously, Qin Mu noticed others in the alley stirring, their avarice awakened. 3,000 dragon coins were a considerable fortune, enough to incite greed and murderous intent. A swift resolution is imperative. Abruptly halting, Qin Mu channeled a surge of vital energy into his fists. With nimble footwork, he directed the energy through his arms and into his fingertips. As his fist neared the martial artist's peculiar blade, his fingers shot forth like bolts from a crossbow. Thunderclap 8 forms, second form, finger flicking thunderous echoes. Clang. His initial finger strike, propelled by whistling force, deflected the whirling blade. The second strike severed the martial artist's chi thread. Qin Mu's third finger struck the martial artist's palm, eliciting a muffled groan as a gaping wound appeared. Each of Qin Mu's strikes carried immense vital energy, his physical strength astonishing. The 3 strikes shattered the martial artist's assault, followed by a clenched fist that slammed into the assailant's chest. The martial artist's body contorted under the force of the blow, legs lifting off the ground as they were sent hurtling backward. Alone in the eastern sea, embracing spring thunder, propelling himself forward, Qin Mu reached the martial artist before they could fall. Terror flashed in the assailant's eyes, but they were helpless in midair. At that moment, 2 martial artists, witnessing Qin Mu's advance, burst forth from the alley's sides, launching their own attacks. Thump, thump, thump. Before they could execute their first move, Qin Mu's fist loomed large, as if a rampaging earth dragon had collided with their faces. Their heads snapped back, embedding themselves in the wall, their bodies dangling. The wall cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. The martial artist struck in the chest was pummeled again, sent flying even faster, colliding with a wall further back. Figures darted within the alley, followed by resounding thuds. Master Qi and his attendants halted, turning back in astonishment. The martial artist was struck a third time, crashing into Master Qi and his retinue. The attendants frowned, preparing to intervene, but Master Qi chuckled, "No need. Let us simply step aside." They parted, allowing Qin Mu to pass, his fists and palms a blur of motion. With a final punch, the martial artist was launched from the alley, colliding with the opposite wall, their body wedged in the hole. Behind Qin Mu, a dozen martial artists found themselves embedded in the wall, their bodies flailing in vain. Impressive skill. The attendants were effusive in their praise. One murmured, "Master Qi, his movements are like a raging torrent, his strikes cleaving the very air. He employs an exceptionally formidable combat technique. Should he break through his limits, his blows would become divine powers." Master Qi marveled. "He uses combat techniques?" "The pinnacle of combat techniques." Master Qi nodded thoughtfully. "I have heard tales of the national preceptor's debates with combat technique masters, resulting in countless deaths and the relegation of combat techniques to an inferior status. Many proponents fled to the great ruins. Could he be a disciple of one of these heretics?" Another attendant cautioned, "Embroidered Dragon City is not the same as the Yin continent. It is a haven for desperate and ruthless individuals. We must exercise caution. This youth likely has remnants of the past backing him. Master Qi, we should meet with the general as soon as possible." Qin Mu, having restrained his power, had merely subdued the martial artists, leaving them hanging on the wall. "Carrying so many dragon coins is unsafe. I should purchase some items and send the remainder back to the inn with Granny C." He purchased silks and satins, instructing the shopkeeper to deliver them to the inn for village chief Ma and the others. He then bought trinkets for the villagers before returning to the inn, only to find Granny C and the blind man gone. "Since I am here, I should explore." Extracting 100 dragon coins, Qin Mu concealed the rest and ventured out to see the city. The nightlife was vibrant, with fighting, stage performances, lion dances, dragon dances, and vendettas. He was greatly enlightened. unknowingly wandering into the heart of dragon-embedded city, where the architecture rose majestically, showcasing numerous ancient edifices, remnants from the time before darkness enveloped the great market. The temples and shrines were truly extraordinary. Qin Mu activated his divine celestial eye, gazing upon those ancient structures, marveling in awe. To others, the deities appeared merely as ordinary idols, yet to him, they radiated with divine brilliance. He observed each one meticulously, feeling neither fear nor disrespect towards these divine entities, only appreciating the exquisite craftsmanship of the artisans who sculpted the idols. Dragon-embedded city was built upon a colossal ruin, and the stone statues bore the craftsmanship of divine beings from a distant era. From the sculpting techniques, Qin Mu discerned the remarkable artistry akin to flowing clouds and rushing waters, which momentarily transported him to a realm of resplendent mystical powers. From these statues, it seemed one could glean numerous martial arts techniques. Qin Mu expressed his admiration when suddenly a middle-aged man approached, smiling, "Young lad from the countryside. Do you wish to earn some money? I have a lucrative opportunity for you. The lord of the city is recruiting for a competition. If you win a match, you will be rewarded with 100 dragon coins." Qin Mu shook his head. The middle-aged man then sought out others and found a young boy, who eagerly followed him into the lord's residence. What does the lord of dragon-embedded city intend to do with this competition? Qin Mu pondered in confusion. At that moment, a booming voice echoed. Since the death of the demon sect leader Li Tianxing, his wife has remained elusive, vanishing from sight. It is unexpected that she has come to my dragon-embedded city. Madam, your arrival brings unprecedented glory to our humble abode. This voice was incredibly resonant, indicating profound mastery. And Qin Mu felt a ringing in his ears, while many passers-by were overwhelmed, some even fainting from the intensity. Qin Mu was astonished. The sect leader's wife? Could it be my grandmother? The lord of the city responded courteously, and a melodious voice emerged, enchanting beyond measure. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Mu felt parched, as if countless inner demons sprang forth from his heart, dancing and singing joyously. On the streets, an unknown number of pedestrians suddenly behaved as if intoxicated, flailing their arms and laughing heartily, their faces contorted and their expressions mad. After a brief moment, they returned to normalcy, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Chapter 69. A beauty of exceptional grace in the air, petals cascaded like a celestial tapestry, vibrant and resplendent. Amidst this floral downpour, a stunning woman descended gracefully, her steps as delicate as the petals that fluttered around her. A single petal landed before Qin Mu, producing a tinkling sound. He reached out, only for the petal to dissolve like snowflakes in the warmth of his touch. Was it a manifestation of vital energy? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, and upon gazing at the woman's enchanting visage, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He had learned the art of painting and calligraphy from a deaf mentor, whose unparalleled skill could capture the beauty of the world, yet even his brush would struggle to depict the ethereal grace of this woman. At that moment, Qin Mu grasped the true meaning of transcendent beauty, recalling an ancient poem his mentor had taught him. Her movements resembled the gentle obscuration of the moon by drifting clouds, and her allure was akin to the swirling snow carried by the wind. Her figure was a perfect blend of elegance and poise, with shoulders as delicate as if carved from jade, and a waist that resembled the finest silk. With a graceful neck and luminous skin, she radiated an unadorned beauty. Her charms were inherent, untouched by artifice. Her hair was styled in a lofty bun, and her brows arched gracefully. Her lips were a vivid red, contrasting with her pristine teeth, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence, accentuated by charming dimples. Her enchanting presence conveyed tranquility and leisure, while her soft demeanor was alluring beyond words. Her attire was extraordinary, a garment that transcended the ordinary world, embellished with exquisite designs. Draped in splendid robes, adorned with jewels and shimmering pearls, she exuded an aura of elegance. Only an ancient poem could adequately capture her demeanor and beauty. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond imagination. It was impossible to render such a visage on canvas, let alone encapsulate her essence. Could she truly be the infamous Granny C? Was it conceivable that Granny C had slain such a beautiful woman and donned her skin? A shiver ran down Qin Mu's spine, conjuring unsettling thoughts. "Hey, coward!" Suddenly, a girl's voice floated from behind him. Qin Mu turned to look, but saw no one. Glancing upward, he noticed a girl perched on the eaves of a temple, her skirt cascading to her ankles, revealing smooth, delicate skin. Her toes dangled playfully, swaying back and forth. With crescent-shaped eyes, she beckoned, "Cowherd, come up here. You can see far and clear from this height." Qin Mu leaped onto the eaves beside her, inhaling a familiar fragrance that puzzled him. The girl had 2 strands of hair framing her cheeks, making her face resemble a sunflower seed, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. "Am I fat?" she asked playfully. Qin Mu nodded candidly. "You've styled your hair to make your face appear slimmer, but even with your hair pulled back, you still look quite plump." The girl huffed, playfully kicking him with her bare foot, her shoes discarded beside her. "Being chubby is just how I was born. I can't help it." They dangled their feet over the eaves, and Qin Mu, propped up by his hands, felt an odd sense of familiarity with this girl and her scent. His thoughts were interrupted as a grand procession emerged from the city lord's mansion of Dragon Inlay City, 100 formidable figures exuding immense power and presence, all renowned practitioners. At the forefront was a tall and robust man, with piercing eyes and a commanding gait, radiating a disquieting aura. His beard flared out, and while not conventionally handsome, he exuded a rugged masculinity. Behind him, a phantom of a divine being with 8 arms loomed, brandishing various artifacts, a testament to extraordinary power. The city lord of Dragon Inlay City laughed heartily. "I was concerned for the safety of my lady, constantly pondering her well-being. To see her unharmed brings me immense relief. After 40 years of seclusion, she must have thoroughly mastered the great tome of the Heavenly Demon. Now that she has emerged, she should no longer fear the elders or ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Sect." The lady smiled warmly as she conversed with the city lord, appearing as if they were longtime friends. However, the city lord maintained a respectful distance, inviting, "Madam, I just so happen to be hosting a banquet for esteemed guests. Upon hearing of your arrival, I rushed to greet you, lest our guests feel neglected. Would you care to join me at my humble abode for a chat?" The lady chuckled softly. "Very well. I wish to meet your esteemed guests. I shall trouble you then." The girl beside Qin Mu whispered, "It is said that the city lord, Fu Yundi, has reached the realm of life and death, successfully breaking through to the realm of divine concealment. He is one of the few experts in the Great Ruins." Qin Mu observed Fu Yundi, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of his 8 aspects of divine power. If unleashed, it would indeed encompass all directions, capable of striking at foes from every angle. "It is indeed an impressive technique," he remarked. The girl's interest piqued. She asked, "Cowherd, you are quite formidable as well. What technique do you practice?" "The Tyrant Body 3 Elixirs technique," Qin Mu replied. "I am Qin Mu. What is your name?" The girl adjusted her hair and smiled. "I am Yuxiu." "Yuxiu, as in the graceful and refined?" Qin Mu inquired. Surprised, she responded, "How did you know my surname is Ling?" "Ling Yuxiu? What a beautiful name," Qin Mu praised. "If only your face were a touch slimmer, it would truly match your name." Annoyed, Ling Yuxiu kicked him again, slipping on her shoes as she hopped down from the eaves. "I want to talk to you anymore." As she landed and took a couple of steps, she turned back, puzzled. "Why aren't you following me?" Qin Mu replied, "You said you wouldn't talk to me, so why should I follow?" "Petty." Ling Yuxiu waved her hand playfully. "I have a way to enter the city lord's mansion. It's quite lively there right now. Don't you want to see what the great figures of the Great Ruins are discussing?" Intrigued, Qin Mu jumped down from the eaves and hurried after her, asking, "How do you plan to enter the city lord's mansion?" "By walking in openly, of course." Ling Yuxiu led the way confidently to the mansion's entrance, where 4 powerful practitioners were stationed as guards. Upon seeing them, the guards allowed them entry without a word. Qin Mu was astonished and whispered, "Sister, are you the city lord's daughter?" "Dream on." Ling Yuxiu scoffed. "My father is far more significant than him. I can go in and out of the city lord's mansion as I please." Ahead was the Zhenjiang Tower, where Fu Yundi was hosting guests. As Qin Mu looked forward, a vast lake came into view, its azure waters sparkling with pearls that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the surface. Numerous maidens stood motionless along the shore, lanterns in hand, casting a warm light across the lake. The Zhenjiang Tower, perched halfway up the mountainside beside the lake, resembled a soaring swan. From afar, it gleamed with opulence, a testament to extravagant wealth, as if the city lord wished to cover it in gold leaf. An embodiment of excess. Inside the tower, several dancers twirled gracefully, their sleeves flowing and skirts fluttering, accompanied by melodious strings and drum beats, creating a captivating spectacle. In the center of the lake stood a vast platform, supported by a massive pillar, illuminated by dozens of lanterns floating above, casting a bright light upon the platform. Qin Mu halted, astonished, as he witnessed two young men clashing on the platform, both exuding immense power and extraordinary skill. Among the youths, one was the very same boy who had been lured into the Lord's mansion by a middle-aged man with 100 dragon coins. A boy who was likely of the White Tiger spirit body. The essence of the White Tiger astonishingly manifested in a state reminiscent of gold and bronze, with his exterior radiating hues of brilliant gold and deep bronze. When struck by his opponent, the sound that erupted was akin to the resonant clang of a bronze Buddha in motion, even releasing a flurry of sparks. The refinement of his body to such a degree using the White Tiger essence was indeed remarkable. No wonder he dared to enter the Lord's mansion to compete. His opponent was also youthful, seemingly around the same age as Qin Mu, approximately 14 or 15 years old, yet his attacks were exceptionally fierce. He wielded 8 swords, one in each hand, but these were not true hands. Rather, they were manifestations of his essence, manipulating the blades with his energy to control 8 sharp swords simultaneously. The Eightfold Celestial Technique. Qin Mu murmured. This youth's application of the Eightfold Celestial Technique differed from that of Fu Yundi, the Lord of Dragon City, who had already manifested an extraordinary vision, with the Eightfold Celestial beings standing behind him. This young man had yet to reach such a level. Yet the method of utilizing his essence was indeed inherited from Fu Yundi. Ling Yuxiu remarked, he is Fu Yundi's son, named Tingwe. He is also a pitiable soul, having lost his mother at a young age, raised solely by Fu Yundi. Suddenly, Fu Tingwe thrust both swords into his opponent and Appo's eyes, then twisted them forcefully, shattering the opponent's sight. Although his adversary possessed formidable White Tiger essence, having refined his body to the toughness of steel, his eyes had not undergone such fortification. Upon losing his sight, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, Fu Tingwe did not immediately kill him nor relent. Instead, he continued to strike, severing the fingers of the blind youth one by one, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and turned to Ling Yuxiu, inquiring, is he truly a pitiable soul without a mother? Ling Yuxiu was startled and quickly grasped his hand, leading him toward the Zhenjiang Tower, cheerfully saying, I am a bit hungry. Let us go enjoy something delicious. As a guest here, I cannot concern myself too much. Chapter 70. Monsters and Demons led by her hand. Qin Mu felt the girl's soft and delicate touch, stirring his heart. However, Fu Tingwe's ruthless demeanor left him profoundly uncomfortable. Turning his gaze, he spotted Fu Tingwe on the platform in the lake, mercilessly severing his opponent's fingers and then moving on to cut at their wrists, exuding a primal excitement that surpassed that of a beast. What a madman! Nevertheless, it seemed that this young master Tingwe had some connection to him. Qin Mu pondered, recalling how Granny C had rescued him from the riverbank years ago, fearing for his life. She had infiltrated Xianglong City and abducted the recently delivered lady of the city lord, transforming her into a milk cow to nourish Qin Mu, enabling him to survive his early years. The child born to the city lord's wife at that time must have been Fu Tingwe. Thus, their bond was established through the very milk that had nurtured him. Turning back, he saw that the boy on the platform had met an unfortunate fate. Having challenged the city lord's authority for 100 dragon coins, he had ventured into the city lord's mansion, demonstrating some capability, but ultimately lost his life. Within the decaying tower, the atmosphere was lively and filled with music and dance. Following Ling Yuxiu into the establishment, Qin Mu beheld the dancers, their fingers slicing through the air, producing a melodious chime, a manifestation of their vitality. Each lift of the head and stomp of the foot resonated with rhythm. As they danced gracefully, they also wove enchanting melodies, captivating Qin Mu. On either side of the tower, there were numerous tables, where extraordinary individuals sat on the ground, indulging in wine and merriment. Some admired the performances, while others cast glances toward the platform in the lake, observing the duel. The scene on the platform was already grim. The once robust youth had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself, yet no one in the tower uttered a word to intervene. Ling Yuxiu led Qin Mu to a table, sitting down without a hint of reservation. The assembly in the decaying tower comprised formidable figures from various regions, and upon seeing the pair of young people, they were taken aback but refrained from inquiry. They speculated that these exquisite individuals might be disciples of some eminent master, drawn to the decaying gathering to broaden their horizons. Before them lay exotic fruits and sumptuous delicacies, a feast of rare and exquisite dishes, prepared to perfection, causing Qin Mu's appetite to awaken. Having been taken by Granny C to sell livestock and procure goods, he had not eaten all day and felt quite famished. As he sampled the food, his eyes lit up, and he felt as though his tongue would melt from the exquisite flavors, unable to resist indulging in the lavish spread. Ling Yuxiu, on the other hand, claimed to feel somewhat hungry but only took a couple of bites before setting down her chopsticks, watching him with a mix of amusement and curiosity as he devoured his meal. Seated at the adjacent table was the bewitchingly beautiful lady of the sect, equally intrigued by Qin Mu and the girl beside him. Is she Granny C? Qin Mu wondered. Aside from her, another person occasionally glanced in Qin Mu's direction. Noticing the gaze, he looked up, momentarily stunned to find a young general, Qin Fengqing, clad in armor, who had not removed it even for the banquet. Had he not returned to Yankang Kingdom? Astonished, Qin Mu resumed his focus on the food. Ling Yuxiu chuckled, commenting that the young general had been watching him intently, questioning whether he recognized Qin Mu. After swallowing a mouthful, Qin Mu thought for a moment and replied, "We have crossed paths before." He was accompanied by a rather rotund young man, the fat Qigong, but I don't know where he is now. Ling Yuxiu playfully pinched his arm in mock annoyance. Qin Mu, perplexed by her reaction, mused on the strangeness of the girl and the oddity of General Qin Fengqing, who seemed ready to leap at her side, yet restrained himself. Why would he react to her pinch? It was he who was being pinched, not him. Suddenly, an elder spoke up, "City Lord, is that your son outside? Truly remarkable prowess. I have long heard that young Master Tingyue is the strongest among the younger generation of Xianglong City, and indeed, he is extraordinary." Fu Yundi smiled, "You flatter me. Elder Baishan, my son has merely learned some rudimentary techniques, hardly worthy of such praise." The elder, smiling broadly, replied, "Not so. Young Master Tingyue is renowned as the foremost warrior within 1,000 miles. Last year, he engaged in 352 challenges, defeating 352 warriors from various lands, with not one escaping his grasp. Such prowess at a young age is truly impressive." Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, but continued to focus on his meal. Fu Yundi quickly added, "The opponents my son has slain are mostly the outcasts from the Great Ruins. Had they been from distant lands, my son would have shown mercy." Elder Baishan chuckled. "Among the outcasts, there are certainly formidable individuals. Young Master Tingyue's skills are indeed commendable." He continued to express his admiration. Fu Yundi laughed heartily. "My son is quite the honest fellow. He never coerces others into combat, but rather invites these outcasts to challenge him in exchange for monetary rewards. Alas, driven by greed, they come forth in droves, only to lose their lives. Remarkably, my son has never spent a single dragon coin from those 100 coins." Everyone erupted into laughter. Just then, a dark-faced elder abruptly ceased his laughter, his voice booming like thunder, drowning out the merriment. "Lady of the sect, the great demon sutra has been studied for many years. Can you not enlighten us today?" This gaunt, charcoal-faced elder sat opposite Qin Mu, appearing as though he were a piece of burnt wood, yet his voice was thunderous. His words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the tower to the captivating lady of the sect beside Qin Mu. Qin Mu hastily set down his ivory chopsticks. Remaining still, his mouth closed as he continued to chew his food discreetly. After swallowing, he hesitated but ultimately could not resist the temptation, swiftly picking up a slice of fish and stuffing it into his mouth. The dark-faced elder's anger flared as he glared at Qin Mu. "Stop eating." The lady of the sect chuckled. "Ah, it's you, Elder He. Why the ire? The city lord invited us here to partake in a meal. Is there any reason we cannot eat? City lord, do you not agree?" Fu Yundi cleared his throat and replied with a smile, "This gathering is indeed a banquet, inviting everyone to savor the exquisite delicacies of Xianglong City. Naturally, we must ensure the enjoyment of both host and guests." The lady of the sect lightly laughed, plucking a red fruit and savoring it, leisurely wiping her delicate hands before continuing to watch Qin Mu devour his meal with great interest. Ling Yuxiu was equally astonished, never imagining that Qin Mu could still eat under such circumstances. Before long, Qin Mu felt adequately satisfied. He then took out an oiled paper bag from his pocket, retrieving some dry rations, and carefully selected some of the soft and delectable food from the table to place inside the bag, wrapping it up with care. The dark-faced elder could no longer hold back, scolding, "You little brat, you can't finish it, and yet you're packing it away?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Mu explained, "Granny and my blind grandfather just entered the city today. We only had some dry rations on the journey and haven't eaten anything. The food here is delightful, but their teeth aren't good, so I'm taking some back for them." He then glanced at the lady of the sect, wondering, is she truly Granny C? Wait, this fragrance of rouge, isn't it the same one I bought with Granny C? The lady of the sect's eyes sparkled with a gentle light, seemingly touched. "You are quite the filial child. The more I see you, the more I like you." The onlookers in the tower were all amused, filled with sympathy for Qin Mu, knowing that the lady of the sect was notoriously known as a demoness, detesting the trappings of filial piety. Surely, this young man would meet a most tragic end. The dark and brooding Black Lord awaited as Qin Mu prepared the food, coldly inquiring, "Have you had your fill?" Qin Mu answered honestly, "I'm only half full." The Black Lord, visibly infuriated, let out a cold snort, the sound resonating through the 100 or so window panes of the Zhenjiang Tower. Qin Mu could not help but admire the Black Lord's formidable cultivation, exclaiming, "Your prowess is truly remarkable. I could never attain such heights." The Black Lord's forehead twitched with suppressed rage as he silently awaited Qin Mu to finish his meal, while the ever-smiling lady of the sect also set down her ivory chopsticks, ceasing her own consumption. After expelling a long-held breath, the Black Lord coldly stated, "Are we all satisfied now? Can we discuss serious matters?" The gazes of those present sharpened, all falling upon the lady of the sect. With a captivating smile that seemed to illuminate the room, she replied, "Black Lord, even if I were to grant you the great nurturing demon scripture, do you truly believe you could leave the dragon-inlaid city alive? I fear the city lord would be the first to seek your demise, and I doubt anyone here would allow you to escape the great ruins unscathed." Rising to his feet, the Black Lord's aura darkened ominously, coalescing behind him into a fearsome, four-armed demon. The manifestation of his vital energy into such an exalted form rivaled the prowess of Fu Yundi's 8 aspects divine art. The Black Lord scanned the room coldly, declaring, "Should the sacred texts of the demon sect fall into my hands, they shall be mine. Who dares covet them without fearing my wrath?" The assembly remained silent, amused yet wary. The lady of the sect chuckled softly. "In this hall, we have esteemed guests from the Kingdom of Yankang and hidden masters of the great ruins. Which of them do you think you could vanquish? This young general must be from Yankang, yes?" She gestured towards Qin Fengqing, smiling. "I have heard much of the national master, the foremost among the divine, and I can only assume his disciple is equally extraordinary." Qin Fengqing inclined slightly, stating, "I am Qin Fengqing, a humble general. My master indeed serves as the national master of Yankang, but my purpose here is not for the lady of the sect or the great nurturing demon scripture. Though the lady is the most beautiful in the realm, and the scripture is said to be a path to divinity, my master remains indifferent." His words bore an innate pride. As the foremost among the divine, he held no reverence for any technique, even one that promised godhood. Suddenly, a voice interjected with a cold laugh. "This is the great ruins, not Yankang. The national master's indifference is of no concern to us." Qin Fengqing's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of menace flashing as he turned to the speaker, a burly man with a thick beard, lounging casually, half-clothed, eating with one hand while idly rolling a dark ball of ash with the other, which he flicked away nonchalantly. Qin Fengqing frowned in distaste, thinking, "The ruffians of the great ruins are indeed uncouth. There is no need to stoop to his level. When the national master's forces arrive, all monsters and specters shall bow before us." He glanced at the girl beside Qin Mu, feeling a pang of anxiety. Why is the 7th princess associating with a boy from the residual elder village? Just moments ago, she was pinching him. Such intimacy could tarnish the royal family's reputation if word got out.